What are you doing clicking on a video that's this long? Yeah, it's time for the 2025 Friday Plays Supercut. Hey there, welcome back to Gen X Growing Up. I'm John. I'm a Gen X Growing Up. Thanks for taking the time to click on this video. Last year, early in the year, in 2024, I accidentally started a series called Friday Plays, where every single Friday I look at a different vintage video game and kind of a little history about it and play it and do a points run if that is applicable. And then last year at the end of the year, I said, let's try to put these all together and make them just a single piece of content. And I heard from just enough of you who told me that you actually very much enjoyed that and would like me to do it again this year. Well, it's going to be much larger this year because I did Friday Plays the entire year up until about 3 or 4 weeks ago, where I stopped for the season as we got into the Q4 holiday season. So there's a bunch of episodes here, but this represents all of the Friday Plays that I produced and released during the 2025 year. I hope you enjoy this, or some of it, or play it in the background, however you enjoy this video. And new Friday Plays for 2026 will spool up probably mid to late January again, and we'll start it all up again. All right, hope you enjoy. In 1982, Lucasfilm Games was founded on a $1 million grant from Atari Incorporated. Now, as they began development on their first 2 games, the first one would be a futuristic head-to-head sports title called Ball Blazer, and the other was a first-person outer space combat sim, Rescue on Fractalus. We'll hop in the cockpit right after this. Rescue on Fractalus began development under the name Behind Jaggy Lines, where Jaggy was both the name of the malevolent aliens and also a nod to the lack of anti-aliasing in the graphics. Now, Lucasfilm game devs initially wanted the game to take place in the Star Wars universe, but George Lucas said no. So, as they approached their release in 1985, rather than getting a Star Wars title, Behind Jaggy Lines became Rescue on Fractalus. And the new name was again a reference to the technology being used, as the terrain of the alien planet was generated using fractal geometry. But enough background, there is a lot to cover here, so let's go rescue some pilots. Ding! Now, Rescue on Fractalus came out on a number of platforms, but it was originally written for the Atari 8-bit home computer line and the 5200. So I'm playing it here on the Atari 8-bit, and look, even during the loading screen, the computers, sometimes the loading screen was half the game. So you have this giant space station that you're launching from. You even see a ship take off from it here. There he goes. That's going to be you in a second, taking off from this spaceship. Your goal in Rescue on Fractalus is to take a ship from the space station down to the planet and rescue these Ether Core pilots who have crash landed there. Now, the planet is very noxious, right? So it's like super acidic. You can't be out in the on the planet much, so the pilots are in their spaceships waiting for you. You got to land close to them, turn off your systems because your shields will kill them even, and they come up, get in your ship, and take off. But it's all set first person inside of this cockpit of this spaceship, and all these things mean something. Like every little light means something. So I'll give you a tour of the interface in a second here, but first let me just jump into a game. So I'm going to go down to level 1. They start you on level 4, which is rational. Level 1 is super easy, so I'm going to jump into that one so we can take a tour of the interface and I can show you around. Like, it makes you feel like you're in a spaceship. Like if you enjoyed Star Wars or Star Trek back in the 80s and you jumped into this, you get it. It's no surprise that they kind of wanted it to be a Star Wars game. So let's hit start. You're inside of the space station. They fuel you up. You're inside of this like Buck Rogers tube. They shoot you out. There it goes. Look, they don't just throw you in the game. There's a launch sequence. You're off and away. Come down through the stars onto the planet's surface. Everything clears, and there we are. So now, flying around. Now, I'm going to rescue pilots in a second. I want to give you a tour of all of this stuff, right? So there's an interface here, and it's not just for looks. Everything here means something. All right, so the top right of the screen is the score, and every second you survive, you get points. So I'm just kind of flying around. You can see the mountains are created using the fractal geometry. In fact, if you turn around and go back, you can see the same thing again. It's real. It's there. It's created mathematically. The top center, you have a compass. Just below your screen, which you can see out through the cockpit, you have these wing clearance bars, they call them. So as you get close to, let's speed up a little, as you get close to the edges of mountains, you see how it shows you don't have much clearance on that side. Steer this way. Not much clearance on that side. Steer this way. Okay. Over on the left-hand side, you can see there's a row of dots that represent your speed. So as you up your speed, the dots go up. As you lower your speed, the dots go down. Next to that are altitude dots, warning dots. So as you get really close to the surface, those dots, see how they come up and show you how close you are to the ground? That kind of works in tandem with the altimeter that has this height thing that shows you the red bar is the height of the terrain, the blue bar is your height. And when those meet, you're either landing or about to crash. To the left side of it is an artificial horizon like you would see in any flight simulator. Okay, so that's the left side. And in the center, we have a targeting scope, which, when there's ships, you can see kind of in the distance. It's showing me there's my pilot ships down there on the ground. Below that is a row of dots that show when an enemy is locking onto you, as you might imagine. To the right is your energy meter. Now, it's energy both in your shield, so when you take damage, and also just fuel in flying around. To the right there, you can see there's a long-range scanner that shows you when something is in range. See, it's beeping there to show me there's a pilot down ship nearby. So then over to the right-hand side, there are these three dots. We could easily just be just decoration, but they're not. Everything means something. The first one shows you whether or not you have the shields on. The next one is an indicator that the mothership has come back in orbit and is ready to pick you up when you are ready. And then you have the third one, which shows that your airlock is currently open. That's when you land. And then below each of those, you have three indicators, an R, E, and P. R shows the range to a pilot. So it's shows you have 5, 4, 3. Below that is an E, how many enemies you've destroyed. And the final one, P, is how many pilots you need to rescue in order to complete this mission. So it's a lot. And all of it means something. And it makes it so cool and immersive. All right, let's see if we can't rescue this pilot. We see he's a long-range scanner there. His range is 6, 5. Come on, 4. You see him in the distance here, hopefully. Where is it? There he is. 3. All right, so there he is right there. You see his little ship? So I've landed. Systems are on. I have to turn the systems off, and then he will come running from the ship to my ship. So here he comes. See his little running there. Gets a little bigger. When we do it again, you'll see how much larger he gets. When he gets there, he's going to knock on the door. So right now, he's outside and wanting in badly. If you don't let him in time, he'll die out there. Open the airlock. He walks up the steps. Then I can turn the ship back on and take off. And you can see now I've rescued one of my required pilots. So now it just says I need one more. So I can speed up. I can see another pilot there on the distance. And land. So here's a better view so you can see there he is. I'll turn off the systems, and when I do, he comes running. There he comes, making his little jaunt. He'll get to the ship. There he is. Now, there's something more that can happen here, but it is a pilot. If it's not a pilot, should I spoil this? Yeah, I think it's fine. I can spoil it. So it's not always a pilot. Sometimes it's one of those jaggy aliens in a pilot's suit, and he tries to smash his way into the ship, and you have to turn on the engines in time to stop him. So now that second indicator is blinking that says the mothership is here. We've satisfied the rescuing the 2 pilots we need. Now, the way energy works is the pilots will bring you the energy left over from their ship. So as you rescue pilots, you'll gain more energy. There are ace pilots that are worth more energy. And you can see I've gained points for rescuing pilots. I'm up to 815 or so. And now that I've rescued enough, I just have to engage my afterburner boosters. I'll head back to the mothership. It's kind of this thing in reverse. We go back in the landing tube. It's just so interestingly immersive. It's just so... Look at it. The elevator take you up to level 2. Hit the button, and off you go. Now, there is plenty more to know about this game, and there's probably some stuff I'm going to forget to talk to you about, because unlike an old 2600 game, there's so much more in these games. There's so much more to see, so much more to know. Oh, there's a bad guy. Got him. Some little antimatter thing got him. There's another one over here. So it's a combat game once you get to level 2. UFOs start adding in. Now I need 3 pilots. I've killed 2 enemies you can see on the screen. All of that. So I don't think a points run is necessarily the way to go, but I want to give you a little more gameplay. I want to do a couple of missions starting at level 4, which is the recommended starting place. I'm going to do that next. Before I do, I want to really quickly remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. If you're looking for cool nerdy designs with Atari and Activision and joysticks and arcade stuff and any kind of pop culture, really, we have great designs you can get on t-shirts and hats and mugs and stickers and pins. Not only does it get you cool stuff, but it supports independent content creation, both over on our merch site and here on GenXGrownUp. We'd really appreciate it. Okay, escape is a pause. I'm going to just restart here so that I could jump all the way back to the mothership. So here we are. Let's go and pick level 4. That's a standard level. So I might die, I might not. We'll do a few levels to give you a taste of what is in this game. So no score, off we go. It's just a fun adventure. It's certainly on my Atari computer, it was one that I would fire up just anytime I had the itch to, let's play Star Trek, let's play Star Wars, let's play sci-fi Buck Rogers, whatever. Because it's, as I said, the cockpit is not decoration. Everything means something. There's reasoning for why the pilots are down there, they crashed, and that you have to pick them up, and how dangerous the surface is. All right, here, coming in hot. So again, we're looking for pilots. We're watching on the proximity scanner. I can see a pilot already. We see his blink. So as I get closer, when I get down to about 3 or 4, I slow way down. And when I get within 2 clicks, and I'm going to land. So there's 4, 3, 2. So I'm going to land. As soon as I do, system's off. Here comes my little pilot. Now, I don't know if we're going to run into one of the aliens or not. If we do, it'll be a treat because I can play for a long time and not run into one of those aliens. As long as he knocks on the door, you know it's okay. It's a good guy. If you turn on the engines while he's out there, he'll die. It'll cook him. There we go. So up my speed. Now, the 5200, you use the keypad on the Atari computer. You just use the keyboard, as you might imagine. Oh, there's another pilot. I see 2 more. Whoa! Oh. All right, he's there. Now, that guy can still shoot at me. Where did he go? All right, system's off. I can't see him on screen, but he's out there somewhere. Here's footsteps. Listen for him to knock. Great. Now, there's another one over here, right? Where did I see that? There he is. So he's just a few clicks away. So we're going to take off. Get this guy who's shooting at us, maybe. Where's he at? Up here? Oh, there's a UFO! I got the UFO. Come on, get it. Okay. I can land, maybe. Get close. 3 clicks. Range is 3. Come on, 2. There it is. Land. There he is. System's off. Here comes the pilot. I'll need 2 more. This is my, this is the second one of 3. Let's listen for the knock. Open the airlock. Now, in my little mythology, I like to blow up the ships after I rescue the pilots, so that the bad guys can't salvage our ships and and figure out our technology. That's not part of the game. That's just part of my own little headcanon that I made up. They explain the pop-up in the distance. You know it's draw distance, but they explain it by saying, "Oh, it's the noxious clouds of acid." Right? There we go. Airlock open. Take off. Now we can see the blinking light that shows me that my mothership is here. So afterburner, boosters, and away I go. So I've completed level 4. Now, later it adds, like, it gets dark at night and there's more enemies. If you try level 16, there's like enemies everywhere. I can't even land. They're just shooting at me so severely. So I completed the level. Now, it's interesting to know if you're running low on energy and the mothership is there, as long as you have up to half the pilots necessary, you can return to the ship. You won't complete the level or get a bonus, but you will be able to refuel and go back and try again. 10 grand, not bad. I think you have an idea. Look, if you've seen this much of the game already, you know whether or not it's for you and whether or not you should seek it out. If it's something that you missed, I would recommend you try it. It's a lot of fun, and it just feels like a little movie compared to shooting
The Space Invaders, for example. Where's the story there? Where's the, like, I didn't make any headcanon for Space Invaders about whether or not to destroy my ship after I rescue the pilot or whatever. It was just shoot or get shot. All right, so is this level 6 now? It's probably going to get a little hairier, which it should. Shoot a couple of these guys. Now, they left the fact that it might be an alien out of the instruction manual. So if you encounter an alien, you would be very surprised. It would be a jump scare that you would not be prepared for. And I remember that happening to me. In fact, I had a version of this from development when it was still called Behind Jaggy Lines, or Jaggy Lines, Jaggy. Not only did I not have instructions because I'd gotten a copy from somebody, systems off, but I had no idea that it could be anything other than a regular human pilot, right? That kind of thing, those kind of surprises weren't in games back then. Open the airlock. Yeah, blow up that ship. You're not getting our technology. Oh, mothership is here. That's because I've satisfied half of my requirement. So I can see there's a ship in the distance there. Maybe that's one where I already picked somebody up. Oh, a range of 9, 8. Here he is over here. Let's slow down. So it's down in this valley. There he is. 4, 3, 2. There, let's land. Perfect. Just need 2 more. Here we go. Systems off. Here comes our pilot. Great. Let's blow up his ship. Got it? All right. We need 1 more pilot. And we're going to wrap up this quick. Oh, it's right in the distance. Look at that. He's around the corner here, it looks like. Let's slow down. 6, 5. There he is. Right in the bottom there. All right. Systems off. This should do it. This should do it. And you can see not too tough on level 6 even. Airlock. Here he is. Come on in, pilot. But it does ramp up. Absolutely. So, up we go to our mothership. Yeah. So that is a quick sampling of Rescue on Fractalus. It's one of my favorite Atari 8-bit games. I have to be in the mood for it. You know, it's not like a Twitch action kind of arcadey game. It's this more simulator type game. But if you like that kind of game, if you like sci-fi, even if you never touched an Atari 8-bit home computer or 5200, seek it out. You know, if this is the kind of game for you, it's a really good version of it and an early version of the kind of depth you can add to a game that we might not have seen so much up until this point.
As my attention shifted from the 2600 to Atari home computers in the mid-80s, I was fascinated by just how much more depth was possible in home video games, and Fractalus is a great example. At its core, Rescue the Downed Pilots is no more complex than Defender or Choplifter, but the addition of a few more buttons for controlling your ship's functions, some slightly more immersive graphics, and the available storage space to include some variety and surprises, Rescue on Fractalus was one of my first peeks into the world building and storytelling that would eventually become the norm in games. And I think the adventure here is one that really holds up all these decades later. When Walt Disney Pictures released Tron in 1982, it was unlike anything we'd ever seen in a movie. And of course, being a movie about a video game designer who gets pulled into the digital realm was a perfect fit for video games based on Tron. In today's Friday Plays, I'll explore one of those many home games that made its way to the Atari 2600. That's right after this. With the success of Tron in the theaters, Mattel was quick to acquire the home console license and released a number of games for their Intellivision home console. And then, by extension, wanted to port those to the Atari 2600 for extra revenue. Adventures of Tron then was released for Atari under the M Network brand in late 1982. This was originally intended to be a translation of Tron Mesotron for the Intellivision, but the differences in capabilities between the two consoles led to it becoming an original title as development progressed. Now, in Adventures of Tron, you play as the titular character riding elevators, inexplicably, up multiple floors of an MCP compound, collecting bits and avoiding enemies pulled straight from the film. Now, I didn't own Adventures of Tron as a kid, though I do remember occasionally borrowing it from a friend, but without a manual, I never got very far. But longtime viewer and supporter of GenXGrownUp, Vincent Ferrari, requested I feature this one on Friday Plays. So I read the manual and fired it up. Vincent, this one's for you.
And welcome to the rainbow display that is Adventures of Tron. You can see copyright 1982, both Mattel and Disney down there. Really simply, your object is to stay alive, gather bits, score points, don't get killed. It's no more complicated than that. This is going to be an easy game to give you an overview of. There are no game options. There's just one adventure game to play. You have 4 lives. You can't gain extra lives. And only 2 difficulties. On the left difficulty switch, standard difficulty, which I'm going to be playing here. And then there's an advanced difficulty if you switch it over to A or expert. And that was just going to be everything's a little faster. And the tank happens earlier in the game is effectively what happens. So let me hit start of the game. Just move your joystick in any direction to jump in, and we'll start. And there's Tron. He just dropped to the bottom. Now, I'm going to die a lot here as I pause and talk, but you have these 4 levels that you have to work your way up. And the little asterisks or things flying left and right there, those are the bits you're trying to gather. Try to catch them. They can be a little finicky sometimes. You catch those. In the middle, this beam in the middle, ooh, here comes some grid bugs. And the beam in the middle is the IO beam from the MCP. You're trying to dodge some recognizers. You can drop up and down. It's just so much happening at once. Here comes a grid bug across on my level. I can run this elevator up. There's some recognizers now coming across my level. They work their way. They go off the right-hand side of one level. They come in the right-hand side of the next level. So you can tell where they're going roughly. See the collision on the bits is weird. See, I kept missing that one. The biggest puzzle that I always had was that sometimes the elevators work and sometimes they don't. Well, here's the deal. In order for the elevators to work, like I just rode that elevator, and now I can't ride again, you must cross the center IO beam before the elevator will work again. So I jump in, it doesn't go. I've got to go across the beam once, then I can ride the elevator. That was probably, I could have played the game okay without the instructions if I had just known that one bit, and I didn't know a bit, by the way. So bits are scored when you collect them, and it's based on which level you're on when you collect them. On the bottom level, they're 100. On the second level, they're 200. On the third level, they're 4. And then finally on the top level, they're 800 bits. And if you can finish a level like that, 2,000 point bonus. And then it just gets faster and more challenging. They introduce tanks, which you'll see in a moment. How is it Tron exactly? Is something that always kind of puzzled me. Like, it's not very Tron-y. The real key mechanic here is as you work your way around, you need to drop below, drop down a level if you're being pursued. The biggest problem is the tank. When the tank comes after you, just don't be in front of him, because you can't get away from the tank any faster than it shoots at you. You'll see when you... Let me at least get to a tank. Ooh, before I start here. So let me just get to a level where the tank is. Oh, the arrow, I should say, that's the Solar Sailor. And it will carry you across the screen. Often that can be good. Often that can be bad, depending on what's across the screen. You can't jump off of it until it makes its way across. Like, see, grab me. It almost grabbed me. Jump in the IO beam. Now you see a tank come across. There he is. And I'll just get killed by him, just for your entertainment, and show you how punishing he is. So he's going to come across the right-hand side. Time to react. Too late. You're dead. And there's another tank coming. The main trick is to get behind him. As soon as he comes across, go up an elevator behind him, because he can't turn around and shoot behind him. So you have the recognizers, the bugs, the elevator, the IO beam. It's static. The screen never changes. It just gets faster. The enemies come through a little more quickly. As you can see, this is just level 3, and it's already crazy. And there's no indication on screen of how many lives you have left. You have 4. You have 1 on screen and then 3 in reserve. But when they die, you got to keep track. That's all. Come up behind this tank, as you can see. Jump that sailor. Get that bit. It's kind of repetitive, but it's also pretty simple. If you miss a bit, I think it'd be more fun if the grabbing bits was more reliable. But they're so finicky sometimes. And there's a new level. Yeah. I should say at any time if you don't successfully jump over the IO beam, you'll just fall straight down. So for example, if I hit this, down I go. Yeah. So yeah, let's get hit by a recognizer, and then I think we'll just I think it was the last man if I'm keeping track. Yep, that's it. The game goes on without you, as the world does when you perish. So I think I'll just do a points run. If I'm trying really hard, I might hit 20,000. It's It's not a game I come back to again and again just because of the lack of variety. The iconography for Tron is not to be minimized. I think it's cool to have recognizers and the grid bugs and stuff. And Bit is flying around like Bit would do. Those little things, it just pulled in. Basically, they said, let's go through a list of all the things you recognize from Tron and throw them in the game, even if it doesn't make sense. Why am I riding elevators and moving up? Why am I where am I going? I have no goal. So, all right, I'm going to try Points Run. Before I do, I will quickly remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where we have cool, original, nerdy designs you can get printed on hats and tees and mugs and pins and stickers and all that cool stuff. Every dollar you spend will get you something cool, and it will go to support independent content creation like you see here on Gen X Grown Up. So, all right, let's hit start. Back to the rainbow. Just move the stick in any direction to begin, and we're off. Early on, not too bad. Again, if the bits were easier to grab, I'd be happier with this game. Usually try to jump away from them because I think I have a better chance of them, the hit detection being accurate. There we go. Just 2 at the top. So as soon as they come across, jump up. Try to get this guy, jump away from him is my little tactic. Didn't get him. Got to drop down because the recognizer was coming across. Another shot at him here. Come on, Bit. Jump away from him. Oh, that works better. Up I go. All right, moving on. Quickly grab one. Now they're going to get faster really quickly. This Points Run won't take long. Again, jump away. Come on. Yeah, they're going to get down here. Come on. Get the Bit. There it is. All right, now you don't want to go up too soon because these recognizers are coming across. So as soon as they pass, I'll whip. Oh! Except I didn't expect some bugs. Oh, okay. Whew. That was hairy. Here comes some more. I'm going to have... Ooh, up, up, up. Oh, no, and down. Whoo, that was... Now, I can't cross over, though, until I get through the IO beam. Ah, he caught... That's one. One down, 5,000. There's a quarter of my my estimate. Now, luckily, when you do die and you start at the bottom, you can rush your way to the top, usually. So... still have an elevator to ride. And get up to the top. And if you can capture the bits reliably... You can usually finish on a second man. You should, ideally in the early levels, you shouldn't die twice in one level. Because of the fact that you can run up to the top and there are no enemies down low. So come on, get this last bit. Nope, unreliable. Come on, Bit. Got it. Okay, now I can jump in anywhere. Finish the level. All right, 3rd level. That's 10 grand. Everything's getting faster as you can see. The bits I thought it'd be easier to get since they're moving faster, because they're going to pass through me at the height of my jump, which I think is normally the problem. I'm going to lose a man here, just moving too fast. Luckily, the tanks aren't here yet, but it won't be long. All right, up and over. He's going to come across. We know that. Oh, no. I rode the elevator, and as the elevator was going up, he cut across. All right, so 10 grand. I've already lost 2 of my 4 men. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to have made it all the way through. Get to the tank before I lost a man. Oh, there's the tank. So let's come up behind him. That's the best way to do that. He's going to shoot. All right, cleared that. Up we go. Got the 2 bits. That's a good start. There's one there. Across. I missed. I'm going to say I missed that one. That one missed me. That's how I feel about it. I don't feel like I missed that. I definitely hit it. There's another one. I definitely hit it. Oh, here they come. Get up there. Whew. Come on, Bit. Got it. Oh, let's get up the top. Got it. Okay, come on. 2 more. There's one. Oh, no, the tank. Nothing you do about that tank. Now, is this the 4th? Is this the last man? I said I might hit 20 grand. I might not even hit 20 grand at this point. Get across there. Hurry. Get up there. Bit. Got it. And out. All right, 18 grand. Even though it's the last guy. Oh, I missed that one. I don't know if I should keep trying to get all of them on one level or if I should work my way across. I don't know. Let's drop down. Oh, to get to this elevator. Oh, it's hairy. Come on, Bit. Got it. No. Up and over. Get this one. Not bad. Here they come. Couple bits there. Get the last one. Whoa! He got me. 21 grand, and that was it. Well, I did cross 20 grand. So that's something at least. So there's Adventures of Tron. Every time I play it, I think that was fun, but it's punishing. The difficulty, like, it ramps up pretty quickly, and you saw the tanks are rolling in. Look how quickly things are moving, and your little man just leisurely kind of rambles, and you get stuck needing to move down. If you get to the bottom level, you can't get back up unless you cross over the IO beam, and by that time, it's probably too late. So, Adventures of Tron, 21,000. That's my points run. Beat it. I dare you. You shouldn't have any trouble.
Now, if Adventures of Tron looks familiar to you, but you're sure you never played a Tron game on your 2600, it's possible that you may not be crazy. You see, after Mattel lost the Tron license for home video games, this very game was rebranded as Adventures on GX12 and published again. No changes to the game or Tron-themed enemies, just a new name. So you might have very well played that variety. Last year, when I ranked all 14 Atari cartridges released by publisher US Games, I was playing some of those titles for the first time. Now, one of the standouts that stuck with me was a colorful combo of Missile Command and Atlantis that has become part of my regular rotation, so I'm going to highlight it here today on Friday Plays. Commando Raid was released by US Games in 1982. Now, programmed by Wes Traeger and Henry Will, Commando Raid puts you in control of an anti-personnel turret which must defend 4 cities from wave after wave of descending android paratroopers. Now, the first thing you're likely to notice is the colorful graduated background, quite impressive for the 2600, but as you play a few rounds, you may come to appreciate the skill and strategy required to keep your turret intact for more than a few seconds. Let's go have a look.
So here is Commando Raid. When you fire it up, you're greeted to this really nice, as I said, graduated background. It kind of looks like it's dusk or dawn or something, the pinks and oranges back there. So the general concept of the game is you have these 4 cities to protect. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the bottom. You are this little turret at the bottom that I can move left and right with my joystick. Interestingly, I think this game would have been better controlled with the paddles, honestly. Because the control is a little bit finicky with the left and the right with the joystick. But by finicky, I mean it's hard to aim. It would be easier to have that fine control of a paddle, but it's a joystick game. So you're kind of down in this valley. Let me go ahead and start so you can start to see the other elements of the game. The top of the screen there is the score. So I'm going to hit start. As I hit up on the controller, there comes the first the helicopters coming across, and they're dropping paratroopers. And what you need to do is shoot down the paratroopers. You can also shoot down the helicopters if you're able, if you can do that. And as a paratrooper lands on a city, by the way, they're android paratroopers. So don't feel bad about shooting them down. They're not people. They're just robots. So sorry, AI overlords. Yes, we're shooting down robots. Oh, there's a bomber, which we'll talk about in a second. Now, as they drop, each city can withstand 3 hits. And if a paratrooper lands on a city that's damaged after 3 hits, they'll start digging a trench underground to your turret. Now, once they do that, there's nothing you can do to stop them. They'll dig that trench, and I'll show you in a second. They'll dig it, and they blow up your enemy. As soon as they get under there, it's just you just watch it happen. There's nothing you can do to stop it. We'll let some more paratroopers land. So in addition to the helicopter, of course, the paratroopers are dropping. You have a bomber that it comes through. There's the bomber, as if on cue. So this is this blockbuster bomber. If you don't destroy that bomb, it's instant game over. Not like maybe later, not like we'll see how it goes or lose a life. There are no lives in this game. You have 1 life. And if that bomb hits the ground, it's all over. I guess it's a nuke. I don't know. There are 8 different levels of play that progress, and the levels are represented by the different colors of paratroopers. I think now we have these pale lime green ones. Later they get purple. There's a bomber coming across. Now you also have some options. There's no game select. Game restart starts the game. But color black and white puts you in auto fire. So right now I'm shooting. Oh, there goes the bomb. Yeah, we'll die a lot while we're showing off this game. So color black and white switch. When it's in black and white, you auto fire. When it's in color, you hold down the button to fire. I like the auto fire. It's quite nice. The other interesting thing is you can use the left difficulty. Right now I have guided bullets. See how when I move my turret, I can kind of steer the bullets? If you go into advanced difficulty, they're straight, so there's no guided bullets there. So you can see now they're going in the direction that they were, when they fired from the turret, it stays that trajectory. So It's nice to give you an option. You have the guided bullets or not. Additionally, the right difficulty will turn the bomber on or off. So if you think that's unfair and you don't like the bomber ending your game instantly if you're not careful, you can turn the bomber off entirely. So essentially for an easier game. Yeah, oh, scoring. I'll make sure I talk about scoring. Shooting down either one of the helicopters, like I just did, or the bomber gets you 200 points. Shooting down the bomb or one of the paratroopers, here's the bomb right now, gets you 115 points. Now, score, of course, is what you're shooting for, get a high score in the game, but it's important that every 10,000, they will rebuild one of your cities. And whichever one is the most damage, which is probably that far right one, if I can hit 10,000, they're going to give me a whole new city. Now, they won't fix the dugout underneath. Uh-oh, I'm about to die. Oh no, here comes the bomb. Oh, just in time. The 10,000 fixed that city as a paratrooper was about to land on it. So you can see now it's a little more resilient. It looks more solid again. Yeah. Whew. Okay, throw off the auto fire. All right, so those are the basics. It's a super simple game. This is Commando Raid. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to do a points run. Yeah, just blow up my little turret. Yeah, I'm going to try to do a points run. I can typically get about 20,000, 25,000. So I'm going to do non-guided bullets. There will be a bomber and auto fire. Those are my options, and I'm going to try. All right, here we go with that points run. Wish me luck. Got the auto fire on. And I find that I tend to play this game like a windshield wiper. Like I clear what's on the left and I clear what's on the right. Now, early, you can't do that because they all kind of come down at the same time. But once you get started, I kind of do that left and right thing. Yeah, there he is. There's that bomber. Got him. Ooh, that guy's getting kind of low. All right, 3,000. So that was the white-colored android paratroopers. Now, what do we get? Next wave, anytime now. There they are. Oh, the orange one. It's kind of a burnt orange. Oh, got him. That one, he's on the outside. Too many coming down over there. Get him. Oh, got him. Okay, woo. Okay, now they're kind of left and right. So 2 on the left, kind of get 2 on the right if I can. Switch back over. Now you see that kind of that left-right progression. Works pretty well for me most of the time. Oh, that's one got through. A second one got through. You get off the cadence, though. Oh, a bomber. Get that bomb. The thing about the bomb, too, is it doesn't matter how bad your cities are. You've got to go after that bomb or it's just instant game over, like I said. So I tend to not try to even shoot for the vehicles, the bombers and the helicopters that much, except at the very beginning of the level when there's no paratroopers on screen. Because I just find I can't do both at the same time. I can't focus on the vehicles and protect the cities for paratroopers. Oh, there's too many getting through. We're getting close to the 10,000. Looks like that rightmost city is the one that needs the most help. So with any luck, we'll, come on. 10,000's coming. 97, 99. Come on, fix that. Oh, it was the leftmost city that got fixed. All right, now the rightmost, they're digging a trench already. Let's get this bomb. Got it. It took a lot of damage while I was getting that bomb, but we finished this wave. All right, 11,000. Like I said, 20, 25, that's about my top. So, get a couple of helicopters. I didn't get any. Now we're on the purple paratroopers. Back over here, got those guys. Oh, one got through the outside. Oh no. Look at that. He's digging that trench. It's coming across. The bomb. There we go. Too many guys coming through. I guess if I'm able to get another 10,000, they'll fix the rightmost city. I think. That's the one. Oh, they're coming down fast. You can see how the levels, like the troopers are getting a little more dense. I feel like they are anyway. 16,000. Get those guys. Left and right, like a windshield wiper. These guys. And I just don't have time to shoot the airplanes and the helicopters. That's all I can do to save myself from the stupid bombers. All right, that finishes the purple level. 19,000. Come on, get me a helicopter or two when we start. There's one. All right. Come on. He's on the outside. Got him. Over here. Oh, there, fixed the city. There's 20 grand. All right. I am now on the ragged edge of how well I normally do. I don't think I'm going to get I don't think I'll get to 30, honestly. I typically don't. I typically don't get to 30. Oh, that was a pretty good shot. Oh, bomber coming in. Gotta take care of that bomb. Get this. Come on, bomb. Got it. Too many guys here. Left-hand side. It's just managing how quickly can you go left and right. Uh-oh. Now all 4 have trenches dug. Oh, bad news, bad news. It's coming to the left-hand side, the right-hand side. Oh, no, there's one of the... Oh, no. Oh, that's a trench extension. I think it's just one more trench extension. Oh, no. Oh, there is one more after that. So you can see how close he is. Oh, no. Oh, no. There it is. 27,040. Not too bad, really. So I think you can see, it won't be for everybody, but there's an addictive quality of this is a pure arcade game. It's designed to kill you fast. How long can you survive against overwhelming odds? Sometimes you'll get in a little groove and you'll kind of be defending your cities okay, and then you get to where like you can't hit a single paratrooper, and then a bomber comes down and everything is against you. Anyway, so that's Commando Raid.
Now, US Games, at the time a subsidiary of Quaker Oats, published just over a dozen Atari cartridges. None of them became hits, and while Commando Raid itself may be somewhat derivative of other popular games at the time, others tried some new and original game mechanics not previously seen on the VCS. When I first looked at 20th Century Fox's Worm War I for that publisher's tier ranking video last year, I said, and I quote, "It's either a couple of VCS tech demos mushed into some semblance of a game, or how you might reinterpret Centipede if your only knowledge of the game was what you heard from a 5-year-old. But that doesn't mean it's not good. We're going to spend some more time blasting worms in the city of Teriyaki after this." Worm War I, programmed by David Lubar, was released for the 2600 all the way back in 1982. Now, as I mentioned in that tier ranking video, I'd previously only ever tried the game out for like 60 seconds at a time and then dismissed it as flat and uninteresting. But then I discovered that if you take the time to understand the game's rules and give it a few minutes to ramp up, you're rewarded with a fun and challenging game that rivals some of the early arcade games. Let's jump in.
So here's Worm War I. It looks and sounds chaotic when you first turn it on. It actually has an attract mode that is showing you the different games you can play. It's kind of playing a sped up version of the game. Let's talk about the sounds for a second. They're very Atari. And I don't mean that negatively. Some people might think that, but just take a second. Listen here. It's that distinctive Atari audio chip that just I don't know, it makes me smile. I like the sound of it. And despite that, I used to never give this game a chance, and now it's in my rotation. I know it looks crazy. The object of the game is really simple. You don't have lives, you just have energy. Your object is to navigate your way through the city of Teriyaki, yeah, it's called that, destroying worms, destroying blocks, and trying not to run out of fuel. It's pretty simple, There are just a couple of cool little mechanics to know about, and then it's just taking those rules and applying them. So let's start by talking a little bit about, and the attract mode here is really helpful because it's going to show you through some of this. So you have 3 basic game types. There's game option number 1, which we're looking at right now, which is the board gets more cluttered and the worms are moving back and forth after you. And then if let me go through the game select here. Let's go to game option 2. Game option 2, looks like this, and now you have no obstacles, just worms to contend with and the little pagodas, which we'll get to in a second. And then game option 3 is crazy in that it's like game option 1, but the worms are mostly invisible. They just appear when you shoot them. So see the little flashes? There's a flash, you can see that dark worm in the background. Sorry for all the flashing. Worms are somewhere there. Yeah, invisible. Yeah. Crazy. Then, so you have those 3 basic game types, and then there are the 2-player versions of them. So that's game options 1, 2, and 3. When you go to game option 4, now you see there are 2 little tanks at the bottom, And this is cooperative multiplayer. So the two of you are working with the same fuel, the same score, and you're trying to build up the best score you can. And the same deal. You can do the normal, the clear screen, or the stupid invisible worms one, which I think is just dumb. And then finally, move on down here to game options 7, 8, 9. Now you can see there's 2 scores, 2 sets of energy. This is a 2-player competitive, so you're fighting over the resources on the screen. So let me just go to game option 1 and hit start. A little calmer. Okay, little hum in the background. Each wave starts with a single spawned item, a worm or a pagoda. So once you get rid of that one, it'll spawn 2 things. There you go, 2 worms. So the worms are moving back and forth. You could speed up and slow down. And the difficulty switches actually control how quickly you could speed up and slow down. So if the worms are coming down, you can speed past them. They'll cycle back to the top of the screen. So, you know, I can speed up and maybe get by this guy so he doesn't hit me. There we go, and then slow down and shoot him. The difficulty switches, in fact, impact how quickly and efficiently you can break. So it's just harder to break on the expert difficulty level. Once you destroy 2 things, now 3 things spawn. Okay, so you have 2 worms and a pagoda. The pagoda is a gas station or gas tank or something. If you can wait and not destroy it, you can get it any time, actually. Let's get this worm. I'm going to get between 1 and 12 new bits of energy to add to my 85, 84, up to 89 now, so I got some more. Now 4 things spawn. In this case, 4 worms, right? My energy is going down slowly. I'm going to pause briefly here to catch up with this because I can't explain it and show you at the same time. So now I'm at the stage where 5 things have spawned. With that 99 energy that you start with, it's always moving down. If you hit a worm, you lose 10 points. If you hit a block, you haven't seen the blocks yet, they're coming, you lose 5 points. Every time you move forward 1 segment on the side walls there, that's 1 energy. So you burn energy just moving through the screen. And a gas station will give you between 1 and 12 points of energy. So waiting to pick up the gas is the only way to survive in this game. Is basically your health and your fuel is that energy. You need to keep getting it. But you have an option. You can pick up the energy from the fuel tank, or if you shoot it, it's a smart bomb and it ends the level. Now that sounds all great and well, but if you don't have fuel, you don't move on. So now 6 things have spawned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you never know, it could be 1 pagoda. Never more than 1 I've ever seen, and up to 5 or 6 worms that spawn. And once you can complete a level, so this is a 6 spawn, and so when I finish that, I'll get also a bonus. Now I'm getting 20 points for every worm I destroy, 5 points for every block I destroy, and then a bonus at the end of the level. And that's progressive. I don't know how it moves up after that, but as you move through the game, it gets faster. Now, once you get to the 2nd level, now these blocks start to form. Now that adds difficulty because you can't hit them. They damage you. Worms can move right through them, but you can't hit them. So you just plow right through. Come on, worm. Oh, no. There we go. So all right, now let's get this guy. All right, now 4 things are going to spawn. I'm still hoping for a pagoda. And I always try not to shoot the pagoda. I think it's a sucker bet to destroy the pagoda as a smart bomb because you're never going to get fuel that way. Whoa, don't hit me, worm. Oh, he did hit me. All right, let's get this fuel down to 63, 62, up to 70. All right. Luckily, shooting doesn't cost anything, so your bullets are free. But clearing out the obstacles, definitely a good idea. Come on, worm. Got him. So then we got, 6 things spawning and no pagoda. Bad news. So it's this constant cycle of 1 through 6, trying to gather your fuel, get a bonus after the end of 6, and then it starts again with 1. 1 worm, destroy him, and it's going to move on to 2, 3, 4. So it's 2 things spawn. 1 pagoda, great. So that's fuel. So that's usually about 10. So that should bring me up to maybe 70 or so. Woohoo, 67, not bad, not bad. No pagoda, so I'm shooting. Yeah. And if, like me, you only ever threw this in, and look, we hit reset. And you started the game and went, what? What is this game? You know, or maybe you reset and you saw 1 worm, right? Okay. Oh, 2 worms. That's exactly what I did. I'm like, is that all this game has to offer? If you just play it through the first level, the first, 1 through 6 worms, Suddenly you're like, well, now it's energy management. Now it's dodging these worms. Now it's not hitting the pagodas. Shoot this worm. I don't know about you, but this has become a game that once I figured out what it was like, I play it all the time. I think it's fantastic. Okay, it's time now, with that overview behind us, it's time now to try for a points run. Before I do, of course, I will remind you of our merch store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. All kinds of cool, nerdy designs you can get printed on hats and tees and mugs and pins and stickers and all kinds of great stuff. You get something neat, treat yourself, and you'll also be supporting independent content creation like you see here on GenXGrownUp. I'm trying to play while I talk about that. Okay, all right, so I'm going to go to game option 1, basic difficulty. Not changing anything there. Let's go around to number 1. Here's my points run. I'm going to hit start. Wish me luck. I don't even know what my high score is here because I don't remember. Let's see. All right, and we're off. Starts with a pagoda. So right away I can jump up here, refill. Up to 98. Cool. 2 worms. Get those guys. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot that pagoda. Got an itchy trigger finger just trying to shoot a worm before he spawned, but come on. Got him. No pagoda. Up to 93. I like to keep my fuel above 70. That's my goal. And if you start getting hit by worms, that's easier said than done, as you might imagine. And try not to hit that pagoda because I want it. You don't have to wait and get the pagoda last. It's just easier than dodging worms. So, ooh, 99. Ooh, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now they spawned in a bad spot. Oh, I lost a bunch of fuel there. Oh, it's killing me. 66. All right, I can recover. All right, so sped up a little bit. Got the worms back on top. Kind of travel with them helps. There's some bonus. Now, I'm below 70, but let's hope for an early pagoda here. Hey, we lucked out. That ought to put us back over 70. All right, now we're in business. No pagoda here, but we do have... How many times will I say the word pagoda in this video? Let's call it a gas tank, shall we? Now the blocks are adding all kinds of complexity here. So once I grab it, I need to either shoot that. Also, when the worms are spawning, I hit a pagoda. When the worms are spawning, you can't shoot. So you have to be careful of that. There we go, back over 70. Whoa! Oh, that worm! Ouch! Get trapped in the corner, it could be really bad news. There we go. Back under 70, but again, I can recover. As the screen gets a little more complex. Come on, worm. Got him. Now, sometimes those gas tanks will spawn. Whoa! Oh. In such a way that they're in the way. Ooh. I think that'll cycle back around too, I hope. It didn't! Oh, well, there you go. Live and learn. The pagoda will not circle around like the worms do. So I missed out on that. Now I'm down to 40. Oh, no, 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 no. I can't take any more damage. All right, 36. I need fuel. It's not giving me any. Holding down the button, by the way, rapid fire, that works. Just hold it down. There we go. I'm down to 6. They give me no fuel. Down to 40 still. So I'm constantly, my eye is on not only the worms, but I'm monitoring that fuel all the time. Please don't dismiss this game because you only played it like me for 60 seconds and went, yeah, it's dumb. This is finesse. Now I need to shoot the block so I can get the fuel tank. Got it. All right. And they quickly slow down because they're about to spawn. Hey, and I got another one. That'll get me up over 40 or 50. Yeah? Under 30. Come on. Okay. I can shoot that. I can shoot that. Then get the fuel. Got it. Oh, I'm up to 11. Over 11,000. 30. This give me almost 40 maybe. Yeah, 39, good. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I'm in the corner. Whew, shooting that pagoda. I didn't mean to do it, but I think otherwise I would have died. That was a happy accident. All right, 26. Ah, good, I got a fuel tank. Oh, no, I can't get, I can, barely get to that fuel tank. Come on. So I got to slow down and then weave my way in here. Like that. Okay. Whew, that was close. Now, could you imagine this also now? 2-player, cooperative, competitive. I mean, you see what this game is. You see the kind of little, oh no, last second frenetic push kind of game that you get here. I'm never going to get to that one. How will I ever get over there? Can I navigate all the way to that pagoda? Well, maybe I'm blowing some stuff away. I got it! Look at that. And it's going to get more and more claustrophobic as you see as they put more and more of these blocks. I'm up to the 5. 5 worms. Come on, worm. Gotcha. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Okay. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Oh, no, no. Ow. 13. Oh, no. This could be bad news. 1 hit and I'm dead. Because 10 points is what a worm costs when it hits you. Oh, this could be near the end. 23 grand. Okay. It'd have been nice if you just given me a pagoda there, but they didn't. Yeah, all worms. I'm down to 8, so I'm just going to run out of fuel. They're not going to give me anything. Yeah, 6, 5, 4. This is going to be the end. 3. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The end. Almost 25 grand. 24,980. I'll take that. Man, okay. Look, did you dismiss this game before? Have you never looked at it as long as this? If you haven't, like if you saw my tier and went, maybe I'll take a look at that someday. But now that you know what this game is, I mean, there's so much more than you would have assumed from that first few seconds. Like this that we just did, compare that to this. Like I think I said in that tier ranking that the first 60 seconds of this game is like the cartoon before the movie. It's just a taste of what you're in for, and then it really turns into something. So yeah, this then, I hope you enjoy it. I hope this gets you to go play this game, Worm War 1.
Rarity guides categorize Worm War 1 as being scarce. Not rare, but not common either. And a quick check of price charting shows a loose copy going for about $15 and a complete box copy worth upwards of $60. Now, I'm sure the limited release and scarcity of Worm War 1 is the main contributor to the price it demands, but I'd really like to believe that part of that valuation has to do with other Atari fans like me discovering it some 40 years later after its release and the realization of just how good it is driving up the demand. I can always dream. It's been a little over a year since I published videos ranking every Activision game released for the Atari 2600. Now, of those games, one that I didn't rank so favorably was Bob Whitehead's cow roping simulator, Stampede. Well, in this Friday Plays, I'm headed back out to the range to revisit this title and see if maybe I judged it too harshly. That's next. Now, I've been playing Stampede for almost as long as I can remember. Released in 1981, I acquired this 2 kilobyte cartridge in a trade with a friend at school. Now, I can't remember what I traded for it, but I do remember, before long, I kind of regretted the swap. Now, it's not that Stampede is bad, but I just found it kind of monotonous. In that tier ranking video, in fact, I said, you have to dodge these little steer skulls that are kind of dropped in your way, all the while not letting too many of these calves by, and if you do, game over. And like several of the early titles, it's just kind of a one-trick pony. Ha, get it? Pony, because you're riding a horse. I give it a D. Bad puns aside, my feelings on Stampede haven't changed since then, but for many, it's a favorite VCS game, so I felt it only fair to saddle up and give Stampede its day in the sun.
Okay, Stampede, you're off to a decent start. We've got the Activision logo down there. We have wide open green field with a fence on each side and a pretty nice detailed cowboy character there. It's all one color, but I mean, you can make out his lariat and you can make out his hat and the horse's legs and everything. Start with game options, which cleverly named game options. I have to give the game credit for that. There are 8 game options. Right now, if you look in the upper right, the currently selected game is up there. And 1 through 8, they're named Sidekick, Pilgrim, Cowpoke, Wrangler, Top Hand, Trail Boss, Rancher, and Cattle Baron. They're not just difficulties 1 through 8. So the basic difficulty 1, it's very predictable. The order in which the different cows come out at you, and it ramps up really slowly. Option 2, the Pilgrim option, they kind of dodge you up and down. In fact, let me just show you what I mean by that. See the cows coming, they kind of walk in a bit of a straight line there. And if I go to option 2, you'll see how they kind of little bob up and down. It makes it harder to lasso them. And then option 3, they now add up and down functionality, but there's no pattern to the order, allegedly, there's no pattern to the order in which all the cattle come out. Now, I've read that actually there is a predictable pattern that resets after a while, and an expert can max this out at $99,999, but I've never been close to that. Also, there's a difficulty switch. So before I talk about the difficulty, I should tell you, if you don't know Stampede, this is the simplicity of it. Let me just start a game. You're this little cowboy, and your goal is to not let any of the cattle past you. So in the upper right is your score, it's blue. In the upper left is the number of, what do you call them, strays that you're allowed. You know, cows that get away. So anything that you don't lasso and they get past you, that's a stray. So you have this lariat. There's one getting past me now. Come on, get him. So I can lasso them and grab them and the different point values for the different ones. You can also bump them and make them go forward, but every time you bump them, they speed up a little bit and don't get knocked back quite as far or as fast, I've noticed. So difficulty switch, so you know that it's about to end. Okay, start again. So look at my lariat, how long it is. Well, if you go to advanced, the lariat is somewhat shorter compared to that, Look at almost full half screen there. And then this one just goes this far. Now, I prefer the A difficulty, even though the lariat's shorter. The problem is when your lariat, your lasso, whatever, is out, you can't move. So it's not like you can throw it and move a little bit. When you throw it, you're paralyzed for a moment. So over the course of the game, Black Angus, I'm just kind of playing mindlessly there. I lost again. I lose all the time, easily. Throughout the course of the game, you have a variety of different cattle. You have the Black Angus, which I think you saw. We'll come across one of those. So you have the Black Angus. He's worth 100. We'll point him out when we see him. The light brown, those are Jersey cattle. Those are worth 25 points when you get them. The medium brown are Guernseys. They're only worth 15. And then the dark red are Herefords. Herefords, there's the Black Angus. And those are worth only 3 points because they don't move very quickly and they're not that much of a challenge. So the mechanic really is don't let them get past you and keep lassoing them. There also is the element of these skulls. So you see the skull there. So what I haven't done is let something run into me yet. A skull causes your horse to rear up and that paralyzes you for just a moment. Oh, there. See how he rears back? And during that time, yeah, you absolutely cannot move your little horse and you're stuck. And what just happened is what happens to me all the time when I play Stampede. It's going okay, it's going okay. One cow gets by, and then 2 cows, 3 cows get by, and they all rush past you. Now, you don't have a time limit, so you can take as long as you want to play this. So I'm sure, in what I've read, it's kind of about managing the cattle. A lot of people that commented in that ranking video said, you don't understand. It's not just about lassoing, it's about managing the herd. And here's what I observed as a professional cowboy that I am, is that, look, I got by. I am working my way down through this field, trying to keep control of all these cattle. And what's happening is they're going slower than me, and therefore I run past them. Why would I not, as a responsible cowboy, slow down and not pass up the cows that are getting away? Why would you just plow forward and go, lost that one, because they're all running away from you. If you pass them, it's because you ran past the cow. That's like the philosophical problem with, there we go. There's that doggone Black Angus. So he doesn't move at all. They say he's stubborn. He just sits there and he's like, no, you're not going to catch me. So you've got to prioritize him because he counts as one of the cattle that can get past. Now, if you happen to get 1,000 points, I don't, but if you happen to get 1,000 points, it will increase your stray count. So it starts at 3. If you get to 1,000, it'll go up to 4, or the next 1,000 is 5, and you can keep going. And theoretically, as you continue to progress through the game, if you don't let any pass, you could just keep getting, more and more lives, you might call them, strays that you can have. Oh, look, that guy at the top of the screen, no time to get to him. And then there's a guy at the bottom, and that's what happens. What else? Okay, I can tell you one more thing is, whoa! One more thing is that Stampede, also like Activision games, you could get a patch. The patch is 3,000 points. Look, that's a 157. I wasn't trying super hard, but it was a 157. And I'll tell you, I just think this game goes by too quickly, and it's over so fast. It's worse than an arcade-style game that, they say arcade games are designed to get your money and get you off the game in about 3 minutes. My games usually last about 20 seconds or 30 seconds. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. So I don't think I'm not going to do a points run. My points are going to be terrible. I'm not good at this game. I have practiced over the last few days, and I just haven't gotten better. What I will try to do is I'm going to try to break 1,000. I'm trying to get that extra stray. I've never done that. I've never played this long enough to accomplish it, even as a kid that I recall. It certainly didn't take note of it. Before I do, I will take just a second to remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. I mentioned it during most Friday plays. Just want to keep it in your mind so that if you're in the market for printed tees or hats or shirts or whatever with cool designs, we have them over there. And not only can you get something cool for yourself, but if you buy it from our store, it will support Gen X Grown Up videos like this one each week. Okay. So I am going to keep it on the A difficulty, which means the shorter lariat. I'm going to go on game option 1, the standard one. Although game option 2 is more interesting. The little dogies move a little bit. Let's do game option 2. I think it's interesting enough, and lassoing them isn't my biggest problem. So we'll try option 2. If I fail miserably, we might back it back to 1, but that's what we're going to try. So I don't have high hopes for my skill here, but give it a shot. I do like the little galloping noise, though. So I tend to just try to push back the light-colored cattle first. There we go. I already lost one. That prevents that Black Angus from getting by. Already down 1. That was the one track that wasn't full, so we're down to... Whoa, there's another one. Look, no time to get up there. It's almost like you have to live in the middle of the screen or forget about it. This is just my first attempt. I will try more. So get all these guys, get it back up here. The herding mechanic is cool. If there was a payoff that I enjoyed, like what if there was a, I don't know. I know this was early, 81. What if there was like a, no, it's gone. What if it was like a boss to get, or there's a giant herd comes by every once in a while that, you get a lot of bonuses for, or maybe if I got a bonus for herding the cattle, 468, half of what I'm shooting for. Maybe there'll be something there. Here's attempt number 2, right? As I've said, it's kind of the same thing over and over. And admittedly, you could say the same thing of a lot of early video games, the same thing over and over. But something about Stampede just strikes me as particularly lackluster in its samitude. So they're all now these dark red heifers, but they're only Herefords, whatever they. Whoa! But they're only worth 3 points apiece. So yeah, congratulations on having lots of those. Whoa! Now see, I had to go get him. Oh, look at that, 700 and whoa! All right, 800. Whoa, no! Oh, that was so close. Okay. Whoa! Where are you going? 1, 2. 971. See how it ended? Like one was in the way, and I had to go for the Angus, and then whoop, 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 they're all gone. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so going for points early maybe isn't the right thing to do. Maybe it's more about just keeping the screen full so you don't get overwhelmed by fast cattle. That sounds almost like what I'm seeing. So I get really worried when there's an open track, because that means that Black Angus could come. Maybe I don't want to rescue them too fast and keep the tracks full. Maybe that's an idea. Oh, there's one up there. Look, I missed him and one got away at the same time. That's how it always happens to me. Just stop getting so aggressive with these cows. Whoa, no, up there. 495. That was attempt 3, okay? Maybe I want to keep the outside lanes populated. Because you notice there's only one cow can ever be on any one horizontal row here. So maybe if I keep something in the outside lanes and don't ever grab those cows. And I think eventually I'll have to, because they get pushed back a little less each time you push them back, is what I've observed at least. They don't go like all the way across the screen, but yeah, Black Angus. All right, I've cleared too much now. I'm worried. Now a lot of these fast cows are coming. Oh, no, these two got away. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, 591. Like I thought I knew what I was doing, but the scoring was going so slow. Okay, what is that? 4? I lost count. Number 5 we're trying now. Here we go. I do like that mechanic of like bumping them and then grabbing them as you bump them. I think that's cool. Bump, grab. Like, oh, you thought you were getting away. All right, so as long as they're full, nothing's coming. So maybe I can force a Black Angus to spawn. Whoa, no. And 2 got see, boop, 2 got away. I'm going to do it. Like, I'm starting to figure it out. This is definitely the most analytical I've ever been with Stampede. If you can get the dark red ones in the outside, maybe leave them. Because they're the ones that keep you from having to go full screen, right? Oh! Another one got away and another one got away. Oh. 422. I'm getting worse. How did I do my first game ever? Like, I should take a nap and come back and try again. All right, I'm developing a strategy. I'm not following the strategy, but I'm developing it. And then, yeah, just... Okay. I think this is the one. This is the one. I think I understand. Patience and discipline is what it's going to take to not just lasso everything that runs by. See, we can still have fun with the game, even if I don't particularly care for its aesthetic. Because they're slow enough, I can get top to bottom. All right, now I'm going to pick one lane in the middle and clear it and wait and see what comes down that lane. All right, so skull. We don't want to hit the skull. Here's some fast cows. That's 50 points, right? Okay, what else is going to come in here? Something good? Nope, something bad. Here's some faster cows. There's 150 points. Oh, no, 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 no! 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. 430. I get it. I'm getting it. I'm understanding. I'm going to get 1,000. I'm going to get 1,000. I've lost track of how many attempts this is now. 7? 6? I don't know. Top 3, 4 rows are all those dark reds. So let's just clear this one. Oh, skull. Oh, there we go. There's a quick 100 points. Or 50, I guess, right? Those are both worth 25. I'm down to 1. If 1 gets away, we're done. I get 700 points. They're all getting faster. I only have 1 fail left. If I don't succeed here, I feel like I really... Like, I have the code. I know what I need to be doing. Oh! I missed him! Oh, okay. Again. No, I'm really wanting... Uh-oh. I'm really wanting those to go back to dark red, which they're not. Something's going to be there, probably. Oh, no, one's getting away. Oh, dang it. Oh, 759. Going again. I'm just not leaving lanes open any more than I have to. And that's a mechanic that exists only because of the limitations of the 2600, right? So I'm sure in order to avoid flicker, what Bob Whitehead did was limit items that appear on the horizontal, and then you could, on a vertical interrupt, you could reuse that sprite when it comes back around. Okay, I don't know how deep we are in the edit, but I'm on attempt about number 8 or 9. So depending on how much I've edited out of this, based on how long this recording gets. For reference, that's how long we've been at this. Shh, goodness. All right, so I've got to focus on the bottom now. Oh, I accidentally grabbed that guy. No, no, no! All in a row. 844! Moving on to attempt 9 or 10. Yeah, what do we got? Just a skull, we don't want that. That doesn't hurt you, it just causes your horse to rear up, and you can't move during that time. So there's not like lives or anything, but you see how the game goes. It doesn't take much. A couple get away and, you know, poof, the game is over. Let's clear this row, see what we can do. Oh, steer head, whatever, skull. 7 something, all right, here we go. Oh, no, no, there's 2 just got away in a row. Oh, 744. Why is it so, like... Look how fast they're coming. All right, they're definitely not getting knocked back as far. I don't... Attempt number 12 now. Come on. And yet, couldn't do anything about it. One gets away up there. Oh, no, 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 no. I have too many clear rows. Too many clear rows. Instinct. I was grabbing dark red cows just to grab them. 830. Is that close to the best I've done so far? That's so close to what I need to hit. When I get 1,000, I'm going to gleefully stop. Maybe early on I can manage 2 rows instead of just 1. So maybe let me try that and see what I can do. Like, just kind of... I can manage both of these, maybe. Gives you double the chance for scoring, you know what I mean? It's a little dangerous, admittedly. Oh, there's 100. Oh, 8. Here we go. Here we go. This is going to be it. 955. Come on. 1,000 exactly. No noise or anything. All we got was just, it went up to 4. I mean, I'm not saying no thanks, but it went up to 4. Where are we at? 1,100? Oh my goodness. Wow. Just sometimes you get one of those games where things start working. I don't know if they're getting any faster, but they're definitely staying challenging. Whoa, look at that! Oh, man! 14, 15. This is the run. I will never be better at Stampede than I am right now. I will never play this game as well as I did this one run, you know? Knock them back. Come on, there, I see ya. Row 3, give me something good. Oh, no, 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 I just wasn't paying attention. They're getting away now. Oh, no, no. See it? Oh, there it goes. Whew, it just gets away from me. 1,633. Hopefully now I have... Now I want to try the patch. I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to try the patch maybe someday. But I understand the game better than I ever did before. Even with that, understanding the complexity. It's not my favorite, but I will say I have a greater appreciation for Stampede than I ever had before, thanks to this Friday Plays.
Look, I get it. Stampede is not without its charms. For 1981, the character design and sound effects were pretty leading edge on the VCS, but with apologies to Bob Whitehead, neither I nor the 12-year-old version of me who traded for it are fans of the gameplay itself. But that's okay. Look, if I've learned one important thing here, it's that a game need not be an all-time favorite in order to enjoy exploring it here on Friday Play. The power of crowdsourcing. Up until now, I've been hesitant to jump into some of what I consider to be more complex Intellivision games. And by complex, I mean uses a bunch of those keypad buttons. For whatever reason, those games just kind of intimidate me. But over the past few months, one title that keeps getting suggested for a Friday Plays feature is Intellivision's Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. And the most vocal among you is regular viewer Disco Stu. Stu, you've suggested this one multiple times, so I'm headed to Cloudy Mountain right after this. Intellivision published Advanced Dungeons & Dragons in 1982 after coming to a licensing agreement with TSR. It was the first cartridge for the system that used more than a 4K ROM. In fact, it's a 16K ROM, 4 times the size. It became the norm later on, but this was the first one. Later renamed AD&D Cloudy Mountain to avoid confusion with the second Dungeons & Dragons game in the series, the game not only promises mazes and monsters, but also takes full advantage of the keypad on the Intellivision controller to check inventory, grab items, use ladders, and fire arrows. With my history of enjoying Dungeons & Dragons, I've long been intrigued by this game, but it's that complex overlay that kept scaring me off. But I finally bit the bullet, figured out how to map all those buttons to my controller in emulation, and over the past few days have fallen in love with this game. Now, luckily for me, I get to play some more of it to share with you right now.
I am so stoked to be playing some of this Dungeons & Dragons game. I hope in this playthrough and kind of explanation of what's going on in this game, I convince just 1 or 2 people who've never tried it before to try it, and someone finds a favorite. That's the beauty of these Friday Plays half the time. So here's the launch screen you're used to on an Intellivision game. And below me, you can see there is that keypad. And it uses all but one button, the center button. The 5 is the only one that's not used. 1, 2, and 3 for difficulty, or you can actually hit the disc, the directional, to pick a harder difficulty. There's a color code in this game that goes gray, blue, red, purple for difficulty. And that's true of the game difficulty. That's true of the mountain dungeons that you go in. And so you just pick a direction that you want to go. So I'm going to kind of flip in this direction. And there we go. Now you'll notice the mountain is gray because I selected difficulty 1, the grayish one. The Cloudy Mountain will change colors based on what difficulty you choose. And I think for most of this game, I'll use gray or blue difficulty, which are the first 2, because I want to be able to show you everything without having to restart a bunch of times. And I'll explain what difficulty does. Effectively, it makes monsters faster and you get fewer arrows. That's pretty much what's different in the game. So it starts with this overland map, which every time I push start on this game in the past, I'm like, well, I'm already lost. And then I started trying to move with my controller and it didn't do anything. That's because of the overland map, you use the arrows and the numpad. So you're moving around this little flashing 3 dots that represents your party of 3 characters. You don't have 3 lives, so you do. You have 3 characters, you can die 3 times before the game is over. So as you move around the map, you're exploring these different black mountains. So What's on the map is important to understand. All of the mountains are there. The black mountains are mountains that you can explore, and if you get near them, they change color. See, that one turned blue, the one above me is gray. All of those kind of tan mountains, you cannot pass those. They're an impassable barrier. You also have rivers, which quite obvious, little blue ribbons that are running through there. You can only pass the rivers if you have the boat. There are also these wooded areas that look just kind of like green splotchy areas. Those are forest. You can only pass the forest if you have the axe. Makes sense? And then finally you have these walls, and on the walls are these little gates. You can only pass the gates if you have a key. And it's starting to sound really complex as I say it, but as soon as you understand, you can find anything you want by just color coding. So if I were to go in a gray mountain, gray mountains are easy and they have nothing in them but arrows. Blue mountains are the next difficult and they only would have a boat. I remember that because blue, like the river, is blue. If I come down and peek, here's a red mountain. That's the next difficulty. A red mountain you can only get arrows and an axe in a red mountain. Okay? And then we come, maybe we can find a purple one here. There's a red one. Let's check up here. If we can find a purple. There might not be one available. There's a purple one. The purple could only have a key to the gate. Later in this video, I'm going to do a full run-through of the game. We'll go get all the things. And it sounds like a 20-hour video. It's not. It's really just a few minutes to get everything and solve the game. And once you have all the elements, you can cross those barriers. So if I try to cross a mountain, it yells at me, of course. If I had access to a river or a wall or a forest, you'd get the same noise. So that's the overland. Aside from that, you have this little hut where you begin, and on the far right over there is the cloudy mountain. That's your goal. The entire goal up until you get there is to how to get there. So you plot a path. Will I have to cross a river? Well, if I do, I need to get the boat. Do I have to cross forest? Well, if I do, I need the axe, the key, etc., etc. Just 2 screens in this game. That's one. The other is inside of the mountains. Once you choose a mountain to go into, the only things you'll find in that mountain are what you'd expect. Gray will only have arrows, as I said. Blue, red, purple will have what's there, arrows, and possibly, and of course, eventually an exit to get out. And once you go in a mountain, you can only get out with the exit. So let's explore a gray environment here. Let's go into a gray. You go into the caves underneath the gray mountain. Here we are now inside. So you can listen and you can hear hints of enemies nearby. You can start to learn what those sounds mean. The things right here underneath me are nothing but like tracks or bones left behind by the monsters. So there's monsters nearby. There are various different monsters. Bats and spiders can't hurt you. Spiders can steal arrows. Bats can just make noises so you can't hear anything. You can see the bottom of my control panel, my numpad, I can hit and count arrows. And it's an audible count. So right now I have 3 arrows. So if I hit that button, beep, 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 3 arrows. 3 arrows. So if I had more arrows, it would beep longer. And that's how you do an inventory. There's no on-screen inventory. You have to remember what you have. So as you explore, oh, there's the rat. So let's just shoot him with my arrow. Got him. Poof. He's guarding the exit. So right away I have access to the exit, so I can explore for maybe 4 arrows. And there's a blob. Blobs are indestructible and kill you pretty much right away. So once you're in a mountain, you have a goal. My only goal in this mountain was to find the exit, which I've already done, and maybe pick up some arrows, because there's nothing else to pick up here. So as I browse, yeah, you look around, and the screen is, it's cyclical. It loops. If you keep going east, it could possibly loop around, and you could be back to where you already were. The more you just explore, the more you're going to find, the more monsters to fight. Some monsters require 1. There's a snake requires 2 arrows. That's all my arrows now. So I have no arrows, but if I can find a quiver. So here's where difficulty starts to, don't be worried. This is just a skull. It's not a monster. The difficulty is in the speed of the monsters, that's a very slow right now because I'm on a slow level. Sounds like a bat is nearby, or maybe a dragon. And also how many arrows are in the quivers you pick up. On easy, it's like 11 arrows, and it works its way down. On the hardest level, there are, I think, only 5 arrows in a quiver. Yeah, I really want to get some arrows here before I progress so we can do, because I want to show you the other mechanism you can use. When you're shooting arrows, you use the directionals on the numpad down there. But you can also ricochet your arrows off of walls and use that to strategically figure out how to hit monsters. On the higher levels, you have to do that because the monsters are so fast, you kind of need to shoot into the darkness when you hear them to scare them awake so that they'll you can hit them around the corners with these bounced arrows before they get you. Okay, here's a quiver with some arrows, and again, the numpad option. There's a pick up button down there. You hit the button, and you pick them up. Now, let's get past this bat because he's making noise. There we go. Let's count our arrows. Hey, got a bunch of arrows now. Oh, there's a rat. Kill that rat. Here's another quiver. I can pick that up. Now I have a lot more arrows. Let's listen. Wow. Okay. So the only thing in a gray mountain, as I mentioned, oh, there's a blob. He'll kill you almost immediately. The only things in here are quivers and the exit. So let's go ahead and exit this gray cavern. Yep, there it is. And again, you have a button, and you can see on the numpad below me for exit. So when you're on one of these ladders, you hit that button, and you're back out. Now, how does it work? The last 4 mountains you have explored will remain passable, meaning if you cross over them, you will not have to go through the cave again. But once you have done the 5th mountain, if you cross back over a 4th one, about one early 4, they'll be active again. You have to remember that. Again, there's no visible cue. I think really just I want to show you one more thing before we do a full playthrough, and that's to go through a blue mountain and show you how one of the pickups works. So we're going to go in the blue mountain here. It looks just the same. Now, the only things you're going to find in here are quivers for more arrows and the boat, which will let you cross that. And an exit, of course, you will find. So you begin your exploration. You work your way around, uncovering. Oh, he just stole an arrow. Let's kill that spider. Let's count. Okay. Looks like some footprints there, some tracks. Oh, there's the boat, and there's a demon guarding it. Shot him a couple of times. Oh, I meant to show you, and didn't. I want to show you the ricochet, right? So let's go to we'll grab the boat. Let's grab the boat, and I'll show you how arrows can ricochet. So I have the boat. You have to remember you have it. So check this out when I fire this direction. Look at the bounce. So if you had a monster up there coming around the corner, you could bounce that. But problem is, you can also shoot yourself. If it goes too many times. See how it could go around in a circle like that? So what I want to actually do is show you what happens when you die. That should be really easy with a blob here. So let's find this blob. Oh, he got me right away. What you didn't see is that immediately he went from black to blue to red, and then he died. And when we exit this, we still have to find the exit, of course. When we exit here, you'll see our adventuring party that was 3 dots now becomes just 2 dots. Grab these arrows, little count, got a lot. Oh, dragon! Ricochet, got him! Does that ricochet worked? What you find is that eventually you run out of places that it isn't. So like, well, I haven't been over here yet. So the fact that the dungeon reveals itself as you walk through is a really cool way to, you're mapping it as you go. Makes sense. There's that bat. He's not bothering me. Leave him alone. All right. So here's the exit. Out we go. And now, because the gray mountain is one of the last 4 I was mentioning, yeah, you can just cross through it without entering. And now I have just 2 dots showing the number of adventures or lives left are 2. And the last thing I want to do, I want to go into one more mountain. I want to show you what happens when you die, when you lose all of your lives. It puts a tombstone on the map where you died. So here's one death. There we go. You only get out if you can find the exit. So I'm going to walk through this guy. And dead. Go back to the map. Little tombstone on that red mountain. So, all right. So what I want to do is a full run through the game and show you what it takes. We're going to go all the way across the map, and we're going to get the Crown of Kings and put it back together. Before I do, of course, I want to remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool printed designs on hats and tees and mugs and stickers and phone cases and everything. We even have some Dungeons and Dragons designs over there. Everything, every dollar you spend not only gets you something cool, but supports independent content creation, just like you see here on Gen X Grown Up. So please keep us in mind the next time you're looking, or you want a cool D&D shirt, right? Okay, let's restart this. All right, start the game. I'm going to go pick the Gray Mountain. Now, I could do a harder one, but again, I don't want to keep restarting. I'm going to make sure that I can accomplish this and show you everything. So as you look around, the first thing you're deciding is, what tools will I need to get to that mountain? Well, I need to cross rivers. I'm going to need the boat. Well, I need to cross forests. I need the axe. So I can see right away that the axe would help me. So red would be great. So I'm going to go for this red mountain. So I'm going to go diagonally into it and start exploring. Now we know, because the mountain was red, there are 2 things in here we care about. well, there's arrows, of course. We want to find the axe that's in here, because it's a red mountain, and of course the exit. So we start our exploration. There's the blob. Stay away from that because it's almost instantly deadly. We're just exploring away. Let's count our arrows. All right, here's a spider. He's going to steal arrows. I only have 3, so I don't want to waste an arrow killing him. So I want to continue exploring. When I get more arrows, I'll kill those monsters when they're in the way. But the ones that don't hurt me, something, could be a dragon. What is that? Something with wings, maybe? Oh, it's just some bones and some tracks. There's another spider. Okay, the rat will hurt me, so try not to get touched by the rat. Oh my goodness. All right, so I found the exit. That's good. Now, can I find it again later? I have a bad sense of direction, but we know where the exit is at least. We still need to find the axe, which is in here somewhere in this dungeon. Oh, there's some arrows. That's good news. First, we'll count 1. Let's grab these. Plenty. Oh, there we go. There's the axe. Let's kill this snake. Got him. All right, so now we're going to grab the axe. You have to remember you have the axe. I believe the exit was kind of south of here, wasn't it? Yes. All right, that was a quick dungeon. We exit. Now, because we have the axe, we can move through the forest. See how it shows the axe icons? We can navigate through here. So what else? Gray mountains are just for harvesting arrows. We don't care about those. We want a blue or a purple. There's a purple. Let's see what's down here. There's a blue one. So that's the next difficult. That's level 2. Let's go in there and let's find the boat. There we go. Now, because it's a blue mountain, there will only be a boat and an exit here and some arrows to pick up, hopefully, at some point. There's the boat. Oh, goodness. Got him. 2 arrows to kill him. Let's grab the boat. Got it. Now, all we have to do is find the exit, and we'll be in good shape here. Arrows would be nice. Let's do a count. Yep, we're doing okay on arrows. We could stand some more. There we go. There's the exit. Got him. Awesome. Now, you could also, I didn't mention this, you could hold down the button to run a little bit faster. I tend to not use that because you end up running headlong into monsters, but especially on straightaways, to go a little bit faster. Some arrows would be nice, but look, now we have the axe, and we have the boat, was it? Yeah, the boat. Yeah, the only thing left to get is the key. Let me show you. Let's go and navigate a river and show you when we try to use the boat icon shows, and you show that you have access to that. Now, at this point, we could start heading toward the mountain, and we're going to head that direction. We still would like to get a key, but we need a purple mountain to get there. So I come down here, try to get into the wall. I can't. I don't have purple yet. I haven't gotten the key. So let's go to this mountain. Here's purple. This is the last one we need, I think, before we approach the mountain. And because it's a purple mountain caves, the only thing here, maybe some arrows, but there will be a key, and there will be an exit. Here's some wings. That's a demon. Got him. Let's count my arrows. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not many. So that bat was kind of... What the bat does is make noise so you can't hear other monsters. He doesn't hurt you. He's just, anytime he's on screen, he's... Yeah, it's a noise that blocks out other noises that might be helpful. So that's the benefit of killing... Oh, the spider. Ah, shot myself. You see that? All right, I got him. But I turned blue because I shot myself. Just 2 arrows left. I got to be careful. And another bat. Just want to get... Oh! Okay. Now, I'm out of arrows, but I found the exit. So now I really have to find arrows, because even if I find the key, he's going to be guarded by something that I don't have the ability to kill yet. Let's try over here. Oh, yes! Arrows! Now we want to find that key and head back to the exit. Where have we not been? A little bit of backtracking, so I can see an area over there I haven't been, so let's work our way across. Because the beauty is I can edit out all of the boring parts of me roaming around being lost. Make it a much more exciting game for you to see. But I don't find these parts boring. I just imagine in a video they might be boring. I find it fascinating, peeking around a corner and what might be around this bend and what will I expose next. Oh, there it is! Got that dragon. Grab this key. Got it. Head back to the exit. All right, so there's the exit right over there. We have the key. We have all the tools you could possibly get in this game. We now have free reign to navigate the environment. Nobody can stop us. So we can go through the water, we can go through the forest, and now we're going to come over here. Let's see. Oh, we have a straight path. We can no more mountains. We can go diagonal here through that gate. See how it opened up with the key? Cross the water because we have a boat. And then Cloudy Mountain. So we will never leave Cloudy Mountain. You will either succeed and get a crown, or you will fail and get a headstone. So once we go in the mountain, it's all about finding the two halves of the crown and ending the game. This is it. This is end game. And the dragons that guard the halves of the crown are winged dragons, and they require 3 arrows to kill. So, arrow thief. All right, we still okay. Whoa, there's the first one. Whew. It's also a little difficult sometimes to shoot while you're running, so you kind of have to stop briefly to shoot. All right, but we have half the crown now. Only have 4 arrows. So if we find the other half, we got to be precise because we have only one arrow as slop unless we find another quiver. Oh, hey, arrows! Let's count. Nice. Bunch of arrows. All right. Oh, more arrows! Count. Wow. An embarrassment of riches. All right. Come on, dragon. We have all of our lives. We have buku-doodles of arrows. It's all about just claiming... just a random snake. Got him. Okay. I'm already past you, so I'm not going to waste an arrow on you. Unless I have to come back. Oh, there he is! Got him! That's it. Okay. Last half. Let's kill this spider. Last half of the crown. Now, the ending's a little bit anticlimactic, but I don't mind. Here we go. Let's grab this last half. And there's the crown on the mountain. We have completed Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Cloudy Mountain. That's all it takes. It's not that complex. There's like, 4 items to pick up, go through a couple of dungeons, grab the pieces of the crown. I have found it so replayable. And it's often I'll get up to a Friday Plays and finish it and maybe rarely go back to these games again. But I've been playing this so much over the last week. In fact, I chose it last weekend, and I've been playing it for at least 6 or 7 days leading up to this, and I know that I'm going to go back to it. I think it is definitely, if you haven't heard, if you knew about it, like Disco Stew, you already know it's a great game. If you haven't, it's well worth your time to seek it out and find a way to play it.
Now, I hope I'm not being too blasphemous to my fellow Atari nerds when I say that Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Cloudy Mountain gives me strong adventure vibes. Both Adventure and Cloudy Mountain have the same set of straightforward and obvious tasks and one simple goal. In Adventure, find the keys, unlock the castles, return the chalice. And in D&D, find the tools, journey to the mountain, and reclaim the crown. And both sprinkle in a bit of randomization and a few monsters to slow your progress. Now, it's too early to say I enjoy AD&D as much as I do Atari's Adventure, but the more I play it, the more I enjoy it. If you have been like me and put off playing AD&D by the apparent complexity of the controls, it's time to shake off that myth and find a way to try out this fantastic Intellivision title. I think you'll be glad you did, maybe as glad as I was. Once Space Invaders for the Atari 2600 became a runaway hit, bringing popular arcade games to the system was an increasingly common trend, and everybody was doing it. In 1983, publisher CBS Electronics brought the Bally Midway game Solar Fox to the VCS. And I'll be giving that one a spin next on this edition of Friday Plays. Solar Fox hit the arcades in 1981 and featured an ever-moving spaceship traversing a grid to gather energy dots while avoiding enemy fire from all 4 sides. In addition to crossing over the energy spots, you could also shoot them with your blaster or use your blaster to shoot the enemies to pause them temporarily. When Tom DiDomenico worked on the port of Solar Fox for the VCS, he no doubt ran up against the console's limitations and had to water it down substantially. He had to sacrifice the on-screen grid, half the enemies, and even the ability to shoot. Now, what remains certainly resembles the Bally Midway arcade game, but ends up being quite a different play experience than the original. Not necessarily bad, but different. Let's check it out.
So here's Solar Fox. You can see CBS presents Solar Fox, Bally Midway. Actually spelled out Bally in like a script text. Let's wait till that comes back around. You'll see, yeah, that was impressive. I always thought, like, this was later in development of Atari stuff. and there were more like title screens and attract modes and stuff, as you see in this game. Now I'm doing this in emulation, so I'm going to periodically pause because this is a fast-paced game. It's just you can't stop except for running into the sides, and even that is ill-advised. So you got to keep moving in this game a lot, and so I can't do that and explain things at the same time, probably. So let's start by talking about the game select. So there are 4 different game select options. So you can see game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4. It says down there at the bottom. So it's really just 2 variations, 1 player, 2 player. So the standard game, 1 player is game 1. Standard game, 2 players, game 2. And then they have what's called parent play. So it's a dramatically slowed down version of the game with fewer bullets and fewer opportunities to do things, and it only plays like the first 5 or 6 levels. There's no bonus timers for skipping racks and all that kind of stuff. So the standard game is game 1. That's what we're looking at for the majority of this game. You can explore it and try the. I tried the parent play, and it's super easy, but it gets really boring too, because it's just like. It's good to like learn the mechanics of the game, but it's also a slowed down version, so that practice doesn't necessarily carry over so well into the main game. Your goal in Solar Fox is that the planet, Earth I assume, is on the brink of global war because of the struggle for resources. Sounds like Earth. But there's an opportunity at a far-off edge of the galaxy. There are these solar cells sitting on a grid. We actually don't get to see the grid because Atari can't display it. But these solar cells are out there for you to collect. They're guarded by these sentinels, but if you can collect them and bring them back to your planet, of course, you can be the savior of the planet, and we won't go to war. And, it's like video games. It's the end of the world, and you're the last hope, All right, so let me make sure we're on game 1 here, and let's give you a quick tour of the screen. So it starts the game, you get that little music we heard. So I'm going to pause it here. All right, what do we see in here? First of all, top of the screen is your score. On a 2-player game, the other player's score is at the bottom. These sentinels are working their way back and forth. So these little guys at the top and bottom, you see they're moving back and forth. Those are sentinels. They're shooting fireballs at you, trying to stop you from gathering up all these energy dots, whatever they're called. I've seen in some versions of Solar Fox they're called fusors, but they don't mention that in the manual here, so I'm not going to call them that here. They're just energy dots. Yeah, you have those guys on the lower left. You see there's that skipper rack that's now expiring. In fact, let's restart it so you can see it. There we go. So lower left is a skipper rack. This is a dangerous little timer that has super high risk and high reward. So each level of the game, each grid is called a rack, and you have to clear that rack to advance. And you get the points for each of the dots that you pick up, each of the energy dots. If you can complete a rack before that skipper rack timer expires, not only do you get to skip the next level, but you're given all the points you would have gotten on that level. So all the points for all the dots that exist, you get them, but don't have to play through the game. The downside is you got to really book it around this screen to try to do that and not miss any turns and likely run into fireballs. So I find that I don't try to do the skipper rack very often because I end up losing more lives than points I would have potentially gained versus just being able to play further in the game. Let's see, your ship, obviously, sitting in the center of the screen. You have 3 ships, and you can see the 1 on screen and the 2 in reserve, the 2 dots down the lower right. I didn't see any reference to extra ships at any point in the manual, so if that happens, I'll be as surprised as you. I haven't noticed it in the course of my play, but we could luck out and possibly do that. Now, I mentioned that you can't shoot in this version of the game, so let's resume and kind of play a little bit. I cannot shoot. So as my ship moves, what I can do is hold down the button to speed up my movement. Whoa! So as I'm moving around, I can hold it down and move really fast, like that. Now, the difficulty switch lets you reverse that. So it isn't really a difficulty change, it's a preference change. So I push the button to speed up, as you might imagine. If you put the difficulty switch in the A position, fast is the default speed, and the slower version is what you get if you don't hold down the button. So really, it's just a preference. So I keep it in the B mode, which means it's slow by default, and I hold down the button, and it goes faster. Now, in addition to these standard racks that you play, gathering, picking up these energy dots, after every 5 levels, you get a challenge stage. And the challenge stage is, it's like a challenging stage in Galaga or something. You have a super short time to pick up all the dots. Nobody's shooting at you, but you have to go around and pick up all the dots as quickly as you can. If you complete, let me pause here, if you can complete a challenging stage, the game is going to expose to you a secret letter. Now, I read about this a little bit, and it'll pop up here what it says in the manual about the secret letter. You have to complete all 6 different challenge stages perfectly within inside of the timer, and it gives you a different letter. And that letter is going to give you, it says something about a secret to something coming from CBS Electronics. And I read a little bit. Apparently CBS was going to run this some kind of a contest or something. Several games had this secret word in them, different words that added up to like an Activision patch thing or a prize or whatever. And I've only ever gotten one, which is a letter H. And I've learned that inside of Solar, I'm not going to spoil it. I know what the word is. I'm not going to tell you. But I have found it once before. It's really interesting that they were building this like multi-game contest by finding secret letters and secret words inside of games. But if we see one, we'll be lucky to see one. We're not going to see many because this game is really hard. And I call it Speed in Space because you can never stop except for the side of the screen. There you can stop. But you can get trapped over there. So it's ill-advised, while you can stop on that side of the screen, you shouldn't. So really, you've got to keep moving. If you hit a fireball like that, you've got to keep moving. If you choose to not move, you're going to get pinned across the side here, and they can lay a row of fireballs that could box you in, and you have no choice. The only way to prevent that, like you'd imagine if I was on the left there, I would have gotten it, is to keep moving. So it's move fast or move slow or die. Those are pretty much the options that you have. Now, as far as scoring, as you go up each 5 racks, the scoring increases, as you might imagine. I'll put up the little box from the instructions here and show you. It goes up by 100, 200, 300, or whatever. And of course, if you can finish levels within the skipper rack time, you get the points for the next level you skipped, as I mentioned. I find it hard to play it while I'm talking. I find it hard to play it when I'm not talking. So, of course, if I can run through all and that's the structure of the game. So that's how the game works. I think we've covered everything. It's a simple arcade game. Now, in the arcade original 1981, you could shoot the Sentinels and pause them, stun them. You could shoot the energy things and collect them. But this is purely like a Pac-Man, gathering thing. You have to run around and pick them up. And once you get to level 1 through 5, you cross over them once to pick them up. Once you get to level 7 through 20, you've got to do this Q*bert thing where you cross them once and they change color, and you cross them again, and then you pick them up. Now, I don't know how far I'm going to make it. I typically get about 20,000. As I was practicing just before this recording, of course, I wasn't recording then, I actually crossed 50,000 and did really well. That's when I got the H on the challenging stage. I don't know how well I'll do, but I'm going to try a points run so you have something to aim for when you try this game. I'm sure you could beat me without too much trouble. Before I do, I'll remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where we have cool, nerdy designs like Space Invaders and arcade games, and also like movies and TV and pop culture and all that stuff. You get these designs printed on hats and shirts and mugs and pins and stickers and everything. Get yourself something cool and help support what we do here on Gen X Grown Up. Keep us in mind the next time you're in the market. Very much appreciated. Okay, so difficulty B, which means default is slow. I'll hit the button to speed up when I need to. Okay, wish me luck. Here we go. Now, I guess there's a lot of little minor strategies in here. Speed up when you're on a straightaway to gather stuff. You can also kind of do this little juke thing where you zigzag and stay put for a moment, but you don't want to do that for too long. There we go, cleared that first level. You don't want to do that for too long because fireballs are inbound, I tend to take my time in this game because if I don't, it's over like right away because I just really haven't mastered the cornering. Whoa, that was dangerous. Whoa, don't stay up. You also don't want to linger too close to the top and the bottom, as you can imagine, because the fireballs could come out before you would see them and you're dead, Whoa, I thought I was going to clear that. Dead. All right, so let's get this last one. If he doesn't shoot at me, I'll pick it up. Got it. Okay. So is that on to rack 3 now? Yeah, only rack 3 and I'm down a man. That's not good news. I told you that I typically only get about 10 or 20,000. Whoa. You get on a little run sometimes to pick up a few of those energy dots, which is great. But try not to get too greedy. It's so easy to just go, I'm on a roll, and get really greedy, and then next thing you know, you run into a fireball that came out of nowhere. There we go. Ooh, I almost got again. You see that? Oh, just about 10,000. Here's rack 4. All right. Whoa. Okay, don't get greedy. Ooh, Slow down. When in doubt, slow down a little. Whoo, got it. Man, 12,000? Not terrible. All right. Whoa! Made that turn as soon as I made the turn. And once you commit to the turn, like you're going to make the turn, that little animation around the corner, that can get you, you know. There you go, get these. That was a good opportunity to pick up all those. Great. All right, so, oh, goodness. Whoo, goodness. There we go. Got it. Whoo, all right. Man. 16,000? Oh, here's the challenge stage. So really quick. Now, I've already kind of screwed up. You got to get all these and not mess up and get them all. Come on. Oh, I didn't make it. You see, there's like no forgiveness. Also, the level starts instantaneously, and you're not moving. You got to start the move. You have to initiate it. Whoa, get over here. There we go. Oh. Whoa, come on, get over there. Now, I'm on my last man, which is unfortunate already. Like 20,000 though. That's okay. Oh, 23,000. That was it. Look, I didn't even make it to the level 7 where you get the opportunity to see how you have to cross over them double time. I don't think 23,000 is too bad for this game, honestly, but when you get in the zone and you run through this, several games in a row, I get that thing where it's, I get frustrated because I in my head and I'll step away from it and come back, and that's how I actually made that 50-some thousand run. But I think it might have read it first came out in the UK. I don't know. I'm not sure. The more I read, I saw conflicting things. There's a PAL version I know for sure, but either way, those region locks don't matter to us anymore. Solar Fox is worth checking out, especially if you enjoy the classic arcade game. Or maybe, despite you enjoying the original arcade game, because this one has so many differences, it's kind of its own beast.
Now, as you could see, the VCS version of Solar Fox, while pretty far from the arcade original, has plenty to offer. I can imagine fans of the arcade game were a bit disappointed in all the compromises, but seeing past that, it's a pretty strong arcade shooter for the 2600. Now, interestingly, there was also a port of Solar Fox for the Commodore 64, which is much closer to the arcade, but that's a story for another Friday Plays. Viewer Glenn Just suggested I cover Solar Fox today, so thanks to Glenn for his recommendation. When 20th Century Fox started publishing games for the Atari 2600, one of their key strategies was pulling from their pre-existing film catalog for game ideas. We saw it with Alien, Porky's, MASH, and the game I've selected for this Friday Plays, Fantastic Voyage. 20th Century Fox released Fantastic Voyage, the film, in 1966. The sci-fi fantasy starred Stephen Boyd, Raquel Welch, and Donald Pleasance, among others, in a story about shrinking down a submarine to microscopic size and then injecting it into the bloodstream so doctors could perform emergency brain surgery on a wounded intelligence agent. In 1982, Fox brought Fantastic Voyage to the Atari VCS, and with just a little variation, the plot is pretty much the same. You pilot a microscopic ship traveling through a patient's bloodstream to destroy a clot and save his life. Now, Fantastic Voyage has strong River Raid and Vanguard feels, but if you treat it like a typical tunnel shooter, you're gonna have a bad time, okay? Like any medical procedure, Fantastic Voyage is more about caution and precision than just blasting away. And once you know the right way to play, not only is the game easier, but it's more fun and you'll achieve higher scores. Let me show you what I mean.
All right, welcome to Fantastic Voyage, or maybe welcome back to Fantastic Voyage if you played it before and dismissed it because, like me, you hadn't read the instructions to know what you're supposed to do. Now, right now, it is in an attract mode. Interesting, some games Atari just never had an attract mode like that, but I like when they do, and so you get kind of a preview of what's going on in the game. The number one thing that people tend to do wrong in the game is just shoot everything they see. And sometimes you're not supposed to shoot things. Enemies don't look different just for variety. They look different because enemies, not all enemies, things in the bloodstream do different things. Your goal, like the movie, is to travel the bloodstream of a critically ill patient to destroy a life-threatening, in this case, blood clot. The other one, it was go to his brain. Let's start with game options. So game select, you have 6 different game types. So you have 6, so at the top you see the game select. Number 1 is the default game, it's the one we're going to play most right now. Number 2 is an extended version of that game, so the levels are longer, just if you feel it's over too quickly. 3 is a more difficult version of the game. 4 is a more difficult extended version. 5 is a babyfied version, a very simple version. It's not as difficult. And then 6 is an extended version of that easy type of game. So we're going to go to game option 1. And let's start with, while we're in attract mode, let's do a tour of the screen to understand what you see. Now, right now, the game option is at the top. It says 1. That's where your score will be. The sides of the screen are the blood vessel that you're traveling through. And by the way, your ship, you see there at the bottom, is indestructible. You cannot hurt this ship. Look, it's a submarine. It's some kind of a traveling vessel. It's inside of meat. Like, nothing's going to hurt it. But the things it does or doesn't do can lead to damaging or reducing the health or strength of the patient. So speaking of the patient, so at the bottom, lower left is kind of a time ticker. It's not representative that I've noticed of actual time. It's just, it looks pretty. Below that is like a readout, like an EKG or whatever you call that, a heart rate monitor. And as it gets faster, it beeps faster. In general, how fast the heart is beeping is how close your patient is to dying. And eventually, he'll flatline if you go too far. The lower right is currently 0. That is how many patients I have saved so far, because it's quite common to go through the game. Maybe you save 1 or 2 or 3 patients, and it gets more difficult as you go through it. Also, pay close attention to, there are lines at the top and the bottom of the play area. They're kind of flash sometimes. When those flicker, when they do like the Atari flash, that's saying that the patient just took some damage. In fact, in the attract mode, they just lost their health. So let me just jump in the game real quick. I'm going to hit start. Pretty. That calmed down quite a bit. You hold down the button, rapid fire, you can shoot all you want. There are a variety of different enemies, and each one, it's important to know what they do and don't do. So the ones that are attached to the wall, kind of shooting out at me as I drive by, those are just little defensive rockets, they're called. And all they're doing is just trying to shoot you. They do no harm to the body. You can shoot them for points if you want. If you let them go by, that's okay. The next thing you see, that thing looks like a key there. That's called an enzyme. It actually releases helpful enzymes into the body and can improve the health of the patient. So if you don't shoot them, that's okay. If you do shoot them, it's good. So you really want to seek out shooting those. Now, each time you hear that sound, it means we've moved into a next level. So here, these aren't enemies at all. These are blood cells. These little blobs. Don't shoot those. The number one thing I see people doing in run-throughs they're having trouble with is they shoot all these blood cells, and it damages the health. Now, they take a few hits to kill. See, I shrunk that one. Let's get this enzyme. But in general, you leave them alone, because every one you destroy hurts the patient. Now, every time you take a collision of any kind, it hurts the patient. So I run into a blood cell like that. That hurts the patient a little bit. Next level, there's an enzyme that will help. Further, if you bump into the side wall, it will create these tiny little antibodies. Check these out. I'm going to bump the wall. See the tiny dot there? That's an antibody. Now, that does not hurt the patient unless it gets past you. So let me show you the example. Let me bump into the wall and let one of those antibodies get past me. There we go. Now watch there's a couple of them. Now watch the flash. Top and bottom there, see how it flashed? That shows that you just did damage to the patient. Now, I've done several things wrong in this little demo run to show you the different things that can happen. We haven't even seen all of the different, inside, I don't call them enemy types, but character types. Here are little tiny clotlets. Now, those you cannot destroy. You've just got to not hit them. Oh, there's the final blood clot. You've got to shoot 15 times. And then it goes on. You see the lower right, it says a 1. Little music. We have saved that patient. We went on to the second patient. So depending on what you see, some things you need to destroy. Some things you need to not destroy. Some things you destroy if it helps you. Some things you just have to dodge. And all of those factor in to a game that make it way more complicated. Sometimes it's about flying around and being careful. There's an enzyme that I shot. It's not just jump in and blast. Every one of those is hurting the patient. You hear it? See how it's flashing the outside? That's hurting the patient. That's a huge mistake. Now I'm going to fly a little farther through this. Ouch. A little farther through this and show you there's one more enemy type that we have not seen yet. and that's the bacteria. Now, those are bad. They take 3 shots to destroy. They'll start showing up in the next level here. Here we go. There they are. So they can get a little smaller. You don't have to destroy every one of them. And the smaller you can get them, the better. Sometimes you can't quite get them all because they're tucked behind a wall, or you can't get your ship over to them. Oh, there's the blood clots. You just have to not hit them. Ouch. And flatline. That's what I wanted to show you, is the flatline. There was the big clot. Flatline, patient died. So I got 40,000 in that pseudo run through, saved 1 patient. That's it. So once you know all that, those are all the secrets. Those are all the things that people don't tend to know about this game. They think just shoot everything and that's the deal. That's not the case. So I'm going to do a points run. I've been practicing this game quite a bit leading up to this Friday plays. And usually I can get through 2 patients. I usually die on the 3rd one, which means a score of about 60 to 100,000, which I think is pretty decent for this game. It starts to get pretty difficult after a while, but it's because they're throwing so much at you at the same time. Before I do, as always, I want to make sure you know about our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool designs, of course, our logos on things, but also I checked, yeah, there's a fantastic Voyage logo. It's from the movie technically, but because we have movies and sports and TV shows and all kinds of designs on there, you can print it on hats and shirts and pins and stickers. If you're in the market for stuff like that, it really helps us out if you'll go there and see what we have. Maybe there's something you like. It doesn't cost you any more to buy it from there, and you get something cool, and it helps us out. Okay, so I'm going to... oh, by the way, difficulty switches I didn't mention because they're irrelevant. I'm going to tell you for this playthrough, I'm going to go game option 1, difficulty B, it's irrelevant. Okay, here we go. Wish me luck. All right. Now, for scoring, they don't even say exactly what scoring is. You can look and see how it happens, but they don't outline it in the manual. They just say that things you shoot in the bloodstream give you points, and the healthier, the stronger your patient is when you get to the blood clot and destroy it, the bigger bonus you're going to get, which just effectively means like the slower the heartbeat is going. Like right now, it's going nice and slow. Now, you can go faster and slower. You see, the further up the screen I go, the more quickly you're moving. Look, speed is important, but I find if I go too fast, I end up colliding with things more often than I would like to, which is actually more detrimental than anything I would gain by going quickly. So I try to keep myself maybe, like midway through the screen or so, about like that. And that usually is enough reaction time. Sorry, blood cell. All right, it's about time to shrink down, I think. There it is. That can get me sometimes. It shrinks down from the right, and I'm not ready, and it bumps into me and creates some of those antibodies. Not running into the walls is the #1 thing I try not to do, because those antibodies can get past me a lot, and they do a lot of damage to the patient. So I prefer to just take my time, be careful not to run into stuff. That's probably why I can't get past the 3rd patient. You probably need to go faster. But notice how I'm this far along, and the patient is just blipping along, as happy as can be. Oh, I bumped the wall there, I know. Oh, there it is. Got it. There's 1 down, so about 20 grand. There's my bonus, 23. All right, so lower right, you see 1 patient again. And now you're going to see more enemies. We'll get to bacteria and stuff like that. Now remember those little rocket-looking defensive cells, you don't have to destroy those if you don't want to. It's just for points, really. All right, blood cells a little faster this time around, you can see. They're moving a little more peppy. Get on through there. There we go. That was smooth. All right, get through there. We don't want to damage these at all. So people just tend to blast this, like I said. Like, no, don't just go in here shooting willy-nilly. You don't take a railgun into somebody's bloodstream. That's not the way to do surgery. Interestingly, your bullets don't hurt the patient, which I always thought was interesting. Like, you would think if it blows things up, it would hurt the walls, but I think that would be too much, honestly. It'd be too much to micromanage if that was the case. Try to get as many of these as you can, but don't run to the walls doing it, because you lose what you gained. If you can at least damage them, diminish them, make them smaller, as many as you can, that's good, because they'll do less damage. All right, we're going to shrink down again probably here. There it is, yep. Okay, and across. There's an enzyme, great. Patient's still doing pretty good. We're probably going to run into some blood clots here. Oh, there's blood clotlets. Just got to dodge those. Ouch. There it is. Boom. There's 2 patients. 47 grand. Here comes my bonus. 50 grand. Now, this time through, I probably won't complete this one. I'll probably get to, you know, 70, 80,000 or so. But what this time through, once you get into like phase 3 or so, they start combining all the different enemies together. And so you got to really pick your shots because you can be shooting for an enzyme and hit a blood vessel or something, you know, or blood cell. Up here. Oh, slow down. Oh, I missed that enzyme. Dadgummit. Could really use it too. There's one. Got it. Another one. Great. Past these. Whoa! 57 grand. Not too bad. Oh, there. All right, now we're into bacteria. Rapid fire is quite nice, I'll say. Very happy with that function. Whoa! A little bit. Oh, see, they're kind of behind the wall. Hard to shoot. Gotta wait for them. There we go. Oh, there we go. Everything's coming together now. There's a little defensive things. There's bacteria along with blood cells. Ugh. God dang it. There's that one. Enzyme, please. Got it. Lots of stuff coming happening at the same time. Oh, didn't mean to hurt him. All right, patient's getting a little sore. There we go, next level. I'm doing a decent job of not hitting the walls, though, I say, as I probably hit the walls next, right? Patient's not doing great. An enzyme would be really nice right about now. Yep. I can shoot it. There we go. This is the final run up to it. Gonna dodge these things. Oh, we're gonna do it. We completed 3. All right, any minute now we're liable to die. I rarely make it this far. So, I don't think I've seen 100 grand. I've probably only seen about 90. So, this could make up for last Friday plays where I did great right before I recorded and then terrible when I recorded. I might have captured one of my best runs here since I'm paying close attention and kind of narrating it. That'd be cool for a change. Ouch! Ow! Oh, look, all the hitting stuff. Anybody's game. Oh, see? It's going to crap. Oh, running into those walls, running into stuff. There's an enzyme to help a little. There's a second enzyme. Oh, there's a third. I hit him. This is about to be over. I'm not going to hit 100 grand. Oh, no, no, no! Oh, no, no, no. This is almost over. I'm going to let somebody buy, and it's going to be over. 92. I can't get past those. Oh, that's terrible. No! All those guys get by. Oh. 94,106. I'm not upset with that. I think it's a pretty decent run. We saved 3 people. And let me stop this flashing. We saved 3 people. And we fully understand now all the elements of Fantastic Voyage. And the feeling I have is that I just played it. I want to play it again because I made some good progress and I understand what I'm doing. And the progression, the difficulty ramps up just right for a game like this. Way slower than you probably thought it was, that I always thought it was when I was just shooting everything in sight. So that's Fantastic Voyage.
Now, none of the strategies or info I've described here are anything new. They are all details cleverly hidden in the instruction manual, which so many of us never took the time to review. And that was me for decades until just a few years ago when I got frustrated with Fantastic Voyage, read the instructions, and realized how much better the game is when you know the rules. If you also have dismissed Fantastic Voyage like I have, take this info, give it another shot, and let me know if that changes your opinion. Today's Friday Plays is the second stop on my tier ranking redemption tour. Often in my ranking videos, I'll rate a game lower than viewers expect, and I hear about it down in the comments. A few weeks ago, I gave Activision's Stampede another try for this very reason, and today I'm revisiting Steve Cartwright's Seaquest to see if maybe I judged it too harshly. Steve Cartwright has gone on record saying that Seaquest began life as a reskin of Williams' arcade game Defender, but moved from a planet surface saving humans from aliens to an underwater salvage site saving divers from sharks. Now, when I ranked it last year in my Activision tier, here's what I said. Up next is Seaquest, a game that I consider to be a respectable, run-of-the-mill underwater shooter. It's fine, but nothing to write home about. I'm gonna give it right in the middle of the road. Seaquest ranks a C. And as I mentioned, plenty of viewers stepped in to defend Seaquest as much more than a Defender clone and much greater than a respectable run-of-the-mill shooter. So it's only fair that I give Seaquest another look. Let's dive in.
All right, welcome to Seaquest, 1983, Activision, Steve Cartwright. and a game that I'm told is better than I thought it was. So the goal of the game, look, you're a submarine, and your job is to rescue these divers. Now what happened is they have retrieved treasure. The manual says buried treasure. Why would it be sunken treasure? I feel like that was an oversight. Anyway, it's treasure that they have found underwater, I'm guessing through some efforts that they undertook, and now it's up to you to rescue them. So these sharks, I thought they were fish. These are sharks, little green fish swimming back and forth, little lime green fish. And there are these individual tracks that they move across. You have divers, and you have subs, and you have sharks, and they're all interacting with one another. And very often when a diver appears, there are sharks coming after them. And if I call them fish occasionally in the course of this video, forgive me, because I always called them fish before. So that's the goal. It's just to rescue the divers and get back to the surface. And then, of course, we add some layers on top of that. Let's start with the options. For game select, just two options, one player, two player, and it's alternating two player. So the base game, there are no variations. It's just the game. It's just it. Also, difficulty comes into play where you can change the speed of your fire. So if I come down here and I'm shooting, then I turn on difficult. That's slower. Oh, get out of the way. There's the faster. Let's shoot this fish. Grab this diver, and then I surface for a moment. I'm just surfacing here because it's a good opportunity to give you a tour. Oh, they're pink now, different colored fish. Sharks, I know. So you can just change the speed of your rapid fire. You hold down the button, it's constant rapid fire. Completing a level consists of rescuing 6 divers simultaneously. So as you dive and grab one of the divers, it adds up. And you need to get to the surface with 6 divers. You also have a limited amount of air. If the air runs out, your sub explodes. Or if you hit a shark, your sub explodes. A shark can kill a sub? Yeah. Another sub can shoot you or run into you, and that'll kill your sub. But you can surface anytime you want. The expense is one of the divers who's aboard your sub gets out, which means you have to pick up more divers to rescue 6 simultaneously at the end of a level. Let's do a quick tour of the screen. I think it's pretty obvious. It's a really simple game. Top of the screen right now says 120. That's my score. Just below that are the subs I have in reserve. You start your game with 4 subs, 1 on screen, as you see, and 3 in reserve. You can gain an extra sub every 10,000 points, so it's an ongoing arcade game. If you can keep dealing with the speed up, you can keep getting extra min. As far as scoring consists of destroying subs, destroying sharks, and rescuing divers. So, and it goes up every single level. So in the first level, sharks and subs are worth 10 points, and every subsequent level they go up by 10 to a max of 90. And then divers, they are worth 50 points apiece to rescue. Not get them to the top just to catch them in your sub. And they go up by 50 points every level for a maximum of 1,000? Did I write that? That's like a lot of points, but it's a lot of points. You can get that far, I guess. And then at the end of the level, kind of like Mega Mania, the amount of oxygen or health you have left at the end is a bonus. So the more oxygen you have, the better. And I mentioned if you surface, you lose a diver. So also periodically, where I'm at right now, there will sometimes be what they call an enemy patrol sub. And when you're dropping off divers or refilling your sub with oxygen, you're immobile. So that enemy attack sub, if it's in your path, it could hit you and destroy you as well. So just float around a little bit here, shoot some guys. Some early strategies that I noticed is if you see a diver appear, don't go grab him. That sounds contradictory, but finish that. Don't go grab him right away, because fish are going to come out. Sharks are going to come right behind him. See that diver there? Wait, shoot the shark, and then grab him. Also, in general, get behind stuff is a good way to destroy it. Here comes some sharks. And you can see my oxygen's low going down. I only have 5 divers, but I have to surface to get oxygen, and I lost a diver. So that's the pretty simple mechanic. It's really just that faster, harder, more challenging as it goes through the game. So now you see I have all 6 divers. Just need to get to the surface with them, and when I do, what you'll hear is what they call 6 gold doubloons hitting the deck. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There they are. Yep. And you get it. That's it. So it's that repeated. And you see here we got faster, more sharks, more subs, more divers, over and over and over. So I am going to do a points run, of course. So, I mean, I've shown you everything you need to see about the game. I should point out, I guess, though I haven't talked about it, is this game looks good. You know, that's something that I didn't talk about in terms of the rating. I talk about the gameplay and, you know, the variety and that kind of stuff. Oh, God. But I really should point out, like, the rippling look of the water on top of the ocean, the nice sunrise or sunset horizon that Activision did great on lots and lots of games, kind of that gradient. And even the animation on the sprites. You know, you have the propeller on the back of your sub. It looks really nice, and the propeller on the back of the enemy subs as well. All that looks really good. And so I don't want to minimize that. That factors into it. But really, when I'm thinking about replayability, you know, it's really about the gameplay, not so much how good it looks, because graphics only get you so far. It comes down to the game. All right. Plus, I'm going to try to get a patch. So, you know, Activision, you could... if you get a certain score, took a picture of the screen and sent it in, you would get a patch. They'd send you this bonus you can see on the screen. I'll pop up. It's only 50,000. Am I practicing? I don't have much trouble getting to 50,000, so I think I can handle that. I'm going to give it a shot. Before I do, I want to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool original designs. If you're an Activision fan, we have several Activision themed, you know, looking shirts, and you could get those cool designs and kind of show how your old schoolness if you want. You can get that printed on hats and shirts and pins and stickers and mugs and all kinds of cool stuff. And not only do you get something, you help us out. Every dollar you spend, and a couple nickels goes our way, so we can continue to create videos like this for you every Friday. Okay. Time for that points run. Let's hit restart. It's going to be single player, of course. It's going to be on the standard difficulty, the B-level difficulty, so the faster shooting. All right, wish me luck. Here we go. Starts off really subdued, really relaxed. There's a diver. Always like to wait and shoot the fish behind him, because the fish will bring him closer to you if you'll just wait when a diver comes out. The big problem with the early levels is there's not enough... The speed is such that there's not enough divers to pick up because they're so slow to come out. Now later, it becomes there's so many divers you can't get them all, but early on, it's the opposite. Shoot the fish behind him. Whoa, that's 5. I'm going to have to surface. You have 8 seconds from when that klaxon starts to sound before the submarine runs out of air. And hey, how come a submarine only has a little bit of air? Did you put a bigger tank in there? We're rescuing divers, for heaven's sake. Come on, a little investment in the equipment, huh? All right, so we moved up to another level, which means everything is worth more. Divers, instead of worth 50, are worth 100. Fish and subs are worth 20 instead of 10, you know. There's one. Grab him. There's one up top. Get him. All right, now I think that enemy attack sub is going to start coming into play that we talked about. I think it's on level 3 is when it starts. I think that's right. Go. There he is. Yep, there he is. So just because, as I said, when you're refilling or getting oxygen, you can't move, and that sub can come across and just run right into you. One more, if I can get these guys. Turn around, turn around. Got it. Get up here, behind him. Great. Now, not much of a bonus, but as far as I can tell, every time a diver appears, the fish are going to come from that direction, too. So I kind of sit in front of a diver and wait on the fish and try to pick them off. That's my little mini strategy that seems to work okay. Oh, the sharks change. I guess they change color with the levels. That's what's happening, I guess. I got that one. There's a diver running off. Can I save him? Got him. Where's the attack sub? I'm kind of nervous about... There he is. I want to make sure I come behind him. There we go. Oh, almost hit him. Careful. All right, 10 grand and an extra sub. There we go. I like how the scoring is incremental, because the longer you live... It's almost like working a combo in some games. And the longer you live, the easier it is to start getting more points. Therefore, the easier to get extra lives, which you desperately need. Come behind those subs and pick... Oh, let's grab him. No! I got to come behind that sub. Whew, that was close. Still need 2 more. Oh, behind the subs. Come on. All right, now where's the attack sub? I don't want to be... Oh, I'm in front of him, but I have time. There's the refill. Dive, dive, dive! Whew, okay, whew, close. So you see how that could be bad news. Should be able to get him. There's one more. There he is at the bottom. Got him. Let's surface behind him. Great. 20 grand? All right. And 5 extra subs? Whew. Everything gets more expensive, which is great. Ooh, all these subs are like all 3 points almost. And they're lined up like that, and you get it behind them. It's a really good way. Oh, not in front of them, though. Bullets get fast. There's one. There's one up here. Get him, get him, get him. Got him. You get behind him. Woo! That was very close. All right, we're halfway there. 27 grand. Okay, let's get to the bottom. Get these guys. Good. One. There's one at the bottom. Oh, came down in front of him. He shot me. All right, 30 grand. All right, here's two there. If I get him and him. Got it. Surface. Another level. I wish there was a level counter to tell me, like, you know, what level am I on so I can get an estimate of what things are costing. What the point values are, not they're costing, you know what I meant. Whoa, don't run away. You want to be rescued. Don't run away. Come back. Come on, run low on divers. There we go. 3. Oh, hit a fish. Shark. 3. Whoa. I'm almost 40, but not almost enough. It can really hurt when you start losing a couple of men in a row and you lose all the divers you picked up like that. Ooh! And they're coming in fast, that bobbing motion the fish make. 39,000. Whoa! Get past that. Oh, goodness. That was not good. Okay. Him. Ooh, I almost bumped right into him, didn't I? There he is. There's my last guy. Oh, I couldn't get him. Man, almost 40 grand. I have one in reserve. I need one more to finish this level and up the scores. There he is. Whoa, almost got hit. There we go. Get this guy and surface. There we go. All right, 43, and I got an extra bonus man. All right, so we got 2 in reserve. 46 now. Why do you run away, divers? It's like you don't want to be rescued. You don't want to bring your salvaged treasure. Woohoo! I got him somehow and didn't get got. Whoa! This is a fun game. I mean, I was never meant to imply it was not a fun game when I ranked it. It's just I didn't find it to be one of the most fun. You know, it felt kind of average, but I'm coming around. It's not an average game. It is above average. Whoa! Whoa! Get the fish. Get the guy. Get the fish. Couldn't get the guy. I got a surface. Oh no, sub! Dive! Woo, that was close. One more guy. It's getting pretty hectic. Why do you leave? Come down. I got them all at surface. This could be it. 50 grand. We got a patch. It's all gravy now. Now we just have a good time. We've got our patch. Getting pretty hectic. Here, like, this point is where the game gets really good in reality. I mean, it's okay at the beginning, but man, when it starts picking up the pace like this, and you're getting points at a fast rate, I got 55 grand already. Look how fast it progresses. But hard to come by divers, especially when they don't come back for you. Oh no, I'm gonna get hit by that guy. There he comes. Dive. All right, come behind him. Only have 2. There's one up here. If I could get these guys. Turn around. Got him. Good. Down. Ooh, got shot in the back. I want to reserve 56. All right. 2 more to finish. Whoa. Oh, I tried to come up behind and get him. Oh, no. Last sub. Need 3 divers. Oh, no. Oh, that's it. They came in across there. 57,120. Look, it's patch-worthy. I had a good time. I still think there are things about a game that came out in 1983 that could make it more interesting rather than just kind of repetitive the way it feels to me, but yeah, I get it.
I'm convinced. You were right. Seaquest isn't just a run-of-the-mill underwater shooter. Now, it does lack in variety, with only 2 enemies, the sharks and the subs, and there's a repetition to the game that would have benefited by having a boss every few levels, or like a treasure minigame or bonus level to break up the sameness, but judging it on what it is rather than what it isn't just an average 2600 title, and deserves better than the C I gave it. So I'm going to retroactively promote Seaquest to a B. Basic math is an Atari punchline. The inclusion of this year 1 cartridge in compilations is mocked, the hyper-simplicity of its blocky number problems is derided as a non-game that's not even passable as an educational title. Atari themselves got in on the joke a couple of years ago for April Fools, releasing a fake trailer for Basic Math Recharged. So why would I feature Basic Math on Friday Plays? I have my reasons. Basic Math, later renamed Fun with Numbers, was one of 9 launch titles for the Atari VCS in 1977. Written by Gary Palmer, an engineer who never wrote another game, the existence of Basic Math is obvious. Look, kids wanted the 2600 to play Indy 500 and Combat, but parents, you see, are easier marks when they see that game system has got educational titles for their kids too, thus Basic Math. Now, each Tuesday morning, I'm live over on Twitch, and there we'll often talk in the chat about my upcoming episodes of Friday Plays. And this week, it was joked that perhaps I just do Basic Math. At least, it started as a joke. But the more I thought about it, the more convinced I was that not only could I feature the much maligned cart, but in fact should do it. You see, the very point of Friday Plays, maybe GenXGrownUp in general, is that there's magic in these early games. Even in the bad ones, even in the worst and lowest ranked release, there's fun to be had. So, let's go have some fun.
Okay, here it is. Basic Math. Yeah, those are some giant numbers on the screen. Yeah, incredibly low contrast. like as you go through the game, you'll see these different settings that when you're picking a game, looks pretty good. When you start the game, sometimes it's super low contrast, like this. Like, what is it? Dark yellow and muddy greeny yellow are my choices? What's going on? So Basic Math is a one-player game. It's designed to be an educational title. The goal is to do math problems. You can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. There are 8 game options. And so the way it works, so right now on the screen, what you're seeing is a math problem. I don't think that's a mystery. The top number, though, the very top number is the game version, the game select. So number 1 is addition. Number 2 is subtraction. You can see the sign is changing. Number 3 is multiplication. Number 4 is division. Then you have 4 more games. You have 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. But in this case, they are randomly created and often much larger numbers. Like right now, it's 1 divided by 1. No big deal, right? And then finally, you have difficulty switches, which have to do with whether or not you have a timer. So if you turn on the right difficulty switch, you set the timer on or off. So on B, no timer. So if I just hit start on this game, and I pick a number to work with, want to pick with 4s, okay. 4 plus 4 is the question. There's now a place at the bottom where you can put your answer. You can dial it in. You can pick what position you're going to put numbers in, all the way up to, remainders and all this crap over here. Just up and down on the joystick is all it is. And your goal is to set the correct answer with there's no timer of any kind right now. However, if you set the right difficulty switch to A, you have a timer. So let me go ahead and set the right difficulty to A. So it restarts. Now listen. It's counting down. So you have 24 seconds. If you have the left difficulty in B, for the right difficulty in A for timer, and the left difficulty in A for timer, it shrinks the time from 24 seconds to 12 seconds. Here it's about to run out. You get more frantic, get your answer in there, or it just times out and it shows you the answer. And there's the answer. It just lets you know that you did it wrong. So really, the difficulty switches just set timers on, and how short is the timer. Now, I should mention on the harder games, the more random games, they'll sometimes create these like 2-digit multiplications and divisions. And in those cases, if it has 2 digits, it'll give you the full 24 seconds, no matter what. To play the game normally, all you do is you go, all right, I pick 5s. What's 5 plus 3? You type in or dial in 8. And when you hit the button, timer's going down. Doodly-dee-dee-dee means you got it right. Get it right again. And if you get it wrong, what it does is it gives you a tune, and then it will show you the correct answer. So you can learn, right? So 5 plus 5 is not 2. Shows me it's 10. Then it's going to move on to the next question once you have a chance to read that. An interesting one here is like, this is 7, right? However, if you put 0, 7, that's wrong. Leading zeros are seen as errors, so you've got to literally get exactly just what they're expecting, which is 2 digits, tell me what it is, hit the button, and that's it. And then once you get through a set of 10, they'll give you a little ranking, and this should be the last one, I think. So we got 7 out of 10 right. I flubbed a couple because I was racing through and I did a couple wrong on purpose to show you. And then you do subtraction, multiplication, division. And sometimes it's really simple. However, sometimes you'll get into a game and they'll start giving you like 43 times 69 or something, like huge numbers that you have to get in like 12 or 24 seconds. Here's one's not, so bad. I mean, that's very clear. That's a quick and easy 31, so that's not a big deal. But then you're like, okay, 86 divided by 9. All right, so I can figure 81, so it's going to be 9 with a remainder, I guess. The remainder can move over here, so that's a remainder of 5. Is that right? Yeah, I got one right. Now, while you're playing the first 4 variations, it's called tables, where you pick a number you want to work with. Like, say we go into multiplication. We want to work with, I just pick some number and hit the button. We're going to work with 8s. So, 8 times 4. So you're like, okay, 8 and 8, 16, so 32. So you can punch that in. Like, quick. What's 71 times 27? I mean, I can't get close, right? But I hit the button. That was 1917, of course. To get that without a calculator in 12 or 24 seconds could be pretty tough. And so short of just doing your math problems, that's what basic math is. It's meant to be, maybe not so much meant to be fun, it's meant to be educational. And some of the later levels, I say levels, you get the double digits up here, but sometimes they're going to have you dividing double-digit numbers by double-digit numbers with remainders and figure them out. And it's not all that easy. So, but I do have a way. Look, I know sometimes people watch the Friday plays and then they'll go plug in the game and try it. So I have a way to have a little more fun with it, to gamify basic math. So I'm going to do what I've nicknamed the Basic Math AA40 Challenge. So I'll explain it to you in a second. First, I want to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. I don't think we have basic math t-shirts, but we have all sorts of cool designs you can get on t-shirts and hats and mugs. And look, every dollar you spend will get you something cool, but will also go to support Gen X Grown Up and the videos that we do here. So next time you're in the market for, a new tee or hat or whatever sticker, check it out. Think about us over there. We sure would appreciate it. Okay, here is the Basic Math AA40 Challenge. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go through 40 questions. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The ones that aren't going to get crazy difficult, because otherwise you could really get hit with random giant numbers that you never figure out. It's more of a drill. So we're going to do it. Pick any number you want for the top, and you're going to try to get 40 questions right as quickly as you can. And we're going to go through all 4: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. We're going to go through all 4 of them. And I'm going to put up a timer. So here's the timer. And the goal is, again, I'm going to make sure I'm on A difficulty, so there's the countdown, so there's a time pressure. You might miss 1 or 2, I might anyway, under time pressure, and see how quickly you can run through 40 questions, ideally getting all 40 correct. Okay, so I'm going to go around here, make sure I'm on game number 1. The timer is already up there. There it is. And you pick any number you want for the top. It's once you push start, the timer goes, so start the timer. All right, pick any number you want. I'll pick 7 arbitrarily. All right. I'm going to get 6 of these. That should be 16. There we go. It's the time crunch that's going to get me. 11. Up. Great. 7 times 14. Just try to beat the timer. There's a 0. 10. Got it. There's 8. I should have gone the other way. Come on. Let's see. 12. Oh. Got it. Almost. 15. Great. Are we almost to 10, right? And as soon as it is, we're going to jump to the next one. That's 9. Oops, almost. That's 9, dummy. All right, it's 13 again. And 9, just down here. Great. All right, 10 out of 10. There. Let's move on to the next one. Game option 2. Here we go. Pick any number you want for the top. It doesn't matter. 5 minus 2. All right, go. There's 2. Let's see. 5 minus 1 is 4. Let's go up. How's my timer? I can't see the timer. It's a weird thing. I'll have to see how I edit it, what the timer looks like. It's the wrong way. Go to 3. There it is. Minus 1. All right. So far, so good. 5. All right. It's this kind of drill. Could you see doing this? And your buddy, hopefully we can do this. If you'll play with me, see how quickly you can get all the questions right. Oh, minus. I almost did 10. That's 4. How quickly can you run through? Oh, there we go. That's 20 out of 20. All right, moving on to the third one. Multiplication. Any number you want at the top, don't care. 54. All right, so let's go up. There we go. 6 times 4 is 24. Go 2. There, good. Division's going to be the worst for me. Is that 42? If I have multiplication tables. Watch me get embarrassed because I get one wrong. Is 18. Should have gone the other way for that. There we go. How are we doing? Oh, 6. I could do that one. That's not too tough. All right, almost there, almost there. 6 times, what is that? 30. Oops. 30. Ooh, timer's trying to get me. 42 again, right? Oh, wait. What is that? What I get? Oh, 48. Duh, dummy. So I missed one. And they cost you time, too. 6 2 12. All right. 48. Dummy. All right, so 36. Isn't it done yet? 35. All right, 9 out of 10. So, almost there. Got to move on to division then. Again, start. I missed one. All right, divided by 4. So, it goes in 1 plus a remainder. You go over 2. There's a remainder of 3. Got it. Nice. All right, 7. Oh, just 1. That's easy. All right, under 3. So, it goes 2 times the remainder of 1, like that. Cool. And what? 1 into 7. Oh, I go to 7. That's easy. Come on, we got it. We got it. We got it. 5 goes in 1 time with a remainder of 2. Great. 2 into 7. 3 with a remainder of 1, right? There we go. 6 and 1 is 7. Great. Goes in 1 with a remainder of 1. And are we there yet? Oh, 8. All right. 8. Goes in 1 with a remainder of 3. 3 is the right spot. Oh, it's the wrong spot. That'd be bad. It's got to be exactly right there. Timers get me. Divided by 8 is 1. Okay. So, that's my basic math AA40 challenge. I can't see the timer. I'll put it in post. I can't see. But there, that's the time it took me to run through games 1 through 4 with both difficulty switches set to A. And basic math is dumb. And I just had a good time messing around with it. Is it a game that like, oh, I can't wait to get home and play basic fun? Is it a game that's, I can't wait to do some more Division? No. But it is a game that, with the right people, with the right second player, or the right competitiveness, you can turn anything into a game. And there's a charm to, especially these earliest games for the Atari, when they didn't even know what they were doing with it, really. It turns into something that, even though it is what it is, it's a little more than what it is, because you can make fun out of it.
You made it this far. Did you have fun? I definitely did. Did you hear what I just said? I said I had fun with basic math. More importantly, I'm not even surprised. Look, Atari games, and by extension other console and arcade games of the era, they make me happy. Even the bad ones, and the clunky ones, and the silly ones, and the broken ones have something to offer if you're willing to invest a little time and curiosity. Incidentally, the same thing applies for a lot of other things in life, and this is just one example. So with that, time for you to try my Basic Math AA40 challenge. Take Basic Math for a spin and drop your best time down in the comments, along with your suggestions for games to feature here on Friday Plays in the future. Some weeks ago, as I was exploring the games Atari released for their VCS in 1978, I spent some time with Alan Miller's Basketball. The most time I'd ever spent with it, actually. Look, I enjoy a good sports simulation game, but not being much of a sports fan in general, I don't typically seek them out. But on the occasion of this year's March Madness tournament, what better time to hit the court for some Atari basketball? And you might already be yelling at your screen asking, John, if you're gonna play a basketball game, why 78 Atari basketball when there are much better simulations of the sport you could choose from? And you'd be right, of course, but here's what I realized about basketball when I was preparing for that ranking tier. I'd never given basketball a real play. I mean, look, I'd sampled it plenty. I was familiar with the mechanics, but I couldn't absolutely swear that I'd ever fully played through a 4-minute game. Probably never. I sampled it and tried a little, and that was it. Well, you see, Miller programmed the CPU opponent with what I think might be the first example ever of rubber band AI in a game. Now, if you don't know what that is, I'll explain in just a second. But for that reason alone, it bears a closer look. So in this Friday Plays, I'm correcting a 40-plus year oversight, spending some time with basketball and even going to go one-on-one with that AI and see if I can win against the computer. Let's go. So here he is. Here's basketball, as rudimentary as you would expect, probably, for a game of this era. You have the two goalposts on the side. It's a spectator's view. You're looking on the side of the court. The guys in the middle now, one dribbling a ball. I always thought the guys, they reminded me of the bowling guy that came out the next year in bowling. I always imagined this basketball court was connected in the same sports complex as the bowling alley, and they lived in the same little Atari universe. It's just my kid mind. I kind of thought that. And I don't know if you can hear, but even in this pause attract mode, which, by the way, this attract mode exists to keep it from burning in an old CRT TVs. I think most of us knew that. Maybe some people didn't. That's why it rotates colors when it's not being played. Many good games did that when they were conscientious of your television. And there's a little bit of sound you can hear, just a little background sound of dribbling. So what I'm going to do, so first, things to know about it. It's a basketball game. It's strictly one-on-one, a 4-minute game. That's it. That's all. You go back and forth trying to get 2-point goals at a time. There's no fouls or double dribbling or anything like that. You can select a 1-player or 2-player game. So if I hit select here, you can see up at the top it went to number 2. I hit it again, it goes to number 1. So whether I'm playing a 1-player or a 2-player game. Difficulty switch slows down or speeds up how quickly you can traverse back and forth horizontally across the screen, which I'll illustrate for you in a second. Let me just hit start on a 1-player or 2-player game rather, option number 1. So I'll move back and forth here. That's B. And if I go into the A difficulty, he's slower to get across. And then I'll put him back into B. Nice and peppy. And when you shoot, as you hold down a button, there's this hold down, and his arm does this little snake charmer thing. You can get a shot from about half court. So if you wait till the ball's at the top of the arc and let go, you could probably get a shot from just like underneath the 2 in the timer there, right there. And that'll usually get it. Yeah, great. Now I'm just playing a single player, so nobody's going to fight me for the ball, although I still have trouble stealing it. Give me the ball! Got it. Now, what I normally do for easy to avoid getting caught is if you get real close under the net and just tap the ball, hit the button, you're going to probably make a basket. And really, you can get it right up under it even, right there, and just tap it. It kind of goes up under and into it. So the rest of the screen, kind of the tour of the screen, is pretty obvious. Upper left is the player 1 score. Upper right is the player 2 score. The middle is the timer. You get a 4-minute timer. You can traverse up and down, although I thought it was interesting that it didn't matter, like, depth doesn't work. Like, at that distance, I should be behind the goal. And so there's no like priority of the sprites. They're just always, in the front. I also always thought that the sounds are a bit lacking in basketball. Like a thump, 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 maybe you could get away with. Seems like a little bit of something a little more creative than just that same white noise, dump, dump, dump. And then I thought the white noise we better use like for a swish when you shoot a basket, like a whoosh, something like that. Just like staticky noise would have sounded better. And then maybe a beep if that's what you want, I suppose. So all that is possible. Now, let's talk about the rubber band AI. So let's go into game option number 2. So we have a computer, and I'm going to hit start. So right now it's 0 to 0. The computer is very aggressive. He grabbed the ball. He's trying to get it from me. He took it. He's shooting. The further behind you get, and this is what rubber band AI is, and I promised that I would explain it. Think of it like a race car. Like a race car gets too far ahead of you. Imagine them connected by a rubber band. So the further away you get, the more it pulls to try to help you get ahead. And the way it works here is the farther ahead the computer is, the less effort it puts into beating you. Like notice now that I'm 4 points behind, he's not even trying to get the ball. Now if I throw it away, he'll go get it and he'll shoot. But the farther you go, the less likely it is that he will actually score. The less likely it is he'll go to retrieve it. And in my experimentation, when you get to about 16 points behind, he actively, like right now, what is he doing over there? After a few seconds, then he goes and he tries to get it. He runs to the other side. Let me dodge the ball. Is he ever going to go get it? Like eventually he might grab it. And he did. But look, he's killing time over there. He's dribbling. He's showboating.
So let me get a few more points behind and I'll show you. So I'm just going to toss him the ball while he's standing there. Maybe he'll pick it up. Maybe he won't. Come on, take it from me. Take it. Like there, he's got it. Will he shoot? 14 points ahead. What's he going to do? Killing time in the corner, waiting for me to steal it. And letting me steal it. I'll throw the ball away. Go get it. He's just absolutely not playing the game anymore. Like, he finally took a shot. Now, 16 points. He's just standing in the corner. He's just hanging out. He's not interested at all in trying to win this game. So that's the rubber band AI I was talking about. And I don't remember ever seeing it in a game before. Look, he wandered around for 30 seconds before he even tried to intervene in me standing here talking. And that's it. Throw the ball away, 18 points behind, with a minute and a half left. He's not even going after a free ball to go to pick it up. You know what I mean? It's something else. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to try to beat the computer. Now, when you're playing, you can, if you don't have the ball, you can jump and try to get it from them. That's usually, you don't want to jump too often because you jump and it kills time if you're not in the right spot. But I'm going to go up against the computer on game option number 2. So let's circle it back around. Game option 2 is what we're going to do. It's 4 minutes. That's all it can possibly be. I'm going to try to, knowing what I know about the AI, knowing what I know about the idiosyncrasies of how you can shoot and be right under the net and try to avoid getting the ball stolen, all that. I'm not sure I've ever tried this. I think I could beat an Atari game, but I really don't have any basis of any reason to say that I can beat this game because I don't know. So before I do, very quickly, I'll remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool designs from sports and games and pop culture and TV and movies, all printed on t-shirts and hats and mugs and stickers and pins and all the stuff you'd like to collect and to wear and to put on your book bag or whatever. Please check us out the next time you're in the market for something like that. Get yourself something cool and help us out a little bit too. We certainly would appreciate it. Okay. And I am not going to restart. I'm not going to do a take 2. Any edits you see are just in the efforts of time. So that's just it. I'm here. Game option number 2. I'm hitting start. And here we go. So already he has it. I got it away from him. Quick shot. Oh, and I missed. Quick shot. Nope. Try to get it from him. Oh, get it. Oh. Try to get under him. I'm stealing it. I haven't successfully got a shot yet, but there's one. Nope. You really can't. He's already ahead. Okay, now he'll slow down on me, no? It'll be easier a little bit. So there's 2. So now I'm only behind by 2. Rarely does he miss, I've found. So staying behind by 2 so far. Would love to steal him again. Nope. Stay away from me. So he's 4 ahead. If I get him just in front of him, sometimes you can jump up and catch that ball. He missed. That's rare. Get the ball. All right. How did I miss that? You got to jump on your right foot to foot with him. All right, there we go. Come on, give me the ball. Couldn't quite get it. 10, I'm down by 2. So far, it looks like down by 2 is how I operate. Down by 4, there, got the 2 back. I just can't seem to steal from him like he can steal from me pretty efficiently. That's the benefit of being a computer, you can he knows exactly where to stand to steal the ball, and I have to kind of eyeball it and predict what he's going to do. Come on, steal! There's a chance. Didn't quite get it. I've been staying behind by 2 or 4 the whole time. I just need to get ahead once. Get that ball from him. Oh, he missed. Great. There's a tie. Okay. Gimme. Oh, couldn't quite get it. He made it. Oh, he got it as I was shooting it. See there? And he did it. Now he's ahead by 4. That under the basket shot is pretty good way to reliably make a shot. Stay away from me. So right underneath it. Yeah, pops up there. Behind by 2. Come on, get it. Here, I thought he was going to shoot from back there and didn't. It's a little repetitive. And I never... I got to steal. Come on, capitalize. I tied it up. Now he's going to get tougher, right? Because now he's no longer in the lead. So, my lead. The first time in the game, I think I've had a lead. And he's not going to miss shots. Look at it right away. He got another one. Get up here. All right, tied it up. At least I can say I was ahead. Whoa! And I stole it and he got it right back. Like, you guarantee. Tied up. Just being ahead at all is rare for me in this game. I can tie. I just can't seem to steal reliably. And I know what you need to do. You need to line up the feet and jump when he shoots, but I just can't seem to predict it. Yeah, jumping down here is not the way to do it. There's another tie. A minute left. It's a high-scoring affair. Get it, get it. Oh. There's another tie. Oh, I missed. Get it. He stole it again. Oh, I got it back and then whiffed it. There we go. Tied. Oh, here we go. Less than a minute. At this point, if I tie, that's a victory for me. Like, I've rarely been in the lead. Terrible. Come on. In the lead, just for a second, 30 seconds. Now watch him pull way ahead. Watch him at this last second. Get it. I'm in the lead. It's almost like I just have to time when I get my last point. Oh, look at that. Oh, and he stole it from me. I got it from him. He stole it from me, you jerk. No, don't. See, he's super on my tail. Good coverage. Oh, he missed it somehow. 12 seconds. Tied. All right. Come on, just get a good steal here at the last second. I could make a difference. 4 seconds. Tied. Do not shoot. Oh, either with the tie. Holy moly. So I'm playing with my CX40 wireless. I have Paul's ball top on it, and it's not easy. Look, I'm impressed. And look, I wasn't playing on like same difficulty, right? I'm not a punk. I didn't put it on, computer is slow or anything. That was standard. And whew, it went fast. I had a decent time. I don't feel like I ever had the skill to pull ahead. Like, I don't know what that's going to require. I'm sure there's a way to figure out, predict maybe when he's going to shoot or something. But in the end, what I ended up with is 4 minutes of semi-hand cramping, semi-basketball fun. But I also got to analyze how that AI kind of let me get where I needed to be and then turned on the gas and kept me from really pulling ahead at all. So, yeah, that's basketball.
Here, nearly 50 years later, with hundreds of more sophisticated digital versions of hoops available, Atari's first basketball game is still a fun challenge. Although the weirdo in me, though, actually had more fun analyzing and trying to decode the computer's adjustable behavior than playing the game itself. I find it really impressive that Miller not only recognized that it's no fun to get clobbered by the computer, but then designed an algorithm to adjust the difficulty based on your progress and crammed all of that, along with the mechanics of the game, in a 2K cartridge. That CPU logic is my pick for MVP of this basketball game. Recently, I've taken the opportunity here on Friday Plays to revisit games from my ranking tiers that viewers felt I may have graded too harshly. But today is the reverse of that. Today, I'm going back to the Imagic title Firefighter that lots of commenters claimed I was too kind to and rated too favorably. I'll take a closer look next. It was a little over a year ago that I published my Imagic ranking tier, where I stepped through each game they published and gave it a grade. And one game that got a lot of attention in the comments was Brad Stewart's Firefighter. Now, in part, here's what I said. Firefighter is a goofy little game that has poor controls, poor design, not that engaging. I'm gonna get pushback on this one. I know where this game belongs, but I can't help it. I like it. I gotta bump it up to a C because I just find Firefighter a charming, mindless game to play. Now, of course, these rankings are subjective, but even back then I acknowledged that Firefighter was probably deserving of a lower grade, but as an overall package, I just find it to be more fun than is the common consensus. And since I do go back and play it fairly frequently, I thought Friday Plays would be the perfect place to revisit Firefighter and try to determine just what it is about this somewhat subpar Imagic game that resonates for me. Plus, I'll share with you my favorite made-up Firefighter challenge. Let's go.
Okay, well here he is. Here's Firefighter. And look, if you fire this up the first time and you look at it, you're like, what is this blocky building thing? And I get and once you get into the gameplay especially, I get why people say it's not a great game. But I'm going to cover all the things that I think are cool about it. Starting here with a tour of the screen. So on the left-hand side, in the middle, of course, is your building. At a 10-story building with the 3 columns of windows. At the top of the building is your person you're trying to save up there. Now, I don't know if it's a guy or a woman. I always thought it was a dude, but we'll see. We'll talk about it. Lower right of the screen is your fire truck, and it has a little number 5 on it, engine number 5, which to me, I always thought that was cool because it looks like an old, like a Model T Ford that you would see. So maybe this is a vintage game that's happening in the 20s or the 30s. And then you have your firemen that always reminded me of the aliens you picked up in Cosmic Arc, the little simple single color guys who are at the bottom. But that's your little firefighter. Bottom of the screen is the game select. There are 9 game options to go through, and all the game options do are change between how tall the building is. So it goes from 10 stories to 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 on game option number 8. And then the number 9, now we're going to come back to that. That's my favorite game option and the one that I have a challenge for you to try for Firefighter. But let's go to game option 1 and continue the tour by hitting start so we can start to see the game in action. So now that we hit start, at the bottom of the screen is a timer that shows how long you've been playing this round. And in fact, the only scoring you have is how long does it take you to save the person. So if you save the person in 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, it's over. You just start again with all your water and you proceed. So if you have 2 things you're controlling in this game that can be a little weird. You control your firefighter, which is just your joystick, and you control your truck by holding down the button and using your joystick. You can change the angle of the ladder or the extension of the ladder. And then finally, if you're standing under one of the windows, you hold up. By the way, the fire, I think, looks awesome. The multicolor, going red to yellow, I think those look great. Also, I love the water, the splashy water, how you can use the water to kind of help put out the flames. And you'll notice that as you use water, the water indicator to the left of your score is going to go down. Now, you can actually eliminate fire entirely if you have enough water to do it. I should also point out that the little person cannot die. It's a common misconception that if you don't hit all the fires out, you're going to kill the guy. All they'll do is run to the roof, as you see there, and wait until the fire comes down. Now I'm out of water. In fact, that's all I could do. So when we talked about game select, it's also worth noting the game difficulty, so the A, B. In the standard mode, which is difficulty B, the fire moves at this rate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit reset and go into difficulty A, and I want you to watch how quickly the flames push up the building to the top, and then they quickly burn themselves out, which they would do in A or B, just faster in A, and how quickly you'd have to figure out how high to get up to save this person. Watch the flames just shove them to the roof, and once they're there, all you can do is either put out the flames or wait for them to die out. Watch. Okay, fast forward a bit and edit. The flames are almost done. And as soon as they run out, my little guy takes an express elevator to the floor. Fire goes out. That's and then all you have to do is extend the ladder. And on the bottom floor, why couldn't he just come out the door? I don't know. Anyway, you run up, he'll walk over, and you save him. For he's a jolly good fellow. So even if I burn out all of the fires, you can save in like a minute. So we're going to go back to the B difficulty here. And just a couple more things I'll show you, and then I'll talk about the challenge. So we'll come down to a shorter building, just for example. So in a normal playthrough, the idea is to put out some of the fire and predict where he's going to be to run the ladder to that level. So he's on floor 3. So let's go to 2, 3, maybe 4, and run the ladder up to floor 4. Now he's not there yet, but the fire will push him up there as soon as there's any fire on floor 3. So there he is. And by the way, as soon as you're on the truck or ladder, he'll go to the extreme right-hand side, and then you've saved him in just 30 seconds. So not super challenging. You hit start, you're just starting over. It's just like hitting game reset. It's just like hitting game reset. Okay, so here's the challenge, though. Here's what I find the most interesting and creative way to play Firefighter. We're going to do a no water challenge because on game option number 9, you actually, as you finish and save one of the people, the building grows. You actually go through 7 levels from 3 through 10 of saving this guy, and then your overall time is what you get. So I like to do that without using any water and seeing if I can predict where he's going to be and save him based on the speed of the flames. Before I do that, very quickly, of course, I will remind you of our store where you can get our logo printed on hats and t-shirts and mugs and stickers and all kinds of cool stuff, or other designs like firefighting designs, not a magic firefighter, but firefighting designs, all sorts of cool, nostalgic, throwback, gaming, pop culture stuff. Look, you can get that stuff anywhere. If you'll shop our store when you're in the market, not only will you get the thing you're looking for, but we'll get a few pennies to help support the content we create here on Gen X Grown Up. So please do keep us in mind. We certainly would appreciate that you do. Okay, here's the challenge. This is game option 9, difficulty B, the no water game option 9 firefighter challenge. And the right away, what you have to do is make sure you start the game and save the very first person on level 3. If you don't, you might as well restart. But you'll see as I go forward. So wish me luck. Here we go. All right, quickly, let's get this ladder up to level 3. 2 seconds. There's the clock burning. Run up there. He'll quickly get pushed to level 3. He's already there. We got him. I'm holding left, so he'll jump quickly. I'm going to go to level 4 this time. Oh, it's not quite there. Level 4. Because typically I find that the next round, the fire is coming up a little faster. So he's coming across, and sure enough, the fire is going to chase him up to 4, and I'll lose. Oh, perfect timing. Now, you'll gain time if you can save him on 3, of course, but he's got to be far enough right when you go there. This is very close. That fire in the 3rd window is coming up quickly. We might not get him. Oh, see what happened? So now you pretty much have to go all the way to the top to save him, and you got to hurry. It's quite quick. I got to run up there quickly. I've already burned 49 seconds. Come on, little guy. There he goes. Holding left now. All right, so made it through a few. I'm going to go to level 4 because 3 is just, it's too tight. 1, 2, 3. There's 4. There we go. Jump up. So he's already coming across now because I'm on the ladder. But 3, see, he would not have made 3. So having him on 4 is a better plan because that's where I'm at. Now, I'd like to save him on 3 a couple more times if I can, if he's on the right level. He's far enough right. Maybe I can get this one. Okay, come on. Run, little guy. Run, little guy. The fire's coming. Oh, that's close. I don't think I'm going to make that one. Oh, the yellow fire. He got me again. All right, so again, go up a couple of levels. Burning time. 1, 2. Let's go up. That's going to be about level 6 or 5. Yeah, that ought to do it. All right. Just got a few more floors. He's already in the right spot. Great. Holding left, so I jump off right away. 1, 2, 3. Go up to level 4. It's not going to be my best run ever, that's for sure. Looks like, oh, that's perfectly timed because he's going to get there just in time to get pushed to 4. Boom. All right, keep going. I'm going to try 4. I think 4 is good middle ground. But if you could get a few levels on 3, just cross 2 minutes, that's how you're going to gain. Because you usually pick up like 2 or 3 seconds if you can catch him on floor 3. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That, about 5 seconds I lost there. Yeah, so that was a good example of how you could have caught him on 3 if you had taken the gamble. So I think this is the last one. Come on, guy. Come on, guy. Yeah, this is perfect. The flame's going to push him to 4. 223, 224. There he goes. That's it. The end. 2 minutes, 26 seconds. All right, look, not my best performance. Not the best I've ever done at this, but passable. Like I said, between probably, 2 minutes and 3 minutes, I think probably is my typical score on this Option 9 challenge. It's hard to get under 2. I don't think I've ever gotten under 2. Like 202, 203 is my best. But give it a shot. Look, pointing out the things like the fire, like the water, like how you can make your own fun with this. And I wasn't even taking this creative play into consideration when I gave my ranking, but here's the thing, especially with old games, old DOS games, old Atari 2600 games, sometimes the game isn't everything you hoped it would be. But once you have it in your hands, once you own it, once it's in your house, what I certainly did as a kid was make my own fun with it, make my own creative challenges, working within the limitations and the structure and the mechanics of the game. Make up your own ways that you can play with the game and challenge yourself to do things that maybe the creator never thought of. Now, yes, the creator knew you were on game option 9 going to go through the 7 levels and see how quickly you could do it. I don't think they ever considered you do it without using a drop of water. You know, that's against the design of the game, but for me, it adds something to the game and gives you a little extra something to shoot for, something to try. So, is it a D game, an F game? No. I don't know if this in any way has helped change your opinion of this game. For me, it's a C or better game just because, like so many of those older games, I just find it fun to play. I maybe can't quantify that, but it is what it is.
Okay, here's a new one for Friday Plays. Wikipedia is one of my sources of research for these games, but when I looked up firefighter, even the basic description was wrong. It read that you had to put out the fire before a person trapped in the building is killed, which is incorrect because the little guy in the building can never die. And then it went on to say that once the fire is out, the player can extend a ladder from a fire truck to rescue the person from the building, suggesting you couldn't rescue the guy until the fire was out. Well, since Wikipedia is only as good as the information in it, I felt obligated to edit this description so it's more accurate for the next person doing research on Magic games. Friday Plays contributing to the collective knowledge. Sort of. In just under a week, Atari will release a modern version of its 1983 arcade game, iRobot. This new interpretation has an added layer of insanity courtesy of video game madman Jeff Minter. But before we get there, I felt this would be the perfect time to get reacquainted with the original. If you're unfamiliar with the original iRobot, well, that's very likely not your fault. Reportedly, fewer than 1,000 of the cabinets were ever manufactured and released to arcades, and that's a shame because it has quite a pedigree. Now, not only was it developed by Dave Thurer, who worked on classics like Missile Command and Tempest, but is also notable as being the first commercially produced arcade game rendered entirely with real-time, flat-shaded, 3D polygonal graphics. Now, at the time, iRobot received negative reviews and was a financial flop for Atari, but in the intervening years, it has been recognized as the landmark title that it is, and was even included in the Atari 50 collection back in 2022. So, to get us all ready for the 2025 modernized version headed our way, let's travel back to 1983 and get better acquainted with the original.
Okay, here we are in iRobot, and normally I would start a game. This is the first time I've done an arcade game here on Friday Plays. Normally I would start the game by talking about the difficulty switches and the instructions, but you don't have that because it's an arcade game, or do you? One of the many things that makes this game stand out for me is before you even put in a token, you can start tapping the fire button and see these hints. You know, things that you need to know about the game before you've ever played it. In addition to, there's a great instruction manual that kind of rolls through if you just leave it in the attract mode, which we're gonna do, we're gonna let it get into that. Overall, the game, there are 126 levels. The goal is to turn the red blocks blue to bring down the shield and defeat the eye. That's the overall goal. So here's the attract mode. Even that has the polygonal flat ray trace thing here going on, iRobot. Here comes your robot, who by the way is named Unhappy Interface Robot number 1984. I don't know how you would have known that in the past. I just learned that recently. Reminds me of Unhappy Robot in Marvin in Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay, I'm gonna just pause here occasionally so this big head pops up and lets you know the law is no jumping. Well, my little robot doesn't understand why. They're gonna teach you that right away. Oh yeah? He's gonna jump over. Now keep an eye on the eye in the distance. It's yellow. When it's red, that's why. The primary way you die, there are a lot of ways to die, but the overarching way that you can die a lot is that if your little robot's wheel is not on the ground, when that eye opens and the iris turns red, he shoots a laser like you just saw and blasts you. So once they teach you that, they start to show you touch red to zap the shield. So in the distance, you see this gold shield with the number coming down. It says reds. That's how many red tiles are remaining for you to roll over. Once you've done all but one, there's one left, you go over there, you grab it, shoot the eye, and you finish the maze level. Now we go back and forth between a maze level and this outer space level where you have to shoot down these tetras. Now I'm not playing, this is all still the attract mode that teaches you how to play the game. So as you get bonus if you shoot them all, it's going to teach you don't run into solid objects. So that's the attract mode. They really taught you all the basic rules. Now there's a little more to know, and there are more cool things to discover in the game. Before we start the game, I'm going to get into the ungame, which a lot of people talk about in this that I think is really cool. And they say, tired of video games? Burned out on mass destruction? Try Doodle City. So I'm going to put in a coin and hit start. I can choose iRobot the game or Doodle City, the ungame. Hit start and jump in here. What this is look, the team was so happy that they created this interface, this method of creating objects that they want you as a user to be able to play with them. So you can pick them, you can rotate them, you can hit the start buttons to spin them or change whether you're painting or not. If you hit both start buttons, you have all these options like, do I want to turn the music on? Do I want the instructions on the screen or not? Further, you might notice that it now says return to game lives 2. Now the lower left is a timer. So you can play this Doodle City ungame for about 3 minutes. For every minute you spend, it costs you a life. So you could play around for a minute and then jump into the game with a reduced number of lives. Or you could just play for 3 minutes, because arcade games' jobs were to get your money in about 3 minutes and make you put in more money. So what I want to do is let the time run out, and then we're going to jump back into the game, the real game, and take a look at the extra things there are to see before we go for a points run. All right, we're back at the title screen. I'm going to put in a coin, hit start, and we're going to go into the proper game. So the first really cool thing they teach you with the instructions is using the start buttons, you can control your view on the map. Now notice in the upper left, it shows the multiplier. So it's half points if you're zoomed way out. If you zoom into a moderate level, you can get a ×1, a little more, you get a ×1.5. All the way in, you get a ×2. Now you can't see the map, but you get a bonus multiplier. Now for the case of this tutorial, I'm gonna zoom out really far. And you know that you can jump if there is a flashing column. So you can see to the left or right of me, there's a flashing column. I can choose to jump there. It actually builds a bridge between the two. I jumped, red eye was up because I was busy talking to you. We'll do that again. So we'll come up here and we'll choose to jump and we'll create another column. Neat. And you'll notice as I'm rolling over these reds, it's decreasing the shield of the eye. Now the birds, you can shoot. Your fire button is there so you can shoot. So you can blast those birds out of the sky. The farther away they are, the less points they're worth. So if they're really close to you, I think you can get up to 500 points maybe. Let's see. Yeah, 500 points is the most you can get for those. So before my time runs out, I just want to get far enough to show you a couple more unique elements of the game. It looks more complex than it is. Now that I have all but one on the shield, get the last one, shoot him. The quicker you do that, of course, the more points you're going to get. We did it very slowly, and then out in space we go. Now, you get bonus for shooting all these tetras. It's kind of like a challenging stage in Galaga, but except it's risk. You can actually die on these challenging stages and lose men, so you gotta be careful. And then finally, you have to make sure you land properly on the yellow area, or you'll die there too. Let's zoom out a bit. Here's an example of how the levels start getting more and more intricate. There's a limited number of places I could jump, but as I jump, you see I'm building this map, so I have these little hops I can make if I need to. Wait for the red eye. This is a lot of back and forth, a lot of opportunities to get some birds in mid-flight as I'm flying across. Always keep eye out for when the eye is red. We're down to the last one, so let's hop across. Boom. I wanted to get to this outer space section to show you another interesting bit, is that in outer space sometimes there are floating letters to collect. They're going to spell out iRobot, I suspect. Some kind of bonus, I'm sure, available. There's the eye. There's some bonus there. And the more you collect of them, I'm guessing it's going to build up. If you spell them all, maybe it does something. I never got that far, like I said. And then finally, I want to get at least this far to show you another element, which are these teleporters. So if you choose to hop into them, kind of like Tempest, Dave Fuhrer, I can choose to take a jump. Let's move on to level 4 or level 5. I get a 20,000 point bonus, but I go to a harder level. So of course, that's a way to move ahead your score, but it's going to get much tougher when you do that. So I'll just leave it on 3. We'll just stay here. And you've really seen, except for the pyramid at the end, which I'll show you in my playthrough, the other element that you can get to. So that's really all there is to know about iRobot. Change things red to blue, don't run into stuff, shoot the bad guys, kill the eye. That's it. Okay, now, of course, I am going to do a points run. I'm going to try to play a little bit while I talk about this. However, before I do, I want to talk to you a little bit about our merch store, as I always do. Over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, you can get hats and tees and pins and stickers, all kinds of cool, nerdy, and pop culture designs. And every dollar you spend not only gets you something cool, but also helps support independent content creation like you see here on GenXGrownUp. Let me go ahead and show you this pyramid, the last little bit you hadn't seen before. Another play space, picking up gems. Just running through this maze, collecting all the gems. And also destroys the eye. With that, I'm just going to go ahead and kill my robot so that we can put in another token so that we can play the game properly and do a points run and see how well I can do. Oh, I got a decent high score. Well, an okay high score. I'm going to put in my GXG. Got it. Great. Token in. Hit start. We're going to pick the game, of course. Wish me luck. And I'll zoom out a bit so that you can see what we're seeing here. Now, you've seen this level already, so I'll kind of try to be peppy about it. Watch out for the eye, of course. Hop across this side. Doesn't take too long to do this first level. Wait for the eye, because he just turned. There he is. Hop across. Shoot him. Great. Quick, easy, no problem. Into space we go. Try to shoot all the Tetras and avoid all the asteroids as best we can. I can usually get about 25,000 to 30,000. Higher if I take a teleport. I tend to not take a teleport, and I tend to not rush through the game to get bonuses because I'd rather see more of the game. Make sure I land properly. I'd rather see more of the game than get a high score. I guess in this case I'm trying to get the high score, so maybe I should, but I'm one of those guys that just likes to see more of the game. I want more time for my token than I do want high score for my token. I guess it depends on what kind of mood you're in on that day, you know? Get some birds. Watch out for the red eye. There we go. Jump. Whenever you jump across, make sure you're blasting because you're liable to get a few birds. No red eye. There we go. Watch out, bird. And that's it. Finish him up. Boom. Now, you saw this far a second ago, so we're just about to move past the area that we played through in our little walkthrough to see new stuff. I do like the kind of slalom thing here. Go back and forth. Dodge left and right. There's the eye. Let's get the eye. Got it. Little bonus. Make sure we land properly. Big bonus. Oh, I think we got an extra bonus. Yeah, best space score. Nice. Okay. Not going to teleport. Just take a second here. Let's clean this up. Let's wait for these rings to move. They'll move way away from us. There they go. They'll do this part. Then they'll come around and do the other part in a second. Wait for the eye. Yep. Get this part. All right, come back around to get these before this ring comes. Whoa! I jumped right into that ring. That was bad. I lost a life already. All right, no problem. We'll come around, finish this off. I leapt instead of just picking up. There we go. Wait for the eye. All right, this is the part where we collect the gems. In we go. And I want to get at least level 4 to show you that giant head again, because you get to shoot that giant head as he shoots these spikes at you. Nice. I think one more outer space and one more main. Whoa! Almost missed that first one. You gotta watch out. There's an R. Got it. Make sure we land here. Nice. Oh, about 20 grand already. That's not far from what I normally do. Now, I like this level a lot because you have a lot of distance to jump and you can shoot a lot of birds, but you do have to pay attention to that eye because it'll get you. Ooh, I hit a bird. Dang it. I thought I was shooting, but I'm just not shooting fast enough. All right. Let's move across it. Let's go across to the right, maybe. Oh, here comes the red eye. Quick, quick, quick. Next turn. Across. All right, now we can shortcut. Little hops. Oh, little hops while the red eye was open. Bad news. All right, let's come across here. All right, wait for that teleporter to go. All right, let's finish this up. Come on, bird, get out of my way. No more eye. Got that bird. He's here. All right, that's it. We just got to hop across now. Boom. Okay, now I think we get to fight the giant blue head. Is it called something? I don't know what it's called, but it's the one we saw in the tutorial. You'll shoot these spikes at us. You can't miss any of those. That's bad news. If you miss them, you lose a life. But you got to keep shooting him. More spikes, more spikes. Get the spikes, get the spikes. Oh, I missed one. There it goes. Every spike must be shot. Yeah, that was my last life too. So, okay, almost 25 grand. Yeah, that's okay. It's my third high score. I did okay. So I just think there's so much in iRobot. It's so sad that it didn't get a wider release. There's so much more to see in it. There's more to the game. I spent like the doodle area. It's almost like the creators of the game knew it was something neat and a new technology, and they wanted users to get to play with the technology outside of just playing the game. And I'm hoping by doing this as a Friday Plays, it brings more recognition to the game so more people will get to play and enjoy the reimagined game that's coming out in just, I guess, a few days by the time this publishes. So there you go. That is iRobot.
I remember when playing this back in 83, 84 in the arcades, I always felt the features in iRobot were some of the most interactive I'd ever seen in an arcade game. An adjustable camera angle, a hint system, a configurable doodle mode, it all reminded me more of a home computer game than an arcade release, and that was kind of cool. Oh, and for a game known for breaking new ground, I guess now we can chalk up one more notable first for iRobot. It has become the first original arcade game ever to be featured here on Friday Plays. I've been delighted to hear from viewers in the comments who will often watch these Friday Plays videos and then be motivated to try out the game for themselves that they may not have played before because they were unsure of how to play or where to begin. The game I've selected to highlight in this video, though, has no such barriers of entry. Fast Eddie, published by 20th Century Fox, is among the simplest games you'll likely ever play, and yet still surprisingly replayable. We'll take a closer look. Next. Fast Eddie for the Atari 2600 was written by Mark Turmel and published by 20th Century Fox in 1982. Now, at its core, Fast Eddie is an action platformer where you climb ladders and jump bad guys while collecting treasures. I would describe it further if I could, but that's it. Aside from getting gradually faster and more challenging, Fast Eddie is a pure arcade-style game in the quest of a high score. The question is that enough? Well, let's go find out.
And here he is. Here's Fast Eddie. I told you, simple as it gets. There are the platforms, there are the ladders, there is Fast Eddie, there are the sneakers, those are the bad guys, there's the treasures. That's it. But before I even push start, there are a few things that as I go into kind of the overview of the game that I want you to notice that are notable and admirable for 2600 game. Of course, you have the bright, vibrant colors that you'd come to expect and the flashy color rotation of the treasures, those hearts. Very smooth animation, very nice kind of jump cycle that Eddie has. He kind of squishes himself and he gets a little shorter. I want you to notice things like the very sharp, distinct sounds, very Atari-esque sounds. Also, no flickering, designed on purpose this way. Look, there's no flickering because everything is on a different horizontal row and doesn't move up or down, so no horizontals to fight against the rules of the 2600. And it's just such a simple... Let me just start the game and give you an idea of the feel for it. So I'll hit start. Okay, so you move the joystick, of course, left and right, up and down, goes up and down the ladders. There's a little up and down the ladder noise that he makes. Very charming. There's a jump sound he makes. You see the jump animation where he kind of gets squishes up a little bit toward the top of the platform above him, so he doesn't hit his head on the guys above him. Also, there's this very arcade game feel that when you gather an item, it shows you the score, this increasing score. And there's not a story. This is the point of the Friday Plays where I would tell you the story of the game. Like, your goal is to do blah, blah, blah. Your goal is literally gather these treasures, try not to die, move on to the next level. That's it. So there are 10 levels, 10 treasures on a level. There's 6 or 60. You can avoid by these guys by, jumping them, of course. Let me go get this last guy. The bad guys I said are called sneakers, and the guy at the top who's tall is called high top. High top. Sneaker. Get it? And eventually, once you gather 9 treasures, he gets super short, and then you can grab the key. And then you go to the next level. And those are the mechanics of the game. That's really it. There are a couple little things to note, like when you're on a ladder, you're safe. So if you're moving up and down a ladder, you're invincible as long as you don't stop in danger. You know what I mean? Like, you can hit your head on it, hit your feet on it, but if you're standing flat-footed on a platform. Also, on certain levels, when the guys move back and forth and stop on the edges, you could do this side jump, where you jump at the edge of the screen and allow them to pass under you. Now, later levels, they kind of rotate around, but that's a really good tactic as well. So, really, between knowing you're safe on the ladders, how the jump works, the rules, there's not much else to know. That's kind of the point of the simplicity of this. It's just a pure how many points can you get. So let's talk about the switches on the game. So there are no game options per se. Let's loop back around here. There are just levels you start on. So if you just play the game normally, you can you're going to go every 5 levels, moves you onto a new difficulty. Well, if you choose to go to level 2, this is if you started on game number or level number 6, right? So you went through 5 and you start on number 6. And what happens gradually, so 3 would be like level 16, I guess. Yeah, something like that. 11, then 16, right? And they just get, you see, some of the guys start moving back and forth, and they cross off the screen and loop back around. They get larger. More of them appear. They move a little faster. Some of them get gigantic, which just uses the width register for sprites in the 2600. All the way up to level 8, which is just crazy. I think those 3 guys together, you can't even jump. You can't clear them even. You just have to work around them, in my recollection. So yeah, you just pick how high a level you want to start on. Another notable thing is there is no difficulty switch setting, but the color black and white switch is used. So if you tap that down to black and white, it pauses your game. This is something I didn't see a lot on games until a little later, 83, 84 maybe. So this is at 82. And then you take it back to color mode, and you're right back where you left off. Now, interestingly, the color cycling there, you can change the color of the girders and everything when you come out of pause, wherever it's sitting. So it changes everything to red and blue. And if I paused again, it came back. It changes it to purple and green. Just a little trivia point there. So let me give you a tour of the screen for the elements that we've talked about. There's no time limit either. So as long as I'm on a level where none of the sneakers are coming after me, we're okay. So top of the screen is your score. Obviously, got 10 points right now because I've grabbed 1 treasure. Just below that, those dashes are your lives. You start the game with 4 eddies, and every time you die, you lose one of those. It drops to 2, drops to 1. Very generous in terms of extra lives. Every time you finish a level, you get an extra man. So really, you can plan this risk-reward thing, and you can't get more than 4. So if your lives are full, maybe you go after the last heart as a bonus. Or if you're short on lives, maybe you don't, because you're going to get an extra life. So it's okay to die, and you're going to die regularly. It encourages experimentation, because you could die once in every board and still continue to progress, because if you just clear 1, you're going to get all your lives filled up again. The top is a high top. Now, what you want to notice, I'm going to grab a treasure, and I want you to notice he does shrink a little bit every time you get a treasure. So let me go grab this heart. Now watch high top. A little shorter, and it's not until you get all the treasures that he gets regular low height, and the key is above his head. There are 10 treasures on a board. Their points are 10, 20, 30, all the way through 90. The 10th one is optional. 90 points extra if you want it, but you only need 9 for high top to reveal the key above his head. The ladders, obviously, 3 rungs on a ladder, the platforms, the sneakers, and the treasure. The treasures also, I'll note, they change with every level. They change their hearts or their tanks or their watering cans or their, spades or clubs or something, card suits. A huge variety of treasures, which kind of, in addition to score, is the reason you want to keep progressing to go, ooh, what's the new treasure going to be on the next level? There's no motivator in this game in terms of, I really want to get this far. I need to get to this part, get over this hump. It's a pure high score run, which makes it a perfect game for Friday plays and a perfect game for you to try and post your high score in the comments. So, of course, I'm going to do a points run, do the best that I can. I'm not great. I'm okay. I played it a lot when I was a kid, not so much lately. Usually I can get 10, 20, maybe 30,000 or so. The fact that you get extra lives a lot makes it a lot nicer. So before I do, of course, I'm going to quickly mention our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool hats and t-shirts and mugs and pins and stickers with either our logo or other pop culture nerdy video game designs. You're going to get something cool for your money, and plus some of that money is going to go to support GenXGrownUp, and we're really grateful when you do take the time to check us out over there. Okay, so I'm going to circle around here. I'm just get back around to game option number 1. It's in the attract mode right now. I'm going to hit start, and what you want to notice at the beginning is there's often a sneaker who moves at the bottom, but he will not move. He'll give you a grace period when you begin the game of about 5 seconds before he moves. So if there's a treasure on the bottom level you want to get, maybe grab it first. So start. Here we go. All right. Here we go. So it looks like the guy on the bottom is probably going to move. Yeah, the top and middle are not. I tend to try to stay at the middle 2 levels as best I can. That way you never have too far to go to get another treasure. And you always know your progress based on the points you get. So you get 40 points, it's number 4. You get 50 or number 5. You only have to get to 9 to move on to the next level. Whoa! Right away jumped into him. That was just bad planning. No worries, though, right? I'm going to get an extra man right away, so it's not a big deal. You don't have to worry about, oh, my game is wrecked. Should I start over? See, now I'm down a life. Should I go get that heart for 90 points or not? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do the ladder trick to grab it. I'll just run down the ladder and back up. There we go. And then you have to jump to get the key. You can't stand flat-footed. Boom. Got it. Extra man, we're full up again. Away we go. Now, there's no level counter. That would be nice here to know, my level 4, 5, 6, 10, whatever, so that you have a better idea of how far you've progressed. That's part of the simplicity. They didn't bother with any of those displays or anything. I got stuck here. There we go. You run up this ladder, get this fish. 60, there's another one up there. Don't even have to jump then. Grab that. That's all I need. Quick jump. Woo! That was quick. All right. Notice I didn't get an extra man because I'm full up now. So I already have all 4. So you don't get the benefit of more lives. Whoa! Whoa! It's a danger of having multiple ladders. If you hold up on the joystick too long, you can inadvertently go up 2 ladders instead of 1, which is what happened to me there. Now, fortunately, I'm not too upset because I'll get an extra man right after I finish this level. There's one on a ladder, down and up. That's number 6. Should I go get that tank for 90 points? Yeah, it's early enough. I think I'm okay. Go down and grab that tank, work our way back up. Oop, got it. Just work your way up and down. Ooh, lost a man. A lot of it is, ironically, I was about to say, a lot of this game is about focus. Paying attention to the game, not getting distracted by the simplicity or, charmed by the little, the clicky music. Music is a term. The clicky sound effects, I should say. The ladder clicking, the jump, the little doodly-doop of getting the treasure. And even though I lost a man out not focusing, I'm okay. It's full again. The triple ladder, you got to be careful again not to go too many ladders. Just go up one and let go of the joystick, or you'll inadvertently go up multiple ladders. Whoa! Ooh, lucky that was on the ladder. Almost came down too quickly on him. There we go. Now that's the last one I need, so if I go up there and grab it, he'll also reveal the key. I can get him. Now you might think, John, this is taking forever. You're not losing any lives. You just keep gaining them back. Yeah, that's how the game begins. It lulls you into this false sense of security like, oh, this is easy. And it is. You notice we now have more sneakers running around the level at the same time. Everybody's moving. Nobody's sitting still anymore. So we've clearly moved into the next kind of level of difficulty. What probably is game option 2, I would guess. And sometimes I'll avoid sneakers altogether. I'll just pop up there, grab the treasure, and get the heck out. Like this, I'll grab it and run back down and not even have to jump them. Now we got spades now, all right. Oh, there's another spade. Whoa! Side jump is handy. Grabbing treasure. That was 7. That tells me there's 2 left. Like, all the information you need is right there in the scoring of the game. I guess that's why they didn't see the need to put any kind of HUD up there. All right, there's 10 grand. All right, it'll start getting a little hairier now. So there's a smiley face. This is the impressive part of the game where it seems like I'm not making mistakes because you look and I have all my lives. It's just the forgiveness of the game. There we go. You little ladder hop to go down and get the last one. Jump back over. There we go. Just it's hard to pass up that extra 90 points, especially when you have all your lives. Because, what's the problem? If you die, you'll get another life in just a second. Hammers now. Okay. And you notice only 2 treasures appear at a time. I think we mentioned that. So, depending on where you are, sometimes you can kind of force them to spawn in different places. They said rarely do they spawn the level you're on, so hovering around the middle 2 means you never have to go up or down more than 1. Little stick figures next, all right? I remember playing this a lot with my friend who had this game. I never owned it, but I certainly borrowed it from him quite a bit. Because it's kind of a game that you don't, crave to play. It's one, you will play on occasion. Because it's not like, oh, I gotta, go and rescue the princess or anything. It's just like, oh, that little game where you're trying to collect the items. But I remember playing with a friend occasionally, and we'd be trying to get to something we'd never gotten before. The treasures, right? The stick figures here. I'm sure I got to those at some point. And I'm sure there's a finite number they circle around sometime, but I don't know if I ever made them circle around or not. Get up there. There we go. All right, we've advanced. Now you see we have a big fat one, and now these guys above me, they're circling off the screen. So one stays on the screen and one is circling off the screen. So I've got to be much more careful here. I'm trying to stay off of that level if I can. But here's where the deaths will begin, I can assure you. Oh, speaking of which, right there. Oh, goodness. Just try to... Sometimes you can use that up and down the ladder thing to buy time like I was doing there. Oh, I lost another life. Oh, no, I'm down to just 2. This one and the one in reserve. All right. Oh, ouch. Last man. Oh, no. This is going to be a death of me. Was it like round level 3 or something? This is, ironically, the big fat guy on this second level is the best one because at least I can predict what he's going to do. I don't lose track. So I try to use the ladder trick to fetch this. Well, I was going to try. Because I have to be very careful now because of my... oh, it's timed just right to mess with me. There we go. It's 90, and that's it. It's not going to get much easier, though. I've got to get up here. Oh, he got me! So I was on level 3, so I said 3 for a second, 21,080. Look, this is not a top-tier performance of Fast Eddie, but you can see how simple it is. They keep adding little complexities, more of the sneakers, faster sneakers, you know, the patterns they move. And if you pay attention, it's predictable, but it's not complicated. I would challenge you that anyone could pick it up and figure out how to play it like this without a manual, unlike so many other Atari games. Let me know what you think, or if you have tried Fast Eddie.
Fast Eddie went on to be ported to a number of other home platforms, including the Commodore 64, Atari 8-bit computers, and the VIC-20. The funny thing is, if you look at the screenshots of any of those ports, they're nearly indistinguishable. Fast Eddie didn't need any embellishments or bells and whistles. The 2600 version is already its final form. So that begs the question, is it too simple to deliver a rewarding gameplay experience? I've already shared my thoughts, so please let me know what you think about it down in the comments. Not having been an Intellivision kid, I continue to be fascinated as I discover the charming library of games released for the Mattel console that I missed. A few months ago, when I reviewed the laughably bad Intellivision plug-and-play from 2003, a little fish game called Shark Shark caught my eye. Now, it was borderline unplayable on that device, but then I explored the original, and I knew I needed to feature it here on Friday Plays. Over the years, I've seen a number of little fish eats littler fish, grows, and then eats bigger fish style games on a number of platforms. And I don't know for certain if Mattel's Shark Shark for its Intellivision was the very first game of this kind, but it just might have been. Released in 1982 and written by Don Daglow and Ji-Won So, Shark Shark really comes out of the tank swinging with not just a variety of fish to encounter, but with a giant killer shark that, I've come to realize, is the key to more fun and higher scores. So, put on your snorkel, let's dive in.
So here he is. Here is Mattel Electronics presenting Shark Shark. This is the splash screen, another fish or water pun just for good measure. There's a surprising amount to know about this game, but you don't need to know all the stuff, but the more you know, the kind of more fun you have. It's that weird manual conundrum. First of all, you can see right below me is the controller overlay. So when you start, just the way you tap, what button you tap first, if you tap 1, 2, or 3, the top 3 fish there, that can send you from a slow, medium, or like super slow version of the game. Or if you just tap the little directional disc, then it'll just go into what's called the normal version of the game. And that's what we're going to play here. All the others are just slower versions of that same game. So a less accelerated. Then you pick how many players. So I'll pick 1, of course. And I'm just going to noodle around here as we talk about some of the nuances. And I hit start, enter. Okay. So you are the little yellow fish swimming around. There I am. And like so many other games like this that came along later, your goal is to eat the smaller fish so you can grow and eventually eat the larger fish. Every 1,000 points, your fish will grow. And in fact, if you die and you're like 50 points away, 50 points will get you there. So it's not on this fish, but it's up to every 1,000 points. Your fish is going to grow no matter where you are in the life of that little fish. If your fish dies, no matter how big he is, he goes back to being a tiny fish. So all the work you've built up, whoa, shark, all the work you've built up is lost when you die. There we go. There's an example of a death. And you can kind of tell a little bit about the fish at a glance. Like all of the tan and blue, like the colored fish, these yellow ones around me, they have lots of different sizes for ranking from what's ranked size 0 to 5. And they won't attack each other because they're the same breed of fish, I guess, the same might make a fish. And then you have the pink and red ones. Those are what's considered level 4. You have to be their level or higher in order to not get attacked by them or killed by them. Seahorses are level 3. You see those swimming around periodically. And then at the bottom, you see there's a lobster. There's lobsters and crabs. They leap up from the sea floor to try to grab fish. And the further you go in the game, the higher they will leap, in fact. And you can only kill them if you are level 3 or above, I think, at level 3. And you can only catch them on the down, like they're falling. If they're jumping with their claws, you can't. You got to catch them falling. And if you actually can kill one, you get an extra man out of it. So there's that going. Oh, later, there are also purple fish that are level 3. And later you'll see there are jellyfish, which you just die. They just kill you. Only a shark can kill a jellyfish. And scoring is really kind of crazy. In fact, I'm going to put up this section from the manual to show you that really scoring depends upon how big you are when you eat a fish, how many points the fish are worth on their own, what level you're on, all that. It's very dependent. So if we start with like a little tour of the screen, you can see the number of fish you have is in the upper left. You start with 4 fish, but you can earn extra fish. There are a lot of ways to earn extra fish. The upper right is your score, currently 500. You can play this 2-player, which I think could be awesome cool, because if you and your opponent are the same size, you don't attack each other. But if you're different sizes, the bigger opponent wins, so you can actually gobble your buddy's fish when you're playing, I guess, cooperatively, competitively. It's both, really. So, for example, as I swim around here as a tiny fish, there are only tiny fish that I can eat. Like that little yellow one there I can eat. Oh, he's going to get eaten by a bigger fish. There's one, so I can eat him. And at that size, that's all I can kill. However, at any size, you can attack the shark, and you do that by nibbling on his tail. And the bigger you are, the more points you get, and the bigger you are, the fewer nibbles it takes. So if I could do this, he turns. Whoa! Oh no! There's a big fish up there. But you saw he might turn around. Yeah. Every shark that appears on the screen is a new shark. So that one that left, the next shark that comes in is no longer weakened. Right? So you can see I'm level 2 shark. So this one looks pretty good. Oh, if I could nibble his tail. Come on, turn around, shark. I didn't quite get him. I love the sound of the shark comes in. All right, nibble, and he turns around really quickly. Come on, I got him. So, not only to get all those points, plus I got an extra fish for it. So, later on in the game, you can keep building up extra fish. And now that I'm bigger, you can attack him more quickly. I got him again, and I grew. Now, let me talk briefly about the controls here, because they're kind of weird, and they expose I guess I'll call it a limitation of the Intellivision. So you move around with the disc, which is obvious. You also can use, get the shark. You can also use the side button to stop your little fish, like I just did. But if you want to dash, you can tap one of the buttons on the controller, on the numpad. On the numpad, I should say. So here my little fish is swimming normally, and then I tap, and look how he just kind of darts like that. Look at him go. So the problem is, though, you can't move the disc and the control pad or the numpad at the same time. That's a known limitation of the Intellivision. So if you're moving the controller, no amount of hitting something on the numpad is going to work, because the disc and the numpad are on the same circuit or something, the same, I don't know, ground. I don't know how it works. Mostly I just move around with the disc. Seahorse got me, but periodically I will try to use that dash, especially if I'm in a bind like that. So you will see as I play, I will rarely use that dash. In fact, I usually forget it exists, or if I tap it, I'm holding the disc already, and it doesn't work. Finally, the last thing before I do a points run I want to talk to you about is the progression in the game, because I've kind of alluded to this, that every few thousand, I think it's from 0 to 5,000 is level 1, and then from 5,000 to 15,000 is level, I don't know. Here's the chart is on the screen. I forget I didn't memorize it, but the farther you go in the game, the more aggressive they get. So yeah, you get faster and get more points and everything as you grow, but the longer you play and the longer you can stay alive, the more aggressive everything in the game gets. Every fish gets faster. The shark gets faster. The jellyfish come out, which I haven't even seen yet. They get more aggressive and faster. So it becomes more and more challenging, to the point that, my best score, I've been playing this for a week or so leading up to this, and I would say that my best score is around 25,000, and at 25,000 is when it got too aggressive for me to even play it. I just couldn't keep up with anything. So, with all of that knowledge, and there's more to know. If you're going to play this, I recommend looking at the manual. I probably left a few gaps in there, but there's plenty. Got to stay away from the edges too when there's no shark on the screen, because he can zip across the screen pretty quickly and get you. When I first played this, I got a whole bunch of like 1,500 point games because I was scared of the shark. But I've learned that the shark is your key to extra lives and higher points and a bigger run. I went from 0 to 3 extra fish now. See? That's how that works. And now I can eat the seahorse. Oh, the shark came across. Okay. All right. I'm going to do a points run. Before I do, I want to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you get cool nerdy tees from pop culture and gaming, including, not Shark, but we have a really cool original Jaws design based on Jaws and a mashup with it and Pac-Man that you might enjoy. Look, every dollar you spend is going to get you something cool, of course, plus it goes to support independent content creation like you see here on Gen X Grown Up. So I certainly would appreciate it if you would keep us in mind. Okay, let me kill off these fish so I can start this game anew and see what kind of points run I can get. All right, I killed off those fish. I'm going to just move the disc, which is going to be a standard difficulty game, like player 1, and hit enter. Off we go. All right, I'm going to guess, like maybe I can get around 10 or 15,000. That tends to be my average game lately. Whoa, the big fish was in the way. I don't know what it is about. Like, I didn't think much of this game when I very first saw it. As I mentioned, the first few playthroughs, I was just like, I don't get it. How does anybody have fun with this? But it's learning how to tackle this shark and get the maximum points, the maximum size, and now I have more lives. It ramps up in such a way that you feel awesome until you lose one fish, and then you're back to being a scrub. Whoa, he might turn around. He didn't. Dadgummit. It's tough when you put in the work on the shark. You get the points for biting him, of course, but you won't get the points for killing him unless you can finish the job. Come on, turn around. There we go. Oh, I got one. The big fish was in the way. Get this one. There we go. It just grown. Now I'm size. I guess that's size 2 or 3. You never tell if they start at 0 or 1, but there we go. All right, let's try this guy again. There's a nibble. Whoa, big fish down there. I got zapped. I go back to a tiny fish. You'll also learn pretty quickly that when the shark turns around, he'll either do it at the very edge of the screen like that, or he'll do it about 2/3 of the way across the screen. So those are the two places like that. Perfect. Those are the places I tend to not try to bite him. Mid-screen, I find, is the best place to try to bite him, like that. Because he's less likely to do a U-turn right there and surprise you. Because you just have to not touch any, like the front half of the shark at all. So, all right, nibble. Oh, he turned around. See, at 2/3. He's at 2/3 mark. Now, normally I'd be worried only 2,900, but look, the first 50 points I get, I'm going to grow right away because it's every 1,000. Nibble this little fish. Boom, 3,000. I grew. So let's go after this shark. The key of the game, you've got to get good at getting the shark. That's where all the points and all the extra lives come from. One. Big fish. Big fish. Woo, he about got me. Turn around, shark. He left. Maybe because he's hurt. Whoa! I noticed, too, on later levels, we're about to cross over into the 5,000, which is a slightly more difficult level. I think it takes about 4 bites with him. Yeah. Now I think I'm the biggest my fish can be. We'll probably see some jellyfish pretty quickly here. There he is. Jellyfish cannot be killed by anything but the shark, so all you can do is dodge them. And notice now how the crab is jumping higher. I've never killed a crab or a lobster before. 3 bites. Yep, 3 bites. I have 7 extra men. I think I can eat that fish now. Yep, got him. Everything's fair game for me except the jellyfish. And look how much faster I can move, too. Look, 80 grand, or 8 grand. Why didn't he? Ooh, he got me. I didn't quite make it past him. Back to little. But I'm little with 200 from a growth and 7 extra lives. So I can see people making crazy runs on this game by just learning all the rules. Whoa! Whoa, shark! Whoa, shark! Nibble. 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 Got him! And I grew. Awesome. Whoa, I thought that red one was too big. All right, here comes a seahorse. Come on, shark. Let's dance. There's 1, 2, 3. It takes 1 more to get him, I think. Turn around. He's probably running scared. There he is. Got him. 9 lives. This little figure 8 is the absolute best way to get him, in my experience. Now, here's the extra added way to grow your men is that, I say fish, is that once you're at maximum size, every 1,000 points, instead of growing, you get an extra life. Ooh, I think it takes 3 bites. Got him. There's another one, jellyfish. And look, I'm so happy I'm able to do a decent run to show you this game, because I've definitely done runs that I didn't get past, 5,000. So you really didn't see. If I can make it to 25,000, you will have seen a pretty decent run at this game where it's really getting difficult. Whoa! You can see the shark's getting faster. Everything's speeding up a little bit. Luckily, as it gets faster, as long as you have built up a few men like I have now, you have a little bit of leeway to lose a few lives. I really like the how the bottom of the ocean is kind of rendered. I like the watch out for the seahorse. I like the coral down there and all the vegetation. I think it looks really nice and well realized, I guess is what the word I'm looking for. A couple extra fish. 19 grand. Oh, it's getting bad. 2, 3. Oh, I missed him. Come back, shark. Oh, he ran away. I'm already pretty proud of this 20,000 run. I gotta tell you how scared I was that I was gonna get on camera and not be able to get past 5 grand again, because I've had stretches like that. All right, come on, shark. Oh, man, down to 4 lives. And you can attack the other fish, but the shark is so much greater. It's worth more of your time and effort because you get so much more reward out of it. Oh, there's a lot of those fish around me. Oh, no. Oh, no. This could be it. I will mention, if the game ends here, there's a really cool song. There it is. Yeah. Aww. Then you hit a button and you get right past it. Yeah. So, look, 22.9, that's not bad. Like so many Intellivision games that I've talked about before, it's not that I played and didn't like Shark. It's that I had an Atari. We didn't have an Intellivision or ColecoVision or anything else. So it might as well have been a game you played on the moon, because there's no way I was going to have access to it. But now, in hindsight, being able to explore these games, now, going back, it's the same kind of fun I had discovering other games on the Atari 40 years ago that I now get to explore now. And Shark, it's going to the top of my list, or near the top of my list, probably, of my favorite Intellivision games that I featured here on Friday Plays. I think it's great.
Now, at the outset, Shark was originally considered by Mattel to be a cute game for kids that probably wouldn't be of much interest to older players. As such, the initial run of cartridges was just 5,600 units. When the game became an unexpected hit, though, they had to quickly begin manufacturing on another run, ultimately selling an estimated 100,000 copies of the game. And the popularity didn't end in the 80s. There was an updated version of Shark planned for release on the Intellivision Amico, which, as of 2023, is now available on modern consoles and PC. It looks like something I'm going to have to check out. Thrills, chills, and spills. At least that's what's promised right on the cover of Pickaxe Pete for the Odyssey2. Now, I've played Pickaxe Pete before, and I don't recall experiencing at least 66% of those things, but maybe my memory is just rusty. In this week's Friday Plays, I'm going back to 1982 for Pickaxe Pete. Now, I never owned an Odyssey2, or Video Pack as it was known in other regions, but a friend at junior high had one, and when I visited his house, we played exactly 2 games. KC Munchkin and Pickaxe Pete. Now, KC Munchkin was, of course, a Pac-Man clone, and at the time, Pickaxe Pete was being compared to Donkey Kong in that it is a platformer and you can smash rolling things with a pickaxe akin to Jumpman's hammer. But for me, that's where the similarities ended. Now, I know this title is a favorite among Odyssey fans, so is my memory just fuzzy? Is Pickaxe Pete better than I remember? Well, there's one great way to find out.
Doodly-leap! And there we go. This is what greets you when you launch Pickaxe Pete. And frankly, if you've played any Odyssey 2 game, you're probably used to seeing this launch screen because so many of them are written by the same guy. And all you do from this point to move forward is to hit one of the buttons on your keypad on the number 0, 1, 2, 3, up to 9. And it just picks one of the layouts of the first screen you're going to see. But as you move from screen to screen, you'll see all the different ones. So I'll just tap one of them, my random. Okay, so your goal in Pickaxe Pete is frankly to just get a high score. Now, there's a general story about you're in this mine and you have this pick and you're You're trying to explore deeper in the mine and those sorts of things. But ultimately, there's no progression outside of how big your score can be. So this is your little guy, Pickaxe Pete. And as you can see, he's running around with a pickaxe, as he would do, as his name suggests. The irony of this game, though, is that it's just a high score game. Like, the fact that you have a pickaxe is largely just kind of like trivial. It's not really a big deal. It's not that big a part of the game because you're just trying to get a high score. In fact, using your pick is in a very inefficient way to play this game because, look, let me pop up a little scoring thing and show you, right? So you can get, look at a duck that got hit. So you can get 1 point for jumping over one of these boulders. You can get 3 points for smashing them, I think, 5 points for getting an extra pick. But the big money is in the keys and opening the rooms. So yeah, there's a pickaxe involved, and you have it at the beginning of each level, but it quickly wears out, and then it becomes all about waiting for a key. So in general, if you're going to play this game, what you need to know is boulders, all these little blue things rolling around the screen, are bad. The doors, the little boxes that are in the middle of the screen, those are not bad, but they're not great. And everything else is fine. You want to use these ladders to make your way up higher on the screen, and generally when I play it, it's just an exercise in hanging out waiting for a key. So, quick tour of the screen. Of course, you see here is Pickaxe Pete. He currently has no pickaxe. That's me. I can leap over these boulders. I'm going to talk about the way he moves in a second. The boulders are the blue things that are rolling around. Every once in a while, they'll smash into one another. And when they do, they will spawn a key, in the case of the one you just saw, that will go to the top of the screen. Or it'll spawn another pickaxe. It'll go to the bottom of the screen. And while you can go to the bottom of the screen and get the pickaxe, there's very little reason to if you're trying to get a high score. Maybe I'm missing something here, but nothing in the manual that I found that there's no quicker way to get a score than get a key for 10 points and open a door for 20. Let me talk a little bit about how he moves. So despite the fact that you have just one button, he can do lots of different moves. So depending on, see, I'm moving his arms around, jump over this stuff, how I'm moving his arms around, and he kind of stopped coming boulders. He can kind of position himself in a certain way. So if he's positioned this way, he's going to jump diagonally, open over. If he's poised just straight up, he's going to do a direct leap like that. He can also duck, or he can do a duck slide like this to help you make your way around these boulders. Completing the screen tour after we have the motion, lower left is the current high score. So whatever the best score is up to this point, including your name. You can enter your name if you want to. In the middle is your name if you've entered it. So that 13 was me a minute ago, just before Pickaxe Pete died and I started this again. And lower right is your current score of 20. So really, see, everything I've done so far in this game has only netted me 20 points. But grabbing a key and opening a door, there's 30 more. That's the way to make your points. As for sounds, you get the sound of the boulders coming out of the doors. You get kind of a frantic beep, beep, beep when something's about to expire. Like, here's that pick. See how it's flashing? It's about to expire. That's that warning. And then you're just waiting. There's a key. So if I can grab this key. Oh, I got hit. Now, if I'm ever able to grab a key, there's one that's kind of on the other side there. I can't quite get it. But if you get that key, you're able to move on to the next level. The color of the door that you jump into is going to be the, whoa! The color of the door you jump into will be the color of the screen. Like right now, it's red. If I jump in a green door, it's going to be green. And you need to kind of avoid those little doors because, as you see, boulders spawn out of them, and one just jumped out and killed me. So I'm waiting for two boulders to collide, and as soon as they do, it'll either put a pick at the bottom or a key at the top. And as soon as that happens, hopefully it'll be on my side of the screen, and I can get into one of these doors. You'll notice when the boulders come down, they do this bouncy thing. So I try to stay away from them when they first fall. They settle down, but if they just came out of a door like this, they roll pretty smoothly, and that's why you might need to duck sometimes, but it's kind of like Jungle Hunt ducking. Like, you really got to time it just right. It's just so much easier to be at the top of the screen. All right, so a pick happened. In my experience, they alternate pick and then key, so I'm waiting for a boulder to hit another boulder, hopefully, and throw a key up my way. There's the key. I got it, and if I go into a blue one, boom, we got the 30 points plus the 10 for the key. Look, 45 points already. And then you're right back to roaming the screen. And as far as I can tell, it doesn't get any harder. It doesn't get any more challenging. The manual suggests it gets a little faster at first and then calms down. I haven't seen that. Things disappear so quickly that it's really tough to chase something down. You need to pretty much be where it is. If I catch that key, which I did, now I'm going to flash until I make it to a door. So Let me try to get over here. Oh, don't get hit, don't get hit. Now, I can go to any door now that I'm here. So there's one. Boom, into the blue one. So, progress through. Now, I'm going to do a score run. Interestingly, there is a list of rankings for how well you do. When I have a good run, I find that I get around 200 points. And I'll show you the ranking list in just a second. First, though, I want to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You can get original nerdy designs on t-shirts and pins and mugs and hats and all sorts of stuff. Plus, there's a great Odyssey shirt that I saw in our store. If you're an Odyssey fan, stop by and check it out. Not only does it help support the channel, but it gets you something cool as well. We certainly appreciate when you keep us in mind. Now, I've reset the game, and before I start, I want to show you their rankings from the manual. Look, 50 to 99, you've struck gold, 100 to 249, you've hit the mother load, all the way up to 800 plus, you've founded a dynasty. So I guess, theoretically, yeah, I could see if you focused on the game long enough, you could probably get enough keys and doors to get the full 800 points or so. But once you get past 200 or so, I find that the novelty of this game wears off. I don't see the thrills or the spills or the chills or any of the thing they advertised. I just see kind of a sloppy platforming game with odd physics and limited usage of the very character's signature move, which is a pickaxe. I find the pickaxe is wholly secondary here. So, all right, here we go. You know, I've been playing this game quite a bit over the last few days, getting ready for this Friday plays, and it's just increasingly odd to me. Not that people would play it or, you know, whatever its quality. It's just that you would name a game Pickaxe Pete, and even bother to name it that, and then make the pickaxe such a trivial part of the game. Like it's almost inconsequential. Here comes a key. Great. I'm going to leap and get that key. Into the white door. Great. There's 32 points. Just everything about it feels sloppy. Like your man Lou moves kind of slippery. See how he kind of glides up these ladders and it's not real definitive. He gets stuck in the corners sometimes. And not taking nothing away from Odyssey fans, I'm sure. Look, if this was the platformer you had, I'm sure you had it and enjoyed it and had a great time with it, and that's all great. I mean, but you've been in the arcade. You know what platformers look like and you know how they play, and you know, like there's very little to do here. There's so little going on that, yeah, like I've added this to my list of favorites, but I doubt I'm going to play it super regularly. It's just one of my favorites on the Odyssey, right? Doesn't mean it's a particularly great game. There's a key I'll try to get to. All right, I got it, but I fell, so work my way down this other door with any luck. Stop being black, door. There we go. Pink is good. Let's go in. Got it. 77. Working our way up. Let's get at least 100 points or so. Even though, as you can see, another level, not that different. Things aren't like... The manual even says things are getting faster and more frenetic, and I don't see it. Even that thing where you touch the door like I just did and you have trouble controlling your guy, rather than fix that, it feels like a bug they didn't fix. So in the manual they go, if you touch the doors, you could go crazy. Like, yeah, fix that. Here comes another key. Yay! Leap. In I go. 119. Well, that's good. So we're already in the you've hit the mother load. I don't know if I ever made it to You're Living Rich, the 250. But we made it far enough for you to see it's kind of just the same thing over and over. And there's nothing wrong with that in particular, but there's all the little things. There's the control issues that I noted. There's the slippery physics. I do like the variety of moves he can do. I think that's clever. But here I am on level, what, the third or fourth time through, and, well, give me that key. I missed it. Third or fourth time through, and I don't feel like there's much of a reason for me to keep going. Like, what's going to get different? Oh, man, that key's up there. I'm never going to get to it. That was a good jump, by the way. I want a little credit for that. Let it go the other way. Come on, ladder. And by the way, the ladder is the only way you can work your way up. You can't, like, leap up to the top at any point. All right, that's probably going to be a key. Yep, but can I get to it? No. That'll probably be another pickaxe. Oh, there's a boulder I need to jump. Oh, I missed it. So I died. And it just starts over, and then you can put in your name. There we go. Put in GXG and spaces. And I'm done. Look, I typically get around 1 to 200 points. It's an okay game. But that's it. It's just okay. Hyperbole on a box cover is fine. But in this case, it's just... It may be a great game for Odyssey, but even compared to a lot of other games of the time, AD&D at this point, it feels a little underdeveloped. Like much more could have been done at that time. So my memory wasn't faulty. I think that Pickaxe Pete is kind of a meh game, even though, admittedly, I just had a good time playing it with you.
Now, of the 50 plus or so titles released for the Odyssey2, nearly half were written by Ed Averitt, and Pickaxe Pete is among his games. At the time of release in 1982, a review in Joystick magazine awarded Pickaxe Pete a 7 out of 10 for gameplay, okay, but a 3 out of 10 for graphics. Ouch. And even more interestingly, the review mentions that most level game fans will enjoy it. Level game here meaning platformer before the term for these types of games was ever established. History. In full disclosure, I was working on a different, more complex game for this week's Friday Plays, but there's so much to know about that other game that I ran out of research time. So, just like I've always done with games going back to the arcade days, if a complex game has you overwhelmed, shift gears and play something simple, something straightforward. Something like Activision's Spider Fighter. Larry Miller's Spider Fighter, released in 1982, often gets lost in the shadow of Activision's most popular shooter, Mega Mania. And while it may not be as popular as its big brother, Spider Fighter is a solid offering from Activision that provides just what I was looking for this week. Some arcade-style button mashing in quest of a high score. So, let's get after it.
So here we are, having just fired up Spider Fighter, and so first thing you'll notice is that it has an attract mode, which gives you an idea of how to play the game. And realistically, I think, to a large degree, if you were someone who just received this cartridge used or you borrowed it from a friend, you could probably learn most everything you need to know about Spider Fighter, by and large, from just watching this attract mode. It's not that complicated. It is a simple game. However, I don't want to undersell it. There is enough nuance to it that there is some strategy that I'm going to explain to you that's kind of baked into how you want to play the game. And I didn't make any of this up. The author even says right in the manual some of the tips that I'm going to talk to you about that you should keep an eye out for when you're playing Spider Fighter. I want to start with just an overview. The goal of the game is to protect your orchard from all of these insects. So right now you can see up there on the top right are these 3 strawberries, and eventually these little nests are going to try and steal those strawberries and carry them across the screen, which you'll see in just a minute. I'll show you. Meanwhile, in the upper left, you're seeing there are 3 of those little nests. Those are bug nests. So interestingly, this is called Spider Fighter. According to the manual, there are no spiders in this game, or maybe they're types of spiders, you know. But the upper left represents the nests. Those are the main bad guys. Those are the ones you have to look out for. And in addition to trying to steal your fruit, as you just saw one do with that strawberry, they are also the thing that could spawn all of these other bugs, of which there are 4 different types. So before we get into that, let's talk about the options on the game. It's really easy. There are no game options. So game select actually just is the same as a game reset for this game. If you tap game select, it's just going to start the game. So no options. There's no multiplayer. I mean, aside from, you can play a whole game and another person can play a full game. There's no alternating multiplayer. There is a little bit of variation in terms of the difficulty switches. So if you throw the left difficulty switch, you'll go into an expert mode and put that in A versus a standard mode. And I'll tell you what's difficult about that in a second. And then the right switch lets you change between guided and unguided bullets. I think there are 2 big camps in a lot of Activision games, guided or unguided. What's the right way? Most people probably use guided most because it's the default. I can go either way, but we're going to play on the default here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and start the game. We're going to pause liberally here. So there we go. So it started up, and as soon as some things start flying around, all right, I'm going to pause here. So now you can see in the upper left are the 3 nests, including the one that's flying around now is a 4th one. In the lower left are our lives. So you start with 1 life, 1 blaster, 1 bug blaster that you see on screen, plus 4 in reserve. Now you can get an extra bug blaster if you save all 3 fruit at the end of any given wave. And a wave consists of going through all of the nests in the upper left as you work through them. So let me unpause again here and get some more enemies. So in addition to that bug blaster, let's pause. The other thing you're going to see here are spy pods. There are a couple of those on the screen right now. Their job is to tell the master nest to release more enemies. So as long as they're on screen, they're going to keep releasing enemies. If you can destroy them before they spawn anything else, that's all there will be. But, there's going to be more spawned here, so there's more to know. They're relatively easy to kill. They're not really crazy. Their job is to assist the nest. So let me progress a little bit here. You see the pod stopped and the nest stopped. There, you just saw the fruit get stolen. That's what I wanted you to see. Plus, I missed. So, all right, so here's, we'll stop right there. That crazy looking thing is a stinger. Now, a stinger, his only job, there's one other type of enemy we're going to show you in a second, that's a green widow. A stinger is the worst enemy in the game. His job is to focus on you and try to destroy your bug blaster at all costs. And should you destroy a nest, and there are lots of other enemies on screen, they're all going to turn into these stingers. So try to thin out the herd before you destroy the nest, if at all possible. So let's get rid of him, and then we can see one more kind of enemy I just want to show you. All right, there we go. Finally caught it. Here are a couple of green widows. So everything can shoot at you, but not very aggressively. The green widows, their job is to actually run interference. They try to get between you and the nest to protect the nest. Now, that one that's on the very bottom there, that's the worst type, because when they get down that low, like you can't see the bullet coming. You can get shot just passing under him. So in general, before I kill the nest, I try to clear out everything else, or certainly clear out anything that's low on the screen. Oh, ouch. Notice the explosion, that boom there is kind of like that Activision rainbow they use for the skyline in a lot of games. Now, interestingly, although your fruit can get stolen, that doesn't end the game or even lose you a life. If you lose all 3 fruit, you just lose all 3 fruit. I should also note that once one of the nests steals a fruit, like this one's about to do, he resets, meaning he can start spawning enemies again. And finally, the last thing I'll mention before we kind of try to do a points run and see how well I can do is that you might notice when a nest first comes out, it has this protective white stripe on it. It's immune to your, what they call poison pellets, your bullets, until after it's released at least one enemy. And you'll see that in later levels. So last thing I want to talk to you about is scoring. And on the basic difficulty, scoring is very straightforward. Let's let that go. Lose the fruit? No problem. They give you some more. Having fruit is just a way to get other bonuses. There are a couple, so scoring then, the nest, let's let him kill me. The nest is worth 100 points. Everything else you shoot is worth 50 on normal game. Also, if you can get to the end of any given round with 4 ships in reserve and all 3 fruit, you get a 500 point bonus. Now, this has happened very often to me. I'm usually living on the ragged edge, but you can. And then I told you I'd tell you a little bit more about the harder difficulty. On expert difficulty, not only does it get more difficult, but as you progress through the fruit, there are, let's see, you have oranges, grapes, strawberries, and bananas. There's a multiplier on those. But if you wanted to earn the patch, Activision had patches, you had to do 40,000 points, but on the standard difficulty. Now, as much as I would love to tell you that in this points run, I'm going to show you what it looks like to get a patch, I'm afraid I might not. Typically, a good run on this game for me is about 10,000 points. It's about as good as I'm going to do. So if I hit 10,000, it's a pretty good game because it gets pretty frenetic for me. But before I do, of course, I want to remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. When you head over there, you'll be able to select from Gen X Grown Up Originals or just a slew of other original artists' work that you can get printed on hats or t-shirts or mugs or pins or stickers, all sorts of nerdy gaming and pop culture designs. You can get something for yourself and also be supporting the kind of videos you see here on Gen X Grown Up all week long. We certainly do appreciate your support if you do keep us in mind. Okay. Here we go. So Spider Fighter, both difficulty switches set to B, which means guided bullets is the default, also normal difficulty, and nowhere near 40,000 patch, but we're going to do our absolute best and see how well we can do. And I encourage you to try to improve upon what I do and let me know what your high score is in the comments. All right, here we go. All right. Ooh. Gotta watch out not to get yourself pinned in the corner over there. Ooh, a 500 bonus. That's because I had 3 fruit and 4 ships in reserve. There's that white stripe on the nest you might have seen. Ooh, gotta be careful not to get stuck in the corner like that, like I just did. Sometimes I like to try to let the nest go ahead and start going after my fruit, because when they do, they're kind of a sitting duck. They move very slowly. Oh no. Oh. There we go. Another bonus. That's rare. Now you get 4 waves, which is a set of nests for every fruit. Then it moves on to the next fruit. I think we're just finishing up the 3rd or 4th wave on oranges. And then when it gets to bananas, I think it stays on bananas forever. There we go. Let's see. Whoa! Oh, ouch! Is that rainbow explosion? All right, extra life. Yep, on to grapes. That was the last one. So now 4 whole rounds against grapes. Against grapes, you know what I mean. To protect grapes. There we go. All right, extra life. At least the extra lives come pretty liberally. So I like when you have a challenging game like this, that they make it so that you have a fighting chance to get back in the game if you lose a couple of lives. There we go. He's going after it. Sit and duck. Whoa! Got him. Ouch! Hate when he's that low. Ah! Almost lost another one. Get that pod. I'm already pleased with my performance because I didn't expect even to get 10 grand here. So if even 3/4 of that is not too bad. I don't know that I've ever made it to bananas, quite honestly. That's the last fruit you get. Ooh. Extra life, 7,800, okay. Oh, I hate leaving anybody down that low. Ooh, lost another life. All right, 8,200. I'm happy I didn't embarrass myself here. It looks like we might actually hit a 10 grand. Whoa, that was, I should have died there. That was hairy. Go. Ooh, 9,900. Let's go. 10 grand. All right. The rest is gravy. I can't imagine as a kid I would ever have gotten the patch in this. If you did, kudos to you. Do you still have it? That's the question. These Activision patches are the kind of thing I would love to collect, but they're just so, like hen's teeth, they're so expensive and, ooh, bonus. And of course they make reproductions. I don't really want a reproduction. I guess unless maybe you could get a whole reproduction set that were clearly labeled as reproductions, maybe, but ooh, still not the same. It's 12 grand, hang in there. Bananas, and a bonus. Now, it will not be any other fruit. Look how much faster it is now. I already died. Look at the rapid fire, how quick it's going. And you need it, because it's not just you. Everything is sped up. All the enemies, all the falling bullets. The banana level is just, it's time for you to die, and they want to see how quickly they can end your game. And I suppose if you're working on a points run, the goal is to get, how quickly can you get to banana so you can start moving fast. See how I couldn't shoot him because that stripes across him? Yeah, ouch, man. It's trying to get me done. Still got 2 lives, 15. Ah, it's just so fast now. This is it, this is the last life, oh no. Oh no, come on. Oh, there it was. 16,200, and I made it to the bananas? It's hard to complain about that, but so you would have to do that and that again and a little more to make it to that patch. So this game is one of those that looks like it's one of the simpler sorts of VCS games, but then when you play it, you realize, oh, who I shoot when and what their jobs are makes it not just a bunch of swarming enemies, it's individual for individual enemies that have their own job, and how and when you target them, if you have time, actually impacts your success level in the game. I don't necessarily, I'm not good enough to follow all my advice, but I'm aware the advice is out there, and I know that it's what makes this game have a little more depth than is often given credit for. So, Spider Fighter.
The design for Spider Fighter was heavily influenced by the 1980 arcade game Stratovox. Now in Stratovox, the first video game with voice synthesis, your goal is to keep your astronauts safe from alien abduction. And while Spider Fighter changed astronauts to fruit and aliens to bugs, the don't let your resource get captured mechanic was preserved and yielded another quality Activision title. The people at Mattel were no dummies. Their Intellivision game console was a solid competitor to the Atari VCS, but the console war was pretty lopsided. Millions of Atari consoles were in homes before they even hit the market, so porting original Intellivision games to the VCS under the M-Network banner was a sound business model. In fact, it's one of those conversions I'm featuring in today's Friday Plays. In early 1982, Mattel released Night Stalker, written by Steve Montero, for the Intellivision. And later that same year, Hal Finney wrote an adaptation of the run-and-gun maze shooter for the Atari VCS titled Dark Cavern. Now, up until I started researching for this video, I'd always just heard that Dark Cavern was a straight port of Night Stalker. But it's not! While the look and mechanics of the game are quite similar, the rules are pretty different between the two. And it's not the sort of things you think you might change where the hardware differences between the consoles necessitated the change, but it seems that Finney took Montero's game and reimagined the rules. Let's go have a look.
And here we go, Dark Cavern. You know, the odds are pretty high that you have, if not played, at least seen this game before. In my experience, it's super common. It's a game that I would see, at thrift stores and antique malls and things when I go. If I find a stack of cartridges and there's M-Network in there, it's probably this one. I think it's because Night Stalker was so popular on the Intellivision, this probably got a pretty wide distribution. I'm going to, throughout the course of this, I'm not going to focus so much on Night Stalker, but I did talk about how it's not just a straight reproduction. So I want to talk about the differences a little bit. If you've seen Night Stalker before, I'll just pop it up for a second, and you can see it's a little maze. There's monsters running around in the maze, just like you'll see here. But there are lots of differences in the rules of the game that didn't need to be reimagined. Now, the first thing that maybe did need to be reimagined was Night Stalker took place in a hedge maze, think of The Shining, right? Where Jack is running around the hedge maze with the axe. But this one, because it's less fidelity and maybe it doesn't look so much like a maze or for whatever reason, it's Dark Cavern. It takes place in an underground cavern. But the same things hold true. And actually, I think the monsters make more sense here. I guess not the robots, but the monsters make more sense in a cavern. You have a spider and a blob, and then you have these robots coming after you. Let's get the Night Stalker stuff out of the way. So first, Night Stalker can play the game at different speeds when you start it. You move with the disc and you fire with the numpad. There are bats in that game that aren't in this game. The robots evolve based on your score as opposed to different way you'll see here. Later, there's a robot that can destroy walls, even an invisible robot. Like when you get to 80,000, there's one that only his bullets are seen. And you gain extra men in that game by reaching every 10,000 points. That's not how it works here. This is Dark Cavern by M-Network for the Atari 2600 or VCS. And so a quick tour of the screen. So what you have at the top of the screen, you have a score. In the upper right, you can see it's flashing right now between 5 and 20. 20 is the number of bullets your little man has currently, and 5 is the number of lives that you have in reserve. I guess you have 6, so your main guy plus 5 more, or maybe it's 5. Anyway, and then in the center of the screen is this little bunker that you're in. It's your safe place. So think of like if Pac-Man had a Pac-Man pin, just like has a ghost pin, that only Pac-Man can go into. So it's your safe space, but you can't go back into it later. It's just, you can just determine when you want to start each level. So I'm going to go ahead and start moving. So as soon as you step out of the game, let's talk about the difficulty and stuff in a minute. As soon as you step out of the bunker, the game begins. Here come monsters and stuff. So let's see. There's a gun down there. Gun gives you extra bullets if I can get down there to it. There's a robot's going to try to shoot at me. I'll shoot the robot. Yeah, got him. So they gave me extra bullets. He has 28. And in fact, once you're in the game, no more, you can't see your lives anymore. You only see the lives when you lose a life. So little pink guys running around. That just shot me. Those are robots. Now see, as you die, it goes back in the pin, and I can decide when I come out. I can also wait here forever if I want. I need to lose a life and want to go get a soda, I can just go do that. Also roaming, you currently will see spiders. There's one right above the pin right now. Spiders don't hurt you. They just paralyze you for a few seconds. So if a spider hits you, you can't move for a moment or two. It's hard to prove that because you don't know what my controller is doing, but hit the spider, I'm frozen. There, then I can start moving again. So I think you saw that. Then in a moment, you'll start to see blobs. One of those will show up in a second. Now you can shoot the spiders if you want to. It just wastes a bullet, and they're not worth any points. So shooting them, all they do is get them out of the way. Also interesting that bullets go through monsters all the way until they hit a wall. So you can hit multiple enemies in one shot if they happen to be all lined up in a corridor. There's a blob now you can see. He's kind of in the middle of the screen toward the bottom there. There's a blob. The blob's job is to take your bullets. So if you touch him, there you go. I just lost about all but one bullet. You see, I ran him down. The longer you touch one of the blobs, the more bullets you lose. So that's super bad news because I just lost a whole bunch. On the right-hand side where I'm crossing, that's where the monsters enter, but you can't use that as like a Pac-Man shortcut or anything. Only the monsters can use that. Right now, I'm waiting for another gun to drop in the middle in the map, so I'm kind of lingering in the center, waiting for the gun to drop so I can go and get that, because that's going to give me another I think 10 or 20 bullets, it'll load up your gun again. There's the gun up there. Hopefully I can go grab that. There we go, 10. So up to 11 bullets now. Now, currently the robots you see are what they call one-headed robots, meaning they're looking in the direction they're traveling and they will never look or shoot behind themselves. So you can actually chase them down and shoot them in the back, like that. I should note that the robots can shoot you while they're dying. So if you have shot a robot, be careful, they can still shoot you. Get that one. Now I mentioned you can shoot the spider or the blob, but for 0 points. So why would you bother to do that? Well, it's just to get them out of the way. You know, spending 1 bullet on the blob is a good idea versus, you know, having him steal 20 or 30 bullets like you saw a second ago. But here, I'll put up the scoring, and you can see the scoring. It's really all about the robots. You need to shoot those robots to get the bulk of the points that you need. And as you shoot robots, as opposed to Night Stalker, as I mentioned, where the robots would advance as your score got higher, in Dark Cavern what happens is each time you shoot a robot, they all change color. And as long as you keep shooting robots before new robots walk in the door, they went red. If I can shoot this red one, they'll turn another color. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Another one will come in. Now they're green. Get him. Nope, they turn back. So they kind of recycled again. So the only way you can get extra men in this version of the game, in Dark Cavern, is you have to shoot a yellow robot. And they only get a yellow robot if you can shoot like 4 of them before new ones spawn. Now notice, now I'm up to 3 robots on the screen at a time. Ooh. As opposed to just 2. That's a progression in the game. And then once the manual says once your score gets to 20,000, you'll get double-headed robots. However, the reality is, I was looking it up, it's after you kill 16 robots. I don't know if you saw that friendly fire there, but the robot shot and got his buddy. Whoa! Get out of there. Shoot this red one if I can. Oh, I got shot. So now that you kind of know the rules, let me tell you about the difficulty switch. There are no game select options, just difficulty switch. So if you choose to go to the advanced difficulty, which is the A slider, it just starts the game basically at the 20,000 point or the 16 robot level. So if I throw it into the A difficulty and start, as soon as I walk out of the pen, look at these robots that are looking forward and back. Now they can shoot behind themselves. Oh! So you can't chase them, and there's 4 robots on the screen at once. Now this is really when you have a chance of getting an extra man, because there are enough robots on the screen that you could possibly shoot enough of them in a row. There's a couple together, as you saw. If I get him. It is really rough when it gets to this point, and there's so many robots on the screen. Got him, there's one. It's getting frantic here. Come around the corner so I can shoot you. Got him, there's 2. 3, 4. There, I got a yellow one. That's extra life. See, it flashed to 4, but I got killed right away. It's so tough normally to get an extra man. You have to get robots in such rapid succession. But if you can do it, you can really rack up a high score and keep your life going because you have so many extra men. And they even tell you in the manual, a really good strategy is to shoot around a corner, right? Shoot and then run like that. Get out of the way. And I didn't quite do that properly, but oh, there's another one coming. Get him! There's a blob came in. You see these guys spawning. Get him. Oh, you got him again. There's a gun down there. So you see how frantic it can get. Now, I don't typically play on the hardest difficulty because it's hard like this. My game is over. Look how fast I lost those men. I typically play on the normal difficulty where it starts. You get to ramp up to the game a little bit. That's Dark Cavern, and in so many ways, as I've described, the rules of how you get lives, how the scoring works, what enemies there are, they just took the idea of running in this maze, and he changed up all the rules. So it's almost like a sequel or a predecessor, or however you want to look at it. The rules of the game are so much different. It's just also run and gun with these robots and blobs and spiders. So that is an overview of it. Now, I'm going to do a points run, of course, and I will endeavor to do the points run. I'm going to do standard difficulty because I want you to see enough of the game that's interesting enough that you can see it. Typically, when I play this, now that I understand the rules, I can get around 25,000 points. that's okay. This is a pure arcade game. It's about the high score run. So it's perfect for a Friday plays. Before I jump into a score run, I want to take one quick second to mention our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. So many cool original designs. We're making new ones all the time. You can find originals by us or tons of other artists when you go to that link. And every item you spend will get you something, a merch that you want, a cool t-shirt or mug or pin or sticker, and also goes to support Gen X Grown Up and the content we create here. So I appreciate you keeping us in mind. I see every time somebody makes a purchase, it alerts us, and we're so grateful that you do. Okay, I'm going to make sure we're in the B difficulty. I'm going to hit start. Wish me luck. Out we go. There's a gun right away, so I bumped myself up to 30 bullets. That's a good start. There we go. Now, only 2 robots in the maze at this point, so not too terribly difficult. These long straightaways are the best places to kind of snipe these robots. So as he comes around a corner, hopefully I can get him. Yeah, those tight corners are really dangerous like that, but he's coming up here. Good. I can shoot and duck out of the way. Works really well. There's some more bullets, and I have a robot over there. Let's grab these bullets. That'll put me up to 38. Great. And as long as you're on what they call one-headed robots, you can just chase them down because they don't shoot behind them. Now, I'm not counting, but if you're counting, after 16 robots, that's when the two-headed robots... It's weird the manual says 20,000, but it is at about 20,000 when it happens, typically. So I never knew. I thought the manual was right, and I just wasn't paying close attention before, but ooh, there's a blob. More bullets. That's good news. Chase this guy down. Got him. Might get a second one. There we go. Oh, he got some of my bullets, didn't he? Maybe just one. Oh, no. That could have been tough. Whoa. Oh, you're in the corner. Oh, I got caught. It should pop up 4 lives. Yeah, real quick, pop in the corner as long as I sit in this bunker. Let's head around the corner. I'm up to 8,000. And really shooting multiple robots in rapid succession is the best way to start amassing a score. Because they go up pretty quickly, incrementally in value. So the pink ones, that's a great place to start. Ooh. But when they start changing color, there's the green ones and the red ones, Got him. See how he shot me after he was dying? Gotta watch out for that. All right, we're up to 3 robots now. He'll make a turn. Got him. Night Stalker had like a boom, boom, almost like a thumping music in the background. This just has that kind of grindy engine sound, so it just gets a little higher in pitch, as you have probably noticed by now. Move, Spider! I gotta shoot him. Oh! Whoa! Around the corner. Bullets, please! Alright. I got that. I can't believe it. I don't like that you can't tell how many lives you have until you die. You're not sure, like, how risky should I be? How many risks should I take? Because I don't have any certainty of how long I'll be able to play. Whoa! Oh! See, I ran into that robot. Did you see the robot didn't kill me? Only his bullets kill you. And I feel like they kind of follow a predictable pattern. I've not figured out the predictable pattern, but there must be a rule I could figure out, like when they turn and when they will work toward you versus away from you. We're gonna line that guy up. Whoa! Oh! I missed him and then tried to go back and... Oh, the bullet still got him! The second bullet got him after the fact. That's amusing. I am now around the point where I start dying a lot. Get him. Got it. Oh! About came back into his bullet. You see that? Circle around to get this gun while I can. Alright, now any moment now... Ooh! Got shot. Any moment... Oh, there! That was the first double-headed robot. See him? He's turning back and forth. Now they can start shooting behind them. 76 bullets, and yet double-headed robots means it won't be long before I'm dead. You really have to get more creative. Whoa! Ooh. When the double-headed robots come out. There's my 25 grand. It might as well be my epitaph. It just seems like 25 grand is the point at which I am no longer able to control this game. I find I'm doing a lot more duck and cover than I am shooting. Here he comes. Gonna go down or up? He's gonna go up. Come down here. Gotcha. Great. So they're red. Can I get one more while they're... Oh! I got hit. And that was it. What'd I tell you? 30 grand. And I had 63 bullets in reserve. I don't even think I fell victim to any but the first double-headed robot. But once you start getting 2 or 3 or 4 of those double-headed robots on the screen at once, it can be pretty tough. And so what I like about this game and what I found that I appreciate now is how the difficulty ramps up really has a really nice progression. And if you find you don't like to play through that progression, you can just start the game, as I said, on the advanced difficulty and start pretty much right here in the game. At the speed it was here with the double heads, you can do that too. So the port that was brought over from the Intellivision to the VCS, in my opinion, is as good or better a game. Better is probably a stretch. It's just as good a game. A little less variety. I would say the music and sound is not quite as good, but the gameplay, it's just a whole different game. And it's something that I appreciate way more now that I've spent the time to figure it out enough to share it with you.
After producing this video, I have a new admiration for Dark Cavern. Admittedly, a lot of that comes from actually reading the manual some 40 years after I initially played it. I don't typically repeat games that are ports across different systems here, but I kind of think that this one is different enough from the original that I probably need to put Night Stalker on my list for a future Friday plays. I'm a longtime fan of the Atari Lynx handheld and its game library, and since the Lynx has been on my mind lately, I wanted to highlight one of my most played Atari Lynx games, Rygar. In 1986, Tecmo published the side-scrolling platformer Rygar to the arcades. Now, I always enjoyed it, but I found it to be pretty punishing and ended up costing me more in tokens than I would have liked. So in 1990, when Atari released a translation of Rygar for the Lynx, well, I was immediately on board. Now, as a bonus, this version of Rygar turned out to have a gentler ramp-up in difficulty, meaning I could play longer and see more of the levels. And Rygar is still one of my Lynx favorites. Let's fire it up.
Man, just hearing the music brings me back. I really enjoy this game. So here's Rygar on the Atari Lynx, and shout out right away to Lujan and Doug Hubbard. The music is by him. The Lynx had such great capabilities, and it's too bad that they got overshadowed by the Game Boy. But Atari marketing is really what killed it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So the interesting thing about this port of Rygar is the original arcade game had very little in terms of story. And the ports, like the NES port and this Lynx port and the manual and here in the game, it fleshed out the game in a way that the original never did. So the concept is, it's been 10,000 years since a wizard banished all the minions of darkness from the land, but now they're back. And you are this new legendary warrior. In fact, when you were born, you were named Rygar the Reclaimer because you bore the mark of the wizard. Your goal in the game is to clear the land of evil creatures, and so the people can return. At the end of the game, there's like a super boss called a Lygar, like half lion, half tiger, or I don't know what he is. Anyway, I've never seen him, so I can only guess. So let me hit the button and start with the game. And we're going to do a tour of the game, and then we're going to do a points run, of course. But tap a button, we get the story. Millions of years, kings ruled the land, peace and prosperity. Suddenly, the creatures of destruction took over these nations and plunged the world into eternal evil. Now, after 10,000 years, a new king has returned to battle for these lands. And there you are. So you are Rygar. You have two buttons. You have a jump, and you have an attack with this interesting little thing that follows you when you jump. And, enemies are coming at you, of course. I'll get that one. And they just shoot these guys. So, as I mentioned, the object of the game is to just clear all of the bad guys. It's kind of just a pure arcade game for score, but there are power-ups and kind of semi-RPG elements. I guess they're just power-ups, really. Like any power, double shooting or whatever in a game. So notice time is running out. You have a timer for the game. You see it ticking down. So as I kind of wait here and work on stuff, you'll see that bad guys are coming after me, and I got to keep hitting them. Let's start with a quick tour of the screen, and we'll talk about the elements of the scoring. So you're Rygar. There's you, of course, right in the middle of the screen. You have your little weapon that you can throw. In the lower left, you can see you have a score there. It's currently 30-60. Below that, you have your extra lives. You have 3 lives, the one I have and the 2 in reserve. You get an extra life. The manual says 50,000 and then some more later. Well, I can tell you it's like 50, 100,000, then 175, and then I'm not sure after that. Now, right now, my time's about to expire. Note that I'm down to, what is that, just 15? I want you to see, you of course die if you run out of time. So that is my timer. Down to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So the timer's about to run out. So when that happens, you don't just insta-die. Instead, if Father Time comes after you. Oh! 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 Oh, and he got me. Okay. Then you continue. Now it's back to 100 seconds, which is what you get on every level to complete the level. Below that is what world you are on, what land you are on. And there are 23 lands. You can finish this game. I've only been to about 8 or 10 maybe. But the interesting thing, and it's the reason I like platformers like this, is that it's not just the same level over and over. The environment changes, the graphics change, the enemies change, the environment, whether it's just flat or platforms or on the water or lava or whatever, or climbing ropes, all kinds of stuff can happen. While we're continuing the tour, as I talk about this, also, you'll see in the lower right are these 4 boxes. Now, those are things you can pick up that modify what Rygar can do, and we'll get those throughout the course of the game. In fact, let's talk about how you score and the things that you can pick up. There are 3 ways to score in this game, and it's more than I'm going to just talk through everything, so I'll show you some screenshots from the manual. But, of course, you can kill enemies. So here's a shot of all the different enemies that you could possibly encounter and what their scores are. So, obviously, shoot everything that moves, right? Secondly, there are pickups, things that appear like when you smash these chests. Let's find one in a second here. There's a chest, so you shoot that chest, and there's something in it. So the things you get in a chest, that's the other way you can make score. Now this one's just for time, no score in it, but you can earn points with the things you pick up in there. Additionally, like even that dragon flying overhead, you can shoot him, get points for him. Don't touch him. There we go, these points. And the third thing that you might, not for points, but you can pick up are these bonuses. There are 4 different bonuses that modify how you can attack. They improve your little weapon you throw. They can give you the ability to kill guys by hopping on them. They can, all kinds of cool stuff. For treasure. Now, right now, you can hop on things, but it just stuns them. Let's find an enemy. There, I can stun him, but he'll come back to life. One of the power-ups lets you kill them by hopping on them. So there's a variety of those, and those only last as long as your current life lasts. If you lose a life, then that goes away. I like bouncing on them because it's funny. So, and the ways you can die, of course, you can run out of time, you can get hit by an enemy, or, to get this guy, or you can fall in one of the pits. There are a number of pits around. But if you can make it through the end of a level, you also have one more way to get points, and that is all the bonuses you get at the end of a level. They include things like, well, I'll show you. Let's finish this level. You go into this little cavern, and you're going to get points for repulse, how many enemies you killed, rank, what level you're on, and timer. We're on level 1, that's a 100, and then how much time is left on your timer. If you saw it a second ago, I showed the original arcade game and what it looks like, and it's much more expansive. This one's kind of more claustrophobic. It's very small. So that's why it's a little easier. There are fewer enemies at the same time to deal with, but it's almost a puzzle element, how you can kind of figure out how to get through things, because they're always going to have an enemy as soon as you have a jump, for example. Then we added a new enemy here. It makes it a little more intimate, and everything is bigger on the screen, of course. And of course, the Lynx is portable. It's a small screen anyway, so I like they didn't scale things down. They just gave us nice big sprites, nice big enemies. Oh, there's a new enemy you can see. More stuff like that. So those are the basics. Kill every. Oh, there's the bonus. There's one of the enhancements. See, that one gives my weapon more power, right? And if I die, I lose that. But as long as I have it, I can keep adding more of those power-ups up to 4. Jump on this guy. Boink. Boink. That's just fun. All right. So I'm going to do a points run, of course. Before I do, I will, as always, remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get original designs, including, a Rygar shirt I found. That's, I think, the Lynx sprite. Isn't that cool? Plus a lot of original designs when you head over to GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You can get it printed on shirts and hats and pins and stickers. If there's something you're a fan of, we probably have it over there. Please check it out. Think of us the next time you're in the market. It'll get you something cool, and it will help us out as well. So, all right. So let me kill this guy off, because I need to kill him so I can show you. There's a really cool animation when you die, and then we're going to play our points run. So, last man. Ooh. And you're dead. And the little musical note. Ooh. Cacophonous. Beautiful. Nice. You can put in your name. Now you'll notice I didn't do as well as Neil Patrick Harris above me there. So I'll put in a name. We're going to do better than that. I'll run through, of course. I generally, when I do a good run, I can get about 150, 200,000. I've never gone to level 23, but Rygar, 1990. All right, Rygar, here we go. Yeah, we read all this already. We know your lore. It's time to play. You know, this review, or this Friday Plays, whatever it is, it would have been done like 2 hours sooner. Except, I was playing Rygar. I just kept playing. Ooh, get that dragon. Got him. You know, it's kind of getting ready and like, make sure, you know, I don't embarrass myself. I remember how to play and everything. And that's a mark of a good game. It distracts you from other things in the world, which is not the point of video games anyway. A fun distraction. Now, they say there are hidden things in the world. I've never found anything particularly hidden. You know, of course, I always try to do the thing where I jump up on top of stuff that are ledges and look for things that maybe can help me out, but I've never found anything particularly hidden. But there's plenty of stuff to see. And in the original game, you can also fire your little weapon up above you, and you can't do that by default. That's one of the power-ups. So we get all this bonus. That'll put us about 25,000 or so, probably. And even these little chambers are different every time. So right now, there's the statue of this guy holding a star. It'll be different in other levels. It's not the same thing over and over. Now, level design is very devious because anytime there's a jump, there's probably going to be an enemy like in the air to cause you trouble when you jump. So you got to be aware of that. Ooh, I'm up to 115 seconds now. So like if I jumped up there, I would expect something to often be in my way to attack me when I jump up. Ooh. Lots of power-ups, lots of chests. Now, a lot of enemies, if you don't kill them right away, they'll do more to you, especially in later levels. There's like this lava monster that comes out of the ground. He'll throw fire in your way. There's a second level finished. Nice. And you'll see those. As we progress through the levels, more enemies, more backgrounds. So check out the cavern here. This time it's these twins with crowns, and one with an archer's bow. Yeah. The music is... there's my extra man. There's my extra man. The music is just really... the Lynx had a great audio chip. Woo! Oh, there's one of my bonuses. What is that? Oh, that's the one where I can fire up. There we go. Now I can. Look at that. Nice. Now then you become really protective because one death is all it takes to lose any bonuses you have. Oh, I see a bad guy. Yeah, see this long jump? There'll be a bad guy right there to get me. Whew. The 3 men, and we're at 55,000. We're about to get through this level, I think. You can pretty well tell how much level is left by your timer. If you're down to 15, 20 seconds, you're probably almost to the end because it's timed out such that if you make good progress, you'll have about 15, 20, 30 seconds, 20 seconds left at the end of a level. See, a different statue, different chamber. Aside from wanting to finish the game, of course, like I want to see the extra environments. Ooh, look at this big guy. Got him. And now look at this big sunset. Oh, there's the lava guy. So let me let one of those lava guys do his thing so you can see it. There he is. Let's let him do his thing here. See, he's throwing this lava, and then he'll go back in the ground. So that's just another obstacle. So it behooves you to go ahead and take care of him as soon as he pops up. Ugh, so we can't do that to you. We're about to get to level 5 where, 6 to 9 is probably how far I get typically when I play, so... Ooh. You will see a good sampling of what this game has to offer as I'll probably get 150 grand or so. I'm so happy this run has gone so well. So I can show you... Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Yeah, lots of these guys, and some will come from the left also. Whoa! Bad guys, bad guys. Now, it's not the end, it's just another cavern. Oh, it's this bat. Gotta get him. You don't get that bat. Oh, another power-up. That one is double points. Now, everything is double points. So now, a little climbing. Now, the bat that I killed just a second ago, if you don't kill him before you get on this, you're gonna have a bad time. So, in fact, I think in the manual it says, watch out, kill the bat before you climb the rope. You get to the top and continue this level. There we go. Oh, and that was it. And now I have 2 power-ups. So now I can shoot my little weapon up, and I have double points. Not double these points, but double all of the in-game points, I think. Now, see, here's where I think maybe an extra bonus could be up here. Like, that's a hard place to get to. You can jump over here, and no, nothing I can find. Now, is this the one where, maybe it's the next level, where you have guys jumping out of these, oh, here it is, jumping out of these caves, yep. You'll see them in a second. There they are, jumping out of the caves. Ooh, that power-up is, kills everything on screen. It's like a smart bomb. Yeah, I'm gonna be dying pretty soon. As you can see, the density of enemies starts to ramp up here pretty dramatically. See, bouncing, you just get no points for that. Although it's fun, but I like getting the power-up where bouncing kills them, because you can sometimes bounce across 7 or 8 enemies in a row, which is pretty cool. We might get 175 here, which is another extra man. There's a new cavern. See a little flag hanging on the wall? Normally I would have died a few times by now, you know? Whoa! It's very close. Oh, there's one over here. Ooh, he got me! Oh, and I lose all my power-ups. Ugh. I really miss getting the extra points power-up. But the shooting upwards, I don't find that all that useful, so I don't mind that one so much. Oh no, I thought I could bounce on him. Man, I'm glad I got some extra men. I'm just talking about how good this run is, and here we go. Whoa! Goodness! 3 men in a row. They're swarming me here. I just haven't been here that often. That's my excuse. I just haven't been here that often to know any better. Got them. Okay. Let's be a little less aggressive here, maybe. Can you get this guy? Okay, got those guys. Good. Get him. Woo! That's way too early for the end. Whoa! Run! Whoa, goodness. That was close. Okay, whew. So we're going into, what, level 8 now? Is that right? Or that was... I've not been here many times. This could go really poorly, really quickly. Picking up some stuff. Whoa! Whoa! Did you see that? They just swarmed me. And I jumped, thank goodness. Oh, lava guy! Lava guys! Lava guys! Man, 100 lava guys! Oh, jeez! Okay, there's a power-up for my weapon. Goes farther. Whoa! Oh! They're all over me. I think jump was the right move there. I just didn't do it fast enough. And I lost the power-up, too. Okay. Whew! This is my last man. Oh, no! I'm just realizing that. Whoa! Well, apparently 225 is not an extra man. So there's another like 18 grand. Let's see if 250 is. Not quite going to get there. 240, 242. All right. I think we're nearing the end. Oh, big jump of Leap Faith! Ugh. Where's he at? There, I see him. And see, now this cool cavern, they just keep changing up the levels and... Whoa, no, no, no! Oh, that was it! Didn't quite get to 250, which the ending again. The Grim Reaper comes and carries you off. We're definitely going to beat that NPH, though. Here it comes. It just makes me want to play it again and get a little farther. Oh, look at that top score. Gotta love it. G, X, G. Let's go, GenXGrownUp. Boom. Rygar. For the Lynx, if you only played the arcade game, you got to check this one out.
You know, now that I think about it, Rygar is not alone. The Atari Lynx was known for having some pretty good quality arcade ports, and if it's a platform you missed out on, it's definitely worth going back and checking out. Atari released Todd Fry's VCS conversion of Pac-Man in 1981 to, let's call them mixed reviews. Now, like the Star Wars prequels, Pac-Man has become more appreciated as the years pass, but at the time it left many players frustrated and wanting more. So the following year, when the home version of Ms. Pac-Man was set to be released, Atari seemed to be doing everything it could to put Mr. in the past. You know, I was among those disappointed with Pac-Man on the 2600, and I'm also among those who have grown more fond of it over the years. But in 1982, well, that wound was still fresh. And it's pretty clear that Atari wanted players to know they were listening. At a time when games were commonly created by a single programmer, Ms. Pac-Man's development team is credited to be at least four different programmers, all working to deliver a more accurate arcade conversion. Just look at this promotional poster where the marketing for Ms. Pac-Man was pretty much a list of crimes committed by the 1981 Pac-Man release and how Ms. Pac-Man would atone for those atrocities. They mention things like different bonus fruit, not that box in the middle of the screen, although Ms. Pac-Man had even more fruit and they moved. Theme music, not the boo-doo-doo-doo, and that's all of the original. Bright, sharp-looking ghosts, not these super flickery, transparent things we got on Pac-Man. And things like sound cue to signal when the power pill is running out, where the original Pac-Man was pretty sparse. In these ways and many more, Ms. Pac-Man was a triumph where Mr. fell short. So in this Friday Plays, I want to focus on all the ways Atari's Ms. Pac got the franchise back on course. Before I jump into that though, I want to give a birthday greeting. Super fan of GenXGrownUp, Disco Stu, his wife reached out to me. He has a birthday coming up in just a week or so, and she wasn't sure what do you get the guy who has everything? Well, one thing he doesn't have is a birthday greeting from me here on GenXGrownUp. So Disco Stu, from me, your wife, and kids, we hope you have a very happy birthday. This Friday Plays is for you.
Well, here we are, our first and only stop on the 1982 Pac-Man Apology Tour that is 1982's Miss Pac-Man. And as they call out, look, you have an arcade attract screen. It's not the same as the arcade, but this is actually more than the arcade had. The arcade would just have a demo of gameplay. This has too. There's a title screen, it says Miss Pac-Man, you get a little ghost dance, and then it pops into a demo mode where you get to see, as if you didn't know how to play Miss Pac-Man. But I mean, it walks you through shows you the game, plays a little bit, and then goes back and forth. So there's very little to explain in this game. Really, I'm going to give a quick overview of the options, which there are very few, and then jump right into a points run, and during the points run, point out all of the different myriad things that make this so much closer to the arcade, so much better than the original 81 Pac-Man that came out, and really what the original, if the 81 Pac-Man had been even close to this, it would have been just an uproarious triumph, just an absolute win. It just wasn't, because again, it was a huge profile thing. They had poor Todd Fry, one guy working on it, and it just wasn't everything that it needed to be. So first of all, quickly, game select, there are options, they're just difficulty options. So if I go through game select, what will happen is you just get this little bear in the corner. One bear, two bears, three bears, or a cherry. Cherry is standard difficulty, and the bears are just how many ghosts do you have? Just one, just two, just three, or the normal difficulty. And so the game is the same, really. It's just fewer ghosts chasing you, so easier for novices or kids to pick up and play. As far as multiplayer, there's not. It's a single player option. My understanding, I read somewhere once, there just wasn't memory to remember what dots are eaten and what aren't from like between two players, so that's why they can't swap between them. Difficulty switches? No, no function there. There are no trappings of other Atari games in here. Every byte was used to maximize the gameplay experience, and I think to great effect. The color black and white switch just switches it from color black and white. It's like a pause or anything. And scoring is almost exactly the same. I think it is the exact same scoring as in the arcade. I'll throw up this little image. It comes from the manual. It's all the same scoring. It's the ghost scoring, all the fruit scoring is all there. Just so, when I remember when I got this, well, I actually borrowed it from a friend and then got it later, but when I first played it, I'm like, wow, this is like what I hoped an arcade version of Pac-Man would have been. I'm gonna get to play, of course, I'm not gonna be on, bear mode. I'm gonna be on normal mode. Before I jump in this, I'm gonna give a quick shout out for our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We've been adding a lot of cool new mashup designs of our logo, along with classic logos like Back to the Future and Galaga and Nintendo and some other stuff, plus lots of other original designs you can find. Just head over there the next time you're looking for something. At least check it out. You can get those designs printed on hats and shirts and pins and stickers and everything. Help us out a little bit. We certainly would appreciate it. Okay. Let's jump into the game then. I'm hitting start. All right, here we go. And even the layout of the map here is pretty close to the original arcade game. Of course, it's stretched horizontally, but can't, blame that too much. Now, of course, I'm going to pay attention to try to get a high score here as best I can, probably 20 or 30 if I'm doing okay. But I really want to focus on getting to all of the screens, or at least 3 or 4 of them, to show you all the different screens that are available. Because that's one of the things they touted, that, hey, we have all 4 screens from the original, and they did. Pretty closely, too. There's the moving fruit running through the maze. I remember seeing that thinking, how did they do that? That's remarkable. Pac-Man didn't even bother trying to draw a cherry, and this one has all the different fruit running around. Okay, other things to point out. The first most obvious is that Miss Pac-Man looks in the direction she's moving, rather than the Pac-Man that just kind of faced left and right. And that was one of the first things that I remember noticing, like, wait a minute, isn't he supposed to... And that was before I was doing any... I was a kid. I wasn't doing any video game analysis. I'm like, is that how I remember that? It seems weird and wrong. And it's because it was weird and wrong. When you finish a screen, the way it flashes from the normal screen to white, that's preserved. It's just some of those intangibles, those aesthetics that are in the game when you play it, and maybe you don't notice them until they're missing. Also, the accelerated sound as the ghosts are running out of, or as you're running out of ghost power pellet. That increasing pitch. Also, the behavior of the ghosts. Now, they're not exactly arcade behavior, and frankly, I couldn't tell you exactly what arcade behavior is. I know that the ghosts have their own behavior. They're more random than they are in Pac-Man. Like in Miss Pac-Man, you don't really have these tried and true patterns you can use to execute every single time. It's more strategy, which I liked about Miss Pac-Man. But the ghosts do have their own behaviors. Like Blinky definitely moves faster than the other ghosts. On straightaways, you can get away from ghosts. On, turning corners, you can help you get away from ghosts. Man, I just put myself in a bad situation here. I can finish this maze. There we go. I think we're moving on down to the second maze. There's the flashing. It's also worth noting, the ghosts are all different colors. In the 81 Pac-Man, they just were all translucent. Yeah, I knew I was stuck in the corner. They were just all translucent. And terribly flickery, which we, of course, know. Exchanging score for level. I should have waited for all those ghosts to bunch up, but I just want to get through as many levels as possible so you can see as much of this game. And though the dots are still pellets, they're still horizontal dots, which I'm sure was a programming limitation. The sound when you eat them is so much closer to that high-pitched squeaky noise that Miss Pac-Man made. Oh my goodness. That it just makes it more satisfying. All right, I lost a couple lives here. That's bad news. I'm gonna have to tighten up. Let's just finish off this screen. That should not be any trouble. While the ghosts are blue. Oh no, I'm stuck in the corner. That's not great. Trying to get down to the power pellet, and that's not where they want me. Got it. Whew, okay. There's almost 20 grand. I think after 3 screens of this, just like the original, you go into the 3rd screen. Of course, I'm already down a couple of Miss Pac-Man, so... The other things you notice that were in Pac-Man, but they're much more pronounced in Miss Pac-Man, is the progression of difficulty and how, the power pellets don't last as long. Now, that was true of Pac-Man, but you didn't feel it because you didn't have that rising pitch that would have been a siren, in the original. I just got to try to blaze through this. Oh, I want the pretzel, but it's too precarious. Come over here. Maybe I get the pretzel. Hey, I got the pretzel on the way out. All right. Let's eat this and get out of here and finish up this screen if I can. It's already, getting shorter. There we go. Finish up this level. Nice. 23 grand. There's the 3rd screen. So we'll at least see 3 of them. Now, when you get to this one, after every 2 screens after you start progressing through this, they just go back and forth between the 2nd and 3rd screens, I believe. But by then, you're so overwhelmed with variety that, it feels like an embarrassment of riches to have all these different screens. After we kind of had that feeling of like, well, I guess this is what Pac-Man's going to be like on VCS, and then this came out of left field 1 year later, and just like, oh, so it was the program. It's not the console. In a lot of ways, probably the success and quality of this Miss Pac-Man was such a damning indictment against the original Pac-Man because it proved that it wasn't the console's limitations, right? It's like, oh, you could have done this all along? in a lot of ways, that's an unfair, got stuck in the corner. That's an unfair criticism because people also say that about homebrews today, that like, well, if that's what you could do on the 2600, why didn't you do that back then? Well, the thing is, there are new techniques today and reduced restrictions on size and complexity that simply didn't exist back then. It's like, well, yeah, if I could time travel and learn things that hadn't yet been discovered in the past, of course it could have been better, but that's not how time works, you know? Oh, I want that pear. Ooh, I have a feeling I'm about to die. We made it to 30 grand, we made it through 3 screens. I'm already writing my epitaph because I expect I'm not going to make it too much farther. It's a good day if I make it to the 4th screen type, and I'm not convinced today's going to be one of those days. Maybe leave that one and go for it after I eat this pellet, then I can just make a beeline. Let's do that. Oh! I didn't even go down in time I got caught. That's all right. So look, almost 36 grand. Going back to this Miss Pac-Man decades later, if you only remember Pac-Man and maybe got out of the Atari game because you're like, well, that's what it's going to be like on Atari, they continue to make strides even here early in the life of what was this, 4 or 5 years after the launch. To think this little console that was at this point already 5 or 6 years old in technology could produce this, I think it was wise on Atari's behalf to kind of put so much attention on Miss Pac-Man to ensure that the naysayers who said, oh, well, that's the Atari, it's just bad. It's not. It comes down to individual pieces of software, and it's not about graphics, not necessarily about technology or, how many megahertz or kilohertz you have available to play with or storage space. It's really about the creativity and the industriousness of the designers. And in a lot of ways, that is as fascinating to me as the games themselves, is learning about how we got to where we are and what the strategies were by the company that brought them to us.
Now, despite my being critical of the 81 Pac-Man, it was the only Pac I had at home, so I still played the hell out of it. But when Ms. Pac came along, the original seldom came back up in rotation. All the extra manpower and attention to detail brought to bear for this sequel truly paid off, and has made it a fan favorite still all these years later. The title of a video game can sometimes help to get you hooked. Dig Dug, you're gonna do some digging. Grand Theft Auto, you're gonna steal some cars. Donkey Kong, you're gonna be riding a donkey. Okay, bad example, but at least it has a title. The game I'm highlighting in this Friday Plays doesn't have one at all. Well, it sort of has one. Named This Game from US Games never officially got a title, but it does have an interesting story. It's a pretty good game to boot. Named This Game was initially developed as a Jaws game for Parker Brothers. But when Parker Brothers lost that license, the author of the game shopped it around until US Games picked it up and published it in 1982. Sold with the then temporary title, Named This Game for $10,000, the idea was simple. Release the game with no title, but hold a sweepstakes where the winner would receive $10,000 and the game would be changed to feature the winning entrant's suggested title in subsequent releases and printings of the game. But then, things happened. When the North American video game crash hit the industry in 1983, US Games went bankrupt and closed up shop before the contest concluded, and so, no prize, no winner, and no official name for this game. And so it would be easy to dismiss this as a footnote in the Atari 2600 history book, but what some don't realize is this nameless little game is actually among some of the best ever released by US Games and worth playing despite its lack of a catchy title. Let me show you.
So, welcome to Name This Game. The name didn't give you a clue what the game was about. I mean, you might have seen on the thumbnail that there's a shark and an octopus involved, but that's the side effect of not having an official title, is that there's not a hook to sell. Like if you played, octopus game, if you played shark game, it's just Name This Game. It was almost set to fail at the beginning because it's hard to talk about. It's that game called Name This Game, blah, blah, blah. It's about a shark. Well, now you've lost somebody. But once you get past the fact that there's no name, as I said, pretty decent game here. So I've got it fired up. The goal of Name This Game is very simply, it happens at the end of a treasure hunt. So you have found this treasure. There at the bottom of the screen, you can see a little pile of coins. That's the treasure you have found. But now it's up to you to protect it from an angry shark who wants treasure for some reason, and a giant octopus who also is interested in getting the treasure. But more about that in a second. Let's start by talking about game options. There are 6 game options that you can cycle through with the game select. And it's pretty simple, really. It's just difficulty and number of players. So games 1, 3, and 5 are single-player games. 2, 4, and 6 are two-player games. And the first set of options is average. Game 3 and 4 is they call it easy, so it takes it easy on you. And then game 5 and 6 moves up to the more difficult. So they have average, easy, and then difficult in that order. So the default game options 1 and 2, which is single player, double player, that's the base. That's the default when you start the game if you don't select anything else. Also, difficulty switches are mentioned in the manual. However, they're kind of weird and backwards, and I'm not sure if they do anything. So they say difficulty A is normal. Now A is typically the more difficult, the expert mode, and difficult B is harder. And so B is normally the default mode. So are they backwards? And if they are, does it matter? I can't see any difference. So I'm going to do everything on difficulty B, which they call harder, but I can't find it any different in difficulty A. So I'm going to leave it on the default. Now, as you progress in the game, you'll have individual levels that you go through. And as you pass through the levels, they'll get slightly, as you can imagine, what games do, right? The shark gets faster, the tentacles get faster, your oxygen depletes more quickly. And so the goal is to kill you as you're trying to get this high score. Now, interestingly, there are no lives technically in this game. It's how much treasure you have left. So let me start the game so we can at least see what's happening. A charming little tune. Now, what I really like about this game as far as the rules of the game is on each level, though it's begun, nothing starts happening until you start shooting. So at each level, you have a chance to pause. There's no pause function, no color black and white switch or anything. Let's start with a little tour of the screen. So first, let's start with your scuba diver, which, by the way, great sprite. His flapping legs, with his flippers on, I think that looks great. The bubbles coming out of his tank, I think that all looks cool. Beneath him is your pile of treasure. Now that pile of treasure represents 3 lives. You can't gain any extra lives or extra treasure. If the octopus gets to the bottom of the screen and grabs you or the treasure, you lose one of those lives and part of your treasure. We're going to call it lives for simplicity. You lose a life. If the shark catches you, he takes you, but also some of your treasure, so you lose a life. Or if you run out of oxygen, again, you lose a life. Same thing. So I'm gonna hit start so we can start seeing. And as a tour of the screen, now pointed out your little diver there. It's a kind of a fixed shooter. You're just moving back and forth. You can shoot as much as you want. You can hold down the button for rapid fire. So you see the shark. He's pacing back and forth. You can shoot him anytime you like. The lower he is, the more points you're going to get. I should point out a giant frickin' octopus in the middle of the screen. Really nicely designed, in my opinion. The tentacled arms. Now, yes, they're segmented in blocks, but it's really kind of neat looking. I think the octopus looks really great. Also at the top of the screen is your buddy in a boat. And like he's in a speedboat and he's going as fast as he can. Every once in a while, he'll lower this line to you. And if you can line up with it in time, he's giving you more oxygen. And in fact, overfilling on oxygen is another way to earn points. So I'm all the time trying to keep the tentacles from getting too low, keep the shark from getting too low, and not running out of oxygen. Also on the screen, you'll note just about to run out. It did just run out. The bottom of the screen is this orange meter where your score is. That's your oxygen. Just above that is this little green bar. That is a level timer. So as that proceeds, you'll see it notch down a second. Here, as it went down along with my oxygen, you see. That's how you can tell when a level is over. The game, of course, gets more difficult each level that you go. Keep an eye on that shark. Get some more oxygen. There we go. Let's refill. The scoring is kind of interesting in that I'll put up a little chart for the scoring, right? So you get the deeper the shark is when you kill him, the more points you get. Overfilling your oxygen, shooting the octopus tentacles is another way that you can gain points. So let's look at failure options. So let me show you what happens if the shark gets down here. It's kind of humorous, actually. Here he comes. Oh, he puts you in his mouth and off you go, legs only. And you see you lost some of that treasure, a little less treasure. So the same thing's gonna happen to you without the shark attack. If you're out of oxygen, you'll die, or if the octopus's tentacles, again, get to the bottom. Those are all ways that you can fail. And I wish this game had a proper name and a proper release because I think it's better than it's easy to go, oh, it has no name, it must be, not a good game without knowing the story, and not know it's a pretty decent underwater fixed shooter with well-realized sprites, some good strategy, good progression. I think it ends up being a pretty cool game in the end. Okay, of course, I'm going to try a points run. I usually get 2 or 3 levels, 5,000 points. The shark gets pretty aggressive. I don't mind showing how poorly I do at this game if it means that more people will discover it. So before I do, I'm going to mention our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool, original designs inspired by pop culture and movies and games, and a lot of originals. Like we have this Waka's one that's based on Jaws. This game was originally based on Jaws, but it's a mashup of Pac-Man and Jaws movie poster. Please check us out the next time you're in the market for, a gift for yourself or for someone else. Not only do you get the thing you're shopping for, but it helps us out as well. We certainly do appreciate it. All right, so time for the points run. Let's I hit start. I need to make sure I'm in game 1. Decent music too. All right, so there we go. Game number 1. Here goes the points run. Wish me luck. All right, and again, game doesn't start until I hit the button, so away we go. Now they say, in the tips in the manual, don't shoot the shark for a while in the early level, to get the high points. But the problem with that is, look how fast he gets when he gets lower. I would rather have more lives and more chances to survive and shoot the shark early than wait until he gets to the bottom and risk a miss, I've also noticed that if you pace your guy with the boat above, when he gets to the edge, you kind of double dip because he might shoot you some air and then turn around and you're already in the right place to get some more air. That's just kind of a maintenance thing. But yeah, there is points for overflowing the oxygen, but for me, it's just more of a generally stay under the boat if I can, because more oxygen is always a better thing. There we go. See how I double dipped both on the, when he was going east and when he was going west as well? Keep an eye on those tentacles getting down here. There's enough to manage to keep the game interesting. Like, when do I shoot the shark? When do I get air? When do I manage these tentacles? If you had worked at US Games, 1 level, and it was up to you to name this game and release it, you knew it was based on Jaws and it was octopus, what would you call the game? I talk a little bit about some other releases and some other contests that ran later in this video at the end, but before we get there, think about it. What would you call this? I think there's something to be, aquatic something, or shark treasure, or that's terrible names. Don't do those, but they're possibilities. People have come up with some really creative ones over the years. And again, I'll share that with you in a minute. But before you hear those, think about what you would name this game. It's pretty manageable the first couple of levels. As I said, I usually only get up to about 4,000 or 5,000 because it's once you get to that 3rd or 4th level that the things really pick up the pace pretty dramatically. See how the octopus tentacles move? I just think it's just really nicely realized. The shark is in single color, but he's well animated. Your sprite, as I mentioned, has both the green color of the main sprite, but also little bubbles that add to it. Propeller on the back of your buddy's boat. All those things, I think, add to it. I think I said in the intro, it's one of the best games that US Games ever put out, which I stand by. But it's also I think with a little more polish, it could rank right up there with some of the better games on the 2600 because, look, you got a full screen monster, you have all this animation going on, there's a lot of progression. Dang you, shark. All right. Pushing 3,000 now. I can feel it getting faster. I don't know if you can see that, but I can certainly feel it. Very happy with the fact that you can hold down the fire button for rapid fire. That's quite nice. You can also use the edges as a good place to get the shark, because with the rapid fire, if you start shooting, you might miss him when he's heading one way, but catch him when he's turning around, Here he comes. Come on, shark. Oh, goodness. Whew, got him. When I start dying, it'll happen fast. Look how fast the shark is already at that high level. He gets to the 2nd level, he's already booking. See that? For many years, I just ignored this game. You would see it in a collection of 2,600 ROMs and go, name this game. That can't be anything. And it's too bad. It's too bad. I think it was... Ooh. It was really done a disservice by being part of that contest. Now, they could never have known that, everything was about to go belly up months after they released this, but even so, I might have done that with a lesser game. Or maybe they had so much faith in this game that they figured this was the game they could afford to do something like with, because the game spoke for itself, maybe? Maybe it's a great compliment. Next level. Look, the shark is already booking. Look at that. And the air is going faster. Ugh, I gotta focus on the shark more. Yeah, here's exactly where I usually get overwhelmed. Because the tentacles are coming, I'm chasing sharks when I ought to be shooting tentacles, and... Ugh. Air! Oxygen's going down fast. Oh, that was getting low. Come on. Oh, I need air. Need air badly. Elf needs air badly. You know what could have been cool? I always often think of ways, how do you expand on a game like this? Like if you're going to recharge it or something. Like the octopus could be, you know, something you're working on slowly destroying. Like maybe after his tentacles are brought up off the seafloor, you can shoot him, you know, and wear down the octopus or something, like a major boss. I don't know. I mean, not that this game doesn't have enough going on, especially for, you know, an 82 2600 game, but there are always ways you could improve on it, and not that it's bad. It's contrary, I think it's quite good. Look at my score. How did I get up to 7 grand? I guess I'm just shooting so many sharks and so many things. The opportunity for scoring is going up, I expect. Oh, I need that air. Oh, this tentacle's getting pretty low over here. Oh, I missed out on the air. Come on, tentacles. Oh, I made through the level. Whew. No! Oh, I ran out of air. So that was a death. I didn't realize. I ran out of air. So you see I'm down to just a couple of coins there. I think the tentacles are getting after me now. Man, come on! Oh no! Come on! Oh, they're getting low. I'm running out of air. A little air. Got the shark. I might hit 10 grand. That's not bad. Maybe the fact that I'm concentrating and talking about it, it got me in a zen state, you know? Oh no! Oh no! Ooh, that might be it. Nope, there we go. So there's 1 life down, now it's 2. The third one will be coming. We might not make the 10 grand. That's my goal. Just want to hit 10 grand. Come on, we can do it. 97, just stay alive. Just focus on that shark. He's the biggest danger. 99, oh yeah, we got this. We got this. 10 grand! There we go. I can die happy. We made it. Oh, I'm out of oxygen. Oh, we're about to die from oxygen deprivation. Come on, drop the line, drop the line. Oh, there it goes. The end. 10,000. Oh, wait. Maybe I got an extra man at 10,000. I didn't see that in the manual, but I think so. Oh, we get one more shot at it? I missed that. That must have been the deal. I'll have to look back in the footage and see if in fact we got an extra man at 10,000, I'll circle that on the screen and you'll go, why did he do that? I'm editing in hindsight and realizing something I missed. Oh, no, shark. 10,550. There we go. So that's Name This Game. It's a good game with a garbage name that makes most people overlook it, and I don't think they should. That's why I wanted to feature it here on Friday Plays. I hope you play it and you enjoy it too.
Now, even without a proper title, Name This Game is a pretty competent and well-designed fixed shooter, and it's really too bad it often goes overlooked. Now, about that name. Carrere Video Distribution later released this game in Europe as Octopus. It's not bad, pretty good. Publisher Amiga also planned to sell the game under the name Galleon's Gold, though that never happened. Another decent title. But in 1994, Digital Press held its own naming contest for the game. The winning title, coined by Russ Perry Jr., was Going Under, which alluded not only to the gameplay being submerged beneath the waves, but to the final days of its publisher, US Games, and the ill-fated sweepstakes that never saw a conclusion. Going Under. I like it. We Gen Xers grew up under the looming threat that thermonuclear annihilation could come at any moment. It was the middle of the Cold War, and the tension permeated everything. Duck and cover drills at school, the day after on TV, and in the arcades, Atari's Missile Command. Now, often lauded as one of the greatest games of all time, when Atari brought the arcade game to the VCS in 1981, we were all ready to defend our cities from the comfort of our own homes. Missile Command was an unmitigated hit in the arcade, so after the success of Space Invaders, bringing Missile Command to the VCS, well, that was a no-brainer. They tapped Rob Fulop to do the work. It was released in 1981 and was a huge success. It still ranks as one of the favorite 2600 games for most enthusiasts. It's for good reason. Let's go check it out.
Well, hello, Missile Command, my old friend. Man, if I had a nickel for every time I've seen this screen and fired up this game, I'd have a lot of nickels. I would. Now, when Rob Fulop brought
Missile Command to the VCS. I don't know if this is his decision or at Atari. They softened it a little bit. And I'm not talking about, of course, there's obvious watering down from the arcade in terms of how many missile silos you have and the enemies that fly across and all that are missing. I'm talking about like the story. So very clearly, though I guess it wasn't explicit, but it was pretty well implied that while they don't say which side you're on in Missile Command, this is Earth, and these are your cities. And I'd often heard they were actually like cities of California, and these are, Soviet missiles coming inbound. That's how I always felt and interpreted it. However, you read the instruction manual, which I never read this part when I was a kid. It's all aliens in the 2600 game. So you are the planet Zardon, one of the last peaceful planets of the galaxy, and the aliens from the planet Krytal are firing on you. So the missiles coming in are not ICBMs, they're IPBMs, interplanetary ballistic missiles. And you shoot anti-ballistic missiles, ABMs, at them. That's the basic idea. Missiles are coming in, they're trying to blow up your cities. You have the ability to fire anti-missile missiles and this mushroom cloud to meet them. So if I hit start, so what you have is this reticle. It was a trackball in the arcade game, and here it's your joystick, which they do quite well, actually. If you shoot where the missile is, you could miss it, right? Because it could be behind it. What you need to do is intercept the missile. Forgive me if you know this about Missile Command, but not everyone does. You need to put up a cloud of smoke, a bomb that will intercept the head of the missile, not the tail of the missile, like that, right? As the missiles come down, they might be attacking your cities or your missile silos, or nothing, depending on how they're aimed. Let's take a tour around the screen right quick, and then we're going to talk about the difficulty. So the most obvious thing, starting at the top of the screen right now, is the game select up top, of which there are, I think, 37 some odd games, something like that. The top left is what game option you're on. The top right is how many players. So maybe it's 35 game options. Let's see, 34 game options. The first 17 are single player, the same thing. I'll put up this chart and you can see, because it impacts things like how quickly you can move your cursor, the cruise missile intelligence. Cruise missiles come in after level 6, and what level you start on. Plus there's like a children's game that's like super easy to look at. And then I'm going to go down to the children's game just for fun. You'll see how that is. And it's a great place for me to do a tour of the screen because everything's going to move super slow. So coming in from the top of the screen are your missiles, of course. Here is your cursor, which I'm moving super slow because this is a children's game. Now, normally the arcade game, you would have 3 missile silos. What they did here is at the bottom is your single missile silo that you can fire from. But rather than having 2 more missile silos, in the lower left are these 2 little boxes, and they represent 10 more missiles each. So when I use all of these missiles, let's use them all up right quick. Again, 3 on the screen at once. Make that little snowman. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And when I fire the 10th, it'll refill from one of those boxes in the lower left. And then, of course, across the bottom are your cities to protect. You need to have at least 1 city to continue at any given time. Extra city every 10,000 points. A lot of Atari games have this, and not everybody knows about it. And that is, I never knew it as a kid. If you hold down the game select, it'll move through the game options. But if you're holding down game select and then hold game restart with it, look how fast they'll go. Space Invaders has this, I know Asteroids has this. I don't know how well documented it was in features, but look how fast it will go if you hold down both of those levers. Instead of just rapid firing, which is what I always did at that little switch. Difficulty, A and B, it really just impacts how quickly your missiles can launch. Let's fire missiles. This is the B difficulty, like that. And now my difficulty A. See how long it takes for those to get across there? This makes it way more difficult. So game difficulty. I always played on difficulty B. That's plenty tough. Doesn't matter so much in the early levels, but the later levels, man, look how much advanced timing you need when you're difficulty A. Yeah, to protect your city. So you're going to watch out. The other thing of note when you're playing is in the original arcade game, when the game ends, you get this big explosion at the end. Rob did his best to do that. Let me let these last 2 cities die, which I expect they'll die right here. And when all of your cities die, you're treated to this giant explosion at the end of the game. All right, this missile's going to blow up my last city. A few more missiles are going to come in. And since I have not crossed the 10,000 point threshold, it's going to tally up what I have left, and then we'll get that cool explosion at the end. No the end on the screen, but it gets the point across.
Boom. Yep. And then finally, if you care about scoring, I'll throw up the scoring chart. You get points for cities you have remaining and missiles you have not fired. Plus, of course, as you move through the levels, multipliers go up, just like the arcade game. So as you go to different tiers of the game, you'll get double, triple, quadruple points on your points. On every point you get, it has a multiplier on it, so everything is increased. So really, the longer you can last, the more points you're going to get, not just because you're getting more points, but because everything is worth more. And that's why there's an option to start at later levels. Maybe you want to start getting the multiplier earlier before you start losing cities. So I always start at the beginning. So, okay, before I do my points run, I want to show you Rob Fulop's Easter egg. If you've seen me talk about Missile Command before, you've probably seen this, but I'm not going to not mention it here. The manual even mentions that game option 13 is the most difficult version of the game on the cartridge. And that's also where the Easter egg is. All you have to do is super easy. Start the game and end the first level with no points. So let's start the game. Now, I'm just going to fire these missiles. I want to make sure I have no missiles left, because if anything is left, you're going to get points for that. You need 0 points at the end of this level, and you're going to keep an eye on that far right-hand city that just got blown up. Oh, got a few missiles we got to get rid of here. There, they are all gone. 0 points. Just got to wait for the explosion. Here it comes. There it is. Way to go, Rob. So one of the many Easter eggs in Atari games, and probably the easiest to get, is Rob Fulop's. Okay, I'm going to do a points run. Before I do, I'm going to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where we have all kinds of cool original designs and mashups of our logo with so many other pop culture logos, plus designs from hundreds of other artists you can get printed on hats and shirts and tees and mugs and pins and stickers and all that stuff. Look, every time you purchase something, not only do you get the thing you ordered, you're helping out independent content creation like we do here on Gen X Grown Up, and we certainly appreciate you. So keep us in mind next time you're in the market for something like that. Okay, for my points run, I am going to game option 4, which is fast cursor. It is smart, what do they call them? The drones that come in, the start after level 6 we talked about, and normal difficulty. So we're starting on level 1. So game option 4, difficulty B, and let's see, I don't even remember what high score is. Certainly I get a couple of extra men. And for this one, for Missile Command, I'm definitely playing with the wireless CX40 because it's the way to play this game. On the 2600, short of a trackball, it was designed to work with this stick. All right. Now, early on, things are pretty easy going. And look, I'm not telling you anything you probably don't know if you played Missile Command before, but the key is to get out in front of missiles. And the fewer missiles you can fire, the better, because you get a bonus for every missile that's left over. So if you can try to find a place to put your explosion that intersects a couple of incoming missile, IPBMs in this case, that's good. You want to try to do that. But not at the expense of a city or your silo, of course. I always felt that the difficulty on this version ramped up a little more slowly, but quick enough to be fun, but fast enough to be challenging. Now, of course, when you lose cities, they will be replaced if you have accrued some. So let's say every 10,000 points you get an extra city. Let's say you got to 60,000 points and never lost a city. Well, if you lost all 6, you'd get all 6 back because you had 6 extra cities accrued. All right, yeah, you can see it picking up pace. Look for intersections. Try to get multiples at once if you can. Also, you know, if you're really paying attention, you don't have to shoot every missile, just the ones that are going to intersect with something on the ground. And like, see, that was like a hit anything. You can let it go. Now, of course, points for shooting it, but if you can figure out the angle where it's going to land, you can sometimes choose to ignore some of these incoming missiles if you see they're going nowhere. Now, that's easier later, like when you have maybe only 3 cities left and none on the other side, you can focus. But it's true the whole game. There are times when, get these together, there are times when you can just let some go because they're not going to hit a single thing. Now, on this game option 4, which is a little tougher version of the game, I usually find that I might get 20 grand or so if I'm lucky. On the game option 1, the default, maybe higher, but I like the challenge. I find game option 4 to have the most comfortable ramp up of difficulty, so the game doesn't last forever, but boy does it give you plenty of challenge and plenty to concentrate on and pay attention to. kind of a multitasking game. I also use game option 4 because it has the faster reticle, and if that's too slow, you really can't get back and forth. Since you use a joystick and a trackball, you kind of can't get back and forth very quickly, so that's important. Oh, getting fast now, look at that. Oh goodness, I missed that. Okay, so one down, boom. Get it. Let that one go. There we go, and this one and that one. Oh, these guys, they're smart too. Try to shoot ahead and behind to catch him. Nope. Oh! I missed him and 2 cities down. But we got 10,000. There we go. One back. Let's see where they put it. Far left. Thanks for that. You're at the mercy of where they put it, you know? Let's shoot together with that. There we go. Oh my goodness. Got that. Couple inbound here. Got those. Whoa! So that's going to hit nothing. I can let that go. There we go. All right. Good. There's one coming in here. They're both going west. So if I have a choice, I'm going to defend the west side first because there are more cities. I'm sorry, the east side first because there are more cities over there. So if I have to let something through, I'm going to try to let it through on the west side if I can help it. Whoa! There's one on the west down. So I can let that go and focus on the east. This guy. Oh, missed him. And lost some missiles. All right, focus on the west. East, again, I keep saying that wrong. East side, the right side, because I have 3 over there. All right, about to hit my 20 grand, which is a respectable number for game option 4. Oh, couldn't defend that city, just not enough missiles in the air at once. That's going nowhere. That's going after a city. Just trying to figure out the trajectory to decide what's worth going after, you know? I got 2 of those at once, that's good. Okay, there we go. Kind of sandwich those between a couple of missiles. Works out pretty well. All right, 20,000 city back. Don't put it on the far left. That just means I'm going to ignore it because most of my cities are on the east side. I said it right that time. Oh, just almost missed that. Got one of those. Got that one. All right, 2 cities. Oh, go! I missed one. There's one. Oh, lost another city. All right, we're getting a multiplier now. I have 1 city left. This could easily be it. Oh, no! Oh, but we might get 30 grand. So we lost a city. As long as we get to 30 before we tally up all of our points, we should get 1 more back and I get 1 more shot at this. Oh! Got that. Good for points over here. Got my 30. Missed that. Okay, extra city. Where will they put it, though? No, way over there on the left. Now, I don't think they always go on the far left. I've just been having... No! Oh, I missed him right away. I'm done. And now you kind of have to play out and get your best score as you can with all this bad news. Like, you know it's over at this point. You're just kind of rearranging the deck chairs of the Titanic at this point, trying to get a few points. Oh, not enough. Nice. 33,690. I'll take it.
Missile Command was a huge commercial success for Atari, but when Rob Fulop received his Christmas bonus that year, it wasn't a nice fat check, but a coupon for a free turkey. So shortly thereafter, Rob and a handful of other Atari programmers left the company to form Imagic, where he wrote such hits as Demon Attack and Cosmic Arc. So it's quite possible that if Atari had learned from the Activision immigrations just a couple of years earlier and started sharing the wealth with their star talent, they very likely would have stuck around, and those early Imagic hits could have been Atari games. Live and learn, I guess. In 1983, Konami released the arcade game Roc'N Rope, a prehistoric-themed platformer designed by Takuro Fujiwara. Now, as one of the arcade games Coleco secured for its ColecoVision, they also ported a version of Roc'N Rope to the Atari VCS. I don't hear a lot of talk about Roc'N Rope in the 2600, but it's a very capable platformer and one worth checking out if you missed it. Like Mattel before it, part of Coleco's strategy around its own video game console, the ColecoVision, was to also port games it licensed to the well-established Atari VCS and make extra revenue from the millions of Atari consoles already in homes. Now, among those is 1984's Roc'N Rope. Converted to the VCS by Ed English, Roc'N Rope is, unsurprisingly, somewhat watered down from the arcade original, but compared to other platformers which had appeared on the VCS to date, it packed a surprising amount of variety and gameplay into an 8K cartridge. Let's go check it out.
Here we go, Roc'N Rope, 83 Konami, 1984 Coleco. And so this is a game that has, it has an attract mode, kind of, that we'll probably see as we sit here, but it starts on just a game select screen. The goal of Roc'N Rope is you're an archaeologist on a quest for the Golden Rock, which is kind of like this big golden peacock that's sitting at the top of each level. It's not unlike Donkey Kong in that you're trying to get to the very top, and when you get to the top, oh, there's the demo mode, the kind of attract screen, and when you get to the top, you move on to the next level. And Roc'N Rope has 3 different screens in it that you can work your way through with progressive levels of difficulty. And throughout the game, you have, the manual describes your trusty rope and powerful flashlight are the only things you have to defend yourself against dinosaurs and cavemen, which you can actually see on screen right here. Before we get back to this screen though, let's look at, let's talk about like game select and game difficulty. Game difficulty is easy, unused. Color black and white switch, unused. Difficulty switches, unused. But the game select, of course, does run you through the different game options. So when you start to tap it, and I'll put up a little chart here, it's really just 4 difficulties across 1 player, 2 player, which results in 8 game options. And then I'll let this, default down to game 1. So let me go ahead and hit start, and you'll start to hear stage 1, this cool music. I'm going to pause right here for just a second because on the screen now, the top shows, currently at the top of the screen, it shows the current player, player 1, that's me, and the 4 players I have in reserve. You start with 5 men, and I have 4 in reserve, and then the 1 that it's going to put on the screen. And you can already start to see the cool design of Roc'N Rope on the VCS. Look, so the platforms, each platform is multicolored. The rock, which is that peacock bird sitting at the top already with these multicolored tail feathers. And you'll see throughout the game, there's also more like some cool like shimmering effects and stuff like that. And as soon as, for a moment, it shows you the player and your lives, but the reason I paused is because that goes away and it reuses the top of the screen to show you your score at the top, and then below that, the bonus counter, which starts at 5,000 and counts your way down. So let's talk about controls. So I move around, as you see, just left and right with the joystick. There's no jump or anything, but if you tap the button, your flashlight will stun these dinosaurs. If you hold up and tap the button, you throw this little rope. That's the rope part of Roc'N Rope. So moving around above me right now, you can see that's a caveman. Now, if anybody catches you, it kills you, of course. If the caveman, he can catch you, but also he can go to where that post is, holding up your rope, and shake it and try to knock you off of the platform. When he does that, you just need to hold still while he shakes the rope. The dinosaurs can also attack your rope. They'll actually try to break the rope. Now, you have no control over the angle of your little rope. So if you don't have a place for it to latch, it just won't hook on. You've got to move until the diagonal is such that it will hook on. And then you move up or left diagonally, kind of northeast or northwest, to move up that rope. And it'll stay there until, ooh, caveman. Let's see if we can get him to shake this rope and show what it looks like. Maybe he will. Come over here. There he goes. See? But if you're holding still, you won't fall. You gotta wait for him to get bored of that, and then you can proceed. And then ultimately, you'll be able to get up to the rock. This dinosaur doesn't get me. Yep. And there's that bird. Now, staying on this same screen, I want to show you the other interesting thing are the rock eggs. Oh, I should point out that you can fall a little bit. You can fall about the height of your pants. So I climb up about that far, drop, that's okay. Climb up any farther than that, like about that high, that's a death. So you have about the height of your little pink or purple pants that you're allowed to fall, which is how you can get to other areas that maybe you couldn't reach. So I come across here, right on the edge. That's right on the edge. Maybe I could drop there. At Rock Egg, it's kind of like a power pellet in Pac-Man. It makes you completely invulnerable for a little while. And in fact, if you shine the flashlight on somebody, that'll even kill them, not stun them, if you're in that, if you have that Rock Egg mode enabled. Speaking of which, a good time to mention the scoring, which I'll put up on the screen. Of course, you get points for stunning the dinosaurs and the cavemen. You get points for picking up the rock egg. We'll try to do here. Try to kill one of the guys if I can. Points for picking up the rock egg, as well as points for flashlight zapping somebody when you have that rock egg. Of course, points for rescuing the rock at the top. And finally, there's that bonus timer. I've been talking through it, but the bonus timer, it's 29, 28. When you end the level, you'll get all the points that are left on that timer as a 1-to-1. So if I get done, I have 2,000 points, I'll get a, bonus 2,000 here. Let's see if I can finish up this screen right quick. Don't touch me. There we go. And you'll see the pointer, the counter, the bonus will tally up. There we go. Yep. So, it's really, and there's the second level. It's really that simple, but a variety of different screens, of which I think there are 3, as I said, 4 levels of difficulty, and some really good challenge that's certainly less difficult than the arcade game, but plenty difficult to provide some challenge. On this first level, it's not all that challenging, but as you move through the screens, it can be pretty hairy, and I never get past, look, I'm going to do a points run here in a second. I never get past probably, ooh, flashlight. I never get past probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 screens. We'll see all of them, but I don't make it that far beyond that. Maybe 10, 15, 20,000 points. That's a pretty good score for me. So I'm going to play through and see how well I can do at Roc'N Rope to give you a good flavor for it. It's definitely worth playing if you haven't played it before, if you have, even for that matter. Before I do, I want to mention our merch store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We've got a lot of cool new designs that are mashups of our logo with things like Back to the Future and Galaga and Jurassic Park and stuff like that. Plus lots of original designs by other artists. And you can get those things printed on hats and shirts and mugs and tees and pins and stickers and all that cool stuff. And not only do you get the thing that you're looking for, but also it supports independent content creation like you see here on GenXGrownUp. Okay, so let's go to the game select and make sure I'm on game option 1. There we go. And wish me luck. All right. There's player 1. Got my 4 men in reserve. Now, you could just go around and try to collect all the rock eggs, which are worth like 800 points. But in my experience, the time you spend going around trying to find them, get to that platform, you end up wasting the bonus timer, So I just shoot for getting to the top of the screen is my goal. Watch out for this caveman there. He's making it really easy on me. Oh! Flash him if I can get up here right quick before he shakes that post. Oh, they're making it easy. And shoot across here. All right, up I go. Up diagonally. And you just have to touch that bird. All right, 3,400 points almost. We'll time all that up. Now, I didn't make many points during the game, but if you hurry to the top, you get all those points back in bonus. So, all right. Let's see. I'm going to work my way over here. If I have a choice to get an egg or not, now, of course, I want to get it. So flash him when you can. Keep him from messing with you. So there's an egg, good for points. Climb on up here. Oh, it doesn't last very long, unfortunately, though. Good use of that flashlight. Oh, watch out. He will try to bite that rope, which could be very bad news. I don't think I can get across and get that egg, so let's just shoot up here. Yep. Now, that little doorway, you watch out. He might come through that doorway, so you got to watch out. That's just enough. All right, so climb up the edge here. Cool. I got 1 egg out of that. All right, another 3,200. And you see how I get to 15 or 20? I just make it through 3 or 4 screens, and you get that 3,000 or 4,000 points. All right, here's the third one. This is the most creative one, I think, because it has that area in the middle. And I might be able to get over to that rock egg, actually, since you could follow short ways. There we go. Got it, and killed him, and kill the caveman. Good points there. All right. So every once in a while, everything kind of aligns, and you can get some good bonus points like that. And since I have a choice, I'll go to where the egg is. In the arcade game, there were, I think, eggs and feathers. But this one just has the eggs, because they just like square boxes, so why not, Oh, I almost got that guy, but... Get over here and drop. There we go, and get this. All right, got that. Almost to the top. I don't think this is going to last long enough to kill this guy. Nope, it already ran out. All right. Hey, just enough time. Oh, right on the ragged edge there. To the top, and got the bird. All right, so there's almost pushing 15 grand. All right, stage 4. Now, this is back to the same map, more difficult now. So, you'll also notice the rock egg moved. It used to be down the lower, the bottom, and that moved up to the middle. I think, as I remember, I think that's right. Just shoot across here. No, don't bite my rope. Don't bite my rope. Go away, monster. Also, the arcade game, like the caveman would chase you up the rope. Now, that's not included in this game, which is part of why it's not nearly so difficult. Because, whoa, he was chewing on that rope. Did you see him? It's like, oh! He came out of the stun. There's my first death. All right, not so bad. So I've already got 16 grand. I'm doing okay. But as you see, I usually make it through 4 or 5 screens, and this is the 4th one, and it's starting to get tougher. Oh, get him! Quick! Get him! Got him! Oh, get another one! Oh! The egg ran out just as he got there. Oh, no. This game started out really good, and it's going downhill really fast. Oh, there's a dinosaur. Go away, dinosaur. You stunned him. Get this egg. Get that caveman. Great. Get across here. That lasts such a short time. Oh, no, caveman's gonna shake, maybe? He didn't. I lucked out. All right, there's another egg. That's good for points. Even if you don't use it for anything. Oh, which I'm gonna. Come back here. Oh, no, no. I almost chased that dinosaur down as I was... Whoa! And I walked right off a ledge. Well, this game started great and then is ending poorly. I might not even make it through level 4. But I've almost got 20 grand. Get this guy. All right, got it. I like to finish one more at least, you know? Oh, the dinosaur came and chewed on the rope. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I did get an extra man. You know, the manual doesn't document extra men. So I never know exactly, is it 10 or 20? Maybe it was at 20 when I got an extra. Get up there. All right, good, good, good. There's another one. Lots of points coming from picking up eggs, at least. Even though I'm not proceeding very well. Whoa, he got me. So I think this is my last man. Yeah, no more extras. 22 grand, though. I mean, it's not a bad run. Up and over. Try to wait for the dinosaur to come up to grab that egg if I can. Assuming he's gonna come up. I don't know, I'll just grab it and go. Alright, up and over. Flashlight that guy. Quickly shoot over there and see if I can go. Oh, I think we have a shot. We have a shot. This is the last run. Just don't get hit. Don't get hit. Oh, we got it. Alright, we made it to round 5 at least. There's another 3,300. Just to make sure you have a decent challenge. I know a lot of people watch these Friday plays, and then they go and play the game to see how they can do up against my my version of playing the game while I'm talking through it. And I always like hearing the results of people going to, especially if it's a game they've never seen before, they're discovering it. I just think that's awesome. Let's get that egg, zap that guy, awesome. Go up here and get this other egg. We might make it to 30 grand if I don't screw up here. Oh, speaking of which, ooh, oh man, I almost got hit by that caveman, and he spawned again. Oh, look, there's a dinosaur right there. Oh no, get him. Can I get up here? Nope. Oh no, oh, I fell. Man, I fell clear to the bottom. Well, what a dramatic death for my last death. 30,000 and 50 extra. Yeah, that's a decent run in Roc'N Rope, and it is a classic arcade game with varying levels and different... They really go back to the same level, like the eggs are in different places. It's really a clever design, and as I was saying, Roc'N Rope just doesn't get talked about very much. I don't hear people talking about it that much, but I think it should, because especially when you compare it, as I said, to other platformers that were coming out of the VCS at the time. I mean, look at this. It's a pretty good game.
Roc'N Rope is considered to be the first wire action game, meaning your playable character can fire a climbable rope for use to navigate the environment. Though it was quite successful in the arcades and home consoles, it doesn't have a lot of name recognition, but you're more likely to recognize Roc'N Rope's little brother. You see, when developer Takuro Fujiwara later worked for Capcom, he wanted to evolve and expand upon that wire action mechanic from Roc'N Rope, and that was his intent when he developed 1987's Bionic Commando, which went on to be a much more popular game. When Activision released Dan Kitchen's Crackpots in 1983 for the Atari 2600, the North American video game crash was just taking hold. Dan is quoted as saying that his game hit the shelves for $30 when games were selling for $2, so I don't think it ever had a chance. Well, despite poor timing, Crackpots is a solid Activision title and one we'll look at right after this. Dan Kitchen had been toying with the idea of a game involving flower pots, which had the working title of Flower Power. Then one day at an Activision power lunch, I can only imagine, with his brother Gary and David Crane, he noticed across the street through a window a construction site where pots were sitting atop some scaffolding, and the elements for Crackpots came together. Drop pots from the top of your building to stop sewer bugs determined to destroy your home. Now, the release timing may have been unfortunate, but Crackpots has all the hallmarks of Activision quality and deserves a deeper look, so let's go do it.
Here we go then. Here is my good friend Dan Kitchen's Crackpots from 1983. After it sits a moment, it goes into an attract mode, which is wonderful. First glance, I mean, it's a typical beautiful Activision game. So even starting at the top, we have that the kind of rainbow horizon back there with a skyline in front of it. I guess it's kind of dawn or dusk. It had a really nice look. Also, the way that the little guy moves when he shoves one of the pots, you know, has a little animation there. The goal of Crackpots, if you had not already picked up on it, bugs are swarming from the sewer, literally eating away at buildings in Brooklyn. You play as Potsy, that's your little guy's name, haha. He uses his potted petunias to defend the building. And what you have to do is shove them off of the ledge and time them so that they squish these sewer bugs that are working their way up the building. Now, bugs are going to come in waves of color. They have black, blue, red, and green, 12 bugs per wave. And then each time they cycle faster. And each type of bug has its own attack pattern, which we'll talk about in a second. And then there's scoring, which is worth noting. Scoring is a little complex, so I'll pop this up from the manual, but effectively each bug on each level increases in value as you work your way up through the levels. And then, of course, there are the bug prints at the bottom of the screen, we'll talk about in a moment. The more of those you have left, each one gives you 200 points at the end of a wave if you have that. So let's talk about game options first. TV type, the color black and white does nothing. Difficulty switches don't do anything. Game select will let you cycle between a one-player or two-player game, which is, as you might imagine, take turns. One person goes. When you fail, the other guy gets a shot at it. So let me go ahead and start a bit and do a bit of a screen tour. So now that I have the game started, starting at the very top, we have your score. It's currently 10, 20, 30. Just below that is Potsy. Now, I really appreciate how Potsy has that little animation. It's that extra Activision bit that Dan put in there that he kind of nudges it a bit. It's unnecessary animation, but it adds to the character feeling alive. Now, just below Potsy, of course, are his potted petunias that you can shove off the wall, and you just nudge them off the ledge. You have infinite petunias, but you can't throw another one until the first one hits the ground. So you can't rapid fire in this spot. You have to throw one and then wait. Just below that are the 6 windows. Now, each of the windows there represents the destination that the bug is trying to get to. If a bug gets through that window, then that counts against you. So speaking of count against you, let me just pause real quick while I can. At the bottom of the screen are the bug prints. Now, I've done a quick reset here so that they're full, but at the bottom of the screen, first you have this nicely realized sidewalk with a graduated yellow curb. To the bottom there is the gutter where the bugs are coming out of the sewer. And then below that is what's called bug prints. Right now you see 6 of them. You have 6 bug prints in each level. So with 12 bugs in a wave, each bug that gets in a window is going to remove one of those bug prints like that. So one just came through, another one came through, and let's see, I killed those. That's one more through and it's down to 2. And each one of those you have left at the end of a round is what will score for you. And you also probably have noticed by now the different attack patterns of the bugs. Going back here, you can see the black ones go straight up the wall, so pretty easy to predict. That's not too bad. On the second level, you have these blue bugs. They do this kind of wiggle coming up the wall, so you can maybe, if you're not careful, miss them just barely as the pot flies by them. I don't miss them too frequently, but that's possible. You can also squish bugs on the sidewalk if you can time it just right. Now, on the third level, the third rotating level, are these red bugs, and they go diagonally. They're going to end up 3 windows away from where they started, if you can plan it out well enough. But if you're not able to time it, then just like every other bug, they're going to get in that window and take one of those away. So you actually only have to squish 7 bugs on a level to stay alive, keeping just one of those prints. And they get to the green bugs that zigzag between windows, and you have to kind of figure out where they are in their cycle and catch them before they kind of zigzag back. I love getting multiple bugs with one throw. That's really cool. Now, if you are not able to save a building, which I'll stop and let all the bugs get through. Oh, we got through our 12. We'll let all these black bugs get through. And I want to show you what happens if you lose all those little bug prints at the bottom, those little, that life meter almost. There we go. All the bugs come through, and one of them literally eats away at the bottom of your building, making it more difficult. Now, in this way, I find that Crackpots has some similarities to Kaboom in that each time you lose a little, it gets a little harder. Like in Kaboom, you would go from 3 paddles on screen to only 2, meaning it made it harder to do. And in Crackpots, you're now closer to where the bugs are, and so it takes a little time away from you that normally you would spend making your way across the screen because the bugs don't have as far to go. So let me go ahead and let these bugs come in to show you a second drop. The building can decrease in height 5 times. On the 6th time, the game is over. So here's the second, and you can see the game is going to get more difficult because again, the bugs are closer to you, so they're going to be harder to attack. The red bugs will still go diagonal 3 windows, but they do that more quickly, as you can see. So that's it. The game had, like all Activision games, had patches you can earn. 75,000 points to earn a patch. I don't think I could ever get close to one of these patches on Crackpots. It's really tough. I find it really tough. But we're going to give a points run in a second and see what we can do. I typically do about 15 or 20,000. Before I do, I will remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool original designs or our logo mashed up with things like, like on my hat, you have this like a Jurassic Park on my hat, or with Galaga and Back to the Future, or other original designs you can get printed on hats and t-shirts and mugs and pins and stickers. So please keep us in mind the next time you're looking for something like that. It gets you what you're ordering and plus supports the work that we do here on GenXGrownUp, and we certainly do appreciate it. Okay, so with that, I'm going to go to the player 1 game. We're going to try the points run and see how we can do, so wish me luck. All right, first round, not so tough. How many pots it takes you doesn't count against you. It's just really about not letting any of the bugs through to maximize your bonus. Easy first round. So 13-20 is a perfect first round, because I've seen that plenty, and that's where my perfection ends. Working back and forth can be tough. They put a bug coming up the left side and on the right side. Because your little man Potsy, he's not that fast. He doesn't make it across the screen very quickly. Here's my red ones. So timing these out a little. Oh, missed that one. Oh, there's a couple got in. Oh, no. That's bad news. There we go. Got to get this one. I was down to my last one, but I saved it. Only a 200 bonus, but not so bad. Oh, there's one already through. There's a couple in a row there. Whoo! Oh, 2 bugs left. All right. Now, it gets faster, but it repeats the patterns. So the black and the blue are pretty easy. Oh, I squished one on the ground. You see that? It's when you get to the red and the green that it really starts to mess with you. Blue, again, not so bad, because they pretty much are going straight up. More or less. More bonus. There we go. Already 7 grand that haven't had any problems yet. Oh, speaking of which, a couple in a row there. He's coming for that window. Oh, no! Oh, 2 going for the same window is bad news. See that? Oh, 3 left, though. Still all right. This zigzag guys, they can really throw me for a loop sometimes. Couple in a row. Got him. Oh, I missed the pot. All right, and one more. Got him. All right, 4 left. And here's where, look, the speed just starts getting to me. So we're into the 3rd wave. Now, the instructions in the back of the manual, a lot of Activision manuals have, tips from the developer. And there's tips from Dan where he talks about, in later levels, just defend, pick 2 or 3 windows in the middle and defend them, because you can't make your way across the screen fast enough to get everything. And since you only have to get 7 of the 12 bugs, you don't have to work so hard. See, I'm fighting back and forth, which is a losing battle. You got to kind of pace yourself and see where the bugs are going to be coming. Oh, missed him. He zigzagged his way through there. Got him. Come on, get that one. Oh, I missed him. That one and this one. Got a couple together. That's good. He's got to come up this side. Oh, he got through. All right, 14 grand. This is the 4th speed, I think. It's going to get pretty crazy pretty quickly here. We're not going to be able to keep up. There, you can see I can't even make it across the screen in time. All right, blue, not so bad. I'm mostly worried about when we start getting to green and red at this speed. Oh, way over here. I can't get over to it. I find sometimes you just have to abandon. Like, I'm not going to get over there. Let's make sure I get the next one. Better to miss one than to miss two, right? Oh, goodness. These guys are cooking. Oh my goodness. I can't get none of them. Oh. Well, there's the first chunk of my building. 17 grand? Yeah, okay. I told you I get about 20 or so if I'm lucky. And then the wave starts over. So you're going to have to eventually accomplish this level if you hope to progress. Not like that, you're not. Got him. Got him. Got him. Oh, I got another level. Red's going to be the bane of my existence here because we're already going so fast. There's one got in. Got him. Got him. Oh, I should have used that one up. Okay, got that one. Got him on the ground. Got one more. I made it. I made it. Oh, goodness. Can't believe I got through there. He got in. He got in. There's one. Oh, too many. Another one through. There he goes. So I think I have maybe 2 more I can do, or 3. I think it's 2 more. Maybe it's 3. We'll see. We're going to find out right quick because I'm about to die, I think. Get him. Get that guy. Get him. He's coming up here. I really time these. Oh, I got 2 through. Catch him. All right, made it through that. Then it's back to black, but they're even faster now. Come on. Where's he going to go? Over here. Got him on the ground. That was cool. He's a wave. Oh, left to right. Oh, and then back over here. Oh, goodness. All right, but I made it through the level. Barely. Look how they're going in a diagonal in such a way that's just... Oh, you dang bug. Got one. Got you. Where's he going to go? Got him. Got him. Whew. All right, greenies. I can't imagine 75,000. I think you could get in the zone with Crackpots, but it definitely keeps you. Now we're speeding up again. Back to black bugs. Come on, just make 25. Just make me feel happy. Let me feel like I don't embarrass myself. There's 25. All right, it's all gravy now. This is kind of my typical, high score if I'm really working hard at it. Oh, got one through. No. And you have to start the reds over again with a shallower building. Nope, come on. I can't. It got me again. I have one more. I think there's one more you can survive, if I'm right. Yep, this is it. So whatever happens now, that's going to be the end. Oh, I should have thrown that pot. That one, got that one. Oh! 2. Oh, I made it through! On to green. Oh, got through. Come on. He's coming over here. Never get... Oh, the far left side, the right side. Goodness. 2 left. 1 left. I made it! Speeding up again. 27. Oh, goodness. This building is so short and these bugs are so fast. Oh, no. Wow. On to blue. Back and forth. Come on, get him. One on the ground. That's always fun. That guy and that guy. Where's he going? And blue. 29? Man. 30. Oh, goodness. Missed that one. Got him. Oh, no. I think it's it. I got 30 grand. And boom. There we go. 30,440. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm pretty happy with that performance. It's a great game, and it has that feeling of like, that was pretty good. But if I could have survived longer so that I had more building when I got to the higher levels, let's hit start again. Hit start again and go. So, Crackpots from 1983.
It's said that a motto at Activision at the time Crackpots was in development was no flickering. To adhere to that philosophy, Dan Kitchen says he spent weeks extra fixing even the slightest graphical errors. Dan, we thank you for the extra effort. All those weeks really paid off. Look, I cover a different vintage game each week here on Friday Plays, and viewers will often try to beat my high score and post their best over on our Discord server. If you give Crackpots a try, why not post your score and compare over there too? Link to our server is in the video description. You can check it out. In 1982, 20th Century Fox Games released a bizarre fixed shooter for the Atari VCS where you play as a duck blasting away at brick-dropping crabs hovering above your pond. Deadly Duck is just as quacked up as it sounds, and we'll take it for a swim right after this. In Ed Hodap's Deadly Duck, crabs and dragonflies have teamed up against you and are determined to ruin your pleasant day in the duck pond. The crabs drop floating bricks to restrict your movement, and dragonflies drop bombs in retaliation for errant bullets. Now, Deadly Duck is not a game I remember playing as a kid, but I got a request in the comments of a previous Friday Plays from Ryan, whose YouTube tag is Robotic Duck. Well, I sense a theme. Well, thanks for the suggestion, Ryan. Let's dive in.
Now, all the way back when I did my 20th Century Fox Atari ranking tier, I spent some time with Deadly Duck, but just long enough to learn what the game was like. Not long enough to try to learn the idiosyncrasies and and how this game is broken in a way that's kind of fun. So stick with me. The high score run later is going to be something we haven't quite done before. We'll see if you're up to the challenge. But the goal here of Deadly Duck from 20th Century Fox: score points by blasting enemy crabs, their bricks, and dragonflies. Avoid getting hit by a brick or a dragonfly bomb. Let's talk about options. So TV type, color black and white does nothing. Difficulty switches do nothing. Game select will let you choose on which difficulty you begin. And what difficulty level you're on is the key to scoring in this game. So there are 4 difficulties, and it changes how many dragonflies there are and how many simultaneous bricks can be on the screen. So for example, if I do select once, there's 2 dragonflies, that's level 2. If I go again, that's 4 dragonflies, that's level 3. And then one more time, that's difficulty 4 with 6 dragonflies. So I'm gonna, before I add dragonflies or other randomness into this conversation, let me go ahead and start and give you a little tour of what you see on the screen. Now, at the top, I'm gonna hit start. Just start moving my little duck back and forth here. So crabs flying around up in the sky, you see that. He just dropped a brick, which floats on the water for some reason. Yeah, so the bricks float for a while and then they sink. The manual, by the way, is full of wonderful puns. These are bill bullets that you fire from your duck's bill. They say that this is a game that will quack you up. That's an obvious one that would come in there. So on any given level, you have a screen full of these crabs. There are 8 of them on a screen. You start with 4 lives, and you can see at the bottom there are the 3 ducks across the bottom. Those are my 3 lives in reserve, plus the duck that I'm currently flying around, swimming around with. And you can fire 1 bullet at a time, as fast as it goes. If you can destroy all the crabs, you will advance to the next level up until 4, and you will get a new crab. So it's not about points, it's just about killing all the crabs. Although it can only display 3 ducks at a time, you just have to remember you have extra crabs. The real key to this game is the bricks. So when a brick falls, you want to shoot that brick. Before it hits the ground, I get under it and destroy the brick. So that's pretty easy to do. You just kind of position like this, so the back of your duck's head is just under the brick, and before it drops, you fire one of those bill bullets. There's a brick, get up under it. There. Good points for that. But here's the deal. Early on, this game is worthless, because when you get to level 4, the time you spent on the first 3 levels, every brick you destroy is worth 500 points. You can see, I've been playing through a level, and I haven't got 500 points yet, including shooting bricks. Those ramp up so quickly, and you can get extra lives so easily, that Deadly Duck, after its first 2 levels, is a game of endurance. If you can't get 10,000 points in this game, you fell asleep. It's really that easy to do. So, look, the bottom is your score, of course, your duck pond. There's not much else to see here. I will call out the gradiated duck pond. That's a little extra effort. Not much to see. But this game is broken in a way. Over the last 2 days, I've spent so much time trying to survive this game for as long as I can. Because you're not going to die. And I'm not going to die in my run through here. So you want to get good at shooting those bricks, of course. That's going to be the key to the game. And let me go ahead and get to the second level real quickly to show you how the dragonflies work, because that is important. So here, once you get to the second level, you have these dragonflies. They can't hurt you, but if you shoot them accidentally, you get like 10 points. It's not worth shooting them, and they'll drop dragonfly bombs, which I can show you. There we go. And they explode like that, and they cause a little heartache in navigating the screen. Just don't want to be under those. Now, as you proceed in levels, you'll have more and more of those guys, making it harder and harder to shoot and not hit one of the dragonflies. But really, dodging the dragonflies is all you need to be able to get good at. That is shooting the bricks. That's all you have to get good at. All right, so I have a challenge for you. It's not quite a score challenge, but hear me out. First, I'll quickly remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Purchasing stuff at our store supports what we do here on Gen X Grown Up, allows us to keep doing it. We have cool designs based on our logo, other pop culture designs. Hit us up at GenXGrownUp.com/merch the next time you're in the market for anything like that. And just give us a shot. Maybe you'll see something there you like, and it'll help us out. Okay, so let me go ahead and game select. Let me get to the beginning. I'm going to start at the beginning. So here we are. That's the beginning. Level 1. I just want to see if you can endure getting to 50,000 points. You can do it if you have the time and energy. So as soon as I push start, I'm not going to edit this part of the challenge. I'm going to time warp it and maybe pause here and there to talk about what I'm doing in the game, but I'm going to rapid fire through long sections of it because it'll get boring. It's an endurance game, not a score game. So rather than a score run, we're going to do an endurance run. I'm going to show you what it takes to get to 50,000 and the time you have to invest. So, yeah. So here we go. I'm going to push start. The game has begun. I'll start the timer at 0. So anytime I reference how much time has expired in the game, I'm going to be referencing this 0 point here. So I don't think I threw this up before, but as I'm doing this boring part, I want to show you this from the manual, and you can see the scoring. The brick scoring goes up dramatically, while the others just kind of sit. So there's no point in spending any time trying to get points anyway, other than shooting bricks out of the sky. And it's really not worth trying to do that once you know you're good at it and don't need to practice. There's no point in even doing that till you get to skill level 3. Aiming is quite difficult because the crabs are so erratic, moving back and forth. Really, these first few levels, I'm just acquiring extra men. So now I know I have a 4th spare duck back there. And I really just want to get through all these crabs to get to skill level 4. That's my only true goal right now. Now, when those bricks hit the ground, they're meant to impede your progress. You can't swim past them. I'll warn you that every once in a while, they're not supposed to hurt you when they're just sitting on the water. They're just a bump. Oh, but see, I just lost a life because a brick was about to fall. So even though those bricks on the ground are just supposed to be obstacles, they only hurt you if they hit you on the head, don't you believe it. As you just saw, I got killed by one sitting on the ground because another one was going in flight. There's a glitch in the logic of the collision detection there, so be warned. Just stay away from those bricks at all costs. When we get up to level 4, rarely they hit the ground anyway. We're going to shoot them out of the sky for 500 points apiece. And I don't even care that I lost a man. You might think, oh, you better restart because you're doing this. No. Extra men is not going to be a problem. It's so easy to just run this game for as long as you want. It's can you handle running it for as long as it takes to get to 50 grand. Now, maybe somebody will overachieve and they'll say, oh, I'll do 100. That's fine. I'm not. Because I know what it takes to get to 50, and you'll see. If you get there, I'm going to claim you have conquered this game. And no one can dispute it. There we go. On to level 3. So now it's worth shooting the bricks if you're able, because I think they're like 200 points here. Missed that one. See, with the 4 dragonflies, they drop a couple of bombs, and you can thread that needle between them, but it's tough. It's like, it's pixel accurate, so you're best to just stay away from them if you can. Don't miss that one. Well, I was good shooting bricks. I'll get back in the hang of it. There we go. 30 points. So up until now, you know, I've only got 900 points. As soon as we get to the next level, every brick is 5. So the first 2 bricks are going to eclipse anything I've done so far. Probably not too much fast forwarding yet, but we'll get there. Once we get over a couple thousand, fast forward is all we're going to do. I'm in no real peril. As long as you're not shooting the dragonflies, the bricks are so slow moving that there's no real challenge. But again, sometimes the brokenness is the thing you can find joy in. Got him. All right. Now we're cooking. This is the game. Every brick, 500 points. Whoa! It's about staying focused. Notice how the bricks will kind of impact the path of the dragonflies a little bit and interfere with your prediction of where they're going. Oh, couldn't quite get to that one. Why they're mad at me in my pond, why the dragonflies have teamed up with them, who knows? It just kind of feels like there was no play testing done. You know, AD&D, I don't know if play testing was a thing, you know, long-term endurance of a game and see, you know, what it's like and can you min-max it. The kind of thing QA testers would do today, right? I don't know that was happening so much at the time. 500 points. Now I want to get to 50,000. It's no trouble. So how long we've been into this? Let me put up the clock. All right, so to give you an idea. Not too bad so far. Feels manageable. And I'm not even shooting anymore unless I'm shooting at a brick. Because nothing else is worth my time. Now I could shoot him to try to get an extra man, but I know I have like 5 ducks in reserve. Alright, I kind of feel like I just want to shoot him just to have something different to do, because he's being so slow about dropping bricks. There, something happened at least. Something new to shoot at. And they're going to drop bricks a little more frequently now, so that's good news. Just get good at lining up those bricks. Take them out of the sky. There's 10. There's 11. So we're trying to hang in there to 50 grand. Ooh. Oh, I lost a duck. Oh no. So look, I'm just about to hit 18,000. And I'm already growing weary. I'm like, oh, how much more? How much longer to get to 50? I should have made the challenge. 20, so I'd be done sooner. But I was playing yesterday, and man, I made it up to 50, and I'm like, I think I could do that on camera. I can run that kind of endurance, I think. Can you stay focused? Can you stay in the zone? Can you pay attention? Long enough to get to 50 grand. You're not going to lose because you ran out of ducks because it was unfair. You're going to lose because you yawned or had to take a bathroom break or something. Had to scratch your nose. That's the only real reason to die in this game now. So here's me getting bored and going, yeah, maybe I'll just shoot the last one just so I'll have some more stuff to shoot at. Just because my brain wants something more interesting to do, I'm willing to risk success. Now that's not smart to do. I had plenty of extra men, but my brain craved seeing something different. Like that! Oh no no! Well, so much for the extra duck I got, because I'm put myself in this situation. $30,000. I just noticed I hit 30,000. That's something. Having 2 at that level is not too bad. They're dropping pretty frequently. Because that'll speed up the time it takes to get where I need to be. Still going. 37? Who knows how many extra lives I have? Maybe it's just 3 extra? I'm not sure. That was close. 50! Oh, that was easy. All right, keep going. Keep going. We're gonna go to 60. We're gonna if it's gonna be a challenge and I've gone this far, I'm gonna make you not have the will to beat this duration. And you want to aim the back of your little duck's head with that brick. Because when he looks up, that's where the bullet comes from. Not quite the middle of his back, but just behind his head. Oh! I lost a duck! How many do we have left? We still have at least 3, so it's not just those. I wasn't sure. It'd been a while since I've cleared a screen. I had lost count of how many extras we had. A little too hectic on the screen for me right now. I need to thin this herd of crabs out. Is that what you call a group of crabs, a herd? I'm sure it is. 70,000? I can't quit now! It's a good thing shooting the crabs aren't what I need for points, because it's so hard to shoot them. I'm not even thinking about the clock now. What's it say? You can see it, I can't. It's been a while. I thought it was going to go to 50. And here we are. And you might go, oh, John, pretty good aim with that. You shoot a few hundred of these, and you'll be great aim, too. It's not that tough. We're gonna go. I bet it only shows 5 digits, right? Oop, I missed that one. Probably only shows 5 digits. In which case, we could just flip it and call it a day. Just looks like he's eating them. He shoots them so late. Because you can't shoot them early because the dragonflies are going to intercede, you know? Oh, I lost a duck. Now, is that it? Now I'm down to 3, right? Nope. I still have at least 3 in reserve. 97. Oh, couldn't get there. Maybe I could have, but I chickened out. I ducked out. That's what I did. Now I'm down to just 3, right? Yes. So it's this one and 2 more. But look, we're about to hit our 100 grand. And clearly, I could just kill those 2 and get another extra man if I wanted to. Here it is. Here it is. All right, duck, let's do it. Let's do it. Boom. We flipped it over. I'm going to declare this game done. So you see however long it took on the clock. You see the timer there. I don't know what it was. It's been, goodness, it's been a while. So I got over 100,000 in Deadly Duck. And if I had the wherewithal and the interest and the endurance, I could go farther. But if you can do it, I mean, I've got to see it roll. I've got to see it from 90,000 to 100,000. I see that last bit. And most importantly, I want to know how long it takes you. So maybe you can get there faster than I did. Great suggestion, but it is not the greatest game. But again, find a way to have fun with it. That's what we did.
20th Century Fox was largely known for games based on film and TV franchises like Alien, Fantastic Voyage, and MASH, but lucky for us, it wasn't afraid to try weirder fare. It's that spirit that gave us the delightful World War I and this, arguably slightly less delightful Deadly Duck. Now, certainly not a bad game, but the sluggish pacing and lopsided scoring make this one less of a must-play and more of a must-play if you haven't played before, just to witness the sheer ridiculousness firsthand. In 1982, 20th Century Fox released the action film Megaforce to theaters. Directed by former stuntman Hal Needham and starring Barry Bostwick and Persis Kambata, Megaforce bombed hard at the box office, and it was nominated for 3 Golden Raspberry Awards, including Worst Picture. So it was on that basis that 20th Century Fox decided to create an Atari VCS game inspired by the film. You know it just had to be a winner, right? Right? In the film, Megaforce is a secret army of international soldiers enlisted to protect the Republic of Sardoon. And so, in the Atari VCS game, written by Douglas Neubauer and released in 1982, you are a member of that fighting force tasked with protecting the city. Pretty direct mapping of the plot, actually. Now, Megaforce isn't a game I ever played as a kid, and my first impression, playing it now, wasn't great. But for this Friday Plays, I studied the manual and invested the time to understand why this game has such a following. And that following includes GXG fan and viewer 1969 Eliminator, who requested I feature this game here on Friday Plays. Eliminator, thanks for the suggestion. Let's go see what all the fuss is about.
So here is Megaforce, and the first thing that I'll say is pretty impressive visuals for a 4K cartridge. You know, I noticed like the design of the city, that's your city there of Sardon that you have to protect. When you get to the other end of the map, there's the enemy city, looks similar to that, but it's black and red. You have this interesting kind of horizon in the distance with the hills and almost like the sundown looking rainbow of colors that's on the sand there, and what I can only assume is a desert. The goal, as I mentioned in Megaforce, you're a member of Megaforce. You're sent to defend the city of Sardon, that's this one, from the evil and aggressive neighboring city of Gamibia. They don't mention the Gamibia in the manual for the game, but that's the name of the city in the movie, so I'm assuming it's Gamibia. So let's talk about options first. So color black and white doesn't do anything except change it color black and white, as you can see, and it really doesn't do a great job of doing high contrast with the color black and white. But the difficulty switches, we'll talk about those in a minute. Let's start with Game Select. So top of the screen is very important. Right now it says Megaforce 1. I've hit Game Select. It's going to change to 2, 3, 4. And what it changes, you can see on screen. It's the amount of fuel, starts with 39 and 4 extra. Game 2, less fuel, 3 men. Game 3, less fuel, 4 men. And then if you get to game option 4, 99 fuel, 8 men, and the enemies don't shoot at you. Well, the missiles shoot, but the UFOs won't shoot at you. So that's the training mode. So I'm going to use that for the walkthrough of the game, but then we play for a points run later. So it'd be easy to think, look, if you just hit start, you've never seen this game before, here's how I erroneously played it in the past. You fly your little moto fighter, periodically stop and blow up some UFOs. Sometimes they run into me. That happened to me a lot because it takes a long time to change directions, like a half a screen width. So you've got to be prepared. So while you're playing, you can see the top of the screen, there's currently this blue and red flashing. So red means enemies are in range. Blue means your city is still alive. If that flashing from red to blue becomes red to black or just solid black, it means your city has been destroyed already. And the way that works, let me just get some UFOs to go past me. There, so see how that UFO went left west of me? I'm trying to get him to just run away. We should listen. When we get to the distance, we should hear some explosions. There we go. Hear those explosions? He's shooting at my city. Let's come back here. And it's gone. See how it's flashing black? He's destroyed my entire city. Now, that's bad news because now you won't get points for destroying the city at the other end. But that's the thing that left me wondering all the time. I'm going to start this again. And again, if I just fly, my goal is to get to the other end. Let me just show you the city on the other end. If you just haul butt, you'll get there. The rockets on the bottom will shoot up at you, yeah, but you'll go past them. And in about 5 of these little laps, you'll get to this city, and you blow it up. There it is. And then I do that, and I have 1 point. 1 point. Because once your city is destroyed, you can't earn points until the next round. And so what I used to do is just fly to the end to shoot the city and not understand why I'm not making any points. Look, this is very clearly Defender-esque, right? This is, and you think of it as a wraparound game, but it's not. It's really a policing the city game. You're just kind of making sure nobody gets there while you're on your way to the other city. So what I was picturing as a fast-paced action-adventure, like the movie or like the commercial, it's not. It's more about being on patrol. You're a glorified city cop, right? You're working your way across town. Don't let any of the thugs past you, and on your way, they don't spin around. They don't go off one end to the other. It's all moving forward. So if I were to just move across here and don't let any pass me, take my time, make sure nobody gets past me, or I die. And even if I die, it's okay as long as they don't come over here and get past you to shoot your city down. So the base mechanic is that, right? You need to defend the city by not letting any of the UFOs get past, little airships, and go and destroy the other city. In the midst of that, you've got to monitor your fuel. Now, you've seen the fuel ticking down up there, 80, 79, one fuel unit per second. And you have all these fuel tanks. So there's this extra mini game to know about. Shoot 3 fuel tanks, 1, 2, 3, and a bonus prize appears. Now, what bonus prize appears is random. Well, it's somewhat random. Actually, let's go to the difficulty switches, which we'll talk about in a moment. And if it's anything enemy-based, like if it's one of the UFOs or one of the missiles, don't shoot it, because that's bad news. But if it's anything else, shoot it. Some are points, some are fuel and points. We put up this little chart from the manual. There's a lot of options it can be. But no, don't shoot things that look like alien ships, because that actually adds more alien ships into the game and makes it more difficult. So as you cruise through the game, you've got to avoid those missiles on the ground as well. Now, once they're in the air, you can't shoot them. So all you can do is dodge them. You've got to be careful to not be making a U-turn at the wrong time. When your fuel gets under 20, you'll kind of flash at you. Let you hear that. See my little flashing moto ship there, my moto fighter. So when that happens, just shoot some fuel. You got about 20 seconds. Oh, see how that cruise missile was after me? So let's talk a little bit about the difficulty. Now, we're still on the easy difficulty here, but the difficulty switches don't technically affect difficulty so much as they do mechanics of the game. So the left difficulty on A and B, A is a harder mode. In B, the little prizes you get when you shoot fuel tanks are in a normal sequence, and you could predict them after a while. In the A mode, they're totally randomized, so you never know what you're going to get. It's always a good idea to not just willy-nilly shoot these, because you never know what's the third one going to be, right? You shoot that, and what's the prize going to be? It's a UFO. Don't shoot that. You can't just be rapid fire. In fact, this is more of a game of precision. Tap the fire. And it has an auto fire, so it's so tempting to just want to do that. The right difficulty switch controls the aggressiveness of the airships. In normal difficulty, when you fly past them, they will tend to kind of hang around a fuel depot. But on the A difficulty, they will make a beeline for your city. Now, that doesn't matter so much as long as you clean them up. But if you don't, like I tended to not do, and only getting, a couple thousand points because I didn't know what I was doing. And speaking of lives, I should note there are a few ways to die. Of course, you can get hit by one of these, ground-to-air missiles that are currently shooting at me. You can also run out of fuel. That's an easy way to die. You can also get hit by one of the enemy ships or missiles. Or, if your city of Sardoon is destroyed, you're going to lose a ship. You're going to lose one of your lives for sure. And that's basically the cost of rebuilding the city. So all of that means this is not a go as fast as you can and careful not to get shot game. This is just kind of monitoring the mall, keeping an eye on people so they don't, rob the Orange Julius while you're on your way to get the shoplifters, is what it is. Once I understood what it was, I appreciated it better. But man, it was hard to get into at first because you have to change your concept of what a horizontal scrolling shooter like this is. It's horizontal and it's a shooter, but it's not about moving fast and shooting. It's about keeping the riffraff away from your city so that you can go and destroy theirs many times. Now, that being said, I'm going to do a points run, and I'm going to do it on game option 1. I'm going to do game option 1, standard difficulty, that's both switches in B, and we're going to see what we can do. I find that I can typically get about 20,000 points or so. Maybe if I'm concentrating, I might even do better than that, but we'll see. But it should be a good challenge for you to check out. I know a lot of people on Discord like to take our Friday plays, and go over and see if they can meet or beat, my high score. Yeah, I welcome it. I love it. I love to see people discovering or rediscovering games because I featured them here. Before we do that, I'm going to remind you, of course, of our store, GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You can get cool original designs, mashups of our logos, like my shirt you saw as I was standing in the studio, with other things, or original designs from pop culture or gaming or any kind of nerdery. Look, you can get those things printed on hats and shirts and mugs and stickers and pins and whatever you're looking for. Please keep us in mind if you're looking for something for yourself or gift for someone else. Every dollar not only supports Gen X Grown Up, but get you something cool to either wear or put on your car or sticker or something. So thank you for keeping us in mind. Okay, let's get to the game then and see how well I can do. I'm excited to do that. I was not excited about this a day ago, but now I am because I think I get it and I understand it's not just an exercise of futility, it's a strategic game. So, all right, here we go. So usually the first UFOs are going to be right after the, there they are. Take care of those guys right away. Don't let anybody pass you. That's the main goal. Nobody gets past. Now let's go back and get some fuel. And this is a persistent world, right? So as you clean away the UFOs to the west of you, there will be no more unless you let them pass you. So you can always go west and be safe. Another UFO there. A little fuel down to 41. Let's just zap a couple of these. There, I can shoot that. As long as it doesn't look like one of the enemies, you can pick up that bonus thing. There's he. Whoa, oh, this one got past me. Let's go get him. Whoo, just got him. Okay, good. Just don't let them past you. There they are. Where you at? Come on. Let's pick up a little fuel while we're here. Oh, UFO, don't shoot it. Whoa! Whoa! Past that. Ooh. All right, down to 44. Still pretty good. Oh, and there's the bad city. Gamibia, you're going down. Got it. So look at that. Now, one level. Almost 7,000 points. Once you know what you're doing, there's... Ooh! Oh, I saw that rocket coming after me. He's a heat seeker. And the world is persistent. You notice when I die, it starts me all the way back by my city. But anything you've cleared so far stays cleared. Look after this fuel down there. There we go. And there's the tendency to just rapid fire, you gotta fight. Because you wanna make sure you have a bullet ready whenever there's a UFO, like that. Yeah, there we go. Should be almost there, I think. Almost. Just grab a little fuel while we're here. Get 3 of them. There we go, that's a bonus, got it. Great, 53 fuel. We should be just about there, I think. Yeah, there it is. Destroy that city. There you go. And you get like 300 to 600 points for every one of those little towers of the enemy city. Just one. Now, later levels, what happens is, look, you get more UFOs. Oh, I need fuel, down to 18. Luckily, fuel is pretty plentiful. Whoa. Whoa, get out. Okay, whew, that was close. Oh, 3 of them. Got them. Just take your time. Don't be in a hurry. I spent so much time trying to get away from the UFOs and race to the other end that I didn't realize I just needed to take my time. And by no means do you let anybody get west of you. If they do, you turn around and chase them down like I just did. Whoa! There you go, extra man. There's an extra man. Love that. Whoa, UFOs! Just lost my extra man, but... And look how I just have to get past all this stuff I just cleared, right? Until I'll see the flashing red. Should be right up here. I was getting pretty close. Oh, low on fuel. Ooh, I get hit again. I know the UFOs are coming somewhere. See the flashing alert there? There they are. There we go. Let's grab a little fuel. It's right behind me. Great. I think I'm almost there. Yep, there it is. Destroy the city. Eat that, Gamibia. Ooh! Oh, I knew that thing was getting close to me. 20 grand. All right. So look, a respectable run. If not a world record run, it's okay. Looking for UFOs. There they are. Oh, got hit again. This is my last life. Ah, those darn UFOs. I'd like to get one more city. That'd be nice. Whoa, the one got away. Get after him. He's on this level. He'll be on that level when you get back to him. Got him. Don't let him get past. And in shooting stuff, look, we're getting some more bonus points. Up 21 grand now. Let's grab this fuel while we can. All right, UFO, we don't want that, so we're gonna let it go. There's UFOs. Ugh. We should be all right. City's coming up, I think. Whoa! He's getting away from me. Go back, go back. He's on this level. Where is he at? There he is. I knew he was over there. I think we're just about clear to get to Gamibia again. Close, close. There's one. Oh, there's one. Got him. There it is. Just blow these up real quick. Got it. Woo, 26 grand. We're still in our last life, though. It could end any second, but I think we've had a good run. Whoa, speaking of which, boom. As if I predicted it. Look, 26 grand. Not too shabby on Megaforce, as I've learned. And I think I could get even better if I spent more time getting used to like the attack patterns of the UFOs that come in. But the big takeaway here is this. If you're like me and you played Megaforce for 30 seconds or 60 seconds in a list of emulated games and went, it's you get killed too easy and just you can't get any points. There's more there. Spend a little time reading that manual. I think there's more to find.
My first dozen or maybe 2 dozen attempts at Megaforce were before reading the manual or understanding the rules of the world, and it wasn't that enjoyable. I was killed all too often, and even after destroying the enemy city a couple of times, I couldn't even crack like 4,000 points. It wasn't until I not only read the instructions start to finish, but also spent some time with it, that I came to appreciate Megaforce is a much more strategic shooter, not your classic shoot everything that moves type game. Now, it's not without its flaws, but I've come around and can truly appreciate what Megaforce has to offer. 1969 Eliminator, thank you for the suggestion. If I told you there was a great World War I simulation on the Atari 8-bit home computer, well, that might not get your attention. But what if I then told you that the same game combined the best elements from Zaxxon, Warbirds, and Star Raiders into a scrolling arcade shooter? I bet that gets your attention. We'll hit the skies in 1983's Blue Max right after this. You know, in 1983, as the North American video game market was starting to wobble, some of the best developers and their games made their way from consoles to home computers. Now, such is the case for Bob Poland and his 1983 Atari 8-bit game, Blue Max. You take on the role of an ace World War I pilot tasked with bombing and strafing missions across the enemy countryside. Now, in addition to blasting everything in sight, you'll need to keep your eye on your fuel and damage, manage your altitude for different targets, and even occasionally land for repairs. There's nothing here you haven't seen before, but never before had I seen them all put together in one game for a single immersive experience. Let's take off. Okay, so we boot up Blue Max and we're greeted to this computerized rendition of rural Britannia. You see at the bottom, Blue Max by Bob Poland. Synapse, 1983. So I think this was written by Broderbund, but published by Synapse. Anyway, Synapse, if you follow Atari 8-bit computer games, Synapse was a big deal in publishing. Some of the best games came out of Synapse. But all right, let me fade this music down a little bit and talk to you a little bit about. So the first thing you see, I talked about, it's kind of like Zaxxon. You have that isometric view. I talked about Star Raiders. You got to have that management of resources and damage and landing at the base and that kind of thing. So before I jump into all of that, let me just talk. We have some options, and when it's a 2600 game, I talk about the options. So I'm going to jump into the options menu here. Before I do, it goes into a kind of a preview. It gives you an idea what the game looks like in an attract mode. And you can see there's that isometric view. Before we jump in, I want to just show you the options you have available to you. So when you hit in there, you can do Novice, Intermediate, or Advanced. Everything we're going to do here is on Novice because it's hard enough. Normal control lets you reverse whether or not airplane control. Do you want down to be up and up to be down, or up and down? I do it normal, which is up and down. We'll talk about controls. And then no gravity or gravity. If you're not constantly pulling up, you'll start diving. And so again, I'm going to leave all this on the default settings. Novice, normal control, no gravity. And then you hit start. So first things first, I'm going to pause the game because there's a lot to see right away. Now, don't get overwhelmed by all this. It's a lot to see,
but that doesn't mean it's a lot to manage. It's like, yeah, the cockpit is complex, but you only look at one dial at a time. It's that kind of thing. Now, for starters, it might go without saying, your plane is currently on the runway. That's you down there, and you're waiting to take off from the base to head off across the countryside. At the bottom is your status bar, where it has everything you need. Now, everything you see on there now will always be there. And then there's a region over on the right, we're going to have some notifications when things change. So F is fuel. You have a full tank of fuel, is 300. It goes down gradually. It's already gone down a couple. Bombs is B is for bombs. How many bombs do I have to drop bombs on stuff? You have unlimited, like, machine gun ammo, but your guns can get damaged. Speed, there's your airspeed there. It's currently 0. I haven't taken off. Altitude is 0. I'm on the ground. And my score. Now, over on the right-hand side, you'll have notifications, which we'll talk about in a moment. But when the game begins, you're going to automatically start taking off. You're waiting for your speed to reach over 100 miles per hour. Then you can lift up and you start flying. So let me show you that. 7, 8, 9. Up we go. There we go. So you see a P flashing over there in the notification area. That means a plane is about to enter the screen. There's a W. It says the wind is blowing. I'm moving right and not trying. It's a gust of wind that's going to affect you as you're flying around. P again says the plane. And there are lots of other little tidbits, like if I could get see how the base turned blue down there of the screen? The color of that base area of the screen tells you a lot. Like blue means you're at the same level as a plane that's on the screen. Yellow or green means you're in strafing zone, meaning I can shoot things on the ground, like, let me show you some on the ground here. I can shoot that stuff on the ground. So altitude really matters because there's this, if you are between 25 and 20 feet, you can shoot stuff on the ground with your machine gun. If you're above that, you can't. Now, if you get below 20 feet, meaning 19 or below, that's going to turn red because you can crash very easily. And so you want to keep your altitude up. And if you have gravity on, of course, you're going to gradually decline as you're flying if you don't keep pulling up. I have gravity off. So let's talk a little bit about the controls. Now, it's an Atari computer game. It uses a standard Atari joystick, so you have a single button, up, down, left, right. The fire button, if you hold it down, machine guns will fire. Rapid fire, like you see here. If you hold the button and pull down on the stick like this, you'll drop one of your bombs. And you can try to bomb bridges, you can try to bomb buildings. I just missed that one. You can try to bomb anything on the ground that you want to try to bomb. Especially if they have targets on them. So let me bring up the scoring. So you can see the scoring is, in general, everything gives you points that you destroy, but things that have targets on them or red boats are particularly of value, and those are the high value targets. As you play through the game, you don't know for sure how far you have to go or how much you have to shoot. Now, we've talked a little bit about scoring. A couple other things out of the manual that I want to share that I think are important, such as this part of the manual that shows all the different readouts and gauges you have on your cockpit lower status bar, so you can understand what's going on throughout the course of the game. Because there's a lot of beeps, a lot of flashing things, and unless you know what they all are, they all mean something, as I said. You just got to keep an eye out. Now, occasionally you'll run into, oh here, L. There's an L that says I can land. So there's a runway coming up here. So you see my B bombs are damaged, and there's a runway, so I can land. Boom. All right, so I reach 0. It's going to refill my fuel. It's possible to get bombed while you're on the tarmac. So just got to hope that you don't get bombed, because look, they're going to try to drop bombs out there. And we wait till we get to 100. Up we go. Everything is fixed, full fuel, and we're back into the fray. Now, like Star Raiders, you at the end of the game, when you die, you just have one life, by the way. If you crash, you're done. You will get a rating and a score. So you have to pay attention to the end of the game. They're going to give you a special rating. That's going to be something crappy like runway sweeper, or it might be something as high as, an ace or a blue max. It's this big mission. Now, I don't know if, as a kid, if I ever actually completed the full mission, because at the end, you'll land on the runway when they tell you to, and you completed the game. You see, I just did a Class 1 runway sweeper here with a low score. Despite all of this information I've thrown at you, Blue Max is a really easy and approachable adventure action game where you take on the role of this Blue Max ace fighter, and you just have, some people call it complexity. I call it depth. Right? I look at it as, wow, so my guns can get damaged, or my bombs can get damaged, or all those little things I have to keep an eye on, and I'm in control of this plane on this mission. Now, I don't know for sure if I ever actually completed the mission, because when you do complete the mission, they tell you, hey, congratulations, you completed it, and here's your ranking, and you land on this runway, but I've always died before I've gotten to that part of the game. So maybe today will be the secret sauce? I don't know. I'm going to try a points run and see how well I can do. Before I do, I'll remind you, of course, of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you get all kinds of cool original designs, like our logo matched up with other pop culture designs, or original designs from other artists that are based on video games or TV or movies or whatever you might be interested in. You get it printed on hats and mugs and t-shirts and pretty much anything. Not only do you get the thing you ordered, but it helps to support independent content creation, just like you see here on Gen X Grown Up. So please keep us in mind. Pick something up next time you're in the market. Okay, I'm gonna hop in the menu, make sure I have everything set to normal, novice, that's all good, see how well I can do. I'm gonna hit start. Here's my points run. Up we go. And you gotta be careful, like, I say be careful, you gotta watch out. You could die really quickly with a plane coming in the screen at the same height as you or something. There's a lot of ways to die in this game. You just have to mitigate the risk. So at the same height as that plane, I can shoot it, good. Bomb that. Since the buildings, and ooh, I got a leak in my fuel tank. So that bomb hit me, that anti-aircraft hit me, I have a leak. That means fuel is gonna go at an accelerated rate. So I just have to be careful to, as soon as I can land, be sure I take advantage of that, right? Anyway, I was saying, like, since all the targets are pretty well, oh, that's a premium target. Since all the targets are pretty well the same value, I just try to shoot everything that moves as best I can. Oh, now my bombs are damaged, so I can't, you can bomb, but it's intermittent. Sometimes you can't bomb at all. There, I got one off. Try to get this, ugh, got that one. So I really am looking for a runway now, because I've got some damage that I will need to deal with. I couldn't get that one, just couldn't get a bomb off. Let's do some strafing, I guess, at 24. Remember, you have to be between 25 and 20. There, landing strip is here. I saw the L pop up, that blue L. So we're just looking for an opportunity to land and hope we don't get bombed on the runway. There we go. And if you have to land early enough that you have enough runway to take off, because if you land and you stop too far down, there's not enough speed to get up to 100. All right, so tank is full. It'll fix all my bombs up, then fix my damage, fuel leak, bomb damage. All right, and off we go again. And that's kind of the Warbirds feeling that I was talking about a little bit, where you know, if you need to, absolutely you could go and land and replenish your supplies, but you're vulnerable when you land. I always wish there was some kind of an indicator to tell me, oh, got that boat, to tell me how much further I have to go to get to the end of the mission. Ooh, building, got it. Because I really don't know. I expect, it says, you know, how many rivers do you cross, how many of those high-value targets you get, but it just doesn't give you a number. And speaking of, well, now my guns are damaged, so when I hold down the button, it doesn't auto-fire. See, it's kind of sputtering. Got 1,150 points. I don't even know what a good score is. I'm always just watching, you know, the screen, not so much watching for, oh! So R says runway, but doesn't say I can land at it. You can't land, unless it says L, you can't land. So maybe it's too much crosswind. Yeah, don't try to land if there's R. R just means runway. You have to be an L in order to land. So I was mentioning all the high-value targets. They can be planes that flash, which you'll see in a second. They can be targets on bridges. It can be red boats, or it can be these buildings over here. Anything can be one of those high-value targets. I'm trying to avoid getting hit anymore until a runway shows up, because I really can't afford a fuel leak at this point. But shoot everything I can in the meantime, right? There's a good bridge there. Oh, their landing strip. Okay. Whew. So my guns will get fixed. Fill my fuel. Oh, here's that plane. He'll try to bomb me on the runway. And there's nothing you could do about it. There's something about this game and its sequel that, ooh, I got hit. What M is maneuverability. So I can't go steering up and down as easily as I used to. There's something about it that just, it makes me feel, and the fact that it's a computer game, they can put so much more in it. It's not that there weren't flying games on the 2600 before it, it's just that, looking for the landing strip, it's just that now you have more invested because individual systems can have problems and you can address them. Don't bomb me, don't bomb me! Ooh. Oh, that was a high-value plane, I just wasn't at the right height to get it. Oh, high value! Got it. You know, you want to get low to kind of do that air. Ooh, 19. See, that flash in yellow said you are too low, you could crash. I almost bit it right there. So see how the terrain is changing a little bit? Here's an enemy runway. Oh, there's a high-value building. Got it. Lower, shoot some of this stuff. Some of the cars on the road. That's a lot of points pretty quickly you can get that way. Just be careful, don't dip below 20, you know? Oh, high-value building. Got it. You know, probably not since I was a kid have I focused on this game as much as I am right now. So we have a pretty good chance of seeing pretty far into it. Whoa! Oh! He said, as a plane ripped on the screen from just behind me and blew me up in the air. And that's it. That's how fast the war ends. I shouldn't have said anything, but... So we got a rank of Class 3 Air Cadet with a score of 3430. Could have gone much further, obviously, but I think that gives you a taste of what this game is, and you can understand whether or not it's for you. It's always been one of my favorites, and on its own, it's worth finding a way to emulate Atari 8-bit stuff if you don't have a computer yourself. But Blue Max from Synapse, pretty darn good game.
Blue Max is yet another great reason to explore Atari 8-bit home computer emulation. If you were one of the many people wondering why I was so excited for the 400 Mini from Retro Games Limited last year, it's because of games like this. Blue Max was ported to the C64, the Spectrum, and then later the Atari XEGS, and Poland's sequel, Blue Max 2001, released on Atari computers in '84. But the original 1983 Atari release of Blue Max is the one to check out. Now, if you want to try to tackle my high score from this run, which shouldn't be tough, lots of viewers are posting and comparing their high score screenshots over in our Discord server, so pop over there and check it out. 1982's conversion of Pac-Man for the Atari VCS is a game I've been equal parts dying to cover for Friday Plays and dreading covering for Friday Plays. Like the Star Wars prequels, another divisive topic, this Pac-Man was broadly criticized at release for its shortcomings. But that criticism has softened over the years as those of us who were there now look back at it in context and through nostalgia-colored glasses. In the early 80s, the entire world was in the throes of a Pac-Man fever pandemic. The dot-munching maze game released in 1980 was at the top of everyone's favorite game list, and with the success of other arcade ports to the 2600 like Space Invaders, Asteroids, and Missile Command, Atari moved to acquire the license to bring Pac-Man to their home video game console, and Todd Fry got to work. And it was a hit, financially. Released in 1982, over 8 million Pac-Man cartridges were sold, and it remains the best-selling game ever for the 2600. Now, despite its commercial success, though, the game was panned by critics for its poor graphics and sound, and maybe most importantly, for bearing little resemblance to the original arcade classic. Was it really that bad? Well, luckily, we don't need a pocket full of quarters to find out. Let's go.
Here it is. Love it or hate it, we all know it. The 1982 release of Pac-Man for the Atari 2600. And what a weird Friday Plays, because you don't need me to tell you how to play Pac-Man. I think everybody knows. Okay, on the off chance, eat all the dots, avoid the ghosts, except for when you eat the power pellet, then temporarily you can eat the ghosts. And then a myriad of rules in there. I don't think you need a tutorial on Pac-Man here. It's really talking about, in this episode, the differences between the original arcade and this one that made it so reviled in the day, and in hindsight, what that means to us as game players and what that does to the game, you know? So let's tackle this as I would any other Friday Plays and start with things like switches on the game switches. So you do have difficulty switches, of course, that you can change out, and you can set that to either A or B. And I always leave it on B. On A difficulty, the left and right for those two players is just the power pellets last a little shorter, and the vitamin in the middle, the fruit, whatever, it lasts a little bit shorter. So it just makes it a little more difficult in terms of duration of effects in the game. Then, of course, you have the TV type switch to color black and white, and Pac-Man completely supports black and white TVs, and it looks pretty good. It looks really good. Look at this. Now, have you ever wondered why? It actually looks cleaner, actually, than the color version, in my opinion. It's kind of muddy. Have you ever wondered why the background of Pac-Man was blue instead of black? I read somewhere that there was some kind of a mandate at Atari saying that Unless your game is set in outer space, it doesn't have a black background. We want a color background. We want something there. And so Todd had to put, I guess, a blue background. He had to choose something to contrast with the other elements on screen. Although the black and white looks really good. It's, you know, if it weren't for the fact that it was so drab, it's actually kind of a nice looking version. What about controls? So you have your joystick. It's really up, down, left, right is all. The fire button does nothing in Pac-Man, of course, except in this version you can use it to start your game. So you can select what game you want, you hit fire button, and you can continue. We're going to talk about all these game options in a second here, but I'm just going to go to the beginning game option 1 and just play a little bit of the game while we talk about some of the things that this game is criticized for, right? So let's start with that vitamin that used to be a fruit, it's a cherry, and it's not now. The dots, which are now wafers. Pac-Man only looks left and right, not up, down, left, right, the direction he's going. The ghosts have a lot of flicker, which we'll talk about in a second. The sounds are very bonky, that bonk, 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 bonk noise. What else? What else? The layout of the maze doesn't match. The shortcut is top bottom there. Pick your poison. What is your criticism of this game? Someone has probably already said it before, you know? Let's talk a little bit about scoring. And I'll bring up this scoring chart for you. You know, I thought it was very interesting. Scoring is one of those things that is easy to match the arcade game, but Todd Fry chose to not match it. So, like, individual dots are worth 1 point. On the arcade, they're 10. I mean, power pellets are 5 points. The arcade game, they're 50. The fruit is worth 100. That matches the cherry, at least, although it's not progressive. It's always 100, no matter what, which makes the cherry, or the vitamin in this case, much more valuable compared to the value of other things. It makes it more attractive to pick up. And then the ghosts, were, you know, when you eat the ghost sequentially, right, the ghosts were 200, 400, 800, 1600. It doubled and doubled and doubled. However, here, while the ghosts do double, they go 20, 40, 80, 160. A tenth of what they are in the arcade game. And you know, it's one of those things like that would have been a very easy thing to match. And I'm starting to think that maybe the goal was, you know, Fry didn't want the score to get so big so fast. Maybe there was a limitation with the counter, how many digits it could, not that I've gotten high enough to tell you how high that can go. Let's talk a little bit about that game select switch and the different game options. Who doesn't love a good Atari game select matrix? I'll pop this up. Effectively, you have 8 different games, 16 if you count 2-player variations of each one. So the 2-player 1, and then you have 2, and the 2-player 2, and the 3. And you can see on the matrix here, all that controls is the speed of Pac-Man and the speed of the ghost. They have this walking, running, jogging scenario that they lined up, which is slow, medium, fast, and Pac-Man has either slow or fast, depending on what option you choose. I think game option 6 is the most difficult, and they even suggest in the manual game option 6 in difficulty A for a real challenge. The one I prefer, and the one I'm going to use in this in my points run later in the game, is 5, because it puts everybody at about the same speed. Pac-Man's fast, the ghosts are at their, I think, their jogging speed, so it's not a scrub game where they're going slow, and it's not radical where they're going fast, although everything speeds up, as you might imagine. And let's take a little tour. I'm going to start 5. This is not my points run, but a little screen tour of things maybe to point out. We have dots that you can eat that I'm currently eating, of course. There's an exit at the top and bottom of the screen, that shortcut, although it takes a long time to get through it. In fact, I just came through it. It took forever to get through. But you can change directions midway and kind of stay in there for a while, like down, up, down, up, down, up. I'm moving like off screen and staying off screen for a long time until finally I resolve and let it come out one way or the other. So it's odd that you can like hide in there, which is kind of cool. In the corners, of course, are the power pellets. It's what you eat in order to be able to chase the ghosts. Can't wait to talk about the flickering ghosts. We're getting there. In the middle of the screen, just below the ghost's hideout there, little ghost house, is where the vitamin will appear. And that vitamin in this version of the game, that's not just a like get it if you can kind of thing. 100 points. It's as good as eating the 3rd ghost. It's a huge, in comparison to other things, it's a huge point value. Bottom of the screen, of course, when you're doing game select, that's a game option, but right now it's my score. Currently, 560, 580, wherever it's at. Lower left is your number of remaining men. Now you start the game with 4 lives rather than 3 in the original arcade game. But more importantly, you don't gain extra lives by score. You gain an extra life every time you clear the maze. So you basically can afford to die once on every single maze because you can recover from that easily because you're going to get another man, like I'm about to do right here. Let's come down here. Boom, extra man. It went up from 2 to 3. Let's talk a little bit about the flickering ghosts. So without getting too technical, the Atari 2600 had only 2 sprites available to it. Think combat, red tank, green tank. That was it. And then it's bullets. Well, Pac-Man is one of the sprites. All 4 ghosts are the other sprite. And because you have 30 frames per second to display said sprites, that means that every ghost is on the screen 1/4 of the time, meaning they're gone 3 times as often as they're present. Which is why they flicker so much, which is why they're so hard to see. Now, Todd Fry was relying on the phosphorescent decay of tube televisions. To replicate that, in my emulator right here, I have the phosphorescence turned way up. So you might notice a little trail on Pac-Man, which represents the decay of the phosphor beam as it travels across the screen. Without that, you might not be able to, my capture card might not even be able to see all of the ghosts. But something I never noticed when I was a kid, they kind of all look yellow to me, but if you watch, they actually are different colors. Look, you can see there's kind of a yellowish, a greenish, a pinkish, a bluish. It's just that they're off screen so often that they are the background blue 3 times as often as they are their own color, which is why they kind of all get that muddy, yellowy, pinky color all the time. But they really do have different colors. Maybe, also, for Legacy, this game doesn't look so good on nice, clean emulation. Like, think the 2600 Plus, where you plug in an HDMI and it looks beautiful. That makes this game look worse, because when there's no phosphor glow and it's pixel perfect, there's even more flicker on these ghosts. It's all of that is just rearranging deck chairs on this Titanic. I don't think I need to tell you any more about this game. I'm going to try a points run. Even more than usual, I challenge you, I invite you, I implore you, try to do a points run like I'm going to do here. Head over to our Discord server and let me know how you did and what you think. If you haven't played Pac-Man in a while, what you think of it now. Look at this, I'm about to get another extra man. Get it. Bonk. More extra men. Let me know what you think of it now, after you've played it after a while. Maybe you haven't, or maybe you play it every day. Let me know that too. So I'm going to do, let's make them stop talking. I'm going to do a points run now. Of course, we're going to do game option number 5. There we go. Difficulty B, and we're going to give it a shot. Before I do, I'm going to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We get all kinds of cool original designs, including the shirt I'm wearing in this video with the Miss Pac-Man fruit across the chest. That's in there. Lots of other cool designs from pop culture. You can get the printed on hats and mugs and t-shirts and stickers, all kinds of great stuff. Anyway, if you're in the market for something like that, please check us out. You're going to get what you're looking for, plus you'll help us out too. We really appreciate it. Okay. Here's the points run for Pac-Man. After the points run, we're going to talk some more about the legacy of this game and see if you agree. You'll let me know in the comments. But wish me luck. Here's the run. Beady weedy. Just off to a terrible start. Got all the ghosts in the corner. I'm going to talk a little bit about the strategy of catching the ghost in this game a little bit later. This run will take a while. It will be heavily edited. I assure you, no trickery, just edited for your time consideration, right? So this is my real run. So let's talk a little bit about what I thought about this when I first played it and I got it. And I think it's a common experience for a lot of people, which is one of 2 things happened. Either you got the game and you were disheartened. Well, let's say one of 3 things happened. Either you got the game or were disheartened and didn't like it, or you got the game and weren't disheartened and you loved it because it was the only Pac-Man you had or knew. And the last thing is that maybe you got it and were a little sad about what it was, but you didn't care. Oh, I died. You're just talking about this. Because it was the only Pac-Man you had, and by golly, you were going to play it, and I think I fall into that camp. I was aware enough to know that it wasn't the Oh, look, I've died twice. I gotta stop talking so much, I guess. You get the game, you want it, you beg for it for Christmas or your birthday or whatever, and then you get it, and we didn't have the luxury of saying, oh, I don't like this game, I'm not gonna play it. It was like, it's the Pac-Man I've got, and by golly, I'm gonna play it because it's my Pac-Man. So it almost didn't matter. You know, I think of games like Donkey Kong and Pac-Man and, you know, some of the games that maybe weren't as great as we had hoped they would be by the time we got the home ports. And this was right at the ragged edge of any kind of, you know, video game journalism critique. If you look at video game magazines prior to '82, it was pretty much largely a catalog of here's what's coming out and why you want to play it, not is it good or not. And you started seeing magazines go, wait a minute, this is not good. This is not Pac-Man. And we hadn't seen that before. And it was kind of the dawn of people looking at games as an artwork that could be good or bad and not just a novelty. You just get extra men so fast here that it's ridiculous. So as a strategy, I tend to try to go up one side. Once I get the ghost to go one way, I go up the other side and then cut across, and then I can start eating ghosts. Now, for whatever reason, the ghosts always seem to try to go home when they're blue. So if you're trying to catch ghosts, go toward the middle of the screen, toward the ghost's home, because that seems to be where they're going. I just always work my way toward the middle and let the ghosts come to me, because they often do. Like that. They just keep, for whatever reason, they're like, oh, that's where you want to go? Well, I'm headed there too. They don't seem to care where I am. They're just programmed, I think, to go to the middle of the screen, and that's where they go. So, and look, I lost 2 lives early in this game. I'm back up to 4 extra men. You know, maybe that means I should play a more difficult version of this game, but look, you can see how they're getting so much faster now, and they're going to start catching me way more frequently. And I don't mind. You know, when you're playing arcade Pac-Man, you're kind of like, oh, the cherry, I'll pick it up if I have a chance. It's only 100 points because it's not that much. In this one, it's such a huge percentage of what points are available to you that it behooves you to try to get it every time it's there. 100 points, you'd have to eat 100 pellets to do the same amount of points, or eat 3 full ghosts to get what that thing is worth. So I missed all those ghosts. That's okay. Get them to go that way, and I'll turn around and try to tear up this side if I can. And across the top. Yep. Oh, here he comes. Oh, I came around the corner and got him. All right, so about half the screen is empty. Great, so I'm gonna head toward the middle, cleaning up stuff on the way, and I'll meet all the ghosts here by their house. Don't chase them. Let them come to, ooh, missed that turn. Let them come to you, you know what I mean? Because we're really getting at the point where they're getting a lot faster and a lot more aggressive. So, as you can see, so I almost ignored the ghost. I just go after the dots, wafers, whatever they're called, when I have a chance. That shortcut out the side door is rough because it takes so long to get through it that you don't have time to plan where the ghosts are, because by the time you come out the other end, ooh, I thought he was gonna go the other way. I tried to juke. I zigged when I should have zagged. Ooh, he caught me. Getting close. Maybe 5,000 is going to be my number. We'll see. You can see how much faster they're getting now, though, right? Oh, man. This really might be the end. I could blame the fact that I'm trying to narrate, but honestly, you can see how much faster it's getting. There, we'll break 5,000, I'm sure. I say, and then something crazy is going to happen, right? Yeah, it's getting pretty quick. There's my 5 grand. That's respectable. Of course, there's a vitamin I can grab. 2 more ghosts while I'm at it. Nice. Still got 2 power pellets. Awesome. Let's get that. Focus on dots, because I'll get an extra man as soon as I clear it, so it's in my interest to just go ahead and take care of these dots. This should be no trouble to clear unless I just make a big blunder. There we go. And don't worry about chasing ghosts. Go to the middle, hang out for a second, they'll come to you. There's one more. Don't get him. No time for him. 1 more life. Whoa! They're getting aggressive. Did you see that? Yeah, they're going really fast now. Man! They're affording me no rest. I gotta focus on dots during the power pellets now. And you know, as I talk about this and all the critical reception, how it's not the arcade game, I'm having a good time. It's the comparison to Pac-Man that really is the bane of this Pac-Man's existence. The fact that it's called Pac-Man and people are looking for how it's different. Is it great? No, it's not horrible. It's just not, I think, not what we expected back in the day. So give it a try. Let me know your experience, especially now after, tell me how many years it's been since you played. Go back and play it. Tell me what you think now with a fresh set of eyes. with this 1982 Atari Pac-Man.
So what happened? Well, plenty. Todd Fry was not provided with any arcade design specs, and after spending over 6 months of 80-hour weeks developing his game, Atari decided his Pac-Man would be crammed into only a 4 kilobyte cartridge, because it was cheaper. Well, this meant Fry had to make compromise after compromise. The maze had to be simplified, the dots became playfield wafers, and at Atari's insistence, the game was required to have 2-player, so storing the current maze state between turns gobbled up big chunks of available memory that could have otherwise been put to better use. So if you ever wondered why the sequel, Ms. Pac-Man, was single-player only, well, now you know. Plus, it was on an 8K cart. The flickering ghosts? Well, Fry had plans to optimize and improve that, but Atari didn't seem to care about it and was more interested in getting Pac-Man out the door. Turns out Todd Fry wasn't the culprit, but instead, like us, was a victim of Atari management. All of that being said, over the years, this port of Pac-Man has become more than it ever set out to be. No, it hasn't gotten better over time, but it has become more beloved. It's a touchstone in gaming history that signaled the leading edge of the North American crash. It's a reference point we share. With 8 million sold, we can all remember tearing open our copy of Pac-Man. And its shortcomings helped usher in modern critical video game journalism, and it's something we all have in common. If we had an Atari, we played Pac-Man and can bond over that experience. And finally, if not for the comparisons to the arcade original, this Pac-Man isn't a bad game. It's just not the Pac-Man game we might have been hoping for in our youth. I think maybe it's time we cut this Pac some slack. I've never paid a lot of attention to the games from Atari developer ColecoVision. Now, I'd heard the name, but that's pretty much it. But thanks to a viewer's suggestion, I think I found a hidden gem in ColecoVision release Cakewalk. ColecoVision was a game developer and publisher of Atari 2600 games for just a couple of years. Now, they were founded in 1981 as Computer Magic Video, later shortened to ColecoVision, and they'd folded by 1983. They were largely a victim of the North American crash. Now, along the way, they released just 5 titles. So when viewer JL suggested I take a look at a ColecoVision release, the first one to catch my eye was Cakewalk. Now, anything you read about Cakewalk, you're going to see a comparison to Tapper. And in fact, that's what first caught my eye and drew me to check out Cakewalk. And while Cakewalk does borrow the screen layout directly from that arcade title, the gameplay itself is much more original and should not just live in Tapper's shadow. And so, JL, thanks for the suggestion. Let's go shine a light on Cakewalk. All right, so here's Cakewalk. We fired it up. It says Cakewalk at the top. That's the ColecoVision logo. It took me a second to figure out what that was up next to the title. And you get a full screen. It's kind of a splash screen. A title screen for an Atari game was kind of rare. You get a nice big picture of your chef and some of the cakes going across from conveyor belt to box is what those kind of are. Before we talk about the variations in the game, let me go ahead and start up a game to show you what I was talking about with that comparison to Tapper. So just to start on game 1 here. So yeah, you see the conveyor belts here moving across, and of course, things are moving up the belts that I have to catch and not let fall off the end. And that's really where the comparison to Tapper sort of ends, because at that point, it's really more of a management of resources and time with these conveyor belts. So as you see, I could pause a conveyor belt anytime I want, and it pauses for about 4 seconds, and that's it. And then it's going to unpause. Now you can pause it again, but it's going to unpause itself after 3 or 4 seconds, and then that cake's going to continue. And it's up to you to catch all these cakes and not let any of them fall. And if one does fall, the little janitor comes out to clean it up. During that time, you can still be getting ready for what else is still on the conveyors. You can be pausing things and getting ready with what you want to pick up next. So let me just pause this for a moment then. Let's talk about what we're seeing on the screen. A quick tour of the screen. So the upper left is your score, currently 1900. And the upper right is the number of janitorial cleanups you have left, number of things you can drop before the game ends, essentially. And you get 4 of those to begin the game. You can never have more than 4, but you get an extra one every level, you'll see in just a moment. On the right-hand side, that's my little chef, my little baker there, and it's his job to catch all these and move them over. The janitor's at the bottom, and of course, cakes moving from left to right. Now, as far as game options, TV type, color does nothing, color black and white, no pause or anything. There's kind of a pause built into the game.
It's only a single player game, so the left difficulty switch does work. All it really does is when you start games, if you're in the A mode difficulty or expert, it's going to start on level 4, basically, where the game is much more difficult. So it's going to start there so that you have to work harder earlier. Then you can, like, early on kind of like get more points by just playing the easy levels effectively. Now, in addition to cakes that come left to right, sometimes, I'll pause here and do a little more, sometimes there are some other things that can come across the conveyor belt. Occasionally there's a knife and fork. The knife and fork you cannot touch. Those are bad for you. You can't touch those. Sometimes later then there's a gingerbread man. And unlike the cakes or the knife and fork, they are not fully influenced by stopping the conveyor belt. What they'll do is they kind of dance along. You'll see. I'll show you in a second what they look like. And once you make it past a certain number of items on the conveyor, you get a coffee break. So that's a cup of coffee there. Not only is a coffee a built-in pause, but it also gives you the opportunity to kind of get ready for the next, kind of breathe, get ready for the next level. And it's going to give you an extra janitorial cleanup, so an extra life up in the corner there. So you'll see when I grab that, it's going to start the game immediately, give me an extra life, and off it goes. Boop, there's the extra life. So I'm just going to pause that. Now, I mentioned there are some different modifiers you could put on the game, and they're in the game select. I'm going to throw up the game select matrix, but I'm going to talk about, there's 16 game options, and really it's these 4 different variations in combination. Do you want them all on? So the first is a fast baker. So I want you to observe how quickly the baker moves normally, and then I'm going to jump to a game where the fast baker is on. There, look how fast this guy is cooking. That's almost cheating. You can really blaze on this, and I think that's too fast. In fact, I don't like to play in that mode. So the next option you can have is what's called pause to box. So I want you to look at how quickly, when you go by a cake, you can just run by it and he drops that in there. However, I want you to look now when I grab a cake, he has to kind of pause briefly to turn around and drop it in the box. So that just makes it a little more difficult because you have to pause at each cake. It stops you automatically. You're not voluntarily pausing. The third thing you can control is the belt speed. Now, not the default speed of the belt, but your ability to influence the belt. Okay, I have that belt speed turned on now, so I want you to look and see, look, I can pull cakes to me, because otherwise control is just up and down and pushing a button if you want to pause the conveyor. But now pulling right on the stick, see how I can pull that cake to you really quickly? Oops, and I dropped one there. So that's the third kind of option. Then there's one more. This is kind of a thing from later in the game that they make an entire game, and that is nothing but gingerbread men. It's like, whoops, all gingerbread men. So I want you to notice that even when the belt is paused, gingerbread men, they're kind of stuck in molasses, but they're not fully stopped. They can still kind of move and kind of dance around, so they're a little more difficult to deal with. Now you'll see gingerbread men in our regular game, whoops, but in these variations, you just get to pick, do I want all gingerbread for a bigger challenge? You can certainly do that if you want to. I dropped several gingerbread men there. And the last real thing to know about Cakewalk is the scoring, and it's so simple. Everything you move from the conveyor to a box is 100 points. That's it. There's no progressive scoring. It doesn't get more difficult or challenging or better if you can chain a bunch together. Everything is 100 points. And you're going to get about 20 or 30 items coming across the conveyor belt between each level. And after each level, it's going to get progressively more difficult and more challenging. It's a classic arcade game where it's up to you to get the best possible score within the limitations that I think makes it perfect for a Friday play. So let's drop that last guy. Okay. On that, I love that the gingerbread man runs away and the janitor can't even come get him, watch this. It's like, no, he kind of runs away. Okay, I'm going to try a points run, and in fact, the version I'm going to use is game option number 5. So 5 is the ability to speed up the conveyor belt, but it's not super fast. It's not all gingerbread men. It's not pause to box or anything. So it's just that. So game option 5 is what we're going to do. And I invite you. I'm not going to have a great score. It'll be easy to beat. I want you to try this game. I want you to try it for yourself and see maybe what we've been missing. So before I do, I'll remind you of our merch store, of course, at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You can get cool original designs from all corners of pop culture and media, or our logo mashed up with those cool designs. And you can get them all printed on hats and tees and mugs and pins and stickers delivered right to you. Not only do you get the thing you're looking for, but you help out Gen X Grown Up, and we really appreciate it when you do keep us in mind. Okay. With that, let's get to game option number 5. See how well we can do here with Cakewalk. Wish me luck. So I love the speed up. It's really helpful. And I find that pause becomes a secondary tool rather than the only tool at your disposal, since you can get up to a conveyor belt and pull them in on you. And I think I've done a rough census. I think it's 27 items between coffee breaks, which is to say between levels. So if I don't miss anything, we should get exactly 2,700 points, and then a coffee break should hit. So let's see how close I am to that estimation. Pause that, get this cake. And there's a small variety of cakes. There's not just one, you know, there's the 26. I bet that's the last one. There it is. So there's that coffee break. It's also just 100 points. There's no like big bonus for the end of your level, but it is a welcome pause in the game, especially a game like this that is pretty high concentration. All right, grab it and off we go again. There's that knife and fork. You don't want that, but it does get in the way. So sometimes I'll pause it just to make sure it doesn't mess with me. Pause it again. There. Now let's pause a different one to let that fall off, because it becomes a blocker. You know, you can't get past it if it's toward the end of the conveyor belt, because it'll hurt you and you'll lose a life. Or I guess you'll lose a cleanup. I don't know what it does. I find that I can usually pretty easily get up to about 9 or 10,000, and then after that, it's quite a marathon. It's quite a strain. Grabbing my coffee. I'm not waiting. Now we got gingerbread men coming into play. A lot of stuff hitting about the same place. That gingerbread man's a problem. Get him. All right. Whoa, pause you, please. That knife and fork is a problem. Get these. All right. Get up here. Oh, quick. Pause you. Get this. Pause that. Get this gingerbread man. I can grab this. Let's pause that. These are too close together. There we go. Let's pause him and get the gingerbread. I always get the gingerbread man early if I can, if it's down to 1 or 2 things, because they're so erratic, you know? There we go. All right, go away, knife and fork. All right, another coffee break. 8,100. All right, so we're getting there. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Oh no, he's in the way. Oh, see what happened? I just became a pile of squished chef. Oh no. All right, a lot of stuff is piling up here. Let's go ahead and pause this one. Let's get this. Pause. Oh, no, 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 no. All right, that's paused. It's not going to stay paused. Let's get here. Oh, no, no. What the hell? Stacked up. Oh, my goodness. Too much stuff in the same place. All right, let's pause this. Pause that. Dang! I might not get to 10,000. They're just all lined up in a way that's making it very difficult. But it's my fault, right? I allowed them to get to that state. Let's get these guys. Whoa! Pause that. Oh, gingerbread man's. Come on. No, no, no. Oh, no. Oh. 10,300. I think that's it. That's my last cleanup. There you go. It gets pretty tough once you get to 3rd and 4th level. The gingerbread man come. You got multiple cakes coming across. But it's the kind of old classic arcade high score kind of game that it just makes you want to go, that was my fault, right? I could just hit start again and go again. And that's kind of what I'm finding in Cakewalk. So I hope you give this one a try, especially if it's like me, one that you ignored or missed in the past. That's Cakewalk from ColecoVision.
Having been a contributing player in the Atari ecosystem so briefly, it's pretty likely that most of ColecoVision's games have flown under the radar for you, just like they have for me. But this is just another fine example that even all these years later, there are still wonderful discoveries to be made and fun to be had in games originally made for the 2600 when we were just kids. It's just taken us a few decades to get around to them. A year ago, when producing my 20th Century Fox Atari game ranking tier video, that was my first exposure to Fox's Crash Dive for the 2600. But a viewer request has led me to spend some more time with it, and I think after this video, it might earn some more play from you too. You know, in the early 80s, developer 20th Century Fox was well known for converting films and TV properties to video games. With fantastic Voyage, MASH, Alien, Flash Gordon, Porky's even. But the game I'm looking at today isn't based on anything except other video games. Crash Dive, written by Bill Aspromonte and released in 1983, is similar to a bunch of other games you've played, but not exactly like any of them. There's a little Seaquest in there, a little Defender, maybe Chopper Command, maybe a little bit of Shooting Gallery thrown in the mix. Now, I hadn't spent any time with Crash Dive since that tier, but when viewer Dr. Davelope requested I feature it on a Friday Plays, well, I went back and spent some more time with it. You know what? He was right. Let's go have a look.
So here's Crash Dive. How about a first impression, huh? For a 2600 game, look at all of the, so Activision was the king of this graduated skyline or the sunrise, sunset. But look at this. You can see the just tip of the sun coming up or down over the horizon, multiple layers of gradient back there, the clouds. Now, once you get underwater, less dynamic, but a pretty good first impression, if you ask me. The goal in Crash Dive: score as many points as possible, it's an arcade game, by destroying enemy ships, helicopters, planes, giant sharks, stingrays, squids, anglerfish, and lobsters before running out of fuel or crashing into something, crashing your sub anywhere. You may acquire points also, and here's the biggie, and the most important probably part of this game, is picking up treasures on the bottom of the sea. Okay, so let's start a game, and I'm going to pause it, just do a quick tour of the screen, then we'll talk about the options so we have some context. So let me just start the game, just a quick pause. Boom. Okay, let me make sure everything's on the screen. All right, right there's where I want. So, at any given time, there can be 5 or 6 things on the screen, and they're very, very meticulously laid out. So let's start at the top of the screen. That's your score up there. It's 0 right now because I haven't done anything. The top layer of the screen is where something flying can be. Right now there's a bird up there. That could be a bird or a helicopter or a jet plane. Then you can see on the left, there is your little sub. What's that called? They call it something. The Sea Hunter, they call it. It's a hybrid flying jet and submarine. And it can travel full speed in the air, half speed in the water, or still when it's sitting on the surface of the underground surface of the seabed down there. So that's your sub there. The next layer down there, kind of below the sun, is something on the water. One thing's going to be there. Could be a ship, could be a friendly submarine for refueling. We'll get to that. Then when you get in the water, there are 2 tracks. Right now, there's a shark on the top track. And it looks like a squid or an octopus there on that second track. And then at the bottom of the ocean, kind of walking across the bed, that's supposed to be a lobster. Not too bad. Something on the bottom of the ocean. So there are those 5 tracks: in the air, on the water, 2 in the water, 1 on the seafloor. And finally, there's a 6th thing at the bottom that could be a treasure. There's nothing down there yet. It's that open gap. Then below that, you can have your fuel readout. It's not unlike many, many other Atari games based on fuel. It could be like a River Raid idea or a Fantastic Voyage kind of idea, not fuel, but I'm saying there's a meter you have to keep alive. Then to the right of that are your extra subs, or your extra sea hunters, I guess. This is one of those games that starts you with 1 on the screen and 3 in reserve, and you have just those 3 in reserve. You can only earn an extra one by filling up your little prize meter at the bottom. Speaking of that prize meter, right below that, you currently see there's a little sword there. It looks like a little yellow sword. That is the next treasure that's coming up. So across the bottom there, what you'll always see, we're trying to fill that up with treasures, because when you do, 6 of them, not only these big points, 6 of them are going to give you an extra sub that you can use. And what shows right now at the lower right, that sword, that's going to be the next one that's coming up underneath some landmines. Not landmines, they're floating mines, or in the water mines. And then there's anything to the left of that, that's going to be what's being protected by the sea monster, or the kaiju, which, by the way, you can't kill him, but you can spam him for points, which is pretty cool. That's the general layout of the screen, and a little play for a moment. So, let's get shot right away. That'll get it started. So everything comes in waves. So what's on the screen? There's a helicopter. There's a boat. Shoot all those. Go underwater. There also could be 1 bullet on the screen at a time, shot by either in the air or on the surface of the water. Nobody else can shoot at you. So once you've cleared those 5 or 6 items, you can come back up, clear the ship, clear the air, and then get after these. And you can really focus on staying alive and picking your points where you want. So, fly, shoot. Here's the kaiju. Let's just take a moment to enjoy blasting this guy. 1 point every time you shoot him, but you can't kill him. How many points can I get off of him? And then I gotta go. Okay. Now, sometimes he's guarding a treasure. You gotta watch out for that. So let me just pause a moment here before I die. Let's take a second. Some things to talk about. What else is available in the game? So difficulty switches are out there, as well as game options. So it's just a 1 or 2 player game. Those are the only options with the game select. Difficulty does matter. So for your difficulty, the left difficulty switch, if you put it on A, the sequence of events that come across are random, whereas on the B, the standard difficulty, it's fairly predictable. I just play on B because I haven't played enough to learn it. Maybe if I got really challenged later, I would up that difficulty to A. But then the right difficulty takes a page straight out of Magic and Activision, guided bullets. So on A, your bullets are guided. They stay in line with your sub, as opposed to on B, they're just fire and forget, which is, I prefer because it's the way real bullets work. I don't like to be able to guide my bullets, but up to your preference. I won't judge. For everything I'm doing on this video, it's going to be on BB difficulty. Now, occasionally you're going to see a bird up there. The bird is worth 0 points and not worth killing, really. But I want you to listen to the bird because it's the first indicator of something really important in this game. You'll know what's going to be in the air by listening. They each have distinct sounds. So that tweeting is a bird. Hear that? That's a helicopter. That green helicopter, let's get rid of that. Shoot that guy if I can, take care of this boat. Ooh, boat took care of me. And there, that rumbling, that's a plane. So one of three things, if you listen ahead of time, you can hear what is going to be in the air. Let's try it. Hear the tweeting? It's going to be a bird. We can ignore him and just take care of the boat. Right? Let's just go on past this, move on to the next wave of enemies. Another bird. Let's listen. Helicopter, he came in the screen right away. So the audio cues that aren't used enough in games, I think, to really tell you, certainly in older games, to tell you what kind of things are coming. So between the cool environment, the cool sunrise, sunset back there, the audio is the plane there, that rumbling audio cue, and then finally the treasures on the bottom. So it told me it was going to be down here, so I got to get down here and get after it if I can. Got it. And the treasures are where the big points can be made. So you can hear that I'm currently low on fuel. So probably a sub coming my way. It tends to give you a sub when you need it. Kind of like River Raid, the longer you stay on the fueling item, more fuel you get. So watch this. Good. Refuel. So I want to pop up this scoring, and you'll see that yes, all the enemies that you kill are going to be worth points, of course, but it's those treasures. They're on the bottom of the seafloor. That's where the big money is to be made. It starts off pretty modest, but eventually it's 10,000, 20, or 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, like that, as you see. So it's one of those games that's going to be an incremental play for most people, right? I play it and I usually get, there's a sword, and I usually get about, I'm waiting on him to go by. Trying to get over there. There we go. No, I don't want to hit him. You're going to get probably 5,000, 10,000, like I'm going to do in this run through in a second. The next time you play, you're going to jump up and get 20, 25, 40, right? Because with those bonuses having huge point value, you're going to start getting big points. I really look forward to seeing how people over on Discord, who often will, immediately after I drop this game, they go and play it, try to get their best high score. There's going to be some big scores, I predict, there, and I'm happy to see it. I'm eager for it. Okay, I'm going to do, let's get reset here. I'm going to do a points run, see how well I can do. I'm going to guess maybe I can hit 10 grand. Anything above that's going to be gravy. But it's enough to give you a good idea of what the game is like. Before I do, you know I'll take just a second here, just a moment of your time to remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. All kinds of cool, original, nerdy designs out of pop culture and gaming, some logos mashed up with other stuff. If you like Gen X Grown Up, whatever you're looking for, we might have it. You get it printed on hats and stickers and pins and tees and whatever you're looking for. Please keep us in mind the next time you're looking for something for you or a friend. Means the world to us. It doesn't cost you anything extra. So check it out next time you're in the market. Okay, here we go. I'm going to make sure I'm in BB difficulty mode. Game option 1, that's just a single player. I'm going to hit start. Wish me luck. All right, it always starts with a bird, so just keep an eye out for that bird. I don't know why, it just always does. Once you take care of whoever's going to shoot at you, then come down and take a look at what you can get in terms of shooting sea life. And then head to the top and listen. Oh, don't get hit by a bird. They're worth 0 points, but they can still collide with your sub. All right, this is nobody else can shoot at me. It's now just don't get hit. Don't collide with anything. And sometimes I just dodge them all because I'd rather stay alive than get the little piddly points that you might get for particular fish. Risking that, way more points to be had in surviving long enough to collect the treasures. Let's listen. Oh, it's a bird, so I know I can ignore that. Come down for on the water. It's the ship. Oh, there's the kaiju. Let's spam him for some points. Hold down the button for rapid fire. 1 point for every bullet. Just don't let him touch you. Yeah, get out of the way. That's just fun. But there's a treasure down there I want. Let's get it and then get past this part of the screen. Should be a sub coming. They usually will give you the sub when you need it. There it is. Great. There we go. Get some fuel. Come on. Fully refueled. All right, good to go. It's nice of them that they will give you the thing you need when you need it. But listen, you got to maximize your fuel. If you zip past that thing, you're just going to get a little bit of fuel, and it'll be a while before your next opportunity. So you have to kind of do the river raid thing where you slow down over the thing that's going to give you fuel, those fuel tanks. All right, there's a treasure. Go away, monster. Get it. Get out of the way. All right. Woohoo. We'll go away, shark. All right, there's 3,000. Not bad. Not bad. Bird, doesn't matter. Ooh. Maybe you can see the shooting gallery parallel that I mentioned. I said it's kind of got a shooting gallery vibe. And what I mean by that is you know where the targets are going to be. You know it's going to be in the air, on the water, two tracks across the middle, one on the ground. It's which thing is it going to be? Which thing do I need to attack? And what's the risk reward? The difference here is that I can die, as opposed to a shooting gallery game, like I almost died there. And always I head back to the top when I finish a round to make sure I take care of whoever's up in the air. Then nobody can shoot at you. And then you're just dodging actual enemies. All right, I got 4,000, not bad. What's next? Oh, here's another treasure I can get. Let's go get that. All right, so it's underneath the mines. So just kind of cruise along here, grab it. All right, so it should be a submarine to refuel here, I'm hoping. Come on, submarine. There, yeah, there it is. Come on, sub. Refueled, awesome. Whoa, get the boat. Oh, shark. Ooh, that almost got me. All right, I have 3 treasures now. I've actually never, ever accomplished getting an extra man. I've never filled up all 6 treasures down there. Could this be the first time? Now that I'm focused and paying attention and trying to not embarrass myself? Maybe, we'll see. Helicopter sound, got that. Look for a boat, got it. And now clean up the sea animals. Oh, they're fast. Let's just get past those guys. What's next? Ooh, I ran right in his bullet. It's okay, all right. Sounds like a jet coming again. All right, there's the treasure. Let's take care of this. All right, down to get the treasure. So we got the boat. Got it. And see how when I'm on the ground, I park entirely, I'm not moving at all? Jet. Oh no! I shot my refuel sub. Did you see that? All right. So I'm going to kind of try to blast through these to make sure I get to the next refuel sub with a little alacrity, you know, because I don't want to cut it too close. Or maybe it only gives it to you when you're low. Oh, there's the treasure. Come on, I can't get down to it. Oh, I missed the treasure. Oh, and then I got killed again. Maybe I'll make 10,000. All right, well, I refueled at least. Sounds like a plane coming. Get the boat. Got it. All right, there's the treasure. It's a crown. It's good money. Woohoo! 11,000 now. All right. So we're up to, what, 5 of those little treasures? Could this be the time? I don't want to jinx it, but ooh! I got hit. Oh, there's the treasure. Oh, come on, get it, get it, get it. Got it. Let's spam this guy. Don't hit me. All right, good. 13,000, not bad. One more treasure, and I think maybe... Ugh. I can't get the boat, or the plane. Come on, get that plane. Got it. That's about all I got. You know, it's always fair. There's no reason to die at all, as long as you're paying attention. I just said there's no reason to die because always you can see where the enemies are, and they don't really move that erratically. So you should be able to do well. So here's a treasure. Let's take care of this. Okay, can I get down there? I don't know if I get down there in time. Oh no, mines were kind of stacked. I would have had to be on the left side of them. Sounds like a jet plane coming in. Got it. Oh, I almost shot my sub. I don't need that fuel, but I'll take it. Just refuel just to be safe. Almost 15 grand. There we go. Didn't get many of those sea creatures, but that's all right. So like a bird coming in, good. Bird's a good opportunity to get after these sea creatures because that's one less thing to shoot in the air, and I ran into the bird. Did I just tell you the bird could kill you? This is my last life. So I have filled up 6 across the board. I think I have to actually pick up that 6th treasure. So I hope I don't die here. I would love to actually see what Extra Man looks like, or maybe it's a special sound, I don't know. So I'm trying to play it safe, which is usually the great way to die, is playing it safe, but we'll see what happens. Oh, plane coming! Oh, I got shot. All right, so look, almost 16,000 on Crash Dive. This might be, this is about as far as I've ever gotten. And you're gonna do better because look, the next treasure you pick up is gonna be like 2,000, 4,000, 5,000. You're gonna have a phenomenal score. And it's exactly why I found that I wanted to keep playing this game and did play it for the majority of this week, getting ready for this Friday Plays, because I'm like, as I was mentioning before, there's no reason to die unless you yourself bring it on yourself. You run into a bullet, or you can see where things are coming. You know where they're going to be traveling. It's that shooting gallery mentality. You just have to stay focused, get in that groove, and get that high score. So, Crash Dive from 20th Century Fox, well worth your time.
I feel like it would be easy to dismiss Crash Dive as just another horizontal Atari shooter. And in fact, that was my opinion before producing this video. But aside from it being arguably one of the nicest looking 20th Century Fox releases, the wave-based gameplay and progressive quest for higher and higher value treasures kept me mashing the reset button again and again, trying to catch that zen-like wave you can find with these old titles as your brain syncs up with the game and you finally get that killer points run. Give Crash Dive a few tries and see if you don't agree. The title I've selected for this episode of Friday Plays is technically a game, but really more of a puzzle. And a puzzle that's held my attention for the last few days. In the 80s, Zymag was a company that made magnetic media like blank audio cassettes, VHS tapes, and floppy disks. But in 82 and 83, they branched out into video game publishing. But they didn't write anything. Instead, they acquired games from Taiwanese game developer Bit Corporation, ported them from PAL to NTSC, changed the names, and poof, a new game for the North American market. The one in particular I want to talk about here is the 1983 Zymag release of I Want My Mommy. Now, you might think that sounds like a game intended for little kids. And you're right, it was intended for little kids. But I've discovered instead there's a puzzle to be solved. Let me show you what I mean.
Well, if that song doesn't make you want your mommy, I don't know what will. Here is 1983's I Want My Mommy. And it actually starts, when you plug in the game like we just did, look, the game is running. It's happening. I didn't hit start or anything. That'll stop making noise in a second. Good, okay. So, here's the concept. It's very simple. You play Teddy, little guy down here at the bottom, who kind of looks like Street Fighter's Guile with great big yellow boots on, with that kind of flared hair. I thought it looks like. Teddy just woke up from a nap. He had a bad dream and he wants his mommy. However, there are obstacles between him and his mommy, most notably magical dream demons that you can see here on the screen. And I don't know why mommy is, 20 floors away, but that's the deal, right? So quickly, let's talk about switches on the console. The difficulty switches do nothing. The game select is just a duplicate for game reset, so they do the exact same thing. Interestingly, TV type kind of works. It changes the color of your extra men at the bottom. See, they're gray versus color. Like why did you even bother? Why did you even bother changing anything? They do almost nothing, but so irrelevant. The switches don't do anything. You have one game. That game is all you can do is just the default game, and it's a golf game. It's over in about a minute, and you want to get the lowest possible score. In fact, I'm going to stand over here. I'll keep from that bouncing mommy's kiss, which is what's bouncing around there, from reaching me. We're going to talk about all that in a second. Oh, it hit me anyway. So the goal of the game is to make it to mommy. So there are two screens in the game. This first one, with the apple at the top, so you have a snack if you get halfway to your mommy. And the second screen, mommy is at the top. The object of the game is to make your way to the top without within your 3 lives, which I'm going to tell you, don't worry about the 3 lives in a second. You have to open all of these they're called magical stardust ladders. So first I'm going to see the dodge. Here comes mommy's kiss. We'll talk about mommy's kiss in a second. I'm trying to get it to not hit me. I dodged it. So each of the little dots, see the dots here that I'm walking over? If you hit the button, it opens up the magical stardust ladder. And to progress through the screen, you've got to have all of them open. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 of them. All 10 open, and then get to the top of the screen. If you get to the top of the screen and they're not all extended, doesn't count. So you basically have to touch all those spots, hit the button, and then you progress. And as I said, it's a golf game. It's just counting the seconds, and they're even faster than seconds. Look how it's like half a second is a tick on the clock for 10 points. You want to get the lowest possible score. You don't want any points. You want to shoot for something very, very low. And that's where the twist of this game come in. As I was exploring it, I'm like, oh, well, this is an interesting little game. I'm going to dodge that. Hey, this is an interesting little game. That'll be done in a second. And it was done in a second. The problem is, I went, oh, I could do that better. Oh, I delayed here. And I started fighting with trying to shave off half seconds off of my score. So let's talk a little bit more and show you kind of a walk around the game. You basically know what needs to be done. So once the ladders are open, you can climb them to the next level. You don't want to touch the demons. And on this first screen, you can park at the top of the little ladder and you're okay. On the second screen, you can't do that even. So let me show you the Mommy's Kiss is like a power pellet. It lets you kill a demon. You can only kill one demon, and it's got to be on the level you grab the kiss on, but the demon stays dead forever, which that's handy, right? There, caught another kiss. Let's go grab this demon before it runs out. Oh, it didn't, it ran out, and you fall. And it lost a life. And you're gonna find that as you play this game, if you lose a life, just start over. Because the goal is to get the shortest time, and if I'm gonna start over at all, well, guess what? My best time is wrecked now. So as I play, let's take you to the second screen. So see the idea? Now I'm stuck. I really can't get past that guy. Let's hide up here for a second. Because we're on the Apple screen, I can just leave my feet dangling. I'm okay. Let's go ahead and open another one. You see the one at the bottom I didn't take care of yet, but I can go back down. So I can wait here, go back down, then go get this one that I missed, right? So I can work my way around. Sometimes the demons reverse when you're on the same level as them. Sometimes they don't. I'm not sure what the rule is with that. But let's go to the second screen. Let's grab a mommy kiss for fun. And there's no benefit to killing the demons other than getting them out of your way, because there's no points to be had. All the points are get the fewest points possible. Oh, see, he reversed. Now I'm on the mommy screen. This is the end of the game. This is it. A little bit different here in that, you see how my feet are hanging there? That can get hit by a demon. So it's a different part of the animation where you're at the top of the ladder there. And when you fall, all the way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom. That's it. I want you to notice too, every time you reset the game, everything starts in exactly the same place. Watch. And I'm gonna just keep rapid firing on it. There's no variability. So that means you can devise patterns that you can then follow to replicate each time and shave, oh, let's try this path and get a little bit closer, a little bit closer. So for me, this game might be different for you, but for me, this game became a challenge in order to get the lowest score. I know that's what it's described as, but I don't think that's how kids thought of this game. They thought of like, oh, let's play the game and wander and see how we do. And you can finish the game. And it takes, when you do it well and quickly, it takes about 90 seconds to finish the game. And that's it. And I'm finding 90, 88, 86. I see, like, I've never been a speedrunner. I always thought speedrunning is like, oh, you're rushed through the game. You're not enjoying it. Well, I think I've gotten everything there is to enjoy out of this game on the surface level. Now, trying to beat my low score each time, that's what this game is about, and why I can't tell you how many times I tried to push record on this segment of the video and got busy replaying the game, going, oh, I can shave another 10 points off of that, or another 15 points or 20 points off of that. And maybe I could have, maybe I couldn't. I have a current best, which we'll talk about in a second. A quick tour of the game I think is pretty obvious now. Score at the top. Your goal is right below that. It's Apple right now. It will be Mommy on screen too. You have the nasty dream demons that are wandering on the screen left and right. And I should point out that even though the game begins identically every time you push reset, what the decisions you make change, like the paths of the demons and where the Mommy's Kiss is based on where you last grabbed it. So all those variables do happen. So it's not the same every time you play unless you play exactly the same every time is what I'm getting at. So kind of like Pac-Man patterns in a way, I think. There are the unextended bridges. There's one extended, as you saw. At the bottom, again, 3 lives. You can't get extra lives. You just try to finish the game. If you lose 4, I guess, you have 3 extras. The game is over and got a terrible score. You didn't complete it. The game is how fast can I do it? And it's incredibly addictive, at least for me. So We'll see. So I'm going to do a couple of run-throughs because it's so fast to show you in a second, and also show you what my best path so far, but I think there's room for improvement that you could probably find if you invest some time too. So before I do, I just want to remind you quickly of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can get cool, original, nerdy designs of either our logo mashed up with other popular logos, or just popular logos from gaming or sports or media or whatever. You can get it printed on hats and shirts and pins and stickers and whatever you're looking for. If you're in the market for anything like that, please give us a shot first, because you'll get what you're shopping for, of course, plus you'll be helping us out. So we really, really appreciate it. So, okay. So let's do a little walkthrough, and I'll show you kind of, I want to do a casual play. So I think 2,000 is a pretty good score. If you can get below 2,000, you are getting some work done. And I have done a well below 2,000. We're going to try to do that in a second. So here we go. You have to wait till the music's over. You can't move. Notice Mommy's Kiss is coming right away. It's worth going after if you're on the same level or right below. Let's extend that. Let's extend both of these. But it's not worth chasing down the kiss unless you're already going that way. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't give you points. Let's open this real quick. Let's open that up. Now I can hang here for a second. Let him go past me a bit, because I'm afraid he's going to reverse, and he did. There we go. All right. Now I'm in a pretty good shape to get both of the... Oh, no, he reversed. See that? So now... let's see, I could go up here. I could quickly open that one while I'm waiting, and then come back. And this is generally the path I take. Then I can open this one. Oh, there's a kiss. I didn't get it. That's okay. And then we go up. Oh, open this, fly up. And then we're on board 2. Now remember, board 2 is more difficult. Nothing's faster or anything, but you cannot hang on the top of a ladder because your feet will get hit by the dream demons. So let's open both of these. That's a good start. Now the instructions say you can fake the demons out by starting up the ladder and then going back down. I've not found that to be the case or even very useful. So I just try to wait until they're pretty far away from me before I go up. Like here's a case where I think I can get both of these maybe. There we go. And this one and this one, but I can't get around that demon at the top, so I'm gonna come down, go to this other one maybe. Not too bad. All right, then I think of these last two, what is it, 1,700? Almost sub 2,000? Not bad. But just for fun, we'll grab him. Boom. No, not for points. And we did it. 1820. So that is a full run of this game. But you saw me make little pauses and delays, and I have found a series of things that work really, really well. So I think I can shave that by like 30%. So... But I know my viewers, you are obsessive about some of these games like I am, and I bet you can beat my best score. I don't know how close I'm going to get to my best score, but I have done, my best I think is 1220. 1220, which is substantially quicker than this. So here we go. And I'll point out, by the way, the spot where I think there is room to improve, but I'm not sure how to yet because my brain's kind of stuck in this pattern. So here we go. Now remember, you can't start until this music is over. So I'm holding my controller in the direction I want to go already. So as soon as it stops, I start moving. Now, this first one, watch the Mommy's Kiss. See where it is? Perfect timing if you run up that second ladder to get that Mommy's Kiss. Now that demon's in my way, but I can dip under him and come around here. Here we go. And up, and he's in a great spot for me to grab this ladder and then loop back around. He'll be just past it. Perfect time. Oh, little delay there. There we go. Grab that and up. So get out of here at sub 700. Sub 600, wasn't it? So Mommy's Kiss timing a little bit different here, but we're still doing okay. We're going to come down here and dip down this ladder just for a second till that monster gets past. Then we're going to go up and over. There we go. And then we're going to come down and across. Okay, now here's the spot where I think we can improve. I have to wait a second here for him to get past me. If I could find a more efficient route, I could probably handle cutting a couple more ticks off the clock, but we're almost done. We're almost done. Look, 770, 80, 90, 12, 20, 10, 20, 30. Okay, 1240. Now, you saw me delay a couple of times here. I got this down to 1220. It's my best time so far. I'd love to catch it on camera, but I just haven't yet. So Yeah, this game is weird. Yeah, it's not much of a game. I think it's very colorful. I think it's actually... the mechanics are not too bad considering what it is, but the game for me is not the game. The game I have found in it is trying to min-max this game and find a way to get the absolute lowest time, well beyond... Like, the creator of this game probably expected you to have a nice time and get around 2,000 points. The John playing this game mentality is, how quickly can I play through this game, get a score, and start it again to try to shave off another tick on the clock. So if you're one of those that follow us over in our Discord server, playing these games after the fact, this won't take you long to play, except it will when you play it over and over and over 100 times. Let me know what your best score is.
I Want My Mommy was reviewed in a 1983 issue of Video Games Player magazine, where they called the game great for little kids, but bad for everyone else. And yeah, maybe if you just play the game as it's meant to be played, the colorful display and charming music isn't enough to entertain. But I'm telling you, give it a shot. Shortly after you start finding new ways to shave seconds off a run, you're gonna look up and an hour will have passed. Now finally, before I go, time for another Wikipedia update. I checked the article for I Want My Mommy, and it erroneously said after completing 2 stages, the game returns to the first stage, but at a higher difficulty. Well, we know that's not the case. The game ends after 2 levels and gives you a score. So I contributed a correction to the Wikipedia article to accurately reflect both the goal and ending of the game. And I'm sure that fix will be of great service to the millions of people researching obscure Atari 2600 games. In 1983, Atari decided what's good for the goose was good for the gander. Just as Mattel had formed M Network to publish software for the Atari VCS, Atari realized it could leverage its properties to publish to other platforms too. Thus was born Atari Soft. Now, one high-profile title ported to their main competitor's platform was Pac-Man for the Mattel Intellivision. And as you'll see, it just might have backfired. You know, it was just a few weeks ago that I highlighted the notorious Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man on this series. And as we're currently celebrating the 45th anniversary of Pac-Man, I thought it was a good time to dig a little bit deeper. Now, since Atari had already secured the rights from Namco to produce Pac-Man for home video game consoles, and sales of the VCS version had been such a moneymaker, it only made sense to take another few bites of that apple. Under that Atari Soft banner, Atari released Pac-Man for Intellivision in late 1983. And it's remarkably good. Had the North American video game market not already been crumbling around Atari's feet, this Intellivision Pac may have been a major black eye on the brand, because in almost every way, this version on their rival's hardware was so much better. If you've never spent any time with Pac-Man on Intellivision, I think you're going to be surprised. Let's go.
Boom! This had to be a shock to the system of Intellivision owners to fire up Pac-Man and see a giant Atari logo on their screen, but that's the cost of getting Pac-Man back in 1983 on your Intellivision, and it turns out it's worth it. Really, really worth it. So to get the game started, right below me, you see I placed the overlay that goes on the controller, and literally all you use for starting a game is push 1 for 1 player and 2 for 2 player. This one supported 2 player, the Atari did not. Right, the problem with that 4K cartridge was an issue, and then you drive with what's called the disc or whatever, you know, the controller disc on there is how you drive Pac-Man, and that's pretty much it. And after that, you can just tap the side button to start again. So let me just tap the button for a game 1 because it jumps right into it. We'll pause a few times, and then of course at the end we'll do a points run and see how I can do. So let's hit the 1. Music. Got our Pac-Man music. All right, pausing first, right out of the gate. We've got to take a look at how much more this version of Pac-Man is Pac-Man, you know? I mean, it's almost like an endless list of things that they corrected here that are better than the 2600. The colors, the shape of the maze, right? It's that blue outline, that kind of neon outline, the dots rather than the wafers, the 4-color ghosts, the lack of flashing. Pac-Man looks like Pac-Man, his mouth opens like a piece of pie. And more things we're going to see as we proceed through this. And the opening song was there, not right? It's the actual music. So let's continue a little bit. Now, there have been several criticisms about this version of Pac-Man, which, I mean, are fair. You know, certainly once you get to this point, you're like, well, it's a heck of a lot better than what I saw other places. It's very claustrophobic. It's a quite, let's eat a power pellet. It's quite small. The maze is just about half the size, so they kept the layout-ish, but they shrunk it quite a bit. So there's a very small maze. It's only like the top and the bottom portion, and the middle is not there at all, which makes this I understand, I'm not going to be able to do it here because I haven't played it that much. Understand a very predictable game that is easy to kind of roll over if you just keep going and going and going. And you can hear the sounds of the ghost, the eating of the ghost, the siren noise. It's so good. Now, normally this part of the Friday Plays, I talk to you about, well, here's how you play the game. Well, again, you don't need to be told how to play Pac-Man. You try to eat all the dots, avoid the ghosts. The power pellets will allow you to consume the ghosts. Just so I can finish one level here. Maybe not. There we go. I got lost. Because I want to quickly, I guess I need to finish a second level. There's the white flash, just like the arcade game. And let me just quickly fast forward to finishing this second level to show you yet another thing that we have in this version of Pac-Man, missing from so many other ports, including the Atari one. Ooh, look, fruit. The fruit sound is there. I'm down to nothing but a power pellet here. Let's wrap up this second, the strawberry level. Watch this. Intermission cartoons. And they're all here. As you go through the game, they're all here. Now, let's talk about some other little criticisms. We talk about the fact that it's not, it's a bit shorter. Also, very predictable. The ghosts only come out of the pin one at a time, and they always go to the left. So that's kind of, that rolls into that predictability. You might have just seen the ghost reverse. So they do have, like the arcade, not exactly like the arcade, but similar to the arcade, they have a kind of a scatter pattern and then a kind of wander pattern that they variate between. And when you eat a power pellet, the ghosts reverse as they should. So it's quite hard to get all the ghosts because they slow way down when you eat a power pellet. You pretty much have to go to them. You're never going to... normally you could depend on them kind of running their course and finding you once in a while, but that's not going to happen. But, oh, we're on the orange. Grab the orange. There's the extra man noise. So much was preserved. It's almost... Oh, got caught in the corner. It's almost a death. Really nice Pac-Man death. I mean, as much as Pac-Man deaths can be nice. So much is here. It's an increased siren sound, the frenetic. Let me pause just a moment here while we're at that moment. For what's left of a screen tour, I think it's pretty obvious. On the right-hand side is your score. It's vertical to kind of preserve the verticality of this game. Below that is a numeral, and that numeral is just how many extra lives you have. If you play two-player, it does preserve the maze, just like everything that you would expect that was missing from the original on the 2600. And I am finding this, despite whatever flaws it may have, it's still a 1983 port of Pac-Man on a home console that looks like this. This challenges even like the Pac-Man that got ported to the Atari 8-bit home computers, or the 5200, which was of this caliber. But here it is on their competitor, where, you know, this was the console wars. This was Coke and Pepsi. This was Ford Chevrolet. This was Star Wars, Star Trek, right? People had a favorite, and if you didn't like their favorite, you were wrong. Oh, I got caught in the corner. And here Atari is making a far superior... Now look, you hire people to build it, they're going to make the best game they can. It would have been a huge black eye, I think, for Atari, but for the fact that with the video game crash happening, Atari had way more problems than, we made a better port of Pac-Man for a competitor's console. Had the Atari and Intellivision battle continued, this would have been a feather in the cap of Intellivision that would have been tough to overcome for the 2600. But, you know, that's water under the bridge, the crash happened, and this didn't get as much attention as maybe it would have. It would have been you could bet this would have been in adverts for Intellivision to show how much better Atari made their own games. Okay. So completed that one. I'm going to try a points run and talk more about, you know, kind of the game and the experience of. Before I do, real quickly talk about our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We have all kinds of cool, nerdy designs. You can get printed on hats and t-shirts and pins and stickers and phone cases and stuff. If you're looking for that stuff already, please check our store first. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for there. And not only will you get what you're looking for, but you'll help us out as well. We certainly do appreciate it. Okay, so Here we go, Atari Soft, Intellivision, Pac-Man. I'm going to do... Look, I've done some decent runs over the last few days preparing for this. I don't know that I'll get quite that far, but I got to the second intermission. I got about 60 grand. A different strategy in this game than you might have in any other Pac-Man 2 because of the speed and the behavior of some of the games. So let's go. Nice song. All right, so right out of the gate, I find that I like to start every level trying to clear one side of the bottom of the maze because that area is where I tend to die the most. I think it's because it's such a long run with no other exits, and you end up going across there, and somebody has lots of time to catch you in the corner if you don't do it right. You know what I mean? It's so hard to get to the ghost. I rarely get more than one ghost, or maybe two. So it's become, for me, this game is more of a game of fruit than it is ghosts. I would rather get all the fruit than I would get all the ghosts because it's more doable. Now, there's a couple together. I might be able to catch them, but no, they're going so slowly. There we go, got a couple. So what I try to do is look at the maze in quarters. So when I get the power pellet, before the power pellet runs out, I would like to clear that quarter of the maze. Just like I've done here. So there, got those quarters, and now I only have this lower right-hand quarter to come down. And of course, we can turn it blue one more time. I'll try to get as many as I can, but I tend to eat the power pellets just in an effort to get as much fruit as I can and clear as many levels as I can, rather than chasing ghosts, because it's just how it's worked out for me. So, second level. Now, there's no indicator to show you what level you are on. That's only evident when you're... when the fruit pops up, it'll show you, what fruit appears. So there's the strawberry, so I can grab that. Nice sound. Grab this guy. And I think I maybe get another ghost if I cross the bottom here. Yeah, there's one more. Now, there are some rules from the arcade that it seems like they follow. Like, I don't think when ghosts exit that they're... Oh, no! Got caught. I don't think they're allowed to go up when they exit, up through those top two corridors. But they will always exit to the left of the ghost pen, as you saw there. I'm sad that I've already lost a man. I try to not lose a man until after I get at least the first intermission, but we're close to that. Yeah, maybe I could boost my score by 10, 20, 30, but if I could just go ahead and get up to the banana level, where there are, several thousand points per fruit, that's what I'd rather do. All right, first intermission. Here we go. He's enormous! Alright, on we go. Now they get progressively a little faster. Another criticism that I have heard of this version of Pac-Man is that the power pellets take far too long to diminish in duration. Which, I mean, isn't a criticism of like a player, right? A player's like, great, let the power pellets last. But because they take so long to get shorter and shorter, and how long the ghost will stay blue, it makes the game kind of artificially extend beyond its actual difficulty level. If that makes sense to you. Like, ideally it should get more difficult a little faster, but because of how it's paced, I hate getting boxed down there in the corner. That's the bottom part of this maze. It feels so claustrophobic. All about the fruit. Some people say it's all about the Benjamins. It's all about the fruit, man. So I should be able to grab those. There's an extra man. Hallelujah. Left one dot. Let some ghosts come over. There we go. I get one or two, maybe. Yeah, if you haven't played this before, when I first saw this is what Pac-Man looked on the Intellivision, I'm like, really? I've got to guess that my Intellivision friends didn't have this? Because, oops, they really would have let me know about it. They would have said, ha ha, your crappy Pac-Man doesn't hold a candle to what we got. And they'd have been right. They'd have been absolutely right. Clear up around here. That ghost's going to come out really fast. You got to watch out for that. You going to turn? Oh, he turned. Good. I'm actually going to grab a ghost and go for the orange. Just way more value for me in the fruit I have found than chasing down ghosts. Let's go ahead and get this one. Let's work our way across the middle. Oh, no! You got caught racing to the power pellet. I'm down to my last man. This is not my best performance. I like to get to the second intermission at last, so let's go ahead and button this up. I think I just have to get one more screen. No more extra men, of course. You just get the extra man at 10,000. That's it. I had a really good run yesterday on this version of Pac-Man. I got about almost 60 grand, which honestly is better than I do in arcade Pac-Man. Oh, an apple. So I get this fruit in an effort to get to the apple. There we go, 700 points. That's better than the ghosts I probably could have caught had I gone after ghosts, you know what I mean? Don't race them, don't race them. There we go. Yeah. If it's a tie to the power pellet, it seems like I always lose. Now, oh, that's bad news. All right, get that apple if I can. Come on, stay there, apple. Don't go away. Got it. Oh, too much stuff happening here. A lot of ghosts. No power pellet down here, though. All right, hopefully I'm going to grab this pellet and be able to rush down to the bottom. Finish this up. Get that. All right, I think we're good now. Whoo, it's a race. Ooh, man, that was tight. You can see the speed up. Let's go ahead and take care of this. Oh, apple. Get it. I like to eat him. There we go. Clean up this bottom so there's not too much left here. I really don't want you to miss out on seeing the second intermission. I'm not going to make it to the third one, but that's okay. Apple that I missed down there. Let's clean a few of these up. So where's he going? That way, huh? All right, I'll go around the other way. Yeah, just accidentally got one. All right, let's go finish this off. Which way you going? Haha, gotcha. Cool. All right, now I think we get to see the second intermission. There we go, yep. Oh! His ghost shroud got hooked on something. Now that's supposed to be a leg, but you know. Quite a bit faster now. I'm on my last man here, but I'm looking like a 22,000. Pretty respectable. We're up to the pineapple. That's good points if I can get to it, but I died. Didn't quite get down there. All right, look, almost 23 grand. You can see this version of Pac-Man on the Intellivision. Oh my goodness. What a departure from what other arcade ports on other. This might be, and I've seen a few ports of arcade games on the Intellivision. This might be one of the best arcade conversions to the Intellivision, and it was done by their number one competitor, Atari. It's almost like, it's like a parallel universe. It's like Nintendo making a great Sega game. It's just so weird for the time, but here it is, Pac-Man on the Intellivision. It's something to try.
Now, there's a second release of this game that does not bear the Atari Soft brand, nor the Atari logo on the splash screen. As Fort Atari was crumbling and they stopped distribution of the Intellivision port, INTV Corp bought up the remaining inventory and software rights to sell themselves. Well, turns out it sold so well, they relicensed the game from Namco, tweaked the title screen, manufactured new cartridges, and continued selling it under the native Intellivision banner. So in a way, thanks to Atari, Intellivision got two Pac-Man releases in the mid-'80s, and they're both arguably better than Atari could produce for their own platform. Whoops! The third entry in the Tron film series, Tron Ares, is set to hit theaters in just a few weeks, and that's got me in a Tron sort of mood. So in this Friday Plays, I'm headed back to 1983 to play some Tron Deadly Discs on the Atari VCS. In 1982, Mattel was quick to snap up the rights to the sci-fi action film Tron for home video games. And considering the movie itself takes place inside of a computer, it was a natural fit. Mattel released 3 Tron-based games for their Intellivision console and 2 for the Atari VCS under the M Network banner. Now those were Adventures of Tron, which I featured here previously, and Tron Deadly Discs. In the mid-'80s, movies were simply too big in scope to fit into a single game, so the typical approach was to choose just one facet or set piece of the film and make that the game. Or for example, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back focused just on the Battle of Hoth and ignored the rest of the film entirely. Well, similarly, Tron Deadly Discs focuses on that cool identity disc strapped to Tron's back that can be thrown to defeat his enemies. It sets up an arena with an endless stream of bad guys who you must defeat by throwing your identity disc, while also avoiding their discs to avoid being de-rezzed yourself. Let's log in.
Here he is then, Tron Deadly Discs on the Atari 2600 from M Network, 1983. And I remember, I didn't buy this, I borrowed this from someone. And you turn it on and you're like, It's just a purple box with a score and a guy standing in the middle, and you're like, what is it? And interestingly, as you start to play, you can pretty easily discover what the goal is, mostly. And if you think you're missing something, you probably aren't. This is a pretty simple port to the M Network version of Mattel when they had a kind of a more solid version of this same game over on their platform, of course. The goal here in Tron Deadly Discs on the Atari 2600 is to move Tron safely through battle against warriors in waves of 3 against 1. And that's really how the game progresses, is these waves of 3 that you have to clear each time. Let's start with the console switches. Pretty straightforward. Game select does nothing. There are no game options to go through. I'll tap it. It does nothing. There's only one game option to play. Difficulty switches. Really only the left difficulty switch is available. If you switch it to A for expert or advanced, it just starts on a harder level, which means you start earning points faster, but then you don't get the first couple of warm-up levels. So I'm going to play it all in the standard B difficulty. Interestingly, let me go ahead and start the game a little bit and run around. So hit start, and then as soon as you start moving, guys start coming in. So to get an idea of what we're looking at, the blue guy is me. That's Tron, and you are avoiding no sound so far, as you notice. Now, when I throw a disc, you'll get some sound, and if you get hit, you'll get some sound. But you're just wading through these guys, and this is the first early levels. That's why it's so simple. When you throw your disc, you can only damage bad guys when it's moving away from you, like that. When it comes back, like that boomerang effect, it doesn't. You can also recall it. Ooh, that guy tried to come in and get me. Starts to go, hit a button and recall it with the joystick button. If you decide it's kind of going the wrong way, you can recall it and bring it back. Now that guy just hit me with one of his discs, which you notice do not boomerang. And rather than having lives, you just have health. And the health is based on color, how dark in color your sprite is, your Tron sprite. If you get hit 5 times, you will get D-Res, which is the Tron equivalent to dead. So your goal is to shoot all these bad guys, avoid their discs that are flying at you, and get the highest score. Now, what about these little pink boxes on the corners? I never used to know, dodge that, what those were until I read the instructions. Those are doors you can open by shooting them. You see them that peach color right now? If I get a hit again, I'll go to yellow, at which point I'll D-Res if I get below yellow. So if you shoot the doors and open them, you can actually use them as shortcuts to move through. So watch, I'll go out one and in the other, and it closes the door. These doors are initially created when the bad guys come in the rooms, and then you can take advantage of them by blowing them open, and they got to be opposite one another. So like I couldn't go through that one because there's nothing on the opposite side. It's not until there's 2 doors that are turned on opposite sides of the arena that it's possible to use them. So let me shoot a couple of guys. I don't want to shoot all the yellow guys because if I do, they'll upgrade to the faster guys. So there we go. So there's 2 opposite one another. So now I can go out one and in the other, but it's got to be directly opposite of the other. Now, let's talk a little bit about that health. So I mentioned if I get hit 5 times, I'll D-Res. But every time you finish a level, you're going to get 1 health point back. So let me finish this level. And you finish a level by killing all 3 guys before more of the same color can spawn. So see, I just went from that orange color to this kind of pinky purple color. And then a new color of enemies are going to appear, like that one that kind of walked in the door and tried to get me. And that's where the scoring comes into play. So scoring is just based on killing the enemies. And I'm going to put up this little chart that shows it's based on their color. As you progress through the game, the different colors are worth different points as you are able to shoot them. Now, the fact that it takes a long time for your disc to come back to you can be a problem, and it's not even dangerous when it's coming back. Oh, I got hit again. But the only way to get up in the score bracket is to kill all the guys before more spawn. And they say new ones will spawn about every 10 seconds. So if you're not cleared the screen, you only killed a couple, they're going to come back. Now I'm that yellow color. Oh, and I got hit. Then I D-Resed and died. So, yeah. So that is the outline of the game. The score is at the top. I got 280 because I was just talking and kind of walking around describing the game. It's a 3-on-1 arena battle with your Tron identity disc trying to hit bad guys before they can get you using the side doors as ways to escape. And That's it. It's really that simple. So I'm going to do a points run, of course. As it goes on, it gets faster and more aggressive. A good score for me lately, like I'm no Tron regular player, but if I do well, I get over 10,000 points. That's my goal here, is to get over 10,000 points. Before I do, I'll quickly mention our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You can get cool original designs or our logo mashed up with great designs. Get that printed on hats and tees and stickers and pins and all kinds of great stuff. If you're looking for something like that, please check our store first. You might find something you like there, and you'll get what you're looking for, plus it'll help us out. So very much appreciated. Okay, so no game options, anything. It's just standard game, B difficulty, and we're going to give Tron a shot. Here we go. When you start the game, nothing happens, so you start moving, and as soon as you move, bad guys come out. Here we go. There they are. Now, initially, the bad guys can only shoot one identity disc at a time. Once you get to like the third group of bad guys, that's no longer a limitation. They can throw two at a time, I've noticed. All right, that's the first wave. We took care of those guys. A new wave's going to come in shortly. I try to stay in the middle. You never know where they're going to appear. There we go. You can shoot multiple guys with one thrown disc. It's not super easy, but it's... I already got hit. But it's not radically difficult either. Just kind of line them up if possible. There, get this third guy if I can. Oh, not quite. Oh, ow, ow! All right, now I'm down to that peach. That's bad news. I need my health back. Get a little faster, as you can see. All right, green guys are gone. So I increased in health again. I'm back to that purple color. I hate getting shot a couple times so early, but that's all right. It really accelerates, because once you get a couple waves of guys, their point values go up so quickly, it's not so tough to progress. All right, took care of the blue guys. Now they move up. I think they're like 100 apiece or 200 apiece or something. And, whoa, almost got hit. And just one more. Got him diagonal. Great, took care of those. Open some doors when I can, you never know. Like, using those side doors is not like a primary method of playing the game for me. I don't ever find myself eager to work on those side doors, but they have saved my butt on a rare occasion. All right, took care of those guys. So far I've only gotten 1,000 points, 995, but it's going to start ramping up pretty quickly. All right, so these guys are the dark gray. I got hit again. I was back to full health, I think. Oh, I'm going to use this to get across, because they were all kind of closing in on me, see? So there's a time when those side doors really helped. All right, took care of all the dark gray guys. Let's open these doors just in case. Oh. Man, all right. Now they're going to start being able to throw two discs at the same time, I think. There's one diagonal. Come on, get him. Got him. Look, 3,300 already. So you can see how this is accelerating. It's how long can you last in the faster levels that's going to make the difference in this game for you. Oh, no, let's come across. Oh, and it made my disc have to go all the way across the screen again. Whoa! Ow! Got hit. Oh, he's right there next to me. Out the door. Here we go. Got one. Oh, missed him. I'd love to get him. Come on. Got him. I got hit again. 8,000. See, I told you around 10,000 is not irrational. So now I've got 9,000, and they're about to go up in value again. Oh, and much faster. Oh, I got hit. Oh, no. Let's not get hit again. Oh, spawn some more. And no, the bad news is you don't get to progress, but the good news is you get more of these high-value targets to shoot at, so it's not the worst thing ever. Come down here. Get him. There's one. Try to run at your disc if you can. That'll speed up getting it back to you. I've noticed that, if you're able. Also, there's a really cool trick where you throw it across the screen. Ooh, goodness. Oh. All right, so I healed, but... Oh, now that's it. 14,000. That's great. Cut across. But, look, I'm down to my last hit point. If I get hit again, I'm de-resin. And it's getting really fast. No, that's it. Oh. So it's not tough to progress the game and get much, much further. You just have to get in that real good groove of dodging those discs coming in at you, because the score is going to ramp up really quickly. So I just got just shy of 15,000. You're going to be able to do much better, especially if you played this game before. But even if you've never played it, this is all there is to see of it. There's one thing to master. It's navigating, get a feel of the speed of navigating the arena, getting a feel for how to duck in and out of those side doors, and keeping up with where Their enemy discs are so that you can kind of not walk. I find myself walking into them sometimes. You got to be careful of that. Learn the trajectory they're going to do. And that then is the Atari version, at least, of M Network's Tron Deadly Discs.
While this is a fun arcade-style high-score challenge game, the Atari 2600 version of Tron Deadly Discs is, admittedly, a pretty watered-down version of the same title on the Intellivision. It has the same general arena layout and rules, but additional depth with the ability to both duck and block enemies' discs, as well as a recognizer to battle every few levels. Never having had an Intellivision, I didn't know what I was missing in that version, so I'm thinking I may have to dive into that one before long too. Lately, I've been watching the new Alien Earth series streaming on Hulu, and Noah Hawley has done such a good job in recreating the aesthetic of the Alien universe, especially the stuff on the spaceship, that it got me inspired to play some more of 20th Century Fox's Alien for the Atari 2600. Between 1982 and 83, 20th Century Fox released 8 cartridges based on movies. Now, we previously talked about some of them, like A Fantastic Voyage and Megaforce, but Alien is no doubt the highest profile film Fox brought to the VCS. Now again here, they enlisted Doug Neubauer for this translation, and what he came up with is without debate a Pac-Man knockoff. But you know what? This knockoff is better than the real deal, so I've always enjoyed it. Let's go on board.
Welcome aboard the Nostromo. Well, the instructions don't say it's the Nostromo, but in my head canon, I'm always playing this game, running through the halls of the Nostromo. The goal in Alien is to run through the halls of your spaceship and crush all the alien eggs, avoid the xenomorphs, and collect prizes. And yeah, right away, you can see the inspiration from Pac-Man. I have a maze, I have dots, I have multicolored enemies, I have a flashing dot that it must be a power pellet. You're right, it's called a pulsar that will turn the aliens or ghosts blue. But there's a few other elements in this that make it a notable extension of or variation of Pac-Man, including a flamethrower that I have and the how the power pellets appear. So let's start by talking about the game options. So first of all, you have 4 game options you could pick from. It's a little bit convoluted, but if you look at the lower left where it says Alien right now, when you tap the game select, that starts changing. So I'm going to pop up this little graphic and show you. Number 1 is normal. You get 3 lives. You get extra life after level 2. 2 is more advanced. You get only 2 lives, no extra lives. 3 is expert. You get 3 lives, no extra lives, plus there's some more, you can see in the pop-up there, some more stuff. And finally, game option 4 is an easier practice level. You get 6 lives and an extra one after you finish level 1. And then there's the difficulty switches, which are unnecessarily difficult. But I'll pop up another graphic here because it's a little bit in depth. Essentially, the left one determines whether the aliens follow a set pattern or a random pattern. Now, I've never detected their set pattern, so I leave it on B or basic or easy. And the right difficulty affects the power pellet or the pulsar. Put it on advanced, it never turns the aliens blue, so you can never catch them at all, which kind of defeats. That's like late level Pac-Man, you know, so I leave that alone. So everything we do in this video then is going to be game option 1 and normal difficulty. And once we start the game, you'll see in the lower left, right, what now is the game option, that's going to turn into your score, of course. So there's just also at the end of a level, you have a bonus round that we're going to see in a second. But for now, let me go ahead and hit start and just give you an idea what this game is like. So it starts, you're walking around crushing alien eggs. But in addition to walking around crushing stuff, you have, as I mentioned, this flamethrower that you can use. So there's a power pellet. Sorry, a pulsar. You grab the aliens when you can. The first one's 500, the second one's 1,000, the third one is 2,000 points. There's one of the bonus items that appears. Whoa. Trying to use my flamethrower, it didn't quite work. The bonus items are just for points, as you might imagine. Let's talk a little bit about scoring then. So every one of the little dots or alien eggs is 10 points. The pulsars are 100 points. And then I mentioned the aliens are 500, 1,000, 2,000. And then you have the bonus items. And that's where the bulk of your points is probably going to come from. And I really focus on trying to get those if I can. Now, speaking of those pulsars, the power pellets, they only pop up 3 times in any level. One at a time. The top, lower left, and the lower right. As you saw, I picked that one up. And no more. And the bonus items only pop up twice. All right, we're about to finish this level. Whoa! Maybe. And then we're going to get to the bonus level. Let me pause a moment. The bonus level, you just can go straight up. You're trying to get to the bonus item at the top. If you die on it, you don't lose a life,
but you do lose the benefit of those extra points. So let's go down and, oh, he's coming around. Oh, everybody's after me. I'm just trying to get the last dot. Use my flamethrower there. Okay, so just trying to move up. Usually between the aliens is where you need to go. I didn't quite make it. You can't move left or right. It's just up or down there, right? And you can't dilly-dally because you only have 8 seconds to make it through that bonus level. Now, let's talk a little bit about the flamethrower. For every life you live, so I'm currently on my last life of this game, the flamethrower will only work for 4 running seconds. That's how much fuel you have. Ooh, got 2 of them. And then it won't work until you die. There's no refueling that flamethrower. It's all you have. And it doesn't kill the aliens. It's kind of like, it's like nudging a pinball table. It kind of suggests the aliens go in a different direction and they kind of make them reverse. Let's get this bonus item. So let's try, and I know I'm on my last life, let's try an example of, oh, there I scared him away, but then he turned around again. But it kind of gives you a chance to duck down another corridor or something if he's after you. It's a flamethrower. So it gives you a little bit of help. I've also noticed if they're following you, and the yellow xenomorph is the fastest, if they're following you, it'll slow him down. Let's see if I can do that. And turn around. It's just a little bit of an alien nudge. I'll try this one more time, see if I can make it through. It hasn't been going great. Oh, I got caught again. I almost made it through there. I'll make it. We'll do it a couple times during the playthrough. So that's really it. It's Pac-Man with a flamethrower and a little bit different rules. You'll notice like that frenetic siren is there from Pac-Man. Ooh, flamethrower. You'll notice that the aliens turn blue and then flash white when they're about to go back to their normal color, like Pac-Man. And I just found so much of this was what I wanted. There's a Saturn. What I wanted out of Pac-Man, but it was just a little better on the 2600. And plus, I could pretend I was playing around in the universe of Alien to boot. Okay. Look, I'm going to do a points run in just a moment here. Before I do, I'm going to remind you, of course, of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Get all kinds of original designs, printed out hats and tees and mugs and pins and stickers. Look, if you're looking for it, great. Check there first. Maybe you'll find what you need. Go and get it. Got it. Boom. It'll help you out. Get you what you need. I can't talk while I'm playing. It'll get you the thing you're looking for, and you'll help out Gen X Grown Up a little bit as well. So I do appreciate it if you would keep us in mind. Okay, let's do our points run after I stumble through my merch plug. All right, game option 1. And it's difficulty B on A and B switches, so no changes there. See what I can do. A decent game for me is probably around 20 to 25,000. We'll see if that's what I can do here or not. But, yeah, wish me luck. All right. Crushing eggs and taking names. Running through the halls of the Nostromo. Oh, here he comes. Just like with Pac-Man, I find it's good practice to kind of try to clear up the little dots that are around the existing power pellet. Which only makes sense because then you have, an out where they get close to you like this. You can grab that and eat a couple of them. I usually can only get 1, maybe 2. It's rare that I get all 3 of the aliens because they don't travel quick enough around the map to really accommodate that, I've found. Get a few of these extras while I can. Maybe get 1 or 2 of these guys. There we go. There's 1. Good. Work my way up here. Cut across. Oh, there's a bonus I would like to get. Don't think I'm gonna. That was dangerous. I did get it though. Lucked out. Let's come around. 1 more pulsar. All right, well, we made it through our first level without dying, so that's not so bad. All right, here's the bonus. Let's see if we can make it to the top of this one. Maybe. Nope. Nope, I didn't make it. And remember, you can't dodge left and right. You can only go up and down on that. And of course, you don't lose the life. You just lose out on the bonus. There's something a little bit more comfortable about only having 3 enemies to run away from in a maze like this. Because it would be a little claustrophobic to have this maze with 4 different enemies, Whoa. Oh, let's get up here after this pulsar. Got it. Now, I didn't clear those dots up there. I should have, but let's run out the side. So that side exit, they call a hyper warp passage. It's the side door. It's a teleporter. It goes out the side. And it is really useful here, whereas in Pac-Man it's somewhat useful, but I find that they really
don't follow you through there that often, and when they do, you're still going to get a leg up because they're going to slow down, you know? All right, let's go get this other pulsar since I've got him follow me pretty closely. Here he comes. Boom, there's one, maybe get a second. Oh, two, maybe three. Boom, that's 3,500 points if you get all three. 36 if you count the pulsar itself, so that's a little rare for me, but good work if you can get it. All right, so here's the end of another level. There's our extra life. Just work my way up here. Whoa, right through, got it. It can be difficult to get, ooh, there's a Saturn. That's good points, let's get that. Ooh. Use the flamethrower to reverse that guy. Just in time. Let's get up here by this pulsar, and I'll use that to get down the left-hand side. Or got one of them. Clear up this left side. And then kind of see if I can't end myself down by that second pulsar. Whoa! Whoa, that was close. Alright, there's a Saturn. There's one life. I think the Saturn's like 1,000 or two. It was 1,000. Good. Alright, one more pulsar. And we'll be through another level. It's going okay. Yeah, I got one. Let's get this last dot. All right. Let's get up through here. Come on, guys. Oh, no, he was... I'm able to do that about a third of the time, you know? The other 2/3 of the time, I just can't get the timing right. Come down this side. Now, you're going to start noticing kind of things you would expect in Pac-Man, right? The ghosts are going to get faster. Sorry, aliens are going to get faster. Stop feeling my tail. The dots are going to last, the power pellets, pulsars, whatever, are going to last less time. Just like you'd expect. You know, if you steal the good things from Pac-Man, you got to steal all the good things from Pac-Man. Oh, but it got a Saturn. You can't go over the Xenomorph pin because they come out of there. Because watch when I eat one, there's no eyes to work their way back to that spawn pin. They just immediately respawn. Watch. Boop. And boom, he's right back in there. He's going to come out fast. So you don't have much time. It's kind of hard to clear the ones around here. Oh! Got it. Okay. Run through here. Run through... Oh! I'll figure out that timing one day. It's just free points I'm giving up, you know? Oh, you know, I said maybe 20,000, 25,000. I'm almost at 20. So maybe... Whoa! Maybe. Oh, there's a Enterprise. See it? Boom! A little extra points. Whoa, he's coming through here. Come around. Clear up by the ghost pin. Another pulsar down here. Whoa! That flamethrower just at the last second. Ooh, can really help. Oh, there's another Enterprise I missed. Work my way back across. There we go. Get down by this pulsar. Whoa! Man! I just want the extra points. I want to get another chance at getting some points. 22,000. Not bad. I'm not upset with that. Let's run up here. Let's run through there. We got it. Boom. Extra points. Almost 25 now. Look at us go. Not a bad run. Not a bad run at all. Enterprise. Boom. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, they're not staying blue very long. Where's he gonna go? This way? Come around this way. Let's grab this right quick. Whoa! All right, last life. I got caught in there. I wasn't paying close enough attention. They're already turning. Man! Duck across here. So I can't get under there. All right, not bad. So we're going to grab this and quickly go get those other dots. And then try our bonus level. You only get about 8 seconds, as I said. Go through there. Oh, didn't make it. Oh, look how fast they are. TIE Fighter. Got it. Whoa! Zapped right away, right at 30 grand. So, I think, look, 30 grand is a decent run. You see how fast it speeds up. I don't think the more difficult settings are necessary unless you just get so good at it that, you know, you can handle going that fast. And I was looking at the clock, but what is it, like a 2 or 3 minute run we just went on? 4 minutes it takes to play the game. Yeah, and I want to play this about 3 more times. You know, every time I play it, once is never enough. So I'm curious to see what you think about it, if you've played it before, especially if you're one of those folks over on our Discord server that every Friday plays. You'll take the Friday plays and go play it yourself. I want to see what kind of scores you can do. So that then, 20th Century Fox's Alien.
In reviews at the time, this game was criticized as bearing little resemblance to the Alien franchise it was named after. The xenomorphs themselves were a bit comical and multicolored, and you were simply running through corridors crushing eggs. And while I understand that criticism, that's where my imagination always came into play. I mean, if I were on board a ship with that many dangerous xenomorph eggs lining the halls, you can bet I'd be anxious to crush them all. And I'd definitely use my flamethrower if I spotted a grown alien headed my way. Now I know Alien isn't everyone's cup of tea, but little Johnny always enjoyed it, and that's enough for me. As artificial intelligence continues to infiltrate our lives, you've got to wonder, what would we do if the computers went crazy and we had to take them down? Interestingly, that's kind of the premise of 1983's Laser Gates from Imagic. Frighteningly prophetic. Publisher Imagic is well known for classic Atari VCS games like Atlantis and Demon Attack, but as I learned when producing my Imagic ranking video, their catalog of games has some hidden surprises too. A while back I looked at No Escape, an upside-down breakout mixed with Greek mythology. I didn't see that coming. And in this Friday Plays, I'm turning my attention to Laser Gates. Written by Dan Oliver and published in 1983, the premise of Laser Gates is that the cryptic computer that's maintained peace for 5 centuries has malfunctioned. It's about to initiate its own self-destruct sequence, and that's bad news for the humans. This episode was requested by GenXGrownUp viewer Soiner, who wanted me to take a closer look at one of his Imagic favorites, so let's log in.
Here we go. Welcome to Laser Gates, a really simple horizontal shooter at its surface. The first thing that grabbed me when I saw it is it uses only half the screen. You know, it has like a half screen HUD, like this dashboard, and then half the screen is this little tunnel adventure shooter thing. And I judged it by that the first time I looked at it and probably didn't play it very much. And now that I played it, I'm like, oh, I get it. I understand what the appeal is here. Now, fortunately, it has this attract mode. So rather than me trying to play a bunch while I'm talking, I can kind of walk you through what we're seeing as it's going through its attract mode. Now, you are piloting the Dante Dart, that's the little blue ship on the left there. Your goal, as I mentioned in the intro, is to destroy this computer that's gone crazy. So this what is it called? The cryptic computer used to protect us, and now it's going to destroy us. So it has 4 of these fail-safe detonators at the end of these treacherous caverns that you have to get to. And when you get there, you need to... When we get to that, we have to pause, because even that is its own little crazy minigame. In the midst of it, you have basically waves of things come through. They could either be static things, like walls or turrets, or they could be flying enemies, which we'll talk about in a second. First, though, you'll see some of them fly by. Let's talk about the UI on the screen. Oh, by the way, single-player game, no difficulty switches, no game select, nothing like that to mess with. It's just the game itself ramps up in its own difficulty. It's going to be the same difficulty every time you play, just harder as you go further. At the top of the bottom, you have the score, which I think speaks for itself. You have energy. Now, energy is equivalent. It's like fuel in other games. The longer you fly without refueling at all, that energy is going to go down, and if you run out, you die. You have 1 life in this game, by the way, 1 life. And periodically, there are energy pickups, so you got to be careful not to shoot those too. Then you have, just below the energy, you have shields. Shields are, it's like life, you know. So you start with 24 units of shield, and most things will take like 1 notch of health, but if you run into a wall, that's like 6 notches of health. So that's a big deal. And you can only replenish your shields, and only a little. Every 10,000 points you earn, you'll gain back 6 units of shield. So if you can get 10 grand, you get a little shield back, but maybe not even full, you know, not necessarily. So it's a game of diminishing returns. Below that is D time. That's the distance to the failsafe detonator, the next one. There are 4 to get through. The next one. So you can kind of slow down the game by hanging back, but if you don't make it to the detonator in time, it detonates and you've lost the game too. There's so many ways to lose this game. So let's talk about the top of the screen. And you've seen, as my little Dante Dart is flying around, you have things like these flashing walls. So those are called flexing force fields. They either flash or they pulse or something. You have to not run into those. Those are the kinds of walls that will hit you for 6 points of damage. You have these little radar turrets. There's one going by. I love there's a demo mode. I can talk about all these things without having to be playing as I go. Flexing force field there. And you'll notice these things come through one at a time. That wall, that gray wall is crazy. That is called a dense pack column, and you've got to blast your way through that. There's a homing missile just flew in. There's another homing missile. You also have these called bite bats that look like bats. Bats are terrible in any video game. There's also a munching guy called a rock muncher, and he can shoot at you. There's the rock muncher right there. He flies around. And when you get to the detonator, so we want to get to the detonator and see what that's like. So I'm going to play a little bit, then try a points run. It's not going to be much different, probably. So let me go ahead and start. So you can go forward and backward. So it's really about timing. And there are waves. So until these walls pass, nothing else is going to happen. And when they go by, a new kind of random thing is going to be this wall. You can't shoot those. When you shoot, it doesn't cost you any extra, I should mention. So you can rapid fire all you want. The only real thing to be concerned about is that you can shoot the fuel pods. So we'll see one of those in a minute. There's a crazy bat. Try to get him. You can't. Ooh, hit the wall. Turn around here. Get it. There we go. I got him. So you go back and forth a little. Whoa, get him. And again, until these walls are gone, nothing. And then there's one of the rock munchers. Hate those guys. They're very erratic. Got a bat. Got him. Turret. Got that. You see my shields are down. My energy's down a bit. Come on, energy. Oh, look, it's flashing. Oh, I got hurt. That's all right. So come on, health pod. There it is. You can shoot that if you're not careful. It's very easy to shoot. It's very easy to shoot. It's so close. And I haven't been slowing down. We should make it. Stupid bat. D-time is flashing. There it is. Okay, I'm going to pause because there's so much to know about this very quick part of the game, and it can be over fast if you're not careful. So here's what you need to know. That is one of 4 detonators. It has 6507 on it. That's also the name of the chip that is inside of the 2600. That's kind of cute. But you see on the side of it, there are these 4 little pins. Here's the thing. This can be booby-trapped. The way you destroy this is by shooting the pins. But if you shoot one of the pins, it's going to ding your shield. If you shoot that same booby-trap pin again, you explode and die. And so you've got to be careful, like where do you shoot? And you don't rapid-fire shoot, but you need time to shoot. So, now that you know all of that, let's try to destroy it. It shouldn't be too tough. It's the first one, and we know what we're doing. So, try to shoot that one, didn't work. There we go. We got it. And then it starts again. I can get shields. And it's going to get faster and more difficult, as you might imagine. You know, it's how games work. All right. So, that is it. You have to work your way through the cave. You have to save your energy and your shields, defeat all these little enemies, and then you have the riddle at the end that's pretty unfair. If you're low in health, your first shot could end your game if it's one of the booby-trapped little pins. So, I'm going to do a points run in a second. For your information, full disclosure, I've never completed this game. I usually get about 15 to 20,000 points. I'm going to do my absolute best on a points run, but somebody, like over on our Discord server, who plays the Friday Plays games after I do and tries to beat me, they're going to complete the game, and they're going to show me something awesome. I've never completed it, but you can do so. You can. Before I jump into it, I'm going to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. You know what I'm going to say. Cool original designs. Go buy a t-shirt. Go buy a hat. Support independent content creation, either our designs or someone else's. Every little bit helps. We appreciate that you keep us in mind. We love seeing those emails that say, we made a sale, we made a sale. Just a little extra bonus. It really helps to keep us going. Okay. Laser gates. There's no difficulty. There's no game options. It's just playing the game, and we're going to give it a shot. Maybe I get around 15, 20 grand. I could get real unlucky too. So let's see. Here we go. I like how it's kind of wave-driven, since we have these walls, I know there's nothing else coming after me until that wall gets off the screen. I tend to stay about mid-screen, makes it quite a bit easier to attack bad guys, because your bullets repeat faster. You know what I mean? Like, the rapid fire is faster when you're close against the screen over here. Just kind of sit midway here. There we go, there's a bat. Come on, bat. Stupid bat. Got him. What's next? Oh, by the munchers. Oh, I got lucky. I should mention I didn't even talk about score, but let me put up this little scoreboard for you. The biggest score in the game is destroying the detonator at the end. It's worth 6507 points. That's the code on the side. That's the chip, and so basically, if you destroy one of those, 6 grand. It's probably going to be as many points as you made getting there. Ouch! Ooh! Oh! The shields are bad. This is not going to be great. I'm already hurting big time. This is not my best run, to be certain. hit by a couple of bad guys. Ooh, got him. It'll hurt my shield again. And the shield can only heal if I get 10,000 points, and that's only going to happen if I destroy this thing. Whew, made it through there. We're getting close. We got to be getting close, right? Ah. Cut through there. Got it. Ooh, oh, I got him. Did you see he appeared at the last second? I didn't see him come on screen. I got the first detonator. Well. Ooh, ow, 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 ow. Oh, I have 0 shields. I'm dying just in a second. It's any moment now. 17 grand. I said 15 or 20. Oh, come on. Ooh, and there it was. That wall. Okay. So we made it through 1 detonator. 17,000 points. From there on, it just gets faster, harder, more difficult, and then it starts adding the booby-trapped detonator at the end. It is a great game, but let me tell you, what I just did is about as good as I've ever done. Usually I'll make it a little bit farther. I might make it to the end with a little more shields, but yeah, when I did this in my my video about the entire Magic library and doing tier ratings, even though I hadn't played it before, I realized it for that tier. I gave it an A because it's quite fun, and there's something about knowing there is a way to finish a game that really gives me a little more incentive to go back and try it again. So you give it a try, see what you think. In Magic Laser Gates.
I think maybe in my youth I might have had the endurance, reflexes, and free time to eventually destroy all 4 reactors and complete the game, but these days I'm lucky to make it through just 1. And again, this game does have an ending, just not one I'm likely to ever see. Soiner, thanks for requesting this game. Smack dab between The Wrath of Khan and The Search for Spock, Sega released a vector-based Star Trek arcade game and promptly beamed versions of that game to home consoles and computers too. I'm warping back to 1983 for Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator on the Atari 2600. As a certified Trekkie, I was a regular player of the Star Trek arcade game, especially the one where you could sit down in the captain's chair, which, by the way, did you know is being released as a Hallmark Christmas ornament this year? All right, mental note to go to Hallmark. Anyway, in 1983, Sega ported Star Trek Strategic Operations Simulator to the Atari 2600, and Jeff Lawrence really did a remarkable job. As far as arcade conversions to the VCS go, this ranks right up there with the best of them. Though not quite the Kobayashi Maru, this Star Trek experience is only a simulation, so even if you blow up the Enterprise, you can always just hit reset and play again. Almost like a video game. Huh. Let's go try it out.
Even a little music for our Star Trek game. Got an Enterprise there, there's Sega 1983, and that's all you see until you start the game. And so I guess the first thing I should communicate is that the game is the game. It's like the arcade game. There are no difficulty switches, there are no game options. You can't even push game reset, you just push the fire button to begin. So I'm going to tap the fire button, then I'm going to pause so we can talk about the parts of the screen. So there we go. All right, so just pause right here. So a lot going on the screen and a lot to notice that went right in this game. First, if you compare it to the original arcade game, the layout is almost identical. It's missing fidelity, right? It's not a vector game or whatever, but it does a tremendous job of maximizing what the 2600 could do. So let's take a quick tour of the screen. We'll start at the top. The very top is your score. That's how many points no, actually not points. They're STU, standard training units or something. Oh, simulation training units, I think they're. Anyway, points, their score. The upper left there, those are your gauges. And just like in the arcade game, you have 3 gauges that indicate remaining amount of the different resources that you have available. The top one is shield. So the yellow boxes there is the shield. And as your shield wears down, so secondary indicator we'll get to in a second, but your shield wears down, those will go from 3 to 2 to 1. Right below that are your photon torpedoes, how many photons you have. We'll talk about the photons in a second. They're a really cool weapon that you can use when fighting. Right below that is the amount of warp drive you have available. Plays a little fast and loose with Star Trek lore, but you don't fill up your warp drive meter. In this game you do, because it allows you to warp, move around the screen faster and through enemies. So that's all the gauges. In the upper right, That's the radar scanner. Now that's an overview, kind of top down of what's going on. And what you're seeing right now on the scanner, in fact, there's one of everything, almost one of everything on the screen right now. That little yellowish, greenish box there is a starbase. To the left of that, the little purple one is they're both Klingons. The purple and red are Klingons. The purple is a roaming Klingon, and the red one is a Klingon that's working to destroy your starbase. And in fact, if I unpause and show you, that red one is actively shooting the starbase while the purple is kind of on patrol. Below that, all of that then, and there's your Enterprise, by the way, in dead center, if you hadn't guessed. And then below that is kind of your view screen. Now they say it's a simulated view in 3D. It's looking out the front of the Enterprise. It's looking out the front window. It's that view screen, so you can see what's directly in front of you. So like if you rotate, look, I see there's a starbase, there's a Klingon, I can shoot him. Yeah, so it's a view out the front screen with that reticle being your targeting thing. So below that then is this bar that right now is this kind of yellow amber color, and that's your shield force indicator, and it will change depending on how much shield you have. If you have 3 or more shield, it will be yellow like it is now. When it gets orange, it will come down to, it'll be 2 shields left. Light red, you have 1 shield left, and dark red, 0 shields. The next impact is going to kill you. I'm not sure how to approach this game. I guess I'll explain. I'll just sit, go shoot a Klingon while we're talking. Let's shoot him. Yeah, so that's a Klingon level, we'll call it. I'm going to pause again, so we're going to the next level. The game consists of 6 rounds repeated that get progressively more difficult. So you have a round like we just played, 2 rounds like we just played of Klingons attacking your starbase. And then you have a bonus level that's an asteroid field or a meteor shower that you can go around looking for starbases to recharge your ship. Then you have 2 more rounds 4 and 5, are more Klingons to fight. And then finally you have Nomad. Now Nomad, it's interesting, this is from the time of the motion picture and the Star Trek 2, Star Trek 3, yet Nomad was an enemy from a Star Trek TOS episode called The Changeling. Doesn't matter. It's a simulation. They just made up a bad guy you have to attack. So the 6th round, you have to destroy Nomad. There's an additional enemy here, which is at the top, there's a UFO. You see, as I move around, he kind of moves away from me whenever he can. If you can catch up with him... Now, he's 5,000 points. We'll talk about scoring in a second, but if you ever see that UFO, he's definitely worth taking the time to seek out and destroy because he's worth as much as everything else on the screen combined, usually. Also, staying on the move is good advice. And you see that Klingon is currently shooting at the starbase. I want to let him destroy the starbase just to show you. If he destroys it, all Klingons left on screen will make a beeline for you, like that. There we go. And that gets us to the meteor shower. This is a meteor, I guess this is asteroid field, they're not moving. So there's a starbase, and you can go around and collect all these to power up your Enterprise if you have lost any energy. Boop. If you run into something though, that's over. And then this would be round 4, so it's 2 more rounds of Klingon. So it basically goes Klingon, Klingon, bonus, Klingon, Klingon, Nomad. And it does that entire count of 6 over and over each time. And the goal, of course, is to get the most points available. I should also mention that scoring, there's a lot to know about scoring, and I'll continue to play here while I'm poking around. I usually try to get the one attacking my starbase first, so he doesn't attack it anymore, so it doesn't get destroyed. Then I'll try to get the UFO. If he touches you, he drains all kinds of power, but if he doesn't destroy you, you get all those points. I then should point out your photon torpedoes, I'm getting the scoring in a second, they'll destroy all enemies in a direct line. So if you can get a couple of enemies lined up, well, we'll just get one for now. Let's line this guy up, and photon, you pull back. Got all 3 of them, see that? Because I pulled back on the, I'm gonna pause. I pulled back on the stick to fire a photon, and that allowed me to kill all the enemies that were in direct line of sight, or even just line of fire, because it goes through all of them. The last thing to know is, I told you scoring, the last thing to know about control is that when you pull back and hit the fire button, you warp, right? So your warp meter is the last thing on the bottom there, and as you warp around the screen, you can go through enemies like you saw me doing, and then you can I'm all out of warp energy now. I can't do it anymore. In fact, we'll talk at the end of this video about, they thought you had to be reminded about that control. So let's talk about the scoring. So the scoring is, again, based on level. So if you are different sectors, so I'll pop up this graphic. Effectively, the UFO is always 5,000. And Klingon ships are like 100 points times the level you're on. So the farther you are in the game, the more points you're going to get for them. You also get points for your star bases that are left. And if they're kind of these yellowish green like they are now, you get a certain amount for them. But if you dock with them, they change color. They do restore some power, just like they do in the bonus levels, but you get less bonus for them. And there's no time limit, so you can take your time roaming around the map, lining up enemies, staying on the move, doing whatever you want to stay alive. It's more strategic than action. There's a couple lined up. Let's photon them. Oh, I missed one. There's one there. And then finally get points for Nomad, of course. You saw the pop-up graphic. It's just like the arcade game. If you played the arcade game, they did such a good job of not just recreating the layout and the look of the game, but also the scoring and the strategy and the way that you play. Let me just get to Nomad once so we can talk about what's going on. All right, this is the Nomad level. So the bright white dot is Nomad. He's going to zip around the screen. I want to pause and talk about it because it might end quickly. He zips around the screen dropping these mines. As you try to shoot him, if you shoot the mines, they can blow up and hurt you. So you want to try not to destroy them. They don't cost you points, but they could cost you a shield. And ultimately, if you can destroy Nomad, big explosion, rainbow graphics happen, and you get, I think it's like 30,000 points. It's a bunch of points you get for destroying Nomad. It was on that scoring that I showed you. But if you take too long, he'll just leave. And then you have to go back and kind of start again without getting all the bonus. So let's see if I can destroy him. Warp can be very handy here. There he is. Oh, I got a mine. Got him. Kaboom. Blew him up, got all the points, a rainbow. And then I move on to the next sector, and we proceed. And if you just run out of power, let's let them kill me. That'll also, of course, be the end of the game. You run out of shields. I got one more hit. There's that dark red color. Boom. It ends on the title screen. So it's this wide open adventure where you can take your time, you can be strategic, you learn to pilot this ship, and you're accumulating experience that you'll eventually use when you're taken out of the simulator and given captaincy of your own starship, I'm sure, is how it works. So I'm going to try a high score run. Look, when I'm really focusing, I can get 100,000 or so. Sometimes I blow it early and don't, but I'm going to just do the best that I can. Before I do, I'm going to remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We can get all kinds of original, cool, nerdy designs, original artists creating work, or us mashing up our logo with other stuff. Look, you can get those printed on hats and shirts and mugs and tees. Take a look anyway if you've not been there. You might find something you like, and then you'll get that thing you like, and you'll be helping us out too. So we certainly appreciate you. Keep us in mind. Okay, when you're ready to start a new game, all you have to do is hit the fire button, and you go again. You don't even have to get up and hit the reset on the console. So here we go. I always start with the Klingon who's shooting the starbase, and there's nothing else to gain here. So there's no UFO or anything, so I can just take this guy out. I'm going a little slow to explain it, so I got hit, but we'll take him out. Got a pretty long range, and we're going to get all kinds of bonuses here, so I'm not worried about getting hit once or twice. Let's see. Oh, I get that UFO, though. He's coming. Turn around. Now, I've taken a couple of hits, but I'll make it all back because I'm about to go to that asteroid field, and we'll be fine. All right. Power up. All right, so there's the first one down there at the bottom. Lower right, see the square? That's the first starbase. Go get that guy. There's one. You can usually, if you don't hit anything, you usually get 2 or 3 of those during this level. So it's a good time to refill. Here's one in the lower left now. Refills all your meters. I'm back to yellow. I'm in good shape. There we go. Maybe one more. It seems to be on a timer, but the timer's not on screen. It's like 3 or 4 I can make it through. All right. Ooh. All right, got hit a couple times, but there's UFO I want to get for sure. There's too many points to pass up. You got to kind of trick him into coming near you. That. There we go. And always staying on the move. Don't line up with those guys like directly above or below, and you're going to do better. There we go. Now, I could dock with that starbase. I really don't need it, and it would only deduct points, so there's no particular bonus for using your photon. It's just cool. There, I got 2 of them. That's pretty good. And get this guy. Oh, he's behind the starbase. There we go. All right, Nomad. Ugh. Where's he at? He was right in front of me. Ah, I missed him. Oh, he's hurting me. I got him. Just by the skin of my teeth, though. Now, I'm really hurting, so I got a little bit replenished here, but I have time. Because then the level starts again. I'm going to dock at the starbase because I need the health. All right, let's go get the UFO. That's 5,000 points. We don't want to pass up that potential. Oh, he shot me again, but I'm okay. Now, one more level here, and I'll be into the bonus, which is the, this time it'll be the meteor shower. So that, oh, 2 more to get. Just try not to get hit again if I can help it. Ugh. I could dock, let me dock with that starbase, just for a little more health. There we go. And then we got a bonus level coming up. Now you see these meteors, they're moving a little faster, and they're moving left to right on their own. Let's see, he went to the lower right now. You kind of have to fly against them when you're getting things that are on the right-hand side of the screen. There's 2. Look, I'm full power again. So you really have good potential to replenish your stocks on these levels. Let's get the red Klingon first. Got him. All right, so these guys are all teamed up. Oh, don't want to dock with that. There, I got 3 of them together with a photon. That's great. You have a long range of fire, too. Oh, don't hit me, don't hit me. Oh, keep moving. Got him. All right, 1 more level, and we'll be on to Nomad again. You can also wreck into Klingons to destroy them. You get the 100 points, but you also lose shield, so it's not advised. Woohoo! 4 at once with that photon. Nice. Got it. All right, on to Nomad, so. Got him. I usually just rapid fire. 100,000. All right. I'm happy with this performance. If I die now, at least you've seen plenty of the game, you know what it's like. And I didn't die super fast, although you can see their bullets are getting faster. I might make it through 1 more. Ooh, 2 shots right away. Not great. Let's dock with this starbase. There we go. Oh, missed. All right, docked. Let's get this UFO. They're all shooting at me. Just keep moving. Oh, no, no. Oh, dark red. I could die. Keep moving. Photon. Whew. All right, is bonus level next? Yes. Good. I really need these. And it's moving much faster now, so I've got to be very careful. Oh, I ran into it. Ah! Oh no, no, no! Doc! Get out of the way! Use the warp! There. Oh, I have no photons? Ugh! Not gonna hit that UFO, am I? Well, I might! I got it! Where's that Klingon? Oh, he got me! Oh, I made it to 2.4. Alright, so look, 128,000. If you're more careful, and if you're not trying to narrate at the same time, I bet you could do better than this. I have done better before, back in the day. It has been a while since I've gotten a nice high score, but if you're very methodical, if you'll just pay attention since there's no timer, make your way around the screen, learn how to cluster the Klingons together so you can attack them, and then just make copious use of those bonus levels, you know, the asteroid field, because you can usually replenish every 3 screens, so it's a well-structured game. Not as difficult as the arcade was, punishing, because they don't have to rake quarters out of you here. You've already bought the cartridge, but the same kind of fun. If only it had a captain's chair I could sit in.
One more notable thing to mention is that this version of Star Trek included an overlay for your Atari joystick. Since there's only 1 button available and warp required you to pull back on the stick and press the button simultaneously, this pack-in could be slipped on top of your CX40 to help remind you of the controls. Now maybe Sega thought we wouldn't understand the concept of combining the fire button with a stick direction for warp, but I remember this overlay always laying in the bottom of my Atari cartridge box, and even when I played Star Trek, I never bothered to use it. Although, now when I see a copy of this boxed in the wild, that overlay is the first thing I look for. In 1981, Coleco secured the exclusive rights to bring Nintendo's arcade hit Donkey Kong to home consoles, and the first stop was for their own fledgling system, the ColecoVision. Now, widely regarded as the worst version of the classic, this DK looked like junk, sounded like a mess, played like trash, and other assorted lies I told my young self to help ease my jealousy, because it was just so damn good. We'll take a look. When Coleco decided to jump into the home video game pool, they knew they'd have to make a splash, so they chose an 800-pound gorilla. The ColecoVision port of Donkey Kong was without a doubt a system seller for Coleco, and for good reason. The visuals, sounds, and gameplay made possible by the more advanced hardware of the ColecoVision were arguably the best you could get outside of the arcade. I get quite a few requests in the comments to cover ColecoVision games, so I figured it only made sense that the first CV title I feature is the arcade translation that launched the console. Let's do the Donkey Kong.
And here we're greeted to that ColecoVision launch screen. I never knew why it sat on this screen for so long. It was always frustrating. It's not loading, it's a cartridge, but we get to see that beautiful logo, and then it resolves to this blue screen that's all so familiar to anyone that had ColecoVision, whereas the Atari had difficulty switches and game select. Often, especially for arcade games, which is the vast majority of the ColecoVision library, you had a list of games to start based on what the skill and multiplayer and handicaps were. You just push that button on your little numpad on your controller, and that started the game. Everything we do in this game, I'm doing single player. I'm gonna do skill 1. Skill 1 just starts the easiest, and I want to make sure we see as much of this game as possible. So I don't want to pick like a hard difficulty so we can't get through all the screens. I don't want you to see everything. So let me just hit number 1. I'm gonna go pause right there. So right off the bat, so music. Look, in this Friday Plays of Donkey Kong, I'm not going to explain Donkey Kong to you. I'm assuming you know the original arcade game Donkey Kong. What I really want to point out here is all the ways in which ColecoVision's version got it right. Now, there are little nuances that are not the same and they're different. I'm going to nitpick and all that is fine, but at a glance, this was the first time that a screenshot on the box was what the game looked like, and it was almost staggering, right? So we have music, just like in the arcade game when the game was running. We have the background music that would run. And look, around the screen you got a real Donkey Kong, you got a real Pauline, you got a multicolor sprite Mario who has well animated, has all the frames of animation when he runs. Man. So slightly reorganized, and many of the screens, all the screens are slightly reorganized here to make it vertical. So it's on a 3x4 rather than a 4x3 screen, so we don't have the verticality, so it's a bit squished and more horizontal. Top right of the screen, just under my little pause button there, you can see number of lives remaining. Instead of little Marios, you have just a number. Top left is current player and your score. Just below that on the left is your countdown timer, of course. Mario in the bottom, as we mentioned, Donkey Kong up top, he's looking okay. He's a multicolored image. He looks more like the how high can you get Donkey Kong a lot than he does the regular Donkey Kong, but that's fine. He looked better than all the other Donkey Kongs that we had. All right, so let me unpause. Let's talk a little bit about scoring. So scoring matches pretty well the scoring of the original arcade game. And rather than just run through all the numbers, I'm going to pop it up here right from the manual. I'm going to share with you. Ooh, just died. And I'll share with you just what you see in the manual, all the scoring. And it's, I think, pretty much mostly what you saw in the arcade with some variation based on skill level. And the other thing that often is like the litmus test for different ports from arcade classics is, well, do you have all the elements? Do you have all the screens? So Donkey Kong and Junior, of course, both had 4 different screens to go through. The ColecoVision Donkey Kong has just 3, so it made 3 of the 4. It's missing the cement factory. Also of interest, I'll pop up another bit from the manual here to show you, is that the order of the screens is creative, specific to this version of Donkey Kong. You have the ramps level, this one, then you have the rivets, then you have the elevator, and then it goes back to do the rivets again and the elevator again. So you got 5 levels, 5 screens you go through represents a level. When you complete a full round of those 5 screens, that's what's going to drop you into the next difficulty tier. So if you get through all 5, I'm just killing time here and jumping on barrels. If you get through all 5, then it goes to the more difficult and you move on. So I like the easy level because you have 5 men to get through. The other interesting thing, and there's plenty more we're going to point out as we do our points run, but the manual, whereas Atari manuals, and this is the first time I took as in-depth as I ever have look at this version of Donkey Kong. So I read through the manual. It's incredibly vague. Look at this element from the last page of the manual. It's like, this manual gives you an idea, but screw around and find out the other little nuances. We're going to bother telling you everything, ways you can play and when you have to jump and points for jumping multiple barrels and stuff like that. It just kind of doesn't even really tell you. It does say that you get an extra man every 10,000, or I guess at 10,000 points. I'm not sure if you get more after that, but it does say that. But there's so much detail that's left unsaid in the manual. I don't know if that was on purpose or the game wasn't done when they wrote the manual. Who knows? Here's the second screen. I just want to show you that really quickly. Jump through this. Just because when you get to the elevators, it's quite a bit different than the elevators that we know. Well, in some ways. Also, there's a lot of physics differences in this version of Donkey Kong. By physics, I mean the Mario physics. The way that you move, the way that you jump, the rules. Like, for example, Mario's hammer is not what kills enemies, like I just did. It's almost like a power pellet. He becomes death to enemies. Whereas in the arcade game, you had to kind of make sure you hit with the hammer, and barrels and stuff could run underneath your hammer. Also, I found that jumping fireballs in this version, much more forgiving. You can actually, they're pretty stable, so you can make the jump. They don't kind of jitter around on you and move slowly, so you can do that. All right, let's just quickly show you the elevators. And right away, you'll see what's missing of the elevators. The springs. No springs. Instead, they add a fireball up there with Pauline and Donkey Kong, but no springs to deal with, just more fireballs. Also, the physics are quite a bit changed. I just jumped on a fireball. I was thinking it would go down. Like, at the beginning, I normally, in the arcade game, would jump from here to the first little elevator that comes up. But you can't really do that when you see it coming. You jump for it and go right through it. It's like if it wasn't there when you jumped, it's not going to be available. So you just have to, you can't use all of your Donkey Kong skills in this version of Donkey Kong until you learn it's kind of a new set of physics and what works and how far you can fall and how far you can jump. And you can see again the layout of this screen. Just like we saw the rivets was down to 3 levels instead of 4. This is a bit shorter and you have, again, missing springs. All of that makes for a very different, but still very enjoyable version of Donkey Kong that I wanted. Consoles back then were like appliances. You can't tell your parents, I want a ColecoVision. They're like, well, you've already got an Atari. You've got a game system. Who needs 2 game systems? That's ridiculous. So you end up with the one you get, and that's the one you have. Unless you happen to be, a little more affluent family and you can get more consoles than just the 1 or just the 2. And 2, the ColecoVision was rough because a lot of us had begged for an Intellivision and got it. And then, ColecoVision came along. You're like, oh no, I kind of wanted that. Look at all the frames of animation for Mario 2. It's really wonderful. It was like, come down and get me. That jump, you could have never made those jumps in the original Donkey Kong. Never would have happened. So, there. The game ends. You can start again at the same level, or you can hit the numbers to jump to go back to the selection screen, which we'll do in a second. Look, I'm going to do a points run and talk about more of the stuff that I observed here, what makes this so good, and also little nitpicks about it compared to the arcade game. Before I do, I want to just quickly mention our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We have all sorts of cool, original, nerdy designs you can get printed on hats and shirts and mugs and stickers and pins. Look, if you're going to buy something like that anyway for yourself or as a gift, please check there first, because you might find what you're looking for, and you can help us out at the same time. It doesn't cost you anything extra. I really appreciate it. I see when people go to the store and purchase something, and I get an email that says, someone made it. I'm like, oh, thank you. Somebody saw a video, headed over to our store. I sure appreciate that. So, all right, let's give it a shot. So we're going to reset. We're going to do, let's see. Yeah, as I mentioned, we're going to hit 1 on the numpad. We're just going to do skill 1 player. I could probably get, I don't know, like in the arcade game, I could regularly get about 80,000. Here, I'm lucky to get 10 or 15,000, but we'll give it a shot. 5 lives, 4,000 on the clock. I hate that the timer starts moving before you start moving. That's not fair. That's not fair. I noticed that all the back, instead of going for points, I better get the hammers. Normally I would kind of skip the hammers for speed and maximize my, get to the higher levels first, but you see how Mario himself is the thing that smashes barrels, not the hammer. In fact, if you hit something with the hammer and don't touch it with Mario, you won't smash the thing. It just is impervious. I always wish there was a timer that told me how much hammer I have left. Oh, see, I tried to hit it with the hammer, didn't work. Also, if your instincts in Donkey Kong are to jump late or early, you need to jump late here. It's okay if your leading foot touches the thing you're jumping over. You'll still make it. But you don't want to fall down early on top of something. So, all right, there's 1 level. And usually, fireballs come right down after me. But again, you can probably... Ooh! I was going to jump it, but he went up the ladder. Already down a man. That's not good. I'll get an extra man in a second. So looks like 3 fireballs on the screen is what you have to contend with. So once those appear, you can just kind of dodge them. Just go where they're not. Where are these guys going? You coming up the ladder? Which way are you going? Oh, they're running from me. Bagawk, chickens! Only got one. That was a waste. Oh well. That's alright. Let's go up and get the umbrella. Yeah, no hammer. We'll just end this one. Boom! Straight to the elevators. Also, I've noticed that fireballs can go up and down the ladder faster than you can go up and down the ladder. So don't try to race them up and down a ladder. They'll catch you. I usually wait till this guy goes back down. Then I'll go across like this. And make my way down. See how far you can fall? That would have been a death in the arcade game. Come across here. It can be tough sometimes getting up to Pauline on this screen because that fireball is sometimes just staying right where you need to be. Right now it's out of the way, so I'm going to rush up here right quick and finish this level. That's good for the bonus points on the timer. Alright, so this would be now the 5th round. So we went 1, 2, 3, and then it's back to the rivets, and then the elevator, and that's going to be the end of the first round. So not too bad. See them spawning right next to me while I have the hammer? That's dirty pool. What if I didn't have the hammer? Let's grab that. Oh! There we go. It's hard. That hammer sometimes is hard to catch. You saw me jump through it a couple of times. I'm up to 10,000. I'm doing good. Still have 4 men. Though I didn't see myself get an extra man. If only died once. Nah. Maybe, as I said, maybe the manual isn't very explicit. Maybe you don't get an extra man on easy since you start with 5. I don't know. Alright, so this will be the last round of basically difficulty level 1. And had you selected skill 2, that's where you would have started, is basically on this next ramps level. So I wait for the fireball to come up, and then down, and then I'll go across. Kind of jump on their level. Ugh. There we got our fireball up top. Oh, he gave me a breather. He went west. We can run up and finish this. Alright. Oh, there's my extra man. I see it now. It happened like it was late to pop, but now I'm up to 5 extra men now. Who knew? I don't know. Now, you notice the barrel's definitely faster. A little easier to jump now, actually, because they go under you a little quicker. Although, it's slow to go up ladders, I've noticed. If you want to go up a ladder, boy, you better have lots of clearance before a barrel gets to you, because those things are quick. No wild barrels, I noticed here. Wild barrels, not a thing in ColecoVision. Wild barrels being the ones he throws and they just kind of bounce around the screen. Nah. Ladders are also very picky about going up and down. You gotta be right square on them if you want to get up. That was something I had to get used to. Alright, there we go. I haven't lost a life yet. Man, this could be a good points run. Well, I'm sorry, I did lose a life, but I got one back, right? Yeah. Alright, I think we could probably get this hammer and get some points. Oh, we're up to 4. So I guess maybe it increases with the difficulty level. We were at 3 fireballs on a screen, now it appears we're at 4. Now they add a fireball here, if I recall. There's a second fireball up on the Donkey Kong and Pauline platform. Quick while I can. This is the screen that kills me the most, I've found, because of the 2 fireballs. If they won't both get out of the way, there's not much you can do. See, he's just camping there and preventing my progress. There we go. There's my opportunity. Let's get up. There we go. Got it. Boom. Oh, I missed the hat, but I did make the fireball jump. Come on down. Oh, of course you don't come down. Because I have the hammer. Come on, nerds. There he comes. Got him. It's, the fact that you can easily jump the fireballs makes for a very different mechanic, whereas normally I'm grouping and forcing fireballs where I want them. Here, I can actually plan and jump over them. So while this is a port, it's different enough that I find it to be entirely different skill set. Well, it's not entirely different. I guess that's not fair. It is a different skill set. Different mechanics. Require you to think differently about how you approach each level. I had no expectation that this points run would take this long. I didn't think I'd get to 30,000, which where I'm almost there. Alright, let's get these fireballs to go somewhere else. I'm trying to steer them or convince them I'm going another way sometimes. If he goes... There's my opportunity! So I gotta quick get up here. There we go. So I just talk him into going somewhere else. Alright, so now we're on, I guess, skill difficulty 3? Uh-oh. Oh, didn't make it. I wasn't sure how far apart they could be and still make that jump, but... Come on over. Sometimes if you stand on the edge of the screen with a hammer, you'll hear several of them spawn underneath you and you get the points for them. Are we maxed out now? I think... Looks like maybe we're maxed out. We're not going to get any more fireballs. It's just the 4. Which I'm fine with. Now we're just waiting on the fireballs up top to go somewhere other than down here. There we go. We got an opening. With no springs, usually the elevator level is the one that becomes the most difficult over time. And with no springs, it's just not that tough. I was a little surprised, too, that... oh, there's so much flicker on this one. And not so much, there's some. I just kind of thought that was one of those things that was just an Atari thing, but I guess as they're pushing even the limits of the ColecoVision, you can see a little bit of flicker in some of the sprites. There we go, that's gonna time out. We gotta go. There we go. Whoa! Over 50,000? Alright, this'll end this level. Ah, wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, man, I thought that fireball was gonna get me. This might be the best run I've ever done on a ColecoVision Donkey Kong. And I'm capturing it on camera. Don't come down here. Go up. Go up and leave. There he goes. Oh, he went up. I may have to jump. Oh, no, 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 no. Woo! Got points for a jump there. My timer might run out waiting on these fireballs to go somewhere else. Maybe it's more challenging without the springs. There we go. There's my opening. There we go. If they never straighten up, that could be the end of my game. Now, if I have this right, is this skill 4? This might be the most difficult skill level. I mean, I could go for some hammers with the... But because the barrels are so few and far between, you're only going to get about 2, maybe 3. Oh, hurry, 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 Mario! Oh, see how slow he is? Even the shortest ladder on the screen, he couldn't make it up in time. I'm doing my happy dance. This was a good run. I can't get up in time. The barrels are coming so quick between them. Gotta land and jump. Ooh, you have to land right on the base of the ladder and then make it up like that. Okay. 61-9. Let's go. The more I play, the more predictable the fireballs seem on these screens. Go down. Oh, oh! I missed the jump and got squished. That elevator is cooking. Go, go, go. Whoa! Like the speed of the elevator, I'm just not used to. Because it's definitely faster. We got 1 extra life. Oh, we're coming into an end. You know what? I can't be too upset about a run like this at all. We might make, if I don't mess up here, we might make 70, which is pretty close to my arcade normal high score of around 80. So yeah. Fireballs are not being my friends. Go! Get out of here. There you go. Oh, he came back down! Go and stay gone. I'm gonna make a run for it. Oh, I fell! I was trying to jump real quick before he got there. Is my last man now, or was that it? That was it. That was my last man. Not quite 70. 68-9? Pretty decent for it. Look, you can see how thorough this port of Donkey Kong for the ColecoVision was, and why it has the reputation that it has, and why, if you haven't played it, it's a way to play Donkey Kong that will challenge you, the more familiar you are with the arcade, to learn a new way and a new set of physics. Yeah, it earns its spot as the best home port, I think.
Looking back 40 plus years at this version of DK reveals that even on the powerhouse that was the ColecoVision, compromises had to be made. A missing screen, squashed levels, and unusual rules and hit detection are easy to nitpick today, but do nothing to alleviate the blinding jealousy I felt when I saw just how good a version of Donkey Kong my Coleco-owning friends got. They loved rubbing it in, and they were well justified. This is a great home version of Donkey Kong. Last October, in observance of spooky season, we looked at Dracula on the Mattel Intellivision. Now, in that game, you stalk the streets as the bloodthirsty Count in search of victims. This year, we're jumping ahead to 1991 for Dracula the Undead on the Atari Lynx, and it's a very different kind of vampire game. The Atari Lynx was a remarkable little handheld whose modest library has a wide variety of game types. You have arcade, strategy, board games, shooters, and more. But you may not know that it even has a point-and-click style adventure, which brings us to Dracula the Undead. Released in 1991, Dracula the Undead is touted as an interactive role-playing thriller that casts you as Jonathan Harker, one of the main protagonists of the 1897 Bram Stoker novel. Now, the story here loosely follows chapters 2 through 4 of the novel, where you, as Harker, awake in Count Dracula's castle and must investigate the Count and then escape the castle before falling victim to the bloodthirsty vampire or one of his 3 brides. Let's dig in.
Dracula, copyright Atari, 1991, and then, boo! Spooky Dracula the Undead, splash screen. Kinda Bela Lugosi type eyes, might even be his eyes, I don't know, but creepy title screen to get you going. Just tap a button, the music will wind down, and here we are, being narrated to by none other than Bram Stoker. So, if we move down, A to move to the next line, I can use Option to exit this entirely. I am Bram Stoker, and the magic of technology, I'm able to narrate the story of Dracula to you. So he's flipping the pages, and he goes through and explains. Now, you don't really want to skip this. Periodically, he will pop up throughout the game and describe to you what you're doing. Here, you're Jonathan Harker, young solicitor, travel to Transylvania, blah, 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 blah. The landlord's wife insists that he accept and wear a crucifix, all this. So, by the way, there's a clue right there. You need a crucifix at some point in the game. So I'm going to tap Option. What I'm going to do is give you a tour of the game. I'm going to let Dracula kill me, and then rather than a points run, I'm gonna walk through some of the games and give you an idea of what you have to expect. I'm not going to play through the whole thing because I don't want to spoil it. Because you should play this and enjoy it for what it is. So let me tap the Option button. And it drops us right here in Jonathan Harker's room. So what you have on the screen when you use the D-pad, you can walk around. Very kind of point-and-click adventure, but you can't point and click. What you can do is walk up to something. Like I can walk up to this chest of drawers. The drawers. Okay, so if I tap one of the buttons, it'll go into these option menus. What do you want to do? It'll suggest what you might want to do, examine the drawers, but you can select from a list of get, use, open, close, talk, and it'll, rather than typing things in, it'll give you what options are available, right? So let's examine the drawer as they suggest, and you tap the A button. Just a chest of drawers. Okay, what if we open it? Sure. My notebook is in here. Okay, so I want it. Let's get the notebook. Okay. And then if you tap the B button, the little arrow at the bottom goes back to vertical, and now you're navigating the world instead of moving those little wheels around. And so I can roam the world. I can check in here. Let's see what's in the cupboard. So I tap in here and I go, I want to examine the cupboard. It's an old cupboard. What if I opened it? Right. So it's kind of a text adventure with a combined with a point and click adventure. Just an old cupboard. Yeah. So let's walk around a little bit. So there's a door over here. And we can find that door, and we can tap the button and say, I want to open the door, of course. Now, we picked up his notebook, so since we have that, let's examine the notebook. Nothing interesting about it. The mechanic in the game is that when you discover something interesting, you need to use your notebook to jot that information down. So I'll show you an example of that in a second. So let's open this door. Let's see, I want to open door. Yeah. And then we tap the B button again, and we can walk through the door. And then you're exploring the castle, right? So you wander down the hall. You can come to this door, maybe. Oh, open the door. It suggests maybe what you want to do. Tap the button and try it. It's jammed shut. Makes sense, but I might be able to pry it open later. So there's a hint. You're going to pry this door open later. You can wander down the hall and see if anything... And some things are in front of you. In fact, let me just pop over back in my room and show you... You can walk toward the camera. In fact, if I do walk toward the camera here, there's a window. Okay, let's open the window. It's open. What about maybe I want to climb out the window? Something you do later. Jonathan does not believe that anyone could climb onto the castle wall without falling. Okay, but I'll tell you later he figures out you can because he sees somebody doing it. So let's wander back out here. Let's go see our friend Dracula, shall we? So out this door. Look, very pixelated, but very nicely rendered, and a great use of dithering with the pixels and some anti-aliasing. Look around a little bit. You can see what's over here. Oh, there's a clock. Let's check this out. Let's take a look. Let's examine the clock. It's an old grandfather clock. Great. So let's walk back out. Let's wander across the hall over here. We're going to go get killed by Dracula. Because that's fun. Let's open the door. It won't open. All right. Oh, through an open door there. Ah! Hello, Dracula! So you see him standing over there? So remember it said, it was a clue at the beginning. Bram Stoker told you, your wife insisted you take a crucifix. Let's go talk to Dracula. Shall we? I can walk up to him. There he is. Let's see. I want to... can I talk to Dracula? The fresh blood has attracted Dracula. Unrestrained, the Count prematurely ends Jonathan's adventure. So, it is a classic point-and-click text adventure without the pointing and clicking. You have the whole game here to navigate and wander the world. So, then I'm just going to reset the game. And it drops me right back here looking at spooky Dracula eyes. So, since I don't want to spoil this game for you, as I said, you can't really do a points run. I could run the whole game, but that doesn't leave anything for you to explore. And one of the great parts for me about Friday Plays is people discovering games they've never seen. Oh, the cool lightning. Discovering games they've never seen or played and going to try them, which I think you should. I think you should try it. So before I do a run through, and I want you to understand how the puzzles work, and we're going to get past Dracula and start the adventure in earnest, but I'll stop after a little bit, so I'll leave something for you to discover. First, I'm going to mention our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, Scary Lightning, where you can get all kinds of cool, nerdy, original designs, even our logo mashed up with other cool designs and logos. Get those things printed on shirts and hats and mugs and stickers and pens and tees and whatever. Look, it gets you something you're looking for. Ooh. Especially with the holidays coming up, or a gift for someone else, and plus you'll be supporting Gen X Grown Up along the way. So here we are, just browsing through what Bram Stoker has to say. I'm going to leave this to you to read. He definitely has clues. He pops up throughout the game as kind of like an interstitial to say, okay, you've made it through this next bit of the game, so let's see what you're going to do next. So the rooster crows. Let's start the game in earnest. So let's come up here and examine these drawers. Just a chest of drawers. Great. Let's open those chest of drawers. My notebook is here. Great. Let's get my notebook. Get notebook. Got it. All right. So let's go over here where I know there is another room. Let's open that door. Open door. Open door. There we go. Check this table. Let's examine the table. There's a tinderbox. Well, by all means, let's get the tinderbox. Got it. Now, we're going to wander over here and look at the bed. Remember, it said that his wife encouraged him to bring a crucifix with him to sleep with. So let's look at the bed. Examine. There's a crucifix on the bed. Well, let's get the crucifix. More importantly, let's use the crucifix. Okay, I feel safe now. Now we can go talk to Dracula without fear of being having our blood drained from us. Now, the notebook you will use throughout the game. You can use it anytime, actually. So if I just go in here and say use notebook, I can do that right now. But it won't be anything interesting. It's important that every time you find out something about Dracula, you note it in the notebook. Because if you finish the game and don't have all the evidence about his identity and the fact that he's a vampire and killing people, like that's the point of the game, is to gather this information. That's your job as Jonathan Harker. So, now that we have a crucifix and we have our notebook, let's head back down this time, see if we have a little better luck talking to Dracula. Let's open this door. Let's take a quick trip over to the library. Some more hints about what's coming up next. So let's open this door. Go in the library. And I would like to go and look at some books. But it's going to tell me that it's too dark in here. Because later we're going to have to get a lantern. So let's examine books. It's too dark to see anything clearly. So that's your hint. You're going to need some kind of a lantern or flashlight later. So now that we have our crucifix, though, let's go back and talk to Dracula. And then the game really kicks off in earnest. Hello there, Count. Let's come up here and visit him and see what he has to say. I bet he's a little bit more amenable this time around, a little more courteous. Let's talk to Dracula. Good morning, Count. So you pick what you want to say to him? Good morning, Jonathan. I trust you slept well? So you can pick, yes, thank you. No, there were wolves howling all night. So we'll just say, yes, thank you. I like the music, the constant little creepy music. Thank you, bleh. Please explore the castle. One wonderful castle. But do not enter any locked rooms, or he'll be upset with you. The castle is run down and can be very dangerous. All right, so we get some more information from Bram Stoker. So let's hop back into the game. So Dracula left. We're now to the next phase. So here's the table. Let's look at the table. Examine it, I guess. There we go. There is some oil here. By all means, let's get the oil. All right, now that we have the oil, let's wander back out. So we picked up something there. Let's go back to our room. Now that Dracula is gone, that he said we should explore. So let's now head up back upstairs. Let me look out the window and see what I can see. Jonathan looks out of the window. Does he see anything? Oh, he does. What does he see? A little cutscene. I'm not doing anything. Oh, there's Dracula. Jonathan sees Dracula standing on the ledge across the wall. He is astonished to see Dracula crawl face down along the wall. Ooh. Oh, we do. There he goes. Ooh, creepy. Little cutscene is cool. All right, so now that he knows he can go out that window and not fall, maybe we can go out the window. So let's climb out the window. I've seen Dracula out there. Must be possible. And look at there. So now we have these little gamey sequences. Oh, there we go. Up a little bit. Now I can wiggle across. There's like some invisible barriers there that are slowing me down. I didn't really expect to have these little action sequences in a game like this, and I appreciate it. It kind of breaks up the exploration with some other activities, you know? Maybe the other windows you'll open eventually from the inside or something. Butt up against there. Let's come down. Get below this. Oh, straight across. In! I'm in! Oh, there we go. So now we're starting to get somewhere. So here is a table. Let's examine it. Looks like there's a lantern there on the table. Let's see. So let's examine this table. There's a lantern here. Well, by all means, let's get the lantern. Oh, Bram Stoker's going to talk to me. Amongst the papers lying on the desk, he finds shipping note for 50 boxes of earth, blah, blah. So here's a great example of, now you want to read all of that, of course, but here's where I want to use my notebook because I've learned something. Jonathan makes note of the address and everything, what he learned. So when you learn something, you put it in that notebook. Now let's come back and get that lantern. Got it. Now let's try to light the lantern. So it's a really interesting mechanic here. So we have oil and we have the tinderbox. So let's use oil with the lantern. The lamp's full now. Now I want to use the tinderbox on the lantern. Boom! Now, I have learned that you can actually bring down how much light there is. So you want to use... Let's try to turn the lantern. The wick is turned down. And the light got a little smaller. That's going to be important later. I think if you don't do that, maybe the oil burns down too fast. But so let's open this door. It won't open. All right. Well, let's explore a little. So I'm looking for an exit. I see a door over here, maybe. I like the effect the lantern has. Is that a door? It is. Open door. In I go. Ooh, what have we here? Let's look. Money. Let's examine the money. Tell me more about the money. Can I take it? There are many coins and notes. All right. For many different countries, the Count must be quite a collector. Let's get some money. Okay, I've got some. Let's see. Can I open this door? What's over here? Yep. Let's open that door. Oh, that one's locked. All right, let's wander around some more. Maybe over here. Ooh, creepy. Okay. So I know what the next couple steps are. I think that's a good place to leave you to understand the mechanics. There are cutscenes, there is intrigue, there is gathering of information, and there is a story that is unfolding. Like if you've read original Dracula, the original novel by Bram Stoker, you know a little bit about what you're doing here. And there are other protagonists in the story that come along in other chapters, but this just focuses on Jonathan's story. And you can fail, and there are levels of how you succeed. Well, you saw me fail. Based on what you do, what notes you take in your notebook, it'll tell you in the end how well you succeeded and whether or not everyone was able to deduce what the true nature of Count Dracula and possibly thwart him and maybe even kill him with a wooden stake, which is the ultimate goal, is to defeat Dracula. So if you haven't played this before, especially, check it out. It's a great time to play it here, moving into the spooky season in October. Dracula the Undead on the Atari Lynx.
At release, Dracula the Undead received generally positive reviews in gaming magazines who applauded the unique premise and satisfying challenge of the game and its puzzles. Now, unlike many Lynx games, this one may not seem to offer much replay value once you've successfully completed the story, but the same could be said for other adventure puzzle games in the same vein, like Maniac Mansion and Monkey Island, which are still fun to replay on occasion, and I think the same is true here of Dracula the Undead. I always like to think of Halloween as more than just Halloween night, but it's the whole spooky season of October, and to that end, I try to, when possible, theme my Friday plays around spooky season. I know we've recently looked at things like Haunted House and Dracula, but now we're going to a castle on a hill to try to prevent the construction of a monster in Frankenstein's Monster from Data Age. Or is that Frankenstein? I don't know. Either way, that's Frankenstein's Monster was released in 1983 by publisher Data Age, and I've not covered a lot of games by Data Age, almost ever, I guess. They only put out fewer than 10 games in the early 80s, and a few stinkers amongst them, so to be honest, I never gave Frankenstein's Monster much attention. I know that it can fetch a pretty penny on the aftermarket. It's quite an expensive cartridge to pick up, but I never really spent any time playing it. I booted it up and looked at it and went, oh, interesting. Well, in the last week or so, as I've been looking around for spooky games, this one really grabbed me. Not so much necessarily just because it's a spooky season game. It's based on Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, of course, but because I learned it looks like a platformer, and it is a platformer, but it's not just a score-run platformer. It's one of those games that has a story that you could complete. You can finish this game. And though you might finish it, the challenge is not so much, can you finish it? I guess you could, with trying hard enough. It's easier to lose points than it is die in this game, so maybe you finish it with no points to speak of. So I could theorize about it all day and talk about it, but instead, let's go check it out and play Frankenstein's Monster.
Mwah! Welcome to the castle of Dr. Frankenstein. Okay, I'll stop doing that. This is Frankenstein's Monster. And the goal, as I said, is not to make a monster. The goal is not to be the monster. The goal is to prevent the monster from being completed and brought to life. So, I guess let's start with the switches. So it's a one-player game, two-player game. If you hit the game select, it says 2 or 1. That's it. Your choices. Those are your choices. So there's no other game variations. You also have difficulty switches. So kind of have to combine this with your goal is to complete the game, which is to gather all these stones and build walls. On standard difficulty, you have 8.5 minutes to do that. On expert difficulty, you only have 6 minutes. So it reduces your time by, 25%-ish to complete that. So that's the goal. Let's talk about how you accomplish the goal. And I think to do that is a screen tour. So your protagonist there, stand there with his little ball cap on the white platform. That's your character. It's your goal to get to the bottom right-hand side of the screen where that little red box is. That's a stone. Bring it all the way back up to the top, and then play the second screen, which I will show you, to put the stone in place. So let's go to the top and run through. The top of the screen is your score. You start the game with 500 points. That's how you begin. To the right of that is your number of men. That represents all your men available, not the ones in reserve. So if it shows 3, you have 3, including the one on screen. If it shows 1, you have 1, including the one on screen. So it's not reserve lives. So just be aware of that. You can't gain extra lives, as far as I'm aware, either, because you're not going to make many points in this game. So Just below the score and the lives, that's the power probe. You notice lightning is hitting that periodically, and its job is to collect lightning energy and channel it into Frankenstein's monster to bring him to life. And once the game is running, it's currently just on a tracked mode. Once it's running, he will fill up from the bottom to the top green. And if he gets fully green, which takes 8.5 minutes on standard difficulty, he smashes out of the castle and you lose. So you can lose by running out of time or running out of lives. You can lose all your points if you want. That's a secondary option. It's a secondary goal, I should say, is to make points. Your main goal is to prevent the monster from coming to life and smashing. So let's move down below that. So on the white platform, you can see there is a little ghost just passed by me. That little ghost is nothing kills you. None of these monsters kill you. If he touches you, he will stun you for a few seconds. Remember, time is crucial. So if he touches you, and you'll lose 20 points. Okay. On the far right is a hole in the floor and a little vine where you can climb down to the middle level. So that brownish level. On that is running across a tarantula, this giant tarantula. Again, he doesn't kill you, but he will poison you and stun you for a few seconds, slowing your progress. Also on that level are trap doors. There's one in the middle that would drop straight down to the bottom. There's one on the left that has the rope vine hanging out of it. So you make your way down there to the bottom level. Now across the bottom, you see these spiders coming from the ceiling. They can't kill you either. They don't take your points either. Did I think Tarantula knocks off 20 points? He does when he stuns you. These spiders don't take points from you, but they're trying to knock you into, it's not water, it's acid. So you have that kind of Frogger-looking log in the middle, so you can leap across to that log and then leap across and get the stone, but you never want to touch that blue acid at all. They're trying to knock you into that. And then when you get the stone, you bring it all the way back to the top, and then you go to the second screen. So let me just give you an example of what a round looks like. I'm going to hit start. Okay, so I'm going to run down this little ladder, little rope, whatever it is. Make my way across here. We can jump him and this hole together. Come down this little vine. There he is. Now, the white spiders don't hurt you, as I said. They just kind of knock you into the acid like he would do if I had jumped there. Grab this stone. Work my way back across. There we go. And then go back up. So just quickly run back up here, and then we will see the second screen. So I brought the stone back, and I just go into this little green area here. Oh, this ghost touched me at the last second here, and in I go. Now these are the bats. Touching the bats, again, don't kill you. Each bat you touch, you lose 10 points. So I need to get my stone up to the top of the screen. You see to the left and right of Frankenstein's monster are those little brown dots. Those are the bottom of walls. You're trying to build the wall. So you take this up here and you touch it. Oh, if I touch on that wall, try. Come on. Damn bats. Everyone that touches me, 10 points. I'm losing all my points. All right, get it. Got it. So you see the wall got taller. That's okay. And I can, while I'm waiting here, I can kind of, I'll just hide on this ladder. I can stop right there. So now you see Frankenstein is filling up green from the bottom because we've burned some time. And now you can see the logs down in the acid have changed configuration, the layout that they have. So that's the goal. You have to do that 6 times to build the wall to end the game and stop Frankenstein from coming to life and smashing out of the castle. That's it. Now, I've made it to about level 3, maybe 4. It gets chaotic. The acid is the only thing that can heal you. And the whole game is the acid. And it gets really nuts down there with moving logs and stuff. So I've never finished the game. Maybe this will be the first time. Probably not. But we're going to try it. Before I do, I won't call it a points run. It's a run. I'm going to do a run. I'm going to try to accomplish this game. Before I do, I'm going to quickly remind you, of course, of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. The holiday season's coming up, and if you're looking for shirts or hats or mugs or stickers with cool nerdy designs for you or a friend for this holiday season, keep us in mind, right? So if you visit the store at least and see what we have, you might find something you're looking for, and not only will you get that thing for you or a friend, but you'll help us out a little bit too. We certainly appreciate it when you do. So, okay, let's give it a shot. Let's see. I'll talk briefly about scoring. I mentioned the scoring, how you can lose points. You can gain 500 points every time you put a stone in place. I neglected to mention that. And if you end the game, you'll get points for every notch of Frankenstein that's not filled up. So the max you could get is, there's no other ways to earn points. I guess you could, if you never got touched, you could get 3,500 points and then a bonus for Frankenstein. So maybe $4,000 is the greatest score. I usually get a couple hundred, and then I'm dead. So let's try it. Reset, 500 points, 3 lives on the board. You don't start until you hit the button, so you kind of wait until you're ready to start. I'm going to tap the button, and down I go. We'll see. As long as I don't fall in the acid. Ah, got hit by the spider. Just in a hurry. Oh, he hit me twice because he reversed. Thanks, spider. They're only points. I'm most worried about trying to complete the game, which I've never done, so. Jump across there. Across there. Got my first stone. Great. Got my way back. Alright, Frankenstein's feet are green now. We want to get up here, get after those bats, weave our way through them. You can't jump the ghost. No jumping on that level. Alright, so now we got to work our way to the top. I thought I was going to get up. Oh, got it. Okay, got it. That's one. So you can see the walls next to Frankenstein got a little bit taller. But the only way to stop him is to do that 5 more times. So, you can see they've spaced these out to make them tougher. There we go. Be careful. Careful. Alright, got that one. There's my second stone. Alright, I'm on it. Whoa! Whew, that's close. Okay, get up here. So theoretically, the game will never take you more than 8 minutes to play. Ooh, ouch. 8.5 minutes or so, because the monster's gonna fill up if you don't complete it. I always lose my lives before then, so. Whoa! Watch out, Ghost. I don't know why I'm working on saving that 20 points, but I feel like it's important. Alright, here we go again. More bats, crazier bats. Trying to wave your way up through them if you can. Whoa! Got it. Okay, that's 2. That's something. Now, more pits, more spiders, more everything. Now, you can fall through these little trapdoors if you want, as long as you don't land in the acid, but falling through the trapdoors will actually cost you 100 points. And not for nothing, when you fall in the acid, not only do you lose a life, you lose 200 more points. Like, there's so many ways to lose points in this game. And only one way to lose life. Fall in the acid. So, the moving log is not too bad. It's the next one that I have the most trouble with, actually, where you have 3 little logs and they're all moving. So, alright. Alright, wall's getting taller. Let's try again. Crazy bats! I try to go up the side sometimes, or weave up here. Got it! Whoo! It feels like luck. So now look, I have 3 spiders, more trapdoors. Jump. Alright, and down. Okay, this is tricky. I'll start dying here, and I don't think I've ever been past this level, honestly. Alright, there's that one. I think I probably need to wait until I'm going this way. There we go. Yep. Alright. Takes a lot of time, and maybe there's a better way to do that. I just don't know what it is. Alright, here's my stone. Alright, Frankenstein's like half full now. I'll try to time this so whoa! Close. The only way I know to do this is to wait until I go in the other direction. Like that. Okay, good. Where's the ghost at? Oh, there he is. Let's dodge him. Alright, and up. Whoa, crazy bats! Burning through points. I can't get out of the side. Trying to run across here. There's so many. Get it! Woo! Got it. Alright. 2,200 points. Oh, look, now these pits are taller. I kind of want to drop through one. I think that's not a bad idea right now. For 200 points? Yeah, let's do it. Whoa! Well, I died. It didn't. Yeah, and over. Whoa! And fell in the ass. So now I'm down to my last life. See how quickly it's gone from going okay to going awful. So I can jump this again. Ugh. Now, was the log radioactive or something? Did you see that? Look at that. I think the log is dangerous. Oh, and it went away. Oh, it's warning me that it's going to disappear. Oh, no. Whoa, get on it. I didn't know that was going to happen. Alright, so this log is going to disappear on me, so I have to wait. Probably just going to... I don't know what the cycle is. Oh, and Frankenstein's going to fill up. and I'm on my last life. This is going terribly. All right, let's jump on, see when it disappears. I don't know how long I've got. Oh, we made it. Okay, all right, we made it. Oh, try to jump this tarantula. Got him. And up. Watch out for this ghost. I'm on my last man. Whoa! Whoa! So much for any score that I made. Cross and up and over. Got it! Is it one more? Look at that tarantula. He's enormous. All right, down here. Now those disappear. That's rough. Is this the sixth one? Oh, I missed it. Is this, because it was invisible. Is this the sixth round? I don't, all right. I don't want to jinx it. I only know of one way to get across. That's by making, oh no! The spider got me. And here comes Frankenstein. 1,800 point run. We didn't quite stop Frankenstein. I feel like it's doable. I feel like it's, jeez. I feel like I could accomplish it. That's the closest I've ever gotten. So I had more points. I had over 2,200 and now I'm down to there. So Frankenstein's Monster, play it before Halloween. It's a great time to give this a try, especially if you haven't before.
Around the time of its release in '83, Frankenstein's Monster was well reviewed and in many cases compared favorably to Activision's Pitfall. Now I can't imagine that was in terms of, sheer quality and the exploratory nature of Pitfall, but you do navigate down through little layers like you would kind of the top layer and the bottom layer in Pitfall, and your protagonist, who I guess is unnamed, I didn't see a name in the manual, he resembles Pitfall Harry in character design, so I can see it, and in fact it is an enjoyable platformer. The more intriguing part for me is the fact that it can be finished, and looking back at all of Data Age's library, this is the one that is drawing me back the most, knowing that here is this thing I need to try to finish. Now I'm probably going to finish it with 0 points based on the difficulty and how easy you lose the points, but I want to get to the end. I want to try it. I want to accomplish that, so I'll probably be playing more Frankenstein's Monster. This is my final Friday plays of spooky season for the year, and while I'd like to say I saved the best for last, that simply wouldn't be true. Since Friday falls on Halloween this year, it only seemed appropriate to feature 1983's Halloween from Wizard Video. Last episode, when we played Frankenstein's Monster, I mentioned that I'd kind of always overlooked that title because of a trend I had noticed, that some of the most expensive games to acquire today, they tend to be based solely on scarcity, not quality. Well, Halloween is the sort of game that led me to that assumption, but in this case, it's entirely accurate. Halloween was developed by Tim Martin and Robert Barber and is one of only 2 games published by Wizard Video, the other one being Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Now, Wizard Video releases were intended for adults and had violent content, especially for the time. As such, many game retailers refused to carry their games, contributing then to the scarcity. On today's market, a loose cartridge of Halloween can run you several $100s, and a complete copy fetches more than $1,000. Aside from its value as a collectible, though, what's the game like? I was afraid you might ask. Let's go see.
Here's Halloween. Starts with the Halloween theme that quickly goes out of pitch. Ouch! So, here is Halloween. The goal in Halloween... Let me stop this music. Let me hit start so I can stop this. The music won't stop until I get Michael Myers off the screen. And it's not even Michael Myers. Let me just run over here and get away from all this noise. Oh, and then we have this flashing room. All this is just escape the music. Okay. Whew, we're in a safe room. All right. This is Halloween, 1983. From the manual, it's Halloween night, and a homicidal maniac, not Michael, does it say, has escaped his mental institution again. You're babysitting for a family in a large 2-story home. Doesn't say Laurie Strode, some babysitter. And vengeful murderer has gotten inside. Protect the children and yourself. It kind of strikes me as odd that, look, it's clearly licensed to be based on the film. It uses the theme, which you heard constantly there. You heard, which, by the way, I mean, though it's out of tune, it is the most prominent sound in the whole game. There's very little other than that theme, so you kind of get used to that. It uses the theme, it uses the poster on the box from the movie, but it doesn't mention characters by name, Michael Myers or Laurie Strode, or anybody really from the film. I'm guessing that's probably had to do with the licensing agreement. Like, okay, you can take the concept, but you can't use the character names or something. whatever. It's fine, I guess. It's fine. So the entire game it's a weird premise. Okay, I'm in a giant house. It's a 2-story house. What you're looking at here, there are 8 rooms, 2 stories tall, so 16 rooms. And sometimes you have these doors that you can walk through, and it will teleport you, if you do it right, to the other floor. And when you come out of it, you've got to be moving down. If you move left or right, you're going to teleport back, so change floors. And then you walk around and you look for these kids. So you have to take the kids and take them to a safe room. These are safe rooms, so basically the front door, this far left, and if I go 8 rooms east, it'll take me to the other set of safe rooms. You grab the kids and take them out. Now, it's weird, the premise of the game. So a quick tour of the game very clearly. Top of the screen, you have these 3 jack-o'-lanterns. Those are your 3 lives, your 3 babysitter lives. You play as the babysitter the entire game. The joystick moves you up, down, left, right. The button can you use to either try to stab Michael or pick up a kid to bring him with you. We'll show you that in a second. There are no options. There's no game select. There's no multiple games. There's no difficulty to set it on. Does it get harder or easier? The game you get when you plug it in is the game you have. And other than this little dink, dink, dink walking around, that's really the only sound in the game that you're going to get. So these doors that are in the safe rooms, those are for traversing up and down from the bottom floor to the top floor. If you can find one of the rooms that has doors, we're going to run into Michael, I'm sure. As long as you go toe-to-toe with him, like go around him, you're okay. So this room will not take me upstairs. It will move me 2 rooms farther over. So if I pop in that one, it takes me 2 rooms over on this floor. And here is an opportunity to show you the knife. Oh, if I can grab it, not get hit. So if I have the knife, I can try to stab Michael. It's kind of high risk, but I'm going to try it. Got him. It just makes him run away, but he'll be back. You get 225 points for stabbing him. I don't think you should ever stab him. Maybe once in a game, but once in a level, but I think never, because so in the scoring, you get the 225 points for stabbing Michael. The manual actually says 325, but it's 225. And to save a child, you get 675. But if you stab Michael twice, you go on to the next harder level without getting all the points in the easy level. Or you can jump up levels by completing saving 5 kids. So it really makes sense to not stab him, just avoid him, because otherwise you're just accelerating the game and getting to the harder levels before you get a lot of points. So every level you're going to get 5 kids times 675 times the level. So level 1, it's times 1. Level 2, it's times 2. So things double and triple as you move up through the levels. And so the reason Michael is not here right now is because I scared him off. But as soon as I go to another room, he's going to appear, I'm sure. So let me grab him. So I can grab this kid and move him to a safe room. Let me show you at least the loss conditions. It's gruesome. If Michael gets to this kid, boom! If Michael gets to me, he's going to decapitate me, and off I run with blood spurting. You can see why people were concerned about this game. The odd thing is, there's no penalty for losing kids, other than you got to find another one. And I guess this family has hundreds of kids because they just keep making them. And because you can dodge Michael, he'll often come through those doors, but I can split the difference and run past him if I'm careful. And let me just show you rescuing a kid. Here's a good example. We'll go past this. We're going to go to the far end east safe room. Make sure we split him so he doesn't go toe-to-toe. There we go. I got my 675. I saved this kid. And I do that 4 more times and I move on to the next level. And there's no indication you've changed levels except for the fact that the game gets faster. And it's very obvious. You can see. Bottom of the screen, that's your score. That's it. That's the whole game. You just do that over and over until you lose. So, if you're concentrating, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to get about 10,000 points in this game before it gets too hard. And I'm sure I can probably get 10,000. I say that, watch me not get 10,000 points. So I want to share with you a playthrough. It might be the last time you need to see this game. I don't know that you need to go play it, but if you're like me, now that you've seen me do it, even though it's not a great game, you're probably going to want to see how to do it. You're going to try it yourself, which I encourage. I know a lot of folks head over to Discord after these Friday plays drop and try their hand at this game. It won't be hard to get a high score. It's how long do you want to play this game, really is what it comes down to. Before I try my points run, I'm going to quickly remind you of our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch, where you can, the holidays are coming up. We're just past this Halloween. Holidays are here. It's basically, look, they're already putting up Christmas stuff in the stores. If you're looking for gifts this holiday, please consider our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. We have original nerdy designs and mashups of our logo with other cool designs that you can get printed on hats and shirts and mugs and stickers and pins and tees, all those things. Please keep us in mind. Check there first. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for and you can get the thing you need. Plus, you'll help us out a little bit. We certainly do appreciate it. So, all right. I'm going to try, for your entertainment, a run at Halloween. You hit reset. There are no difficulties, nothing like that. Just see how well we can do. Here we go. So we're running around. There's a kid. I can't get downstairs any way other than going downstairs through one of the inns, one of the safe rooms. Oh, there's a kid on this floor. So I'm just going to grab him. And I tend to try to stay not up high, but down low on the screen like this. And there are some rooms like this where the lights are flickering. So I kind of watch. Michael's behind us, so we're safe. Just keep running. There's the safe room. Drop the kid, $6.75. I prefer to play this game on the bottom level. So I'm going to go up there. I'm going to go through the door and down to the bottom. I do the bottom level because the flickering lights aren't on the bottom floor. I only go up there if there are no kids on the bottom floor. So we should be able to quickly get... Now, you run into Michael, no problem. Just go up and duck him like that. As long as you're not toe-to-toe. Oh, that kid is close to the edge. I can't save him unless I just leave. Okay. Oh my goodness. So I left before he got the poor kid, so he's still there. But I'm afraid Michael's going to spawn there. So he spawned with the other in there. Now I can save him. All right, so let's head east. Just split the difference here so you don't touch me or the kid. There we go. He might come through that door, so that's why I stay low. Gotta watch out for that. I always going to appear. There we go. There's my second kid, so that's 2. Just keep doing that. Let's see. Now there's a kid upstairs. I try to stay away from the upstairs, because look, there's kids down here too. So I can't get past him because he's lined up with the kid I'm babysitting. So I could go west, or I could just leave and try it again. There you go. He came out the left side. You know, there's that mechanic in Halloween where Michael Myers disappears from one place and appears somewhere else unexpectedly. And here you can use that against him. You're just like, well, I'll go off the side of the screen and watch you appear somewhere else, nerd. Be careful running off the edge of the screen because he might pop in at the last second. Just duck around him. I'm not going to pick up the knife and look for kids to rescue here. And I think we saw one here in the flicker room, which is hard to grab the kid and line up with him. There we go. Just got him. We go out this way. Maybe I can come back. He's beside us to the right, so we can go past him. There's our third kid save. See, I haven't even died yet. I probably am not going to die until I get to the second level. Yeah, be cautious about running toward the edge of the screen. That was close. Because he could spawn on the left side of the screen, as you saw. When he spawns behind you, it's much easier. Drop him off. What is that, 3 kids now? All right, let me try to go downstairs again. It's just easier because they don't have that light flickering thing. Oh, look. Oh, he's already... That wasn't 5 kids yet, was it? Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Yeah, see how much faster he is? I really want him to spawn the other direction. Behind me? Nope. But I can get past him. Quick. There we go. All right, so now I got 4,700. Great. Go look for some more kids. You see how much faster he's moving? It's harder to duck past him like that. So we've clearly gotten into level 2. We know there's at least a couple up here. We saw them. Flickery rooms, you hate that. Oh, where is he? Oh, he got the kid. Ah! I'm leaving. Come back. We'll look for more kids. Sorry, kid. He's behind me. That's great. Ah! Oh, he got me. That's 1. Remember I said I'd probably get 10,000? That's not looking great. A safe room. Whoo! And they're worth double points now. So you really start racking up the points. I'm going to go back downstairs again because it's just easier. And you would think if stabbing him really damaged him, I might consider... Oh, no, don't get the kid, don't get the kid. No, don't get him. Whew. Oh, you got him, I think. Ah! Come through the door. There he is. All right, split him. Great. He's out behind me. Another kid. 7,400. All right, keep going. Do you see what I mean? How it's just kind of the same thing. There's not great strategy involved. I go, gee, how will I accomplish this time? It's just kind of, yeah. Now you can take the kid through that shortcut door. So let's do that. Let's go through here, and it'll take us 2 floors, I think, to the east. Oh, so I did something. Remember I told you to do anything other than down coming out of that door. Woo! He just appeared. Anything other than down. Whoa! No, he's after the kid. There we go, he's off to the side. Just keep spamming Michael. He'll just keep being dumb and going off the other end. Get past him? Yep. Boom. 87-75. Oh, there's another kid. Great. So we can get him and then sneak off the side. Come on, kid. There's 2 kids there. All right, off the side. Great. There's another one. We might make 10,000 after all. Boom. All right. It's all gravy now. Now just waiting until I die, because you've now seen what the game has to offer. Just some very clear rules for the characters, and they just keep doing what they do over and over. Went behind me. Great news. Drop off another kid. 1250. Did I get through past him? Yes, I got past him. That was I risked that kid. That was bad news. I'm not doing the math. I don't know how many kids that is, but on the 3rd level, it's always got to kill this poor little kid. On the 3rd level, it's the score I told you, 675 and 225 times 3. Where is he? Oh, I don't have the kid. Oh no! Oh, we got him. Dang it. There he is behind me. Drop off. 16 grand. There's a guy right there. Come on, kid. All right, let's get him. Run off the screen and back. Sure. I just feel like I'm cheating the game now. There's a kid up there to rescue. Maybe I'll run upstairs and save him. We must be at just about level 3. So the good news is score is amplified by triple now, but... Where's he at? Did I get him? I got him. Okay. Run out this way. Another flickery room, maybe? I think we have one more problem with the lights room. Here it is. Yeah. I split him. I was able to do that. All right, 20 grand. I was worried I wouldn't get 10. Now bets are off. Kids could be anywhere again that I've rescued one. So let's go to the bottom where there's no lights flickering. Duck past him. Yeah, he's still the same speed. Whoa! Whoa, he might be faster. Oh my goodness, that poor kid. I think we might be to level 3. Oh, I didn't get past him. I believe we've made level 3, my friends. I don't know if I can get up there. He's gonna come through that door, I bet. Yeah, gotta watch out for that. So now it's just steady running from Michael because he's so fast. All right, I can duck up here right quick. I hate having to dodge him in the dark, but there's no kids down there. He's off the side. There's a kid. All right. No, get him, get him. I didn't get him. No, no. A beautiful child. Here's one right here. I get him. I got him. Okay, so I need to get this way. He's behind me. That's great news. Let's keep going west. There we go. What was that? 2,900 points? Yeah, we're clearly up. We're well past level 1. I feel like I'm just kind of milking it, but I want to finish the game. I want to do my best. I want to, because if whoa, about ended it right there. Because if you want to do a points run, I want you to be able to know what a decent points run is if you're actually trying. Whoa! Can I get around him? Did, yes. There's a youngster. This way, young child. Let me save you. Oh, perfect. Perfect. There's another couple grand. 2560. Oh, hey, little kid. No, come this way. He's right there. Quick, another couple thousand. 28,000. There's a kid upstairs to go grab him. I expect Michael will pop out of somewhere and scare me and end this game in just a second, and then it'll be all over. Oh, in fact, he's against the wall over there. Yeah, he's gonna get that kid. Got him. Oh, gruesome. Gruesome. Looks like everybody's upstairs, maybe. Let's do a little shortcut. Which way does that take me? I don't even know. Ooh! Look, he came out of the door and got me. I teleported and boom, he was there. And that was my game. 28,350. Here comes the pitch change. Oh, it's a little off. Halloween, 1983. Wizard video. That's what it is.
Halloween isn't much of a game, if you ask me. For a cartridge that was released in October of 1983, a time when many developers were pushing the 2600's limits, Halloween feels very 1980 to me. You literally wander from featureless room to featureless room and repeat the same task until it just gets too fast to continue. On the topic of its violence, though, well, you might argue that it's simply pixelated, simulated violence. But remember that Gen X imagination we always talk about? Well, it cuts both ways. If we could imagine Adventure's Duck was a dragon, our young minds could certainly interpret what was going on here. Child murder and babysitter decapitation. That, combined with a questionable replayability, means I'm fine with Halloween being relegated only to the collections of the wealthiest completionists. Subterranea from Imagic for the Atari 2600 has been on my Friday Plays to-do list for a good long while, and it might have just sat there, but for the consistent urging of a regular viewer. See, this wasn't one I played much in my youth, so I didn't have any experience with it or any real affinity. Well, after having played it in preparation for this video, that's all changed. Imagic released Mark Klein's Subterranea for the Atari VCS in 1983. Now, my first real focused play of Subterranea was in preparation for my Imagic ranking tier video 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And at that time, I didn't see the appeal, and I scored it a D. Now, that might have been the end of it, but then regular GenXGrownUp viewer and vocal Friday Plays commenter Beastcake put on a masterclass in campaigning me to feature his favorite game here on Friday Plays. Now, not in any sort of insistent or aggressive manner, but every few videos I'd see a subtle comment from Beastcake noting that for whatever shortcoming or criticism I had about the game I was featuring, well, Subterranea was better. I'll tell you, when I see passion like that, I take notice. Beastcake, you wore me down. And now, after spending more time with Subterranea, I'm glad you did. Let's jump in.
Here he is, Subterranea for the 2600. This is the attract screen, and on the screen already you can see my ship, you can see the Imagic copyright in the corner, and you can see the damn Hexaplex monster running back and forth across the bottom of the screen, which is your primary nemesis in this game, and the thing that, for me, drives me forward, because he kind of starts and ends each level and makes you want to continue and progress to battle him, because let's face it, he's a dick. Look at him. Look at all down there, looking all tentacly and throwing these things in the air and trying to kill you. And it's rare that some of these old Atari games have like a major villain like that I can think of. It's usually the swarm of aliens, the armada, but to have a big bad guy like that, it's kind of novel. Okay. There's a lot of depth to this game, and if you'd asked me about it before, you'd go, remember Subterranean? I go, oh yeah, the one where I fly around fast, things kill me fast, and it's over too quickly. That's what I used to think. It's a much more focused, measured, strategic game, even though it looks, and I think in my tier I even compared it to Chopper Command and Defender. Oh, it's a move, left and right, scroll around and shoot stuff in the air. It's not that. It looks like that, and there's an element of that, but it's not just that. So let's see. So let's talk about switches first. No difficulty switches. The A and B, expert, novice, nothing there. But there's game select. So if you game select in the upper right, you can see it just changes between 1 player or 2 player and harder game or easier game. So this is a 1 player difficulty 1, 2 players difficulty 1, 1 player difficulty 2, 2 players difficulty 2. For this entire game, I'm going to use the default, which is 1 player, difficulty 1. That's plenty. You can see everything you need to see, get through the game once, and then the second cycle will probably kill you until you get much better at this game, which I am not. It's also worth noting, the Hexaplex moving across the bottom there, is that a great name, by the way, for a monster? Look at kind of almost like a Castle Grayskull looking structure in the back that also looks like the Hexaplex up at the top there. That's kind of cool. Before I do a kind of a tour of the screen, let's talk a little bit about, we have to do this first level. The game starts with the Hexaplex is throwing these, what does he throw at you? They're called aerobots. So I guess flying robots that he throws at you and you need to destroy. So let's do that first, then we'll talk a little bit about movement and the screen layout. So just start, all right. So he's gonna throw stuff at you, of course. Come on, shoot it. Oh! You gotta get... Now, if you look at the bottom of the screen, it'll get shorter. That little line gets shorter as you destroy these. That's how many things are left in this level. That's important throughout the game, not just on Hexaplex levels. There we go. Looks like I got one more. Whoa! Whoa! Come on, get it. Okay. Now, he ran away. Okay. Now is a great time to pause and take a look around the screen. I want you to see how you move. So the joystick, of course, moves you up and down, and it won't be terribly obvious on screens that's black and I'm scrolling, but your ship takes time to accelerate and decelerate. You see that as I move left? There's inertia. It's hard to turn around fast because it has inertia. So be aware of that. If you can't turn around on a dime, you can flip your ship, but you can't actually start going the other direction on a dime. So if somebody's approaching you, you're gonna have a tough time getting away sometimes. The fire button, of course, the fire button shoots, but if you hold down the button, really nice rapid fire. That's nice to have. And let's start our tour of the screen with what you can see on screen here. Top left is the number of ships you have in reserve, 1 on screen, and 4, you start with 5. Upper right is your score. Now, what you can't see at the bottom of the screen, we're going to get into the next level and I'll show you that. But right now at the bottom is one of these crystals you want to collect. It's like worth 1,000 points. We'll talk about scoring in a minute. And once I grab it, then begins the subterranean part of Subterranea. So I'll grab this crystal. Come on, grab the crystal. Grab it. Opens up. All right, now, new indicator on the screen, the lower left, that little green dot is what level I am on, what set of caverns I am on. I'm on the first one right now. It'll stay that way for a while. So let's come down into the next cavern. I'm going to pause just for a moment. I want to pause because there are a few things on screen I want you to take notice of. The bottom center of the screen, that orange bar, we saw it with the hexaplex. This shows you how many enemies are remaining in this particular cavern, this particular segment of the cavern, I should say. And right now it's full because I haven't shot anybody. You can see some of the enemies flying around there. So let me unpause. Now, you can lose points just as easily as you can gain points in this game. If you bump against the wall, that's going to take points. See me bumping there? And clearing out all these enemies, of course, as you defeat all of them. I used to just, as I said, fly around willy-nilly, try to shoot everything, and everything came out too fast and killed me. But I'm just barely moving around, just positioning myself. And I find chasing enemies is way better than them chasing you. All right, one more to kill, I think. Where's he at? Be careful. There is he. Chase him down. Little noise there tells me I've completed this particular cavern. Now, if you touch the wall, I mentioned, points are deducted. If you touch those little skulls on the wall, that'll kill you too. At the end of every little segment, you're going to find one of these electro gates. Now, this is the simplest of electro gates. It's one little laser that shoots intermittently. But notice, while it's waiting for me to continue my game, it's taking a point away for every laser that is fired. See, 78, 77, 76. So I could lollygag around here all day, but it's going to burn down my points. You need to get through this electrogate to get to the next section of the game. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you in this level how punishing this is. You get 3 chances to not run into these gates. Watch this. 1. Boom. Okay, lost some points. That's 1. So here comes 2. Got me. Now watch what happens. If you fail to get through the gate, which is a kind of a puzzle in and of itself, it will close the door and you have to play this little cavern over, but you don't score any points at all. No points. Watch this. Boom. We're back in. The meter filled back up, and no matter who I shoot, no points. I just have to clear the level to earn the opportunity to try to get through the electro gate again. Okay. I think you're catching on. You're catching on. And you're going to see a lot more as I'm going to get through one basic wave here in the tutorial. And then in my full, there we go. So there's the noise I made through. Then in my points run, you'll see way more of the game. You got to find that gate. There it is. And it's very easy to get through. Boom. And I'm through. The second level, those guys tend to kind of dodge and weave a little bit. You can see they don't just go straight. And again, chasing them down is way better than them chasing you. And I found get behind them, way easier, way easier. Now, what I haven't done successfully yet, I'll try to do here, is if you can get through one of these waves without losing any lives, this won't be it, you'll get an extra life. There it is. And they get increasingly complex. And I get on through? All right. Let's see if I can't not die this time so that you can see the extra life pop. Whoa! Fail. Let's get to the next hexaplex at least. All right, cleared that up. Let's check the new electrogate. This is several games in one. Oh, so we made it through all those, so no electrogate. Instead now, we have this little cavern that takes us back to the hexaplex. And we do this game again. And he's going to have several to throw at us. We have to destroy all of them. If we do, we'll get another crystal. More points. And then we go to the more difficult stage where all those things that we already saw are back, and then they start shooting at us too for extra bonus. Got one more. Got it. He runs away, gives me a crystal. I grab the crystal. Now you see there's 2 dots, pink dots at the bottom. Now we're on the next level. We fly in and watch these guys start shooting at me now. Boom! Now, there are ways to spam this game in certain levels. Like right now, I can sit right there and on some levels when they're not shooting, you can line up the bullets, line up the enemies with your bullets and really kind of spam it. But once they start shooting at you, that spamming of enemies doesn't happen anymore. Okay. What have I not covered? I haven't talked about the scoring. Oh, here's the game over. You get a mad, crazy Hexaplex who gloats that he defeated you, and the game is over. 37-39 in my tutorial. I'll do better than that. Maybe not better. Not much better, probably, in my walkthrough. Let's talk about scoring, and I'll just pop up this little image. The scoring gradually increases over time, but you can also remember gain score and lose score throughout the course of the game, based on bumping into walls and bumping into gates and stuff like that. So I'm going to try to do a points run. In my points run, I'm going to do best, try to maximize my men at 7 before I get to the first Hexaplex, so I can show you as much as the second level as possible, although I haven't made it very far into the second level. That's for you to do. That's for you to accomplish now that you've discovered, like I have, this game. Subterranea. So before I do, I'm going to briefly mention our store at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Look, you know the holidays are coming up. You know you're going to have to buy gifts for all kinds of people on your wish list. If they like nerdy prints on tees and mugs and shirts and stickers and stuff like that, please check out our store. You can find great stuff like that and get what you're looking for and help us out a little bit too. We certainly do appreciate it. Check it out over there. At least check there first to see if we've got what you're looking for. All right, let's go, Subterranea. You've done this to me, Beast Cake, so here we are. All right, so just get the game started here. You're going to take care of all these little things. That slow turnaround can be very difficult in picking up velocity to get away from these things. All right, I took care of that. That's the way to start the game. Down we go. And I'm going to try to show you my method of spamming this game. So find a line where enemies will be, and just sit on that line and shoot. They'll all come to you. Look at this. This is a great way to start the game because they only appear on certain levels. So if you just fly along, you'll catch all of them eventually and prevent you from getting hit. Now, it might be a little boring, but you're going to appreciate this later when you have 7 men and you get to the second level. Should be one more coming. There we go. Got him. See, now I have 5 men. I got the extra. It's up to 5 extras. So 5 in reserve plus the one on the screen. Just looking for the Electra Gate. Should be difficult to get through. Now, when you get to the second cavern, you can kind of spam these enemies, but it's a good idea to start learning their flight patterns and how to exploit them. And again, I like to follow enemies rather than have them surprise you coming on the screen, approaching you. I try to kind of get behind them as best I can. And I'm not moving too fast. I'm just kind of sitting still until I see somebody in my way or that I need to chase. Oh, there's one up there. I didn't quite get him. Just one more to get. There he is. Got it. Now I'm up to 6 lives. I think the skulls always look toward the Electra Gate to help you. Yep, there it is. So a little bit more complex. You saw this one once already. We'll see some more complex ones. All right, now this is the one where he bounces. Oh, and he hit me already. So that's 2 lives. Come on now. He bounces. So moving is not a bad idea. Get behind this guy and watch out. Yeah, 2 of them hit ships. So I would have loved to have 7 men going into the end of this, but this won't be my best run ever to be certain. There we go. Got one. So back to the Hexaplex. He's a jerk. And you can see again the number of those little arrow bots he's going to throw at you on the bar at the bottom, just like in the cave levels. Try to wait for it to shoot at me, and then I go to the other side of the screen like that, if I can. There we go. Oh. Whoa! So I do like how you can turn around and shoot behind you. Ouch! Oh, dang! Hexaplex? The good news is when you get hit by something, it counts as you killed something, so back we go. Now it's level 2, and I only have 2 lives, and they're shooting at me now. And that's how this goes for me. Oh, God. And again, it's good to get behind them, because they can't shoot you when you're behind them. Oh! Hexaplex! Okay, I'm gonna try one more time because I'm not gonna let it defeat me like that. It's just too quick and easy. Here we go. It's the kind of game that's going to make you want to do it again and again because it can be over so fast with an easy beginning. Like, I get it now. I get why people are a fan of this game because not only does it have good mechanics, but the feeling of accomplishment when you do figure out what's going on and you're able to kind of find exploits in the game, that's fun. But then it gets very aggressive firing bullets at you and it's maybe a little less fun, but again, that makes me want to hit reset and go again. Okay, got them all. That was the end of that level. Let's go through that first simple Electrogate. I do better than 4,000, right? Is that what I got, 4,000? On we go. All right. You really learn how to handle the levels where bullets are going to be fired at you on these levels. If you can learn to get behind enemies and kind of follow them, because they can't shoot behind them. At least I've not gotten to a part where they can shoot behind them, at least. Maybe that's later. Beyond where I've gotten. And there's never more than 3 on the screen at once. All right, here's the next Electrogate. Not too tough. Let's pass on through this one. All right, here's the bouncing one. Just, ooh. That bouncing guy always has my number. Ooh, ouch. Maybe I won't do better than 4,000 on this one. We'll see, it's not going great. All right, cleared that one. Next Electrogate, let's get on through this. Whoa, oh, not a gate, we're back to the Hexaplex. All right, in we go. Oh, I can't hit that. There we go. Aren't these sounds just very imagic? Whoa! Whoa! I ran right into that. But that was the last one. So 3,000. Doesn't bode well. We'll see how I do. Second level. Again, I have 4,000 points. Try to get behind some of these bad guys before they shoot at me if I can. Whoa! Again, just trying to line myself up behind them. There we go. Whoa! Much better. Much better. Come on, get behind him. Oh, that guy got away. Whoa, now it's getting a little more complex. All right. Ooh, ouch. Knocked me all the way out. Oh, ouch. I got one more try or I got to redo this one for free. And that's not great. Oh, it happened. Oh, I'm going to lose lives again. So no points right now. I've just got to... I'm fighting for the permission to try to do that again. One more life in reserve. Come on. I'd love to get through one more Electrogate just to show you. And see, I was over 5,000, but I lost so many points. Is it slower now? Because I'm dumber? Help me out? Ooh, get a little close there. All right, I made it. I made it. So now, again, enemies, the combination of enemies. Some are shooting at me. Some are super fast. Ugh. Got to learn the different enemy combinations. One more. Got him. Okay, let's see what the next gate looks like. Whoa, there it is. All right. Maybe. I made it. All right. Oh, now we get the bouncing and shooting. Thanks for that. Whoa! I do not want you to shoot me or bounce on me. Oh! Last life. I would love to get the Hexaplex one more time. I'm going to get to him. Will I defeat him? Probably not. But we're going to try it. 6,000 points? You know, that could be way worse. Oh, those little guys, those little bird things are much smaller. Whoa! Are there more of them here than usual? I feel like, whoa! Oh, man, that was close. Whoa! Oh. 7,043. Stupid Hexaplex. So that's Subterranea. As you can see, there's more to it than I originally thought there was, and so appropriate that we play it here.
This Friday Plays is shaped up to be another ranking tier redemption video. 2 years ago, I gave Subterranea a D, and now, with 2 more years of wisdom and many more hours of play under my belt, I undervalued it. This is at least a solid B, and if you played it as a kid and have nostalgia to go along with the game's inherent quality, I might even argue a score higher, and you wouldn't be wrong. In June of 1982, Atari released Defender for the Atari 2600, a translation of the Williams arcade game of the same name. Also released June of 1982, Activision's Chopper Command, a suspiciously similar side-scrolling shooter. We're headed to the desert to dissect Activision's Chopper Command. You know, Activision's games released for the VCS are widely regarded as some of the best on the system, and not just in quality, but in creativity. Which is why, for me at least, Bob Whitehead's Chopper Command always stuck out as being much more of a Defender clone than its own original thing. Let's hop in the chopper, and I'll show you what I mean.
So here we go with 82's Chopper Command by Activision. It's often been called Defender in the Desert, which I think is pretty fair. It actually has, I think we'll see as we look at it, a lot fewer Defender elements in it that you might expect probably. But let's start with the nuts and bolts. So first of all, you have game options. Really, it's just two options with one player or two player. So game options 1 and 2, which I'll select there with the game select switch, that is one player or two player on the cadet mode, and then you have game options 3 and 4 are one player, two player on the commander mode. And really all it requires is to get a patch is to just get a pretty small score on the cadet mode. So in this entire playthrough, everything we're doing Friday Plays, I'm going to do it in game option 1, so single player cadet mode. And if you're not familiar with the Activision patches, you probably are watching this, but in the instructions they would say if you hit a certain score, take a picture and send it in, they'll mail you a patch for free just for having the game and for doing it. And Chopper Command has a notoriously low patch threshold. I think we'll be able to get it actually in this run through. If I don't, I'm really messing up. So also you have difficulty switches, which I'll show you in a minute what they look like, but effectively they impact the speed of your rapid fire. So let me just start the game quickly. So here's your little helicopter on the left. Some jets are coming in. Across the bottom of the screen, you can see your convoy of little trucks. And that's what you're defending. Unlike in Defender, where it's an alien planet, you're defending the humanoids. Here, you're just a chopper trying to defend the convoy of trucks. So I mentioned the difficulty switches. If you hold down the button, you get this rapid fire. Let's kill these jets right quick, just to mess with me. Come on, jet, come back. There we go. If you go into advanced mode, it's a slower rapid fire. If you go into basic mode, or novice, whatever it's called, B mode, you have a really fast rapid fire. Since we're looking at the different parts of the screen, top of the screen is my score, 1,100 points. Just below that, you can see my number of reinforcement choppers, so extra lives, of course, right? I do want to point out Activision beauty here. Look at the skyscape in the background, the landscape, I should say, with a sky above it, which is, I'm never really sure in Activision games whether it's sun up or sun down, but it has that really nice gradient. I think we see a lot of the time in Activision games because it's one of those elements that really kind of set it apart. Just happen to finish a level as we talk through it. Also at the bottom of the screen, you can see there's our long-range scanner. Now, interestingly, in the manual, they kind of tell you what to expect of the long-range scanner. They say that the scanner at the bottom, just above that Activision logo, is about 5 miles across. And think of your screen as being about 1 mile across. So you can see the entire environment, 5 miles width, whereas the screen you're looking at is only about, I got hit, is about 1 mile. And everything on the screen is either a dark dot, which is my chopper, or the light colored dots, which represent at the bottom of the ground your little trucks and your convoy, which, by the way, you can wreck into. I didn't know that until just recently. And the other light dots up in the sky, of course, are the different enemies that you're going to attack. Now, each level, each wave, consists of choppers and jets. You have 12 trucks in your convoy and 12 enemies. They're paired up, 3 and 3. And for scoring, 100 points for every chopper. They're easier to hit. 200 points for every jet. They're a little tougher to hit. And then you have your little trucks in your convoy. When you finish a wave, you defeat all 12 enemies and have at least one truck left. You will get, your bonus will be the number of trucks you have left, times the wave you're on, so wave 1, wave 2, times 100 points. So basically 200 points per truck in wave 2, 300 points in wave 3, etc., etc. And your goal is literally make your way across, kill the 12 enemies in a wave, make sure you keep some trucks. There, I'm up to wave 3, and it gets gradually more difficult as you proceed, which you might imagine. So you can see the parallels to Defender. You have things on the ground you're protecting. You have enemies in the air that, by the way, the game pauses between waves, so you have a chance to go to the bathroom, which is nice. A quality of life feature in Chopper Command. So twofold in my playthrough here. I'm going to try to accomplish two things. One, I'm going to try to do a points run and get the best score that I can. But two, maybe most importantly, I'm going to try to meet the threshold for a patch. Now, you only start with 3 lives at the beginning of a game. You get an extra life or extra reinforcement every 10,000 points for a max of 6. Interestingly, 10,000 points, the barrier for an extra man, that's all it took to get a patch. So I think we shouldn't have too much trouble at least getting an extra man and getting a patch. Look at the walkthrough. We just got half of a patch, effectively, right? So, okay. I'm going to do the playthrough and try to accomplish those 2 goals. Before I do, I'm going to quickly remind you of our store over at GenXGrownUp.com/merch. Look, it's the holidays. You're going to be buying things for you or people in your life that like nerdy stuff that like we do. If they like nerdy designs printed on hats and t-shirts and mugs and stickers, it's something you would have bought for them anyway, consider our store. Take a look and see maybe we have what you're looking for. You'll get the thing you need, plus you'll help us out a little bit. We certainly appreciate it if you would keep us in mind. At least check there and see if we have what you might like. Okay, so I'm going to hit reset. This is game option 1. This is difficulty B, so standard fast fire rate. Have 3 choppers, chopper command. Let's try this possibly Defender knockoff and see how we do. Now, I have learned that the enemies kind of stay on their level. So if you're at the top, the middle, or the bottom, they're going to stay there. So if you're having trouble defeating somebody, come in at them on a different level, and you can see them coming in, kind of the relative position that they are on the right-hand side. My eyes are glancing up and down to the long-range scanner at the bottom, and then the real-world screen at the top. Just kind of know what's coming up, just like you would with Defender, anything that has a mini-map. Now, they have these bombs. You can see they drop a bomb midair, then it explodes vertically up and down to attack you and the stuff on the ground. Now, I'm playing this a little slower than I normally would, so we're losing more trucks than we probably ought to, because we're talking our way through it. But we made it through the first wave. That's 12 enemies. We didn't get that much of a bonus because we didn't have that many trucks left. As we proceed here, I'm going to try to go a little faster so we can preserve more trucks. It seems the longer you let the enemies survive, the more of your trucks in the convoy they're going to be able to shoot. And there's not much you can do about it other than just defeat them before they kill somebody. There we go. The planes are just a little tougher. Always all right. But when they get on a different level, if you miss one, just avoid their bullet. We lost one there, but not too bad. That one. Oh, and a jet. There's another level. 6,000. We're almost to a patch. And we haven't lost a ship yet. I shouldn't have said that. We're going to lose one right away, aren't we? I should not have mentioned I didn't lose a man yet. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, yep. And of course, a little bit of that inertia. If you have some forward momentum and you try to turn around like Defender, you've got to defeat that inertia before you can actually make the full turnaround. Whoa! Get him! Oh, he killed a truck the last second. The better you are at it, the faster you'll get rid of those enemies that are shooting your trucks. Ugh. Turn back around. Got him. All right, the 2 left there. Nope. Choppers. Whoa, that plane is coming in fast, but we know what level he's on, so we can approach him on that level. 9,900. We might get a patch. if in fact you can get a patch. Interestingly, I had a fan of GenXGrownUp send me a Chopper Command patch. It was a few months ago now, and I felt bad owning a patch and not sure I could earn it. So I played the game, took a picture, and sent it to him to show him he had gifted the patch to someone capable of obtaining it. All right, there we go. There's our 10,000. We're now, ooh, this is my first death too. And we had our extra man and we lost it. But we're legitimate Chopper Command Commander. I think that's the name of the patch, Chopper Commander. I'll put it up on the screen here so you can see it if that's what it says. Plane, there we go. You can see those bullets are kind of going diagonal now sometimes, depending on your velocity. And that can be tough. And they're really taking out our, really doing a good job on our tanks, or our trucks, whatever they are. All right, and you can go reverse. I often don't. I don't know why I don't go that way. It kind of lends itself to going one direction because the wraparound is... something about it's not as compelling as Defender going wrapping around, or even Empire Strikes Back. Just one more ship here. There we go. All of our points. There's 15 grand. All right. Whoa, lots of planes. And look how fast they are. Holy Toledo. Whoa. Man. This might not take much longer. Come on, planes. Calm down. Wow, that's... Okay. Is that it? That was it. Holy crap. Look how... I don't know what the level that was. I wasn't keeping track, but it had to be about maybe level 4 or 5. You can see how much faster things got. This is my points run. That's the best I could do with this run. Already, as you can imagine, I want to push reset and I want to go again because it's that kind of a... It's a pure arcade game, but there's not an overarching story or anything. Interestingly, you can finish this game, but only by capping out the score at 999,999. Or I guess it's 999,990 because it goes in hundreds. So, or no, I guess it would be 999,900. Whatever it is. If you max out the score after 6 digits, the game will end there as well, which effectively means you have beat it. But so Chopper Command from Activision. Coincidentally came out at the same time as Defender. It was in development at the same time. How different is it? It's up to you to decide.
Now, whether you consider Chopper Command to be a Defender knockoff or you feel it sets itself apart enough to be its own thing, there's no denying that Activision quality. As for me, I consider Defender and Chopper Command to be complementary games. And when I'm in the mood for a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up with a mini-map, I usually give both a play and enjoy them equally. You made it to the end? Wow. Okay, look, if you made it to the end, in the comments, just post your favorite dinosaur. Don't say why, just post it, so I know you made it to the end of this year's Supercut.